Super Devouring System Chapter 4630 to Chapter 4711. Since I, the Star Master, am here today, it's impossible for you to leave. Looking at Du Dezhong, a look of disdain flashed across Bao Yuan's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he immediately turned his head and looked in the other three directions. In his sight, Du Dedong, Du Denan, and Du Dezi, who were rank 7, rank 5, and rank 4 respectively, exchanged a look with each other from a distance after seeing that they couldn't persuade Du Dezhong. Without hesitation, they turned around at the same time and fled in the direction they came from. This old fox. Of course, this was also because their cultivation was not as good as Du Dezhong's. Facing Bao Yuan, who was as strong as a rank 7, they didn't have the slightest sense of superiority in their hearts. Therefore, for them, this battle was completely meaningless. It was best to escape as far as they could. If it was Bao Yuan who had killed Du Dezhong in the end, so their choice was undoubtedly correct. Because even Du Dezhong, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was not a match for Bao Yuan and had been killed on the spot. It was easy to imagine what would have happened to them if they had stayed behind. And if Du Dezhong was not killed and Bao Yuan left helplessly in the end, there was no loss for them. They could just turn around and come back. The 5 of them were originally from the same race. Even if they fled now, it was because they were weaker. They knew that they were not a match for Bao Yuan and had no choice. Du Dezhong would never blame them for this. On the contrary, in this way, they preserved the strength of the Xiaofei Star region. Otherwise, Du Debei would have already died. If 1 or 2 more of them died, this loss would be too great, and the Xiaofei Star region would not be able to bear it. Therefore, at this time, Du Dedong, Du Denan and Du Dezi turned around and fled at the same time without any psychological pressure. Everything was done very naturally. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, he couldn't sit still and watch Du Dedong and the other 2 leave. Today, these 5 old guys must be completely killed no matter what. Not one of them can be left behind. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Today, none of you can escape. Rumble, Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After he finished speaking, the huge body of the violent ape of stars suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he had used void teleportation. Again, when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of millions of kilometers to the left, blocking Du Desi's path. Sway rumbling thunderclaps rang out, and the massive body of the ferocious ape that had just appeared instantly collapsed, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it stretched over 10 billion kilometers, and just happened to draw Du Dezi, who had just come to an abrupt halt, into this sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! In 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Immediately after, in the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. They were none other than the ancient ape demons' 3 great demon bodies. One of them was made of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky berserk ape. The second one was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless ferocious aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a black fog body. Although it was also in the shape of a ferocious ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. Yixian used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to separate the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, turning them into 3 Blood Sea clones. It was clear that he wanted to kill Du Dezi in an instant, and then immediately chase after the other 2. In fact, Du Dezi's cultivation strength was only at the 4th stage of the Antiquity era, and compared with the ferocious ape whose real battle strength was comparable to that of a 7th stage supreme expert, it was too far away. However, a 4th stage supreme expert was at the middle stage of this realm. Du Debei was killed in an instant because he was caught off guard, but now Du Dezi was obviously prepared. Even if the ferocious ape, who had the battle strength of a 7th stage supreme expert, attacked with all its strength, it would still be difficult to kill him in an instant without using supreme divine abilities such as the fallen sky bow. However, now that Du Dedong and Du Denan were escaping at full speed, Yixian did not have so much time to waste with Du Dezi, so he chose to use the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones, and kill Du Dezi in one fell swoop as soon as possible. while today, he had completely comprehended the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. The cultivation auras of the 3 Blood Sea clones were all at the 6th level of the Desolate Antiquity era. And because the 3 Blood Sea clones were all enormous in size, like the largest giant star, the power of chi and blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic, directly causing their true battle strength to soar by 1 stage. In other words, the true battle strength of the 3 Blood Sea clones was comparable to that of a 7th stage supreme expert, and now Dudezi, who was surrounded by the 3 Blood Sea clones, was only at the 4th stage of this realm. No matter how he jumped, he would definitely die. And without a doubt, he would be killed in an instant. Screech, an earth-shattering screech sounded, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. The moment this vast sea of blood appeared and trapped his body, Dudezi knew that he was finished. There was no chance of survival. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a violent howl. It was a completely unconscious and meaningless struggle. Bam! The next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the 3 Blood Sea clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched at Dudezi, who was surrounded in the center. Amidst the havoc, his entire body had exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Swoosh! The 3 Blood Sea avatars had attacked at the same time and killed a stage 4 mighty figure whose cultivation was far weaker than theirs. All of this was expected. Just like how they had caught Dudebe off guard and killed him with a single blow, it was simply an instant kill. No, there was no hesitation. Next, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, leaving it for the tens of millions of fierce beasts in the base camp to devour when they returned to the Source Nest star in the future. After all this, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones turned their heads to look forward and to the right at the same time. In these 2 directions, although Du Dedong and Du Danan's expressions changed greatly, they did not stop at all, and kept running away. The 2 of you can't escape either. Swoosh! Swoosh! Rumble! The firefly-like 9 colors light blasted out. As the wind surged, it instantly turned into a majestic 9 colors flame sea. It first blocked Du Dedong's escape route, then it spread out in an instant, sealing him from all directions. It completely cut off his escape route. After doing all this, Bao Yuan directly withdrew his gaze. He did not plan to pay any more attention to Du Dedong because he was trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames. Even if Du Dedong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape. While, before dealing with this guy, hundreds of millions of miles to the left, there was still Du Danan, who was still trying to escape. He needed to deal with him first. Although Du Debe and Du Dezi were killed one after another, Du Danan's cultivation strength was a little stronger, but not by much. He was a rank 5 mighty figure. Roar! Bao Yuan, stop, if you have the ability, fight with me. At this moment, Yi Xian attacked in a flash of lightning and killed Du Dezi in the blink of an eye. Even Du Dedong, who was at the 7th step of the Almighty, was trapped by a boundless sea of 9-colored flames. There was no way for him to escape. After, Du Dezhong, who was shooting over in the distance, immediately roared in anger. In his opinion, Du Dedong, who was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope at all. Even he did not dare to easily approach the 9-colored flame sea. Since Du Dedong could not escape, then the final result would definitely be to wait for Bao Yuan to find some time to enter the flame sea and calmly kill Du Dedong. Since Du Dedong had no hope, then the only one he wanted to save now was Du Danan. Namely, even at this time, in Du Dezhong's heart, he still believed that Bao Yuan couldn't kill him. Otherwise, why would he keep avoiding him and pick on the other 4 people? With this thought in mind, even if Du Dezhong saw Du Debe and Du Dezi being killed one after another, there was no fear in his heart. He didn't intend to leave at all. But, among the 5 ancient mighty figures in the Xiafei star field, besides him, the other 4 couldn't die no matter what. Not to mention Du Dezi and Du Debe, who were already dead. Du Dedong, who was now trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope. The only one who could be saved was Du Danan. At this moment, with a roar, Du Dezhong's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, he was only hundreds of millions of miles away from Yi Xian's 3 great avatars. You wait patiently. Once I kill all 4 of them, I won't leave you behind. Listen, hearing Du Dezhong's roar, the ferocious ape turned its head to look at him. After sending out a divine sense message, it no longer paid him any attention. Walala, Xiao. Almost at the same time, the black fog doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood and fusing with the blood sea under their feet. Then, the boundless blood sea shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light that shot into the space between the violent ape's eyebrows and disappeared. At the same time, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot again. Du Danan, who was rushing over, missed his target. When Bao Yuan's figure reappeared, he was behind Du Danan, who was fleeing at high speed, hundreds of millions of miles to the left. Fei Zixian was only tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble, Xiao. As soon as he appeared, with a rumbling sound of thunder, the huge body of Bao Yuan collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. The blood expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had expanded to tens of billions of miles, just enough to include Du Danan, who was about to speed up, into the sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech, then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and vicious howls rang out. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. No! Bao Yuan, you are shameless. This old man can't die in peace. Seeing this scene, especially a few moments ago, he had just seen with his own eyes that Du Dezi, in the same situation, was instantly blasted apart by the 3 great clones in the sea of blood, and not a single hair was left. Compared to Du Dezi, Du Danan's cultivation strength was only a small level higher. His face instantly showed boundless despair, and from his mouth, there was a shocking roar, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. He knew that he was finished. Just like Du Deshi, who had just been killed a few moments ago, there was absolutely no chance of survival. It was only at this moment that he deeply understood the despair in Du Deshi's heart when he raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Bang! In an instant, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the 3 great blood clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched towards Du Danan, who was surrounded in the center. No, endless terrifying energy raged, and Du Danan's entire body, like Du Dezi before, exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spread out. Xiao. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan's expression was indifferent, as if he had just done a trivial thing, and curled his lips. Waving his hand in between his hands, an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles, and swept away all the blood mist that had just spread out. Damn it! Damn it! Bao Yuan, you deserve to die. Seeing this scene, hundreds of millions of miles away, Du Dezi, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, had blood seeping out of the corners of his eyes, and his expression was even more ferocious in an instant. From beginning to end, it had only been about 10 breaths, and now only he and Du Dedong were left of the 5 great experts of the primordial age. The other 3 people, Du Danan, Du Dezi, and Du Debei, were completely killed before he could react at all. While his body and soul were completely destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. It was even to the extent that there wasn't the slightest suspense in Du Dedong's death any longer. He'd already been completely surrounded by a boundlessly vast ocean of 9-colored flames, and he didn't have the slightest chance to escape with his life. Bang! Today, a great calamity had descended upon the vast Xiafei star region, and he would be the only one left to hold the overall situation. Roar! This old man is unwilling. Today, I am the only one left? How hateful! Raising his head and roaring, Du Dezhong's figure disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away. When he reappeared, he was already tens of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This old man had also used void teleportation. Body as soon as he appeared, he raised his arm and punched towards the vast sea of blood. At this time, Yi Xian's voice filled with ridicule and disdain rang out, "You're the only one left? Old man, your skin is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today? Walala, Xiao." Almost at the same time, the black mist clone and the skeleton clone instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the sea of blood beneath his feet. Tight rumble, Kacha, in the sky, low rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end, and it was accompanied by dense and clear sounds of tearing that covered the heavens and the earth. As the black mist avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly collapsed, they turned into a rain of blood and merged into the sea of blood beneath their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light, shooting into the space between the eyebrows of the violent ape. Du Dejong, who had teleported over, also fully activated the power in his body and punched towards the violent ape. But as a desolate antiquity stage 9 great perfection, this punch was filled with anger, and the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. Even the Hongmeng void could not withstand it and began to shatter inch by inch. Dang, however, as the fist blasted through the void at an extremely fast speed, the shattered void behind it was quickly repaired under the power of the powerful Hongmeng void law. Then, even the desolate antiquity supreme could not keep the Hongmeng void in a state of collapse for a long time, let alone the desolate antiquity supreme. You're the only one left? Old man, your face is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today? At this time, Yi Xian's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain. Don't worry, after dealing with the last guy, you'll have time to enjoy it. Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the violent ape shrank rapidly, turning into a 9-colored light that was only the size of a finger. With a speed faster than lightning, it shot towards the boundless 9-colored flame sea in front of it. Blinking, the eye had already sunk into it and disappeared. Obviously, as the violent ape said, he did not intend to fight with Du Dejong at the moment. No matter what, he had to deal with Du Dejong first. And the latter had already been trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, and there was no way to escape. He was basically doomed to die. Screech. Puff. All of this flashed across the sea. Du Dejong, who abruptly stopped in the void, raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the other 4 primordial ancients of the Flying Dawn star field had all fallen. There was no way he could swallow this resentment. At this moment, he was on the verge of going berserk as if he'd gone mad, and his killing intent was blazing to the extreme. 9 inside the giant sphere formed by the sea of flames. Swish. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a 9-colored light that was only the size of a fingertip shot out from outside the fireball. It instantly penetrated the giant fireball and entered the hollow area of the fireball. This ball formed by endless 9-colored strange flames had a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, the 9-colored light that was shooting over suddenly expanded without any wind. In just half a breath of time, it had already turned into a starry sky violent ape that was 60 million miles in size. Its enormous body occupied about 1/10 of the internal space of the fireball. At this time, more than 100 million miles in front of the violent ape that suddenly appeared, there was a figure floating there, with a frightened look on his face. He looked like a stray dog. This figure was Du Dedong, who ranked second among the 5 remnants of the Flying Dawn star field. He was a rank 7 primordial ancients. Rank 7 primordial ancients was the late stage of the primordial ancients. That is, even the current Yi Xian, who had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 changes bloodline, could not reach this level in terms of cultivation realm. He was only a rank 6 primordial ancients, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. Only with the addition of the tremendous blood and chi in the violent ape's 60 million mile long body could his real battle strength be considered to be on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients. Therefore, it could be said that if it were not for the giant fireball formed by the Shenong 9-colored flames that cut off all escape routes, for Du Dedong, although he would not be able to completely disregard the violent ape like Du Dejong, who was at least at the peak of the rank 9 primordial ancients, he still had the confidence in his heart. It could even be said that he basically had the confidence to retreat unscathed in a single battle. Because of this, now that he was trapped by the violent ape in such a way, and the other party had the Blood Sea secret technique, which could condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers whose battle strength was on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients, when the time came to fight him together, there was simply no chance of survival. Therefore thus, at the same time that Du Dedong felt despair in his heart at this moment, there was even more of a deep sense of unwillingness and resentment. As far as he was concerned, the Bao Yuan was originally unable to do anything to him, yet now it had acted in such a manner. It was truly too shameless, too much of a bully, violent ape. Do you dare to have a fair fight? Remove the fireball and don't use the blood sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers. As resentment flashed in his eyes, Dudedong made up his mind and challenged the violent ape who suddenly appeared across the void more than 100 million miles away. After all, you are also a famous figure on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be that you only know how to use this kind of unfair method to crush others? It really buries the illustrious reputation that is widely known in the outside world. What? He was even using reverse psychology? Unfortunately, it is useless against this Star Lord. The ape curled his lips, and at the same time, the voice of Yixian's divine sense was transmitted. This 9-colored fireball cannot be removed. Although I am not worried that you will escape, there is still a guy outside who is stamping with rage. In order to quietly kill you first, it is better to block him outside. As for using the blood sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers, this is completely as you wish. Hee. Anyway, those 3 fellows have all fallen. Although there is one left outside, he seems to be a little arrogant. He has no intention of escaping at all. Since that is the case, this Star Lord is not in a hurry. I will use you as a waste. You can be my training partner and exercise my muscles and bones. Don't say, your suggestion is really good. It reminded this Star Lord to use trash. Thank you. Puff. Before Xian's words had finished, Dudedong, who was more than 100 million miles away in the void, was so angry that he spat out a blood arrow on the spot. Only at this moment did he realize that this ferocious and illustrious violent ape was actually so formidable in his ability to speak. He was about to perish, yet before he died, he still had to be humiliated by him like this. Suffering a bellyful of evil for nothing was truly too much of a miscalculation. If he knew this would happen, he would have just fought directly. Roar. You have a sharp tongue, violent ape. Go to hell. In the great hatred, Dudedong did not say anything more. He raised his head and roared. In an instant, he raised his right arm and blasted a punch toward the violent ape. Don't worry, this Star Lord will not kill you casually. Since you are a training partner, since I want to use trash, no matter what, I have to play with you for a while. Otherwise, isn't it not worth it? Inside the 9-colored flame ball. Rumble, boom. With a flip of his right hand, the big-headed black stick appeared. Without any hesitation, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and instead of retreating, it moved forward to meet Dudedong, who was pouncing towards it with his fists. At the same time, his right arm was raised high, and he swung the big-headed black stick, smashing it down fiercely. Boy, thunderous rumbles could be heard in the air, and without any suspense, the big-headed black stick instantly fell, smashing into Dudedong's body. Bang! Awoo! Pft! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, Dudedong raised his head and let out a miserable howl that made people shudder. He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his figure flying backwards. He was like a kite with a broken string. His entire body swelled up, and he couldn't be seen as a human at all. He was simply like a meatball. After all, the big-headed black stick was so huge, and he only had the figure of an ordinary human. This strike was like swatting a mosquito with a giant mountain. If it weren't for Dudedong's cultivation base, which was a late-stage 7th-order almighty, this strike would have caused his body to explode and die. It's only been a while, could it be that you can't do it? Didn't you just say that you wanted a fair fight? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, you're such a good-for-nothing. How disappointing. Again. When Dudedong stabilized himself after flying backwards, Yixian's voice sounded out once again, filled with endless contempt and ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already shot forward again. The big-headed black stick in his right hand was raised high again, and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Awoo! A second earth-shattering sound came, followed by the expected miserable howl. Dudedong opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his body flying backwards uncontrollably. It was a one-sided slaughter. Although Dudedong was a 7th-order almighty, the current violent ape was not weaker than a 7th-order almighty with its huge body of 60 million. Coupled with the ferocious power of the big-headed black stick, he was destined to be slowly killed by Yixian today. This beating did not end in a short time, and it lasted for about an incense stick of time. At this time, Du Dedong had been beaten to the point where he couldn't see his human form, and his consciousness was blurred. Bang! Even the violent ape seemed to lose interest. At this moment, the big-headed black stick in his right hand, and the big-headed black stick soon, a huge roar resounded in the void. Du Dedong's entire body exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spreading out. Xiao! Bang! It enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and the blood mist that had just spread out was swept away in an instant. Xiao! After all this, with the thought of Yi Xian, the entire huge flame ball with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles instantly condensed, turning into a 9-colored light the size of a thumb, and rushed into the violent ape's forehead. Next! In an instant, the violent ape turned his hand, and the big-headed black stick disappeared. At this time, he had turned his head and looked in the direction of the right void hundreds of millions of miles away. Inside, Du Dedong's figure could be seen. At first, this old guy was still roaring like thunder outside the huge flame ball. Later, he seemed to know that everything was in vain, so he calmed down, but he didn't leave. It seemed that he was waiting for the violent ape to come out and then take revenge. At this moment, seeing that the violent ape finally appeared after killing Du Dedong, who was waiting outside, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and the killing intent that had been restrained in his body instantly surged. I have to say, you are really confident. Unfortunately, as long as I am willing, even a half-step Supreme Master will still die. Turning his head and glancing at Du Dedong with a playful face, the violent ape's eyes were full of ridicule. Buzz! As soon as the voice fell, the violent ape slowly raised his left arm without waiting for Du Dedong to rush over. A ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. The shape of this terrifying giant bow was quite mysterious. The bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its angry wide mouths were facing up and down. Its mouth was where the bowstring was, and its hands were at the sides of its mouth, as if it was howling. Its appearance was inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. With a low buzzing sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Du Dedong was a powerful half-step Supreme Master. If he didn't use the fallen sky bow, Yi Xian really didn't have the confidence to kill him. So, it was natural for him to suddenly use this powerful ability at this moment. At this moment, as Yi Xian chanted, the violent ape's eyes burst out a strange golden light. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. Buzz! An incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to make the void tremble. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, all the energy in the violent ape's body was drained, in order to ensure that he could kill Du Dedong in one blow. Because if this blow couldn't kill him, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, since all the energy in his body was almost drained. In an instant, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the string instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unstoppable. It was as if even the void had been broken open. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, and it was already in front of Du Dedong. Fallen sky bow? How is this possible? No. At this moment, Du Dedong was overwhelmed with shock. He raised his head and let out a scream. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair, but it was already meaningless. Following that, as the fallen sky bow was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even the powerful Supreme Primordial couldn't dodge and could only be forced to take this blow head-on. If he could withstand it, he would be able to live. And if he couldn't withstand it, then the result would be a complete death. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded, and everything that followed was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, Du Dezhong's entire body instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Whoosh! As the golden giant bow in his hand disappeared, the violent ape's face was expressionless, but he waved his hand immediately. As Du Dezhong was killed by the arrow of the fallen sky bow, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was collected by the raging ape. When they returned to the Source Nest Star in the future, they would give it to the army of beasts in the headquarters to devour. The 5 remaining supreme beings in Xianxia Star Field had all been annihilated. Just like the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, its level would drop. From a top-tier Supreme Star Field, it would become a senior Supreme Forbidden Land with only a Universe Supreme being in charge. Yi Xian had paid a high price in this battle. Using the fallen sky bow at the end had drained almost all of his energy. Now, a deep sense of exhaustion was surging in him. Swish, with a slight hesitation, Yi Xian flipped his hand and instantly took out a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines. Along with a large amount of 9-colored divine medicines, he compressed them into a small pellet with the power of the Shenong Peak's domain and directly swallowed them. The medicinal power in the pellet melted immediately, turning into a warm current that spread in Yi Xian's body, nourishing his limbs and bones. The energy that was drained was quickly restored. This time, I got the news of the devouring body. It's a surprise. Unfortunately, the soul of the body has left. What's left here is only the devouring treasure body. After doing all this, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. While murmuring to himself, his body flashed, and he immediately dashed into the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away. Entering the star, the aura of the devouring treasure body became stronger instantly. The source was in a dark canyon on the right side of the star. Only it was fine if it was just inside the star. However, if one accidentally entered the canyon, even a supreme being from the remote antiquity would be trapped by the devouring treasure body's devouring whirlpool. Even if he wouldn't die instantly, it would be impossible for him to escape in a short time. Devour before the soul of the devouring body left, he had urged the bloodline talent of the devouring treasure body to the extreme. With the attribute power of the devouring crystal, the entire treasure body turned into a devouring whirlpool, which could trap a supreme being from the remote antiquity for a moment. Do what Dezhong and the other 4 wanted was the short period of time when Yi Xian was trapped by the devouring vortex. At that time, the 5 of them would attack from the outside, and the probability of successfully trapping Yi Xian was at least 80%. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. No matter what, they would never have thought that the method they had relied on to plot against Yi Xian was just a complete joke. Xiao. Yi Xian's figure floated high up in the sky within the star. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out from the dark canyon below. From at this moment, the invisible devouring force in the canyon completely disappeared. This was because the devouring whirlpool had disappeared and transformed back into the treasured devouring body. However, it was no longer in the form of Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. Because the doppelganger's soul had left, the treasured devouring body had returned to its original state. It had transformed into a prismatic crystal egg that was about 3 meters wide. Unless the soul of the devouring doppelganger returned and entered the crystal egg, the appearance of Yi Xian devouring the doppelganger would never appear again. Sure enough, it left a mark. Yi Xian entered the crystal egg with his divine sense and began to investigate. Soon, he found the soul mark of the devouring doppelganger inside the crystal egg. This was within his expectations. Because, if there was no such soul mark left behind, the crystal egg that the treasured devouring body had transformed into would not have been summoned by Yi Xian. What? You entered a source nest star? Very quickly. Quickly, Yi Xian took out the soul imprint from the prismatic crystal egg. After a round of investigation, he instantly received all the information within the imprint. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately cried out softly. This soul mark was a message that the devouring doppelganger had specially left for Yi Xian. He had accidentally entered the Xianxia star field, but was trapped by Du Dezhong and the others. He could not escape at all. The only way was to give up on the treasured devouring body and transform it into a powerful devouring whirlpool. The moment the whirlpool formed, his soul would escape. Because, therefore, this decision was made. On the one hand, it was forced by the situation. On the other hand, it was because the devouring doppelganger originally had this idea. Because, before he entered the Xiaofei star field, he found a source nest star in a remote place in the empty Hongmeng void. Moreover, the seed of chaos in the core of the star had not yet sprouted, so he could enter it and replace it. Devour. The reason why the devouring doppelganger did not enter at that time was that his cultivation base was still weak. He wanted to wait for a period of time to raise his cultivation base to another great realm before doing this. But later, he was trapped in the Xiaofei star field and had to leave in his soul state, which forced him to enter the source nest star ahead of time. All of this was explained in the divine soul imprint within the rhombus-shaped devouring crystal. The devouring clone knew that Yi Xian would find this place sooner or later, and besides him, even the primordial era great perfection 9th stage half-sovereign wouldn't be able to collect the devouring vortex. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the soul imprint in the prismatic devouring crystal being taken away. He had even marked the specific coordinates of the nesting star in his soul imprint. Yi Xian could go and check the situation at any time. In that case, the devouring doppelganger has profited from a disaster this time. After understanding everything, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, he instantly stored the crystal into the undying world in his body. He had to go to the source nest star where the devouring doppelganger had entered to check the situation. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. But, now was not the time, because there were other things at hand that needed to be dealt with. Anyway, the coordinates of the source nest star had been obtained. Once the soul of the devouring doppelganger entered and replaced the original seed of chaos, the entire source nest star would be activated and would be enveloped by a layer of invisible barrier in an instant. This invisible barrier was formed by the Hongmeng void laws. Not to mention a primordial expert, even a primordial expert would not be able to break through it. Naturally, it was absolutely safe. This matter could be dealt with later. Right now, what was in front of him was to take away all the cultivation resources in the 5 source nest stars in the Xiaofei star field. This time, he had expended a lot of energy to kill the 5 powerful source nest stars, but did not obtain even a single drop of blood essence. This was because the blood mist that erupted from the bodies of the source nest stars could not be condensed into blood essence at all. After putting in so much effort, Yi Xian was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had not gained much. Therefore, he completely swept away all the cultivation resources in the source nest stars of Du Dezhong and the other source nest stars like a swarm of locusts. This was more or less a small consolation. Swish! The desolation survivors were different from the space beasts. The advancement of the ferocious beasts' cultivation was basically achieved by the blood in their body. Therefore, the ferocious beasts basically relied on devouring each other to strengthen themselves. Although they also had various treasures and would use various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the starry sky, the proportion was not very large. The desolation survivors almost completely relied on flesh and blood medicine to improve their cultivation. The flesh and blood of beasts was the main ingredient, but other top-grade treasures and medicines were also indispensable. Where therefore, in addition to the flesh and blood of beasts, the desolation survivors must have a large number of top-grade treasures and medicines. Although space beasts also had such things, in terms of quantity, they were definitely not comparable to the desolation survivors. God, even ordinary desolation survivors were like this, let alone Du Dezhong and the other 4 desolation survivors. There was no doubt that the 5 of them must have collected a large number of treasures and medicines in their lairs, and all of them must be top-grade treasures. Even Yi Xian might not have such a large number of treasures and medicines. Although he killed Du Dezhong and the other 4, he only relied on supreme powers such as the fallen sky bow, the 9-colored flame sea, and the big-headed black stick. Even more, even his true combat power, which was comparable to that of a 7th-order powerful figure, was only in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. Really, speaking of which, Yi Xian's own cultivation strength was only at the 5th-order universe supreme level, which was still a little distance away from the real powerful figures of the desolation. And now, he was about to start plundering the lairs of the 5 powerful figures of the desolation. Among them, there was even a half-step supreme at the peak of the 9th order, with such a huge difference in strength, there was naturally a difference in the various top-grade treasures and medicines in his possession. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a great harvest. All the resources in the 5 lair stars had been swept away by him. It could be said that his pot was overflowing with money. After doing all this, he immediately left the Xiaofei star sector and directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. He locked onto the layers of the layers that nurtured his strongest body and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! When Yi Xian's figure appeared again, he was already near the source nest star. For Zhou Jing quietly did not make any movements. Yi Xian extended his divine sense. After confirming that the source nest star was the same as before, he immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star used for seclusion in front of him and directly entered the core of the star. He was going to go into seclusion again. After this battle, he had killed 5 powerful remnant experts. The opportunity to continue making breakthroughs had arrived. Although Xian's power had skyrocketed, he was still only at the peak of the middle stage of the Universe Supreme Realm. He hadn't even entered the later stage of the Universe Supreme Realm, let alone the remote Antiquity Supreme Realm. No matter what, he had to ascend to the Almighty Realm as soon as possible. Only then could his peak combat strength reach the Supreme of the Ancients Realm. He had a premonition that the opening of the Great Desolation Apocalypse was not far away. It was very likely that it would arrive soon. This gave him a very strong sense of urgency. He had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and Shen Nongding was instantly summoned. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, more faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In an instant, fine rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. Immediately after that, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenongding's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed it into his stomach. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of an infant fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant, and a majestic energy river appeared in his body. This time, the shackles that appeared in his body were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. Condensed with his mind focused, Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians, one great cycle after another. First, in the previous battle, the energy in his body had almost been completely drained because he had activated the heaven-falling bow. Thus therefore, the breakthrough this time was not hindered at all. In just one day, the energy river that had formed in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. When the energy river completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yi Xian's soul and physical body, after that, he only needed to charge once, and the shackles that had appeared this time broke. The anticipated system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Universe Supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Universe Supremacy. 6th Order Supremacy. He had broken through the mid-stage and stepped into the late-stage Supremacy realm. First, previously, Yi Xian's original body's strength had been at the 5th Order Universe Supremacy. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his strength had risen to the 6th Order Supremacy in an instant. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to the 6th Order Primordial Era. But in reality, if he took into account the increase in his strength due to the boundless blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 7th Order Supremacy. But now, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's ancient demon ape bloodline would instantly reach the 7th Order Universe Supremacy after activating it. Next, after activating the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 7th Order Primordial Era expert, taking into account the boundless blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles long, and the boundless blood energy in his body, his true battle power would increase by one level. For example, right now, the strongest battle prowess he could display was on par with a Desolate Era expert of the 8th stage. Apart from on top of that, he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant, and all of them had terrifying battle power comparable to an 8th order supremacy. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing an 8th order supremacy was a piece of cake. Even if he encountered a 9th order supremacy, he would not need to use the fallen skybow. He only needed to use the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea, and after a tough battle, he would be able to kill them. And the probability was very high, more than 60%. My cultivation realm has already reached the 6th order supremacy. If necessary, my peak battle power is comparable to an 8th order supremacy. Whoosh! With a faint whistling sound, Xianxia stepped out of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. According to the original plan, he planned to go to the Source Nest base camp after solving the matter in the Xianxia star field. After leaving behind the 9-colored divine medicine and pills of various levels, he would then go to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Finally, he would go to the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, which he had left for nearly 20 years, and pick up the Ferocious Beast Army and the Captive Army. But now, although the matter in the Xianxia star field had been solved, everything else was not completely over yet. After thinking about it, Xianxia decided to complete 2 more important matters before going to the Source Nest base star. First, he would go to the Source Nest base star where the Devouring avatar resided to see if everything was going well. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Second, he would fully integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. In this way, with the support of the Xianxia 9-colored flame, Xianxia was confident that he could refine a flesh medicine that was more effective than the 9-colored divine medicine. This matter couldn't be dragged on for too long. Sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay one's work of chopping firewood. If they could really refine a flesh medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine, they would be able to refine it. Then the speed of his subsequent breakthrough would obviously be faster. Let's solve the first matter first. If everything is normal in the Source Nest base star where the Devouring avatar resided, I will return immediately and carry out the final comprehensive integration of the incomplete alchemy secret method. After making up his mind, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he instantly rushed out of the core of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. He turned into a faint ray of light and rushed towards the void coordinates marked in the Divine Soul imprint at an extremely fast speed. Although he was currently in human form, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body had already been displayed to the 9th transformation. Therefore, the current Xianxia was at the 7th step of the Desolate Era, which was the late stage of this realm. His speed was naturally incomparably fast. In addition to using void teleportation from time to time, it took him only about 6 days to reach his destination. This area was very remote. Within tens of billions of miles, not even a speck of cosmic dust could be seen, let alone ordinary abandoned stars. In fact, the 3,000 Source Nest bases in the Hongmeng Void that nurtured a Chaos Demon God were all in this situation. They were all in relatively remote areas. Coupled with the fact that the Hongmeng Void was boundless, there was no end, so these Source Nest bases were basically difficult to find. At this moment, a dark origin nest star could be seen in the primordial chaos void that was billions of kilometers away. The primordial chaos void was completely dark. Apart from the vast sealed Milky Way star field, there wasn't a single source of light anywhere else. Even the 3,000 source nests scattered all over this dark void did not emit any light at all. Otherwise, they would have been found long ago. It was the same for the source nest base star field billions of miles away. Xianxia's figure shot forward and soon arrived in front of the source nest base star. With a thought, he extended his divine sense. When he was only 10 million miles away from the source nest base star, with a faint buzzing sound, a translucent membrane appeared on the surface of the entire star. This membrane seemed inconspicuous, but it was condensed by the powerful Hongmeng void laws. It was the same type of existence as the giant membrane that sealed the Milky Way star field and prevented countless survivors and fierce beasts from entering. they could only wait on both sides of the Milky Way. Similarly, the appearance of this membrane also meant that the seed of the chaos demon god in the core of the source nest base star protected by the membrane had sprouted. Of course, there was another situation, and that was, like the giant source nest base star that nurtured Yi Xian's strongest doppelganger, the seed of chaos inside had been stolen and replaced. This was obviously the case with the one in front of him. Yi Xian had a similar experience, and he had personally planted his doppelganger in the source nest base star that nurtured the power demon god. So, as soon as he approached, he instantly confirmed that the source nest base star in front of him was the same situation. And everything else in this source nest base star was normal. As a result, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly fell by half. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. From the darkness of the void in the distance, a ray of light shot out and entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. This. It was a message left by the devoured doppelganger. It was very brief, but it clearly indicated that he had entered the source nest base star. This divine sense message left by the devoured doppelganger made Yi Xian completely relieved. Without stopping, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. With a flash of light, he almost instantly returned to the source nest base star where the power doppelganger was nurtured. No. With some hesitation, he immediately rushed to the abandoned star used for closed-door training in front of him and directly entered its core. Today, before setting off to gather the subordinate legions, Yi Xian had only one thing left to do, and that was to completely integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. He had a very strong hunch that this time, after the completion of the new perfect alchemy secret method, with the powerful power of the nine-colored flame, from then on, the flesh medicine he refined was very likely to surpass the previous nine-colored divine medicine and reach a new level. After sitting down, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devour system in his body, mobilizing all the calculation and deduction abilities of the system to carry out the final calculation of the incomplete alchemy secret method. At that time, he himself even used the terrifying divine sense of the seventh order to cooperate with it, concentrating and deducing at full speed. The new perfect alchemy secret method was not so easy to be integrated. Yi Xian's requirements were very high. The perfect secret method that he had mastered before must be perfectly compatible with the alchemy secret method that he obtained from Du De and the other 5 survivors this time. This, of course, was even more difficult. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the core of this giant abandoned star, seemed to have been completely petrified. There was no movement at all, and all his mind was devoted to the derivation and evolution of the new perfect alchemy secret method, but until now, there was no result. 3 days passed. Yi Xian, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep light of fatigue that quickly flashed away. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the derivation. For nearly 20 days, every minute and every second was rapidly deducing. Even a late-stage mighty figure could not bear it mentally. Unfortunately, although the derivation this time had been completed, the new perfect alchemy secret method had not really reached the level of perfect compatibility. Sigh. The alchemy secret method that he had obtained from Du Dezhong had been completely integrated, but the new alchemy secret method that Yi Xian had obtained was not perfect, and was still missing a little bit. This, if he wanted to make up for it, he could only obtain a new alchemy secret method from other remnants of the ancients, and then carry out a deduction and integrate it. But, moreover, ordinary alchemy secret methods were obviously not enough, and he would probably have to go to the top most powerful star domains to find the remnants of the powerful beings. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's deductions, even if it was just a single top-notch star region, it would most likely still be unable to make up for this flaw. It would require at least 2 top-notch star regions to inherit secret alchemy techniques. In other words, in order to make the new alchemy secret method perfect, Yi Xian would have to go to at least 2 top most powerful star domains. If there were too many missing parts, it would be fine, but now that there is only a small gap, I only need to go to 2 top most powerful forbidden areas to make up for it, obtain a more perfect alchemy secret method, and refine a flesh medicine that surpasses the 9-colored divine medicine. Murmured. While murmuring, Yi Xian's eyes flashed from time to time. So, if I let it go for the time being, I am really unwilling, why not, bite the bullet and do it a few more times. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer, and immediately rushed out of the giant abandoned star where he was in seclusion, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took out the demon dragon chariot again. This time, his goal was still the powerful beings of the ancients, and his purpose was not to kill them, but to obtain the alchemy secret method in the hands of the other party. In this way, there was obviously no way to use force. If Yi Xian's current peak battle strength could reach the supreme realm of the ancients, there would be no problem, and after capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the ancients and forcibly searching their souls, he would be able to obtain everything. But, now that he was in the 9th transformation state, even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his 60 million kilometer huge body, his peak battle strength was only at the 8th level of the powerful beings of the ancients. There was a certain degree of difficulty in capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the early stage of the ancients. After all, killing and capturing were completely different, and the latter was more complicated. What's more, even if he succeeded in capturing the target alive, with his strength as a rank 8 Grand Master, he couldn't directly search the soul of a Grand Master of the same level. Yes, if Feng Ruo decided to go all out, he had the chance to self-destruct his spirit. Ruo, however, if he were to encounter someone with a stronger temperament, the final result would obviously be to draw water with a sieve. Therefore, the only way was to use the identity of the great foppish Lord Xuan to obtain the secret method of alchemy, as he had done in the Xiaofei star area. A long time ago, in the battle in the Xiaofei star field, although he had revealed his violent star ape form at the end, there were no other life stars in the surrounding universe at that time. The abandoned star that the Devouring clone was trapped in was an extremely remote area of the Xiaofei star region. In order to prevent the news of Yi Xian, the prodigal son of the left bank, from leaking out, Du Dezhong and the others had already given strict orders before the great battle broke out, forbidding any survivors of the Forbidden Grounds from using their divine senses to investigate the area. Also, that was to say, although Du Dezhong and the other 4 had all been killed, the fact that the great foppish Lord Xuan was the public enemy of the right bank had not leaked out at all. Even in the Flying Dawn star field, no one knew. Yi Xian was very sure of this, so even if he appeared in a top star area of the right bank as the great foppish Lord Xuan, no one would doubt his identity. The incident in the Flying Dawn star field had been exposed, and the outside world knew that he had a conflict with Du Dezhong and the other 4 in the Flying Dawn star field, and that he had killed all 5 of them in the end. However, this obviously wouldn't have much of an impact, and he could just make up a reason to fool everyone, so Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. 7 days later, in the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a black light streaked across the void and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. This light was the demonic dragon carriage. While the target star area in front of him was called the Great Sun Star Field, and it was also a top star area guarded by the remnants of the primordial era. There were only a total of 4 almighty experts in the Great Sun Star Field. Currently, the 2 most powerful ones were at the late stage of the Great Sun Star Field. One of them was out visiting a friend, while the other was in seclusion. Unless there was a major incident that could affect the survival of the Great Sun Star Field, they would not come out of seclusion. There were only 2 remnants of the remnants left, and both of them were only at the early Great Sun Star Field, and both were at the 3rd level of the primordial era. Yi Xian had already inquired about this situation along the way, so he was very confident. At this moment, he was heading straight for the Great Sun Star Field, and the last part of the Great Sun Star Field was less than 10 billion miles away. This was the middle part of the right bank of the Milky Way, and the Flying Dawn star field was in the right part of the right bank of the Milky Way. Although it was far away, it had been a long time, so the incident in the Flying Dawn star field and the great foppish lord of the left bank had most likely spread out. This was indeed the case. When Yi Xian rode the demonic dragon and charged into the Great Sun Star region like a bolt of black lightning, the 2 early-stage supreme experts in the Great Sun Star region were coincidentally discussing this matter. Sensing the sudden arrival of the uninvited guest, the 2 extended their divine senses immediately. After checking, they were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed softly, "Luxurious carriage, 9 Great Sun Star Field experts." Hiss. the god of slaughter of the left bank is here. It is said that this person's cultivation is only at the 6th level of the primordial era, but not long ago in the Flying Dawn star field, he killed all 5 remnants of the remnants of the remnants of the primordial era, including a peak stage 9 half-supreme. No matter how he did it, at least one thing is certain, and that is this mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank is as violent as the violent ape of the starry sky who has become the public enemy of the right bank. It is obvious that he will turn hostile and kill at the slightest disagreement. What happened recently? The entire right bank of the Milky Way is not peaceful. The violent ape of the starry sky is not over yet, and the mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank has suddenly appeared. Why would such a person suddenly come to our great sun star field? This old man has a very bad feeling. This time, I'm afraid our great sun star field will be in trouble. Whoosh, whoosh, amidst the exclamations, the 2 initial great sun star field experts immediately stood up and rushed out of the giant life form where one of the nests was located, toward the edge of the star field at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, the black light transformed by the demon dragon was roaring like a bolt of lightning. Originally, it was still billions of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Xiao, a sharp sound broke through the air, and the demonic dragon stopped abruptly in the void space of the universe thousands of miles away. Walala. Tight then, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtain formed by the dense fog in the front yard of the demonic dragon slowly rolled up, and Yi Xian walked out with a lazy expression. He walked slowly as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Behind him, 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were walking in a cluster behind him. The auras emitted from their bodies were all at pinnacle level 9 Universe Masters, which was equivalent to half-step Universe Supreme Masters. While Yi Xian's current aura was that of a level 7 great being of the primordial era, which meant that he was at the advanced stage of this realm. In addition, there were 9 black dragons in front of the demonic dragon, and the auras emitted from their bodies were all at the first stage of this realm. Such a lineup was extremely luxurious. Whether it was the 9 black dragons of the primordial era, the 7 half-step Universe Supreme Masters, or the maids who were so beautiful and beautiful, it was very difficult to gather them on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, there was also an extremely luxurious Luanjia treasure carriage. Everything was gathered in the hands of a single person now, and there was obviously no need to doubt the strength of this person's identity and background. In fact, Yi Xian's identity as a big dandy from a super-powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way was no longer doubted by anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way. If he didn't have such a powerful background, who on the right bank of the Milky Way would dare to kill all 5 great beings of the remnant people guarding a top-tier star domain like Xianxia star domain? Of course, it wasn't impossible. At least, the infamous space-raging ape, who had become the public enemy of the right bank, definitely had the guts to do so. However, Bao Yuan was only interested in the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the remnant star field, although he had the guts to do so, he didn't even have the slightest interest in it. He simply didn't put it in his eyes. This had long since become the consensus of countless powerhouses on the right bank of the Milky Way. Looking at the luxurious scene in front of them, the eyes of the 2 great beings of the initial stage who had rushed over from Great Sun Star Domain twitched. They turned around and exchanged a look. One of the great beings in a black robe immediately cupped his hands and asked cautiously, "My friend, may I know why you have come to Great Sun Star Domain?" The other white-robed supreme expert's eyes flickered with vigilance. It was obvious that he had long since been on guard against Yi Xian's sudden attack. After all, he'd left behind an impressive killing intent in the Xianxia star region, and the name of the god of slaughter had long since spread far and wide. My friends, he said. Before I left. It may be said that I am temperamental and murderous, but it is not my fault. That day, I came here with good intentions. I wanted to learn the secret method of alchemy. I even said that if the secret method of alchemy in the hands of Du Dezhong and the others was useful to me and could help me successfully refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, I would help them refine a cauldron of divine medicine in return. In the end, after comprehending the secret method of alchemy they provided, I did not refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but only the 3-colored divine medicine. However, no matter how disappointed I was, I did not go back on my words. I personally refined a cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine for them. I never expected that those 5 old geezers would rebel at the sight of benefits. They relied on the fact that Du Dejong's cultivation was stronger than mine, and he was already a half-step supreme exalt at the perfection of the 9th rank of the primordial era. They actually wanted to seize this young master's 8-colored rare flame, and a great battle broke out. In the end, they were annihilated by this young master with one strike using my trump cards. Xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in radius. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Moreover, it was obvious that this 3-colored divine medicine had just been refined. Not to mention the powerful figures of the antiquity era, even ordinary emperors could easily tell. This was the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that Yi Xian had specially refined in front of Du Dejong and the others. Now, it was put to good use again. At this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's words and seeing the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that had just been refined, the 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the Great Sun Star Field believed Yi Xian's words. After sucking in a breath of cold air, their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately cried out softly, "It is indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it is indeed freshly refined. 3-colored divine medicine." Although there is still a gap between it and the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, it is still a divine medicine of flesh and blood after all. In the top and even the most powerful star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way, the best quality flesh and blood medicine refined by all the powerful figures and supreme masters is only the purple crystal medicine. Compared to that, the 3-colored divine medicine in front of us is simply too precious, Xiao. Without waiting for the 2 of them to finish speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. A weak 8-colored light shot out from between his brows. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly transformed into an 8-colored ball of flames that was 300 meters in radius, floating in the air to the side. The 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the Great Sun Star Field were stunned. They gasped again and again. 8-colored flames? Fellow Taoist, you actually possess this item. Tisk, TSK, to refine a divine medicine, you need at least a 6-colored flame. No wonder you can refine 3-colored divine medicine. This 8-colored flame is your greatest guarantee. From the looks of it, Du Dejong's group of 5 in the Flying Dawn Star region were blinded by greed. They actually tried to steal your 8-colored flame. It's no wonder they ended up like this. As they spoke, their faces were filled with emotion. Even they were tempted by the 8-colored flame before them. If it wasn't for their cultivation being far inferior to the 8-colored flame and the fact that they had Du Dejong's group of 5 as an example, they would have probably made the same mistake. My fellow cultivator, we have misunderstood you. We are really sorry. I hope you don't take it to heart. We were misled by those false rumors and slanders. After lamenting, the 2 powerful figures of the Great Sun Star Field looked embarrassed. They cupped their fists and bowed to Yi Xian. Whoosh! As the black-robed figure waved his hand, a ray of light shot out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was secretly relieved, but he did not show it on his face. He still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was not very worried. However, when the ray of light came close to him, he immediately raised his hand and caught it. He extended his divine sense into it, and after confirming that there was no problem, he raised his hand and patted it between his eyebrows, and then it disappeared. 2 fellow cultivators, I will definitely fulfill my previous promise. I want to study it carefully to see if this secret alchemy method is helpful. After that, I will refine the divine medicine for you 2 fellow cultivators, please wait a moment. At the same time, I would like to ask you 2 fellow cultivators to prepare the materials needed to refine the divine medicine, as well as the various top-grade heaven and earth materials as auxiliary materials, first. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fists at the 2, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon behind him. Corpse Su Hamba and the other beautiful cultivators did not stay behind and all followed him. Whoosh! After entering the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage, Yi Xian's chanting caused the fog curtain that was originally rolled up to fall down in an instant. In this way, everything in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the Supreme Primordial Lord used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he could first destroy the field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Demonic Dragon Imperial Carriage. The demonic dragon imperial carriage was a treasure of the Primordial Lord. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared to the Xianxia cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary Supreme Primordial Lord to destroy it in a short time. Just as because of this, Yi Xian, who had gotten what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell down, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Then after that, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to fully activate the system's deduction and calculation ability. Coupled with his terrifying divine sense of the seventh stage, he began to integrate and optimize the secret alchemy method that he had just obtained with the same secret method that he had mastered before. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Previously, he had already fused all of the alchemy secret techniques together. This time, he only needed to fuse the secret techniques of the 4 remnant experts from the Great Sun Starfield into the alchemy secret technique. Therefore, the speed was very fast. Even so, it still took an entire 10 days. After all, it required a lot of calculation and calculation work. Although it was delayed for another 10 days, fortunately, it was not all for nothing. Yi Xian's alchemy secret art had taken a small step towards perfection. According to his calculations, he would be able to complete it after going through the last star field. Walala. The strange sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtains of the demonic dragon's imperial vestibule, which was suspended in the void, slowly rose. This time, Corp's ancestor, Hamba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators didn't follow him out, and they stayed within the devil dragon chariot instead. Only Yi Xian walked out slowly, and there was still a faint smile on his face. Xiao. 2 fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally gained something, but I'm afraid there's still some distance before I can refine the 9-colored divine medicine. Later, I still have to go to other star fields. Walking out of the imperial vestibule, Yi Xian had already waved his hand and summoned an 8-colored divine flame, which turned into a 10,000 feet tall cauldron made of pure 8-colored flames. This was clearly the rhythm of fulfilling the previous promise and refining a furnace of divine medicine on the spot. At the 2 remnant experts who had been waiting outside the demonic dragon chariot for 10 days had their hearts in their throats. Now that they saw this scene, they finally felt relieved, and their faces bloomed with smiles. Xiao. Very quickly, 2 rays of light accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air shot towards Yi Xian. These were 2 storage magic treasures. Inside them were the flesh and blood materials and various top-notch precious medicines that the 2 remnant experts had prepared. Xiao. At the same time, the 2 people's excited voices sounded at the same time. Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. These are the materials we prepared. Fellow Taoist is really a man of his word. The rumors outside are really too much. After this matter, we will definitely spread the news and make sure to clear your name. In that case, thank you very much. Yi Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Without saying anything, he turned his head and looked at the 8-colored flame cauldron floating in the void. Xiao. Almost in the next moment, with a thought, a large number of remains of fierce beasts were taken out from the 2 storage magic treasures sent by the 2 remnant experts of the Great Sun Star Field. These were the main materials used to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. At the same time, a large number of top precious materials and precious medicines were taken out. There were countless of them. They even prepared the spring water used to refine the medicine. Of course, these raw materials, whether it was the flesh of fierce beasts or the spring water, were not as good as those in Yi Xian's hands. There was no difference in the various top precious materials and precious medicines. After all, these were taken out from the hands of the remote antiquity experts. No, although the materials used to refine the medicine were not as good as those prepared by Yi Xian, and this time, he only used the Xianxia 8-colored flames and not the 9-colored flames to refine the divine medicine. However, with Yi Xian's current refining methods, he could not refine the 9-colored divine medicine under such conditions. However, he could still refine the 3-colored or 4-colored divine medicine. Boom. Boom. Boom, xiao. Xiao. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This energy-shaped cauldron formed by the Shenong 8-colored flames opened. Then, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Next, in the next moment, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming and densely packed. The number was so large that it made people's hair stand on end. The speed was even more shocking. The two powerful experts in the void were dumbfounded at first sight. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. While refining the medicine, he felt and recalled the secret refining methods that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered them. This time, it only took 1 day for this furnace of top-grade flesh medicine to be completely refined. As the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void of the inner space of the room in an instant. Roar. On, boom, almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite light. Phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. Buzz, with the disappearance of the 8-color flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 4-color divine medicine left in the void in front of him. It was emitting an extremely strong energy aura. This 4-color divine medicine was as big as a huge mountain. Although it was only 1/10 as big as Yi Xian's when he refined it himself, it was still a 4-color divine medicine. It was definitely a supreme treasure for any powerful figure. The best divine medicine refined in the countless forbidden areas and star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way was only at the level of purple crystal medicine. It was not even at the level of divine medicine. But, therefore, with the help of this huge 4-colored divine herb, each of the 4 powerful experts in the domain of Great Sun would be able to improve their cultivation base by about 2 minor levels. If it was Yi Xian, he naturally wouldn't have taken a fancy to it. However, to the other ferocious beasts and the remnants, it was no different from a great fortune. Normally, if a powerful being wanted to increase their cultivation by 1 level, which of them would not need thousands of years of accumulation? Now, with the help of this 4-color divine medicine, they could improve their cultivation by 2 stages within a few years. The gap between them could be imagined. At this moment, as Yi Xian removed the 8-color flame cauldron, this huge 4-color divine medicine was exposed in the void. It was emitting an extremely strong energy aura, shining with dazzling light, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes could be heard. Look, seeing this scene, the 2 powerful figures of the remnant people instantly widened their eyes and gasped. Even their bodies trembled slightly. They murmured softly, revealing an extremely excited expression, 4-color divine medicine. It's actually a 4-color divine medicine. My fellow cultivator, you have improved your alchemy skills. Previously, you could only refine 3-color divine medicine. Now, you can refine 4-color divine medicine. It seems that our secret alchemy skills have contributed a little to you. Otherwise, we would be ashamed to accept it. My fellow cultivator, there are too many 4-color divine medicines. Why don't you take half of them? After all, we didn't participate in the refining process. It was you who refined them all by yourself. As they spoke, the 2 powerful figures turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. There was a hint of heartache in their eyes. Although they spoke politely, it was impossible for them not to feel some reluctance in their hearts. Yi Xian was speechless as he watched. He didn't care about these 4-colored divine medicines at all. Moreover, the amount was small to begin with. These 2 fellows actually allowed him to take half of them. They were truly generous. Generally speaking, this trip to the Great Sun Star region was very pleasant for Yi Xian, and he had successfully achieved his goal. Since they were so generous, he naturally would be generous. He waved his hand with a faint smile and said directly, "You 2 fellow cultivators are too polite. For me, the improvement of my alchemy skills is the greatest gain. I was fortunate enough to have successfully refined this cauldron of four-colored divine medicine. This is what I promised. Furthermore, all of the materials used in the refinement were provided by the two of you. How could I take what you love from others? You don't have to be polite. Just take it. The two powerful figures were stunned. This was a four-color divine medicine, and such a big batch. How could he not be tempted at all? If this happened before, they would never believe it. After all, in the entire right bank of the Milky Way, there had not been a one-color divine medicine in the world for countless years. However, thinking of the secret alchemy skills and the 8-color flame in the hands of the other party, the two immediately felt relieved. With this ability, as long as he needed to collect the materials, he could refine the medicine at any time. Even though they had harvested a huge chunk of four-colored divine medicine, it was a one-off harvest after all. If they just sat around and ate, they would have less and less of it in the future. 1. Thinking of this, the two no longer hesitated. After exchanging a look, one of them immediately waved his hand and divided the huge four-colored divine medicine into 4 parts. After the two took 2 of them and put them away properly, they exchanged a look again. With a solemn face, they turned to Xianxia and cupped their fists and bowed deeply. Fellow cultivator is a man of honor. We are ashamed. Now that I think about the rumors about you in the outside world, it is simply outrageous. Don't worry, fellow cultivator, leave this matter to us. We will immediately spread the news later. We will definitely clear your name for you. Here, we wish you in advance that you have already refined the legendary 9-color divine medicine. In addition, if you have time, I hope you can visit our Hangyang Star Field more often. We will definitely welcome you. Sure. Xianxia nodded. He immediately turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon behind him. Then, thank you two fellow cultivators in advance. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come again. Walala. After he finished speaking, Xianxia had already walked into the front yard of the imperial carriage. The curtain of the front yard that was formed by the dense fog instantly fell down. Immediately after, with a thought from him, the 9 black dragons raised their heads and roared angrily. The entire imperial carriage instantly transformed into a black ray of light that flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared into the horizon. The 2 powerful cultivators of the Hangyang Star Field were indeed men of their word. As soon as Xianxia left, they immediately spread the news. In the Hongmeng Void, the speed of news transmission was so fast that even the powerful cultivators of the primordial era would not be able to catch up with it. This was because there were all kinds of secret methods and treasures that could achieve this. But, therefore, not long after Xianxia left the Hangyang Star Field, everything that happened here spread out at an astonishing speed. By over the countless years on the right bank of the Milky Way, even the best flesh medicine refined by the primordial supreme experts was only the amethyst elixir. Treasure compared to the divine medicines, the purple crystal precious medicines were 1 grade lower. Now that a 4-colored divine medicine suddenly appeared, although it was not the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, it was enough to shock everyone. Short in just a few days, countless cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way received the news. It was not only the cultivators of the primordial era who were excited. In fact, they were even more excited about the countless ferocious beasts in the primordial era. This was because the ferocious beasts in the primordial era could also consume the 4-colored divine medicine, and the effects were the same. In just a few days, Xianxia, the mysterious playboy of the left bank, became the most popular person on the right bank of the Milky Way. None, whether it was the ferocious beasts in the primordial era or the ferocious beasts in the primordial era, all of them were looking forward to his arrival. This was especially so for the ferocious beasts in the primordial era. When they learned that the secret method of refining medicines in their hands could be exchanged for the 4-colored divine medicine, they were so excited that they almost went crazy. By Bright Swan Star Area, this was the most powerful star area closest to Great Sun Star Area. Place therefore, when the 2 lucky survivors of Great Sun Star Area spread the news, the entire Bright Swan Star Area was in an uproar. Not only did the 2 survivors of Great Sun Star Area exchange their secret alchemy method for a chance to refine a cauldron of 4-colored divine medicine from the mysterious playboy Swen, but Swen was also obsessed with refining the divine medicine. Furthermore, it was revealed that Xuan was obsessed with the Tao of medicine refinement, and his only goal was to refine the legendary nine-colored divine medicine. After leaving the Great Sun Starfield, he would continue to visit other top-notch starfields that were guarded by Almighties and continue to perfect his medicine refinement secret technique. This was definitely good news for the Great Haohong Starfield, as they were the strongest starfield closest to the Great Haoyang Starfield. Place therefore, if the mysterious playboy Xuan was heading in this direction, his next target would definitely be Bright Swan Star area. This is definitely a good thing. Maybe this debauchee Xuan will be able to refine the five-colored divine medicine after he perfected his secret alchemy technique again. This is definitely a good thing. In short, they could not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Perhaps they would never have the chance to get the legendary divine medicine of flesh again. Place realizing this, the four powerful experts of the remnant people in the Great Bright Star area immediately rushed to the forbidden area. They waited in the void, looking forward to what was about to happen. After waiting for 6 days, they finally saw a faint black light in the empty space of the dark universe ahead of them. It was shooting toward them at a terrifying speed. After a short while, the black light abruptly came to a halt in the void thousands of kilometers ahead. It was an extremely extravagant treasure carriage pulled by 9 black dragons. Whoosh! Luan, the dense fog curtain in the front yard slowly rose. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth walked out of the carriage with his hands behind his back. He looked calm but had an extraordinary aura. How, the four powerful experts of the Hongxing field were so excited that their bodies were trembling. One of them stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed slightly. Fellow Taoist, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Here is the secret method of alchemy that we have studied for many years. I hope it will be of some help to you. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and shot a beam of light toward Yi Xian in front of him. 10 days later, Yi Xian left behind a 5-colored divine medicine that had a circumference of 100,000 meters. Under the endless gratitude of the 4 remnant experts of the vast expanse star region, he floated away. When he was far away, he stepped out of the demonic dragon carriage and put it away. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. As for the coordinates locked on, it was near the source star where his strongest doppelganger was. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. The first thing he did was to rush to the giant abandoned star in the distant void that was used for seclusion. Previously, in Great Sun Star area, his secret alchemy method had finally reached perfection. This time, he hurried back to this temporary seclusion place to refine a furnace of flesh medicine and test its effect. Rumble! Rumble, whoosh! Whoosh! After entering the core of the abandoned star, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the shrunken Shenong treasure cauldron. Then, with a thought, 108 remains of ancient creatures were taken out from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. These remains of ancient creatures were the main materials he used to refine the medicine. At the same time, he also took out a large number of top-grade precious materials and medicines of all kinds. Now, Yi Xian's secret alchemy method was close to perfection. Under the influence of the Shenong 9-colored flame, it was no longer a problem for him to refine the flesh medicine that was more effective than the 9-colored godly medicine. Therefore, the remains of the treasured bodies of the primordial creatures he took out were all of high levels. All of them were at least universe supreme beings, and 18 of them were treasured bodies of ferocious beasts at the primordial age. Similarly, the spring water used to refine the medicine was also extravagant this time. He used a mixture of innatine cold liquid and dark furnace lotion as a substitute. Rumble, rumble, whoosh! After everything was ready, accompanied by the sound of the air breaking, all the materials that were originally suspended on one side of the void automatically flew into the cauldron. Blink, in an instant, they melted under the temperature of the 9-colored flame and mixed together. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian's hands fluttered rapidly like a butterfly fluttering among flowers. Obscure seal scripts of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the farmer god's treasure cauldron. They covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed, the number so great that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly. This time, because Xian was using the newly completed secret alchemy method to refine the medicine, and because the materials used this time were more precious, he was very serious. Speed, he deliberately slowed down. As he refined the medicine, he felt and recalled the secret alchemy method that he had comprehended 2 days ago. After a full 10 days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. Wang, as Xian opened his eyes, the Shenong treasured cauldron, which was suspended in the void inside the core of the star, suddenly trembled slightly and let out a low buzzing sound. This cauldron of flesh medicine had finally been successfully refined. Ching, in an instant, countless auspicious images of dragons and tigers leaping appeared on the cauldron. Hum, ong, boom, accompanied by a huge roar, the Shenong treasured cauldron in the void bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly. Rise! Whoosh, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, Xian roared. Almost in the next instant, a gray light rushed out of the Shenong treasured cauldron, blooming with endless chaotic light. The energy aura it emitted was so strong that even Xian didn't dare to look at it directly. After taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xian stared at it, and his eyes instantly froze. Looking out high in the void in front of the line, a large cauldron of flesh medicine was quietly floating. When it rushed out of the Shenong treasured cauldron, it still emitted an incomparably strong energy aura. But now, the light was restrained, and it looked gray. Not only was it unremarkable, but there was even no energy aura. It was obvious that he had returned to his original state. Just based on this point alone, the medicinal effect of this batch of flesh and blood medicine that Xian had refined this time would definitely be above that of the 9-colored divine medicine. Even more so. As for this cauldron of flesh medicine, which was also the size of a giant mountain peak, it was very likely that it had surpassed the category of divine medicine and reached another higher level. Chaos medicine? What a rich energy aura. Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the mountain-like gray medicine in front of him. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Even in the primordial chaos starfield, the 9-colored divine herb had become a legend in the forbidden lands and star domains that guarded both sides of the Milky Way. Yet now, he'd actually refined a chaotic herb that was a level higher than a divine herb. If news of this were to spread, there would probably be no one who would believe it. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and directly kept the mountain-like chaos medicine in front of him into his undying world. His body directly entered the space within the Shenong furnace, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He wanted to go into seclusion to test the effects of this chaos medicine and use it to break through again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged above the central region volcano in the cauldron's inner space. Only as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Instantly, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. All were the cultivation resources that Xian took out from his undying world for this breakthrough, including the all-evil elixir, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. Of course, the most important thing was the chaos medicine that had a radius of 2,000 feet. In order, after everything was ready, Xian immediately activated the power of the farmer god Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed it into his stomach and dissolved it rapidly. Walala, almost in the next instant, when the energy ball that had been compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Xian's body. What surprised him even more was that this time, there were actually 2 human shackles that appeared in his body. The appearance of the 2 shackles meant that if Xian's seclusion went smoothly, he would once again welcome the long-awaited 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing when he was in the late almighty stage. This was partly because it was the first time he had consumed the chaos medicine. On the other hand, it was also because what he had gained from his previous breakthrough had already been fully integrated into his divine soul and physical body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had already arrived. Very quickly, all the resources that he'd swallowed earlier melted, and a majestic river of energy appeared within his body. With rapt attention, Xian activated the energy river that had just formed within his body. He continuously circulated the energy in his 100 meridians with all his might, circulating it time and time again. This time, perhaps it was because he had once again received the 2 consecutive breaks, but when the great river of energy flowed through his meridians, the pain was particularly intense. However, Yi Xian had long since gotten used to it, so he did not pay it any mind. But that was all. Other than that, there were no more obstacles in the breakthrough this time. It only took 7 days or so for the energy river formed in Yi Xian's body to be completely refined. Dang, this great river of energy completely disappeared after each cycle. After it merged with Yi Xian's soul and body, he only needed to attack once before the shackles that had appeared this time broke. The system beep quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, and it sounded one after another, ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 8 Universe Supreme. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 8 Universe Supreme. Level 8 Universe Supreme. This is after 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Yi Xian was only 1 level away from the peak of level 9 Universe Supreme. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was a level 6 Universe Supreme. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly climb to level 7 Universe Supreme. And if he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 7 Desolation Era. In fact, if he counted the 1 level bonus from the majestic energy and blood of his physical body, his true battle power would be comparable to that of a level 8 Universe Supreme. But now, after his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a level 9 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Then using the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations and directly entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to that of a level 9 Universe Supreme, which was half a step away from being a Supreme. This is not the level 9 Universe Supreme, but the level 9 Universe Supreme. If in addition to the 60 million miles long body, the boundless power of blood and chi that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end added 1 level to his actual combat strength. Right now, the strongest battle strength that he could display was still not comparable to the true Supreme of the Ancients due to the fact that he was an entire realm above him. However, the difference between them was definitely very limited. In other words, the current Yi Xian was definitely an invincible existence below the primordial sovereign. In addition, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the power of his avatar, he could instantly form 3 Blood Sea avatars, all of which had terrifying battle power comparable to that of a level 1 Universe Supreme. In the situation of 3 against 1, if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even if he encountered a level 1 Universe Supreme, he could still kill him. And the probability was very high, more than 60%. Just 1 more level of breakthrough and I'll be a 9th level Pinnacle Universe Supreme. Then, I'll be able to swallow a level 28 Almighty Treasure Pill and officially step into the realm of Almighty. Yi Xian muttered as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. An unprecedented sense of pride surged out from his chest. If I were to arrive, my peak combat strength would reach the 2nd order of the primordial god under the condition of the 9th transformation's 60 million mile long body. And I won't be alone. Under the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, I will have 3 Blood Sea avatars with the battle power of a level 2 Supreme. Even if he comes across a 3rd order venerable desolate realm expert, he can still kill them without fear. This is clearly the rhythm of being invincible below the level 9 Universe Supreme, but I only need a small breakthrough to achieve it. At this point, Yi Xian did not speak anymore and subconsciously clenched his fists. Awoo, boss, you broke through again. At this time, an excited howl sounded from the right side of the space inside the cauldron. Then, 2 figures shot over. Yi Xian turned around and saw the elephant fox ferret and Ying Tai, side by side, rushing toward the central domain volcano where he was at. In a short time, the elephant fox ferret had finally entered the Emperor realm from the level 9 Universe Supreme. Now, it was already at the level 1 Universe Supreme. Wily Ying Tai had been in seclusion in the Shennon cauldron recently, and his cultivation progress was quite good. Now, he was already at the level 9 Universe Supreme. It would not be long before he entered the Emperor realm like the elephant fox ferret. Boss, there was a very nice smell here just now. This was a very good smell. The elephant fox ferret had made a few great contributions recently. Now, he had used his nose, which was sharper than a dog's, to sniff out the scent of the chaotic medicine. It was impossible not to appease him. Furthermore, the higher this fellow's cultivation was, the more useful he would be to Yi Xian in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian was not stingy when it came to providing cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. The same went for Ying Tai. Since she was not from the Tianji clan, she was not Yi Xian's enemy. However, the machinery clan was also very suspicious now. This was because the leader of the machinery clan, Dr. was also created by the technological pioneer of the human clan, Xingbo. Now that Xingbo wasn't dead and he obviously had a shocking plot, Yi Xian had no choice but to be on guard against him. However, he believed that even if there was a problem with Dr., there would not be a problem with Ying Tai. At most, she was just a chess piece that Dr. had placed beside Yi Xian in the name of protection. However, later on, as Yi Xian left the three main star planes and came to the Hongmeng Void, Ying Tai, this chess piece that Dr. had placed, had basically lost its purpose and meaning of existence. Counter however, to Yi Xian, Ying Tai's value was slowly becoming apparent. This was because she had sensed something before, which allowed Yi Xian to see Xingbo with his own eyes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds. Although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star sector, the Tianji clan and the machinery clan were still outside. Now that the end of the great desolate world was about to arrive, whether it was the heavenly fate race or the machinery race, they would definitely think of ways to enter the primordial void. Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. De and Dr were definitely not as simple as people imagined. Since however, Xingbo was in the Hongmeng Void, and De and Dr were created by him. In that case, it was impossible for the Tianji clan and the machinery clan not to receive any information. Sooner or later, they would enter the Hongmeng Void. For example, for Yi Xian, Ying Tai had become a sharp weapon in his hands to find the Tianji race and the Mech race. As long as he was within a certain distance, Ying Tai would definitely sense him. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to gain a certain advantage. No matter what he did in the future, it would be of great significance, hence, Ying Tai's cultivation level had to increase rapidly. Currently, he was only an emperor, which was too weak. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately took out a 4,000 zhang radius primal chaos herb from his undying world. He divided it into 2 equal portions and gave one each to the elephant fox mink and Ying Tai. Again he instructed the 2 of them that they must work hard and quickly improve their cultivation. After that, he soared into the sky of the space within the cauldron and disappeared, Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the mouth of the Shennon cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shennon cauldron was absorbed into his body, and his figure rushed out of the core of the giant abandoned star where he was in seclusion. Hereafter arriving at the vast void outside, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time, he took out the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Hua! La! La! With a thought, the fog curtain in the front yard of the imperial carriage slowly rose, and the figures of Shizhu, Han Kuei, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators walked out. Xiao! 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 Without saying a word, Xian waved his hand. Instantly, 7 gray balls of light shot out from his body and hung in the void before him. They were none other than the primal chaos herbs. 7, each of the balls of light had a radius of 30,000 zhang. After all, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already recovered their cultivation level to the peak of the 9th level of the universe supreme level. One more step and they would become the great beings of the primordial era. The cultivation resources they required were far beyond what the elephant fox mink, Ying Tai, and the rest could compare to. Here at this moment, seeing Yi Xian send out the 7 primal chaos herbs with a wave of his hand, Shizhu, Han Kuei, and the rest of the girls were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped and exclaimed in shock, "What a dense energy aura! What kind of primal chaos herb is this? It's actually more powerful than the 9-colored godly medicine, and it's not just by a little bit. It's gray and looks unremarkable. If I didn't examine it carefully, I wouldn't even be able to feel the energy aura. This is so similar to the legendary primal chaos herbs." Hiss. Primal chaos herbs? Master, what kind of luck did you run into? Which ancient relic or cave residence did you find such a heaven-defying thing? You're an idiot. The primal chaos herbs in front of us have a fresh aura. It's obvious that they were just made not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the work of Master. Primal chaos herbs. Even in the primordial era, they were things of legend, just like the 9-colored godly medicine in the present world. Although we were great beings of the primordial era, we've never even seen them before. I didn't expect to see so many primal chaos herbs in the present world with my own eyes. Moreover, they were made by Master himself. This is simply unbelievable. Congratulations to Master for reaching the pinnacle in alchemy. With this chaotic great herb, even if we don't improve our cultivation base compared to our previous lives, we can at least recover to the peak state of our previous lives after waking up from our slumber. That's right, Master, you've reached the pinnacle of your previous lives. Yes, Master, this time we've been out for a long time. We can't delay any longer. We have to go back to the jewel space to continue our closed-door training. I believe that the next time we meet, the 7 sisters will have recovered to the peak of the primordial era's peak stage 9. It's not impossible for us to go one step further and reach the primordial era's supreme stage. Master, take care of yourself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the last sentence, the 7 girls didn't hesitate any longer. They bowed to Xian and then waved their hands one after another. The 7 primal chaos herbs hanging in the void in front of them instantly turned into 7 gray lights and rushed into their bodies. Whoosh, Xian nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the yuluo smoke was released from his body. Under the wind, it expanded and turned into a pink silk cloth with a radius of 100 feet. It unfolded gently in the void. The girl didn't delay any longer and bowed to Xian once more. Then, she soared into the air and entered the Bao Luo, disappearing without a trace. Whoosh, only when the 7 girls disappeared did Xian waved his hand and put the yuluo smoke back into his body. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He let out a long breath and murmured softly, after so long, these 7 girls are finally going to return to the peak of their previous life? Presumably, when they finish this closed-door training and wake up from their slumber, the end of the Great Desolation should also come. At this point, Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes flashed and he subconsciously clenched his fists. The important things at hand have basically come to an end for the time being. Now that the end of the Great Desolation is coming, it's time for the army under the Star Master to gather together. This time, Xian's destination was the most important place in the primordial void other than his strongest avatar and the devouring avatar that were nurtured by his 2 avatars. Speaking, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was his base behind the primordial void. Old Pig Spirit, 8 Great Vajra, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Ing-ji, Gue Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Naibua Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Swafeng Tai, and the rest of the demon army. There was also an army of 10 million beasts, including the Longyi Hell Life Giant Fortress. This place was only 20 billion miles away from the strongest primordial void where Xian's strength body was. It was Xian's primordial void base camp. It had been more than 10 years since Xian left this place. 10 a few years was nothing to the space beasts and primordial survivors in the primordial void and the countless forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way in the primordial void. Not to mention the powerful beings above the venerable realm, even the emperors and emperors would at most break through 1 or 2 levels in the past 10 years, or even less. However, to the army under Xian, it was definitely not to this extent. Whether it was the Old Pig Spirit, the 8 Great Vajras, or the 10 million Fierce Beast army, the cultivation resources that Xian provided were all at least purple gold precious medicines. Those with slightly stronger cultivations were even like him, using 9-colored divine medicines. One had to know that in the top forbidden lands in the primordial void, even some powerful beings of the primordial void might not be able to use purple gold medicine on a daily basis. At the entire right bank of the Milky Way, there were only a few powerful beings of the primordial void who could refine purple gold medicine. From this, it could be seen how extravagant the cultivation resources of Xian's subordinates were. Also because of this, although Xian had only left the primordial void base camp for a short 10 years, he was still looking forward to the cultivation progress of all his subordinates in the base camp. 10 in just a few years, he had grown to become an 8th level universe supreme. when he left, he was only a universe knight. His cultivation level had increased by more than 3 great realms. If there were no accidents, judging from the increase in cultivation level of his subordinates, some of them had increased by more than 3 great realms. By the further one goes, the harder it is to break through, and the weaker one's cultivation level is, the greater the space for improvement is, the more shocking the increase in cultivation level is. Xian's figure abruptly stopped as a faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded out. A distance of over 20 billion kilometers was nothing to him right now. He'd arrived there in a short period of time. Front 10 million miles away was the primordial void base camp. As his consciousness spread out, Xian's expression instantly changed. It wasn't that there was a problem, but that he was shocked. The source hive star in front of them was extremely huge, but now, except for the soil and rock layers on the surface of the entire star, the bottom was all metal. Over the past decade, the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship had eaten up the entire primordial void star. On the surface, it looked like a primordial void star, but in fact, it was the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship. It was just that there were 10,000 miles of soil and rock on the surface as a cover. This was definitely a surprise because the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship looked so huge from the outside, so the space inside it must be even more shocking. One had to know that the space within the giant fortress of life was all made using the space folding technique. The life fortress of the Wild Dragon ship had already grown into a true giant fortress in the void. Compared to the Xianxia city of the Xianxia race, it was not the slightest bit smaller. In fact, it might even be larger than the Xianxia city. With such a vast space, even if Xian brought the 2 armies hibernating in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, it would be enough to accommodate them. Until Xian didn't even care about the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship's offensive and defensive power because he would soon possess the terrifying strength of a supreme of the ancients. As long as the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship's defensive power was strong enough to protect his army, it would be enough for him to have a place to stay. There was no problem with this. With Xian's understanding of the world's insects, he was very confident. Who is spying on us? Do you think your grandpa pig is a decoration? Get out here immediately. Roar. Just as Xian was sighing in his heart, a shocking howl suddenly came from the primordial void star. It was clearly the old pig spirit's voice. Rumble, then, a black light shot out from the surface of the primordial void star. It expanded with the wind and instantly turned into a terrifying black pig with a body of 100 million feet. It was the old pig spirit. However, other than the old pig spirit, the other subordinates of the primordial void star, including the great beings of the demon race and the ferocious beast army, did not appear. When Xian had used his godly consciousness to investigate earlier, he had seen some patrollers on the surface of the star. But now, even they were all hibernating and hiding in the giant life fortress under the star. Obviously, this was to confuse the enemy and make them think that there was only one powerful space porcupine in this seemingly abandoned star and that there was no other existence. If this prevented the primordial void star from being exposed, and if there were no accidents, this should be the old pig spirit's idea. Xian nodded repeatedly, and he was quite satisfied. After not seeing each other for more than a decade, the old pig spirit's power had skyrocketed from the Universe Knight level to the Universe Master level 9 complete. Originally, it should have been more than this, but when Xian left, he only left him a level 26 Universe Master level pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Master level. Then, Xian had no choice. At that time, the level 27 Supreme Master level pill had not been refined at all. However, although his own power was only at the Universe Master level 9 complete, the old fellow had obviously been comprehending the 9 transformation of the porcupine, which was derived from the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the demonic ape. And it seemed that he had gained a lot, as he had already comprehended the 6th transformation. So, therefore, in the state of the 6th transformation, his true power had skyrocketed by another 7 small levels. On the surface, the old pig spirit's current power was clearly at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme level. Xian did not say a word to the old pig spirit, who was roaring and rushing out of the primordial void star. After a faint smile, he flicked his hand, and 2 weak lights shot out instantly. Just a swish. Swish. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the two treasured pills turned into rays of light and shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the old pig spirit and stopped abruptly. Hiss. The pig spirit's figure stopped in an instant as he took in a breath of cold air. His pair of huge eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock, "Treasure pill. This is Brother Bao Yuan's treasure pill. One is the supreme treasure pill, and the other one's aura. Oh my god, could it be the supreme treasure pill?" In the next moment, the two treasured pills were instantly put away by him with a wave of his hoof. Then, he looked at Yixian with shifty eyes and grinned, "Brother Bao Yuan, so it's you, how did you become a human again? Isn't the appearance of Bao Yuan good? You've transformed into a human, I almost didn't recognize you." Pfft, Yixian was originally smiling, but when he heard this, his face instantly darkened and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This is too infuriating, this old fellow really can't say anything good. What do you mean by becoming a human again? What do you mean by changing into a human and almost not recognizing you? Speak, this Star Lord doesn't seem to be a human, even a supreme treasure pill and an almighty treasure pill can't shut your stinky mouth. Yixian curled his lips and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this old fellow. He immediately flashed towards the origin nest star in front of him. It seems that the next time I refine the desolate sovereign treasure pill that has entered the supreme primordial realm, there's no need to worry about you anymore. Hiss. Supreme treasure pill? Supreme treasure realm? Boss, don't misunderstand. The old pig spirit's eyes instantly turned red. With a thought, he shrunk his body and raised his hooves in the air. He leapt to Yixian's body and arched towards him. Boss, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know that I have a foul mouth. This is natural. Leaf Yixian rolled his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face eased a lot. That's right, we're good brothers. The pig spirit observed his expression and saw that he didn't seem to be really angry, so he immediately changed the topic and asked, by the way, when will you start refining the supreme treasure pill? Get lost. I just gave you 2. Can you finish them all in a short time? You're already thinking about it. Yixian was furious and kicked him away, sending him flying. He turned his head and rushed towards the source nest star. Hell. Old pig spirit, I'm not in a hurry. The pig spirit rolled in the air for over 10,000 laps. After stabilizing his body, he immediately rushed over and followed Yixian into the nest's base camp. Without even looking back, he directly went to his closed-door cultivation area. Brother Violent Ape, I'd been waiting to step into the universe sovereign realm for a long time. See you later. Don't forget about my desolate supreme treasure pill. Phew, Xian didn't pay any attention to him, but he also raised his hand and threw out 10,000 cubic meters of chaotic medicine, which hit the back of Pig Spirit's head. Pig Spirit raised his head and howled again in joy. This medicine is even better than the 9-colored divine medicine. Thank you, big brother. Although the old pig spirit was a little unreliable, he was loyal, which had been proven before. Besides, he was the most powerful general under Yixian's command, and his strength was at the same level as the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Therefore, he would definitely get his share of the chaos medicine. Yixian wanted him to break through to the primordial great power as soon as possible so that he could take charge of a region. Very quickly, the old pig spirit howled excitedly as he quickly left. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yixian had already entered the first level of the life fortress. It was so vast that there was no end in sight. At the moment, a large number of space beasts were rushing over, and they were all very excited. Among them were Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, Naibua Shan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suafeng Tai, and the other great beings of the demon race, as well as the 8 great Vajras, Flying Centipede, and Silver G-Old Monster. Everyone was very excited. By this time, Yixian had been away for a long time. After more than 10 years, the 8 great Vajras, Flying Centipede, Silver G-Old Monster, and Gui Haidao naturally had a good time with Yixian. Yixian was also very gratified by their advancement in cultivation. Face Guy Centipede and Silver G-Old Monster were now Emperor-level Undyings, and they were not far from becoming Universe Knights. The 8 great Vajras, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Naibo Shan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suifeng Tai, and the other leaders of the demon race army were all emperor-level undyings, and they were not far from becoming emperors. The other 20,000 great beings of the demon race were all emperor-level undyings, and they were all late-stage emperor-level undyings. It wouldn't be long before the entire demon race army of 20,000 became emperor-level undyings. This demon race army of 20,000 emperor-level undyings, its battle strength was enough to excite even Yi Xian. All this time, he had been nurturing Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the demon race army as an elite trump card team. Now, he finally saw the initial results. But this was far from enough. According to Yi Xian's original expectations, these 20,000 great beings of the demon race had to be emperor-level undyings or above, and there would be some universe knights, universe masters, and even supreme-level leaders and commanders. Their battle strength would be so strong that it would make one's hair stand on end. Apart. Other than that, the space beasts of the 10 million Great Beast Army had a shocking increase in their power. There were 9 universe masters, but they were only early-stage universe masters, incomparable to Old Pig. As for emperor-level undyings, there were thousands of them, and the rest were all ordinary undyings or above. It was definitely an elite beast army. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. 1. After exclaiming, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and took out a large amount of purple crystal medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine. These 3 different levels of blood and flesh medicine were supplied to different people. The top-level chaos medicine could only be supplied to Yi Xian's core subordinates and those with higher levels of power. 1. The level 1 9-colored godly medicine and purple crystal medicine would be reduced in descending order. 2. With these, Yi Xian also left behind a large amount of other resources for training, as well as a portion of the various level pills in his hands. After handing all of this over to Gui Hai Dao and instructing him to pass it to the Old Pig spirit after he came out of seclusion. After distributing it, Yi Xian chatted with his subordinates for a while before leaving the Source Nest Star. His next destination was the Rising Star Forbidden Land outside the Hongmeng Void. There was an army of ferocious beasts and an army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land. They called Yi Xian Demon Master, and they had been guarding the entrance of the Hongmeng Void. As Yi Xian had been away for almost 20 years, he wondered how the army of ferocious beasts and the army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land had become. Yi Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure shot out from the depths of the forbidden area of Rising Sun, the star vortex that led to the primordial void. In the blink of an eye, he'd already left the primordial void and arrived at the primordial world fragment Starry Sky. Around the star vortex, Yi Xian had imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point. However, the Hongmeng Void and the fragment of the untainted land of heaven and earth did not belong to the same universe plane. Hence, he could not jump here directly. Considering that these 2 places might not be considered as adjacent universe planes like the 3 main space planes, Yi Xian did not even use the interstellar coordinate jump to cross planes. Instead, he traveled from the Hongmeng Void with his physical body. Hence, even with his current terrifying cultivation, it had been half a month since he left the headquarter of Origin Nest when he arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday previously. When Yi Xian left the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already broken through to the emperor level. At that time, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun had 4 emperors and 15 emperors. Among them, there were 4 ferocious beasts and 11 survivors. It was already a top-notch forbidden land of starry sky. Within the trillions of miles of the void, it was the only existence at the level of a giant. There was no danger at all. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been so relieved when he left. Once he left, he had been gone for almost 20 years. After all, this was the entrance to the Hongmeng Void. The geographical location was extremely important. No matter what, he had to hold on to it. At this moment, as he finally arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Yi Xian immediately released all the aura in his body. As such, today, he was in his original appearance. However, the bloodline power of the 9 transformation of demonic ape had been activated to the 9th transformation state. Hence, the aura that Xian emitted from his body was that of the complete stage 9 of the Desolation Supreme Being. Also, he was a half-step Desolation Supreme. As soon as such a terrifying aura of cultivation effused out, it instantly enveloped the entire forbidden area of sunrise, causing the starry sky ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era that were hibernating on countless stars to lay down on the ground at the first possible moment, and they shivered. I'm back. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, come and see me now. In an instant, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. At the same time, he retracted his aura. After all, it was too strong. If he didn't retract his aura, even Zhao Dong and the other 3 titled Immortal Realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be able to move in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back as he stood in the space at the center of the forbidden area of sunrise. There wasn't the slightest aura within his body, yet he imperceptibly emanated a supreme and arrogant aura. Soon, sharp whistling sounds came from the surrounding void as one figure after another shot over. For the leaders were Zhao Dong and the other 3. It had been 20 years since they last saw each other, and they had all reached the peak of rank 9. However, they didn't have a level 25 night pellet, so they hadn't broken through yet. Apart other than the 4 of them, there were another 8 emperors. 4 of them were ferocious beasts and 4 of them were survivors. They were all at the initial stage of this level, and it was obvious they had only broken through to the emperor level in the past 20 years. The remaining ones were close to 100 emperor-level ferocious beasts and survivors. After all, Yi Xian had left behind a large amount of purple crystals and medicine here. In less than 20 years, there were close to 100 emperors amongst the tens of millions of ferocious beasts and survivors. Of course, it wasn't a small number. Until, there were obviously more emperors, but they didn't have the qualifications to come. They all stayed within their own planets to await orders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, seeing Zhao Dong and the other 3 arrive, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and sent out 4 level 25 night pellets, 4 level 26 Universe Lord pellets and 4 level 27 Emperor pellets. All of them shot forward, stopping abruptly in front of Zhao Dong's group. Here at this time, Yi Xian's voice resounded again. These past 20 years, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land has developed well under the leadership of the 4 of you. These 12 pellets will allow you to break through to the Universe Supreme level smoothly. These are your rewards, accept them immediately. Other titled emperors and emperors, as well as ferocious beasts and survivors below the emperor level, will be rewarded, including all kinds of cultivation resources. Those who have reached the peak of the 9th stage can also apply for higher levels of treasure pills. Later, Zhao Dong will submit a list of applications. When the time comes, the pellets and resources will be distributed. Hearing his words, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other ferocious beasts, as well as the higher-ups of the survivors and the ferocious beasts looked at each other excitedly. Their chests rose and fell, and their breaths quickened. Their eyes were blazing with excitement. Especially Zhao Dong and the other 3, their hearts were filled with emotions. They recalled the situation when Yi Xian left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land 20 years ago. Here, at that time, the 4 of them had not yet broken through, but they had been at the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level for quite some time. However, they had been stuck at this level for a long time, unable to break through. It could be said that the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and the other 3 was to break through the Emperor level one day and become a real Emperor level great being, not a half Emperor level. However, the cultivation of a great being in the starry sky was extremely difficult. The further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck of the realm. For a long time, Zhao Dong and the other 3 had not been able to successfully break through, which made them feel disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level that they did not even dare to have extravagant hopes for more. However, at that time, Yi Xian had given each of them a level 24 Emperor level pellet, which made their years-long wish come true suddenly and effortlessly. Here, a refreshing breakthrough, to them, was like being enlightened, instantly making Zhao Dong and the other 3 feel enlightened. Here, at this moment, even their state of mind had been elevated. The haze that had accumulated in their hearts for many years had disappeared, and they were no longer timid. They began to boldly look forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Knight level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, Universe Supreme level. If it had been in the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious as to dare to dream of such a level of strength. However, at that time, after following Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the four of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Tao hearts became solid and firm. Although all of this seemed to have happened yesterday, in reality, nearly 20 years had already passed. For the past 20 years, the four of them had diligently cultivated with the purple crystal medicine left behind by Xian, and they had long stepped into the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level. As long as they could obtain a level 25 Emperor level pellet, they would be able to break through in an instant. However, now, for precious level 25 Emperor level pellets were right in front of them. In addition, there were even 4 level 26 Emperor level pellets and 4 level 27 Emperor level pellets. Welcome back, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is mighty. Thank you, my lord, for your reward. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. Several ferocious beasts of the starry skies and the survivors of the primordial era knelt on the ground and roared loudly. All of them were extremely excited. All of them had felt the cultivation aura emanating from Xian's body. He was a legendary half-step desolate supremacy. Perhaps he existed in the primordial chaos void, but in this desolate chaos fragment starry sky, he was only a legendary figure. He could do whatever he wanted. Body not far ahead, Zhao Dong and over 100 emperors and emperors, whether it was the huge space beasts or the primeval survivors, were all so excited that they all knelt down in space. It wasn't just because of Xian's strength, but also because of Xian's persistence. This is for nearly 20 years, because of Xian's peaceful coexistence, the hearts of the tens of millions of space beasts and the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era would occasionally waver. After all, the Demon Lord had been gone for too long. And the Demon Lord had gone to the Hongmeng Great World, which was extremely wonderful and full of wonders. However, the Rising Sun forbidden land they were in was merely a fragment of the starry sky in the untainted land. Over the years, it was not that no one had ever doubted whether Xian would return. There were even quite a few ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era who had such thoughts. Now, everything had become a thing of the past. Even after 20 years, not only did Lord Demon Master not forget them, he even remembered the promise he made at that time. As soon as he returned, he prepared all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of different levels of precious pills, this. Move them and make them completely submit. Put away the treasured pills. The other emperors have dispersed. Organize the beasts and survivors under your command. Compile the information about the treasured pills and reward them according to their merits. Waving his hand, Xian remained indifferent. As for Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors, follow this Star Lord and tell me about the changes and movements of this world in the past 20 years, Xiao. After that, Xian's figure flickered and instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting toward a giant life star not far ahead. Body after that, nearly 100 Emperor-level space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era left one after another to carry out their orders. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other two, they waved their hands and carefully put away the 3 great-level pellets in front of them. Then, they joined forces with the 4 Emperor Realm beasts and the other 4 Emperor Realm survivors. A total of 12 titled emperors followed closely behind Xian. Over the past 20 years, although Xian had not been in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, this giant life star had always been reserved for him. No ferocious beasts or survivors had ever settled here. Furthermore, Zhao Dong and the others had built an enormous palace complex for Xian at the peak of the tallest mountain in the planet. It was named the Magic Hall. This is after Xian entered the atmosphere of the planet, he scanned with his divine sense and was quite satisfied. At this time, he was sitting high on the throne above the main hall of the Magic Hall. Below him were some seats for his subordinates. After Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors entered, they did not dare to sit there. Instead, they stood respectfully in the center of the hall and held their breaths. When Xian first left, his strength was only that of a titled emperor, not much different from Zhao Dong and the others. However, now, he was already a half-step desolate venerable. At this time Zhao Dong and the others were naturally in awe. Of course, this awe was built on the fact that they were willing to accept him. Everyone, sit down. Waving his hand, Yi Xian gestured for Zhao Dong and the others to take a seat. He then continued, this magic hall is not bad. From now on, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun shall be known as the Magic Hall. Now that it has matured, it should have a more domineering title. Besides, such a huge life star, it is not good to have no life forms. Pick some ferocious beasts for viewing and send them into the star. Also, select some ferocious beasts and some ferocious beasts to be the servants and guards of the Magic Hall. Yes, Demon Lord. Zhao Dong immediately stood up again and bowed respectfully. He would remember this and get it done immediately, and do it beautifully. The four of you have been Emperor Level 9 Pinnacle for quite some time now. We need to break through and become Universe Knights. Once this is done, go into closed-door training. The other matters will be left to the 8 of them. Nodding his head, Yi Xian finished explaining this matter and immediately changed the topic. His gaze swept across the 12 immortal emperors on the left and right of His Highness as he asked, this Star Master has been gone for 20 years. Has there been any major changes in this great desolate world fragment? What is the overall situation now? Hearing this, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan and the rest of the 12 emperors were stunned. They exchanged glances and their expressions became weird. Yi Xian saw through them. His heart skipped a beat and his expression darkened. He scolded them unhappily, what is it? Why are you hesitating? Immediately report. Seeing his displeasure, the 12 emperors were so scared that they trembled. They hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. After which, Zhao Dong reported the details. Demon Lord, we have no intention of hiding anything. The reason why we didn't report immediately is because this matter is too complicated. We don't know where to begin. Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Dong's expression became strange again. He sighed faintly and continued, 20 years is just the blink of an eye for this untainted world fragment. In the past, there wouldn't have been any obvious changes in the starry sky in the past 20 years, let alone any major changes. However, the past 20 years have been completely different from the past. It is not an exaggeration to say that the vast starry sky fragment of the untainted land has changed. In short, the entire world has changed. What? The world has changed? You can actually describe it as a sea turning into mulberry fields? Is it that serious? Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by these words. At the same time, he also developed a strong interest in them. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately asked for the details. Tell me the specifics, these 20 years, this starry sky. How did the sea change into mulberry fields? Of course, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that the sea has turned into mulberry fields. In fact, the starry sky is still the same starry sky. The planets with life and the abandoned planets in the starry sky are the same as before. However, the creatures that live in this starry sky are different from before. Demon Master, you're in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, so you don't know what's going on in the outside world. Now, in the whole fragment of space, even the top-grade Forbidden Lands and top-grade star areas with only 2 or 3 emperors guarding them have all fallen. Zhao Dong let out a sigh as he spoke. As a matter of fact, even the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun has been attacked twice, but the invaders have returned empty-handed. We have 12 martial monarchs, and Qian Nan and I are half-martial highnesses. However, in the entire starry sky fragment, there are at most a dozen forbidden areas and remnant star regions that are as stable as the Forbidden Land of the Rising Star, and they are all guarded by at least 2 ninth-step emperors. As for the other forbidden areas of the stars and the remnant star domains, they have either been captured or are in the middle of a great war. Otherwise, the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the stars and the desolation survivors in the remnant star domains have all fled in disorder. In short, the huge fragment of space outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun is in chaos. There are not many peaceful paradises like ours. At the end of his speech, Zhao Dong sighed again as if he was thinking about something, but he didn't say anything more. You've done a good job. Not only did you guard the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, but you also followed my instructions and didn't go out to chase after the outsiders. This is very important. A shocked expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but it quickly flashed by. His expression returned to normal. and he changed the topic and asked, Zhao Dong, the outsider you're talking about. What do you mean? They have astral beasts and primordial survivors like us, but they obviously come from other fragments of the void because these primordial survivors don't even know how to refine flesh and blood medicine. They drive a kind of metal magical treasure called a battleship, which is very powerful. Zhao Dong nodded and continued, apart from that, there are even some who look exactly like us primordial survivors, but are actually puppets. There are all kinds of strange components in their bodies, and they call themselves the mechanical race. Of course, these outsiders are not in the same group. They are divided into many camps, and there are so many of them that it's hard to list them all. You don't have to say more, I already know where they come from and what their background is. After Zhao Dong finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and interrupted him. The expression on his face also became strange. Haha. There was no doubt that the outsiders Zhao Dong was talking about were from the three main planes of the universe. Moreover, they must be the armies that had entered the second universe's spatial rift later on. Because Yi Xian had captured one of the armies that entered after Yi Xian, which was the army of captives in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. The most powerful being in the army of captives was only a marquis, and there wasn't even a king. However, according to what Zhao Dong had just said, the legions of the three main planes of the universe that were wreaking havoc in the starry sky of the fragment of the untainted world were led by existences at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the peerless immortal realm. Existences at this level were absolutely impossible to exist in the captive legion. Moreover, according to what Zhao Dong said, it seemed that even Dier's automaton race had entered the space crack of the untainted land. From this point of view, most of the races and powers of the three main planes of space had arrived. Even the forces they sent were not ordinary forces, but ancestor-level forces from their races. It seemed that there were many old friends in the space crack of the untainted land. Thinking, at this point, Yi Xian's expression became strange. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression changed instantly. Back when Green Bull left him and returned to the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, he was only an emperor. Even though Yi Xian let him take away a level 23 emperor pill, Green Bull had already swallowed it, so he was at most a level 9 emperor at the peak of level 9. Also, he was half a step to emperor. This level of strength was obviously not enough in the space crack of the untainted land. If so, wouldn't the army he left in Phoenix blood Starfield be in danger? When thinking about this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly again. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Dong on the left side of the hall. He asked in a slightly anxious tone, "Oh right, have you heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood all these years? Or the space nomadic army?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly become anxious, the 12 emperors looked at each other blankly. After that, Zhao Dong stood up again and saluted him, replying, "I haven't heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, but I don't think it's a top-tier forbidden land. There are too many of such places in the space crack of the untainted land. Naturally, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, I do know about the space nomadic army that Demon Master is talking about." Halfway through, Zhao Dong suddenly changed the topic. He exchanged glances with the other 11 emperors, and his expression became strange again. After that, he continued, "Actually, the space nomadic army is not very famous in the space crack of the untainted land, but it's definitely very famous. It's just that this kind of fame really makes people a little speechless, because they've almost become a street rat, and everyone wants to beat them up, but they're like cockroaches that can't be killed, and they're always lucky enough to escape at the most critical moment. It can be said that over the past 10 years, the space nomadic army has been roaming the space crack of the untainted land. Their days are getting worse and worse, and now, they're not far from being completely wiped out." "What?" Peng, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he heard this bad news. He immediately cried out involuntarily and stood up in shock. He slapped the armrest of the throne beneath him, causing the entire throne to instantly turn into dust. Peng, peng peng. He was furious. Suddenly enraged, and extremely enraged, Zhao Dong and the rest were all caught off guard. Their expressions changed, and the 12 emperors all stood up in shock, kneeling down in the center of the hall and begging for forgiveness. "Demon Master, please calm down. I wonder, did I say something wrong? What Lord Zhao said just now is all true, there is no concealment or exaggeration, please examine it thoroughly, Lord Devil Lord. Stand up. At this time, Yi Xian realized his reaction was a bit too intense. He immediately took a deep breath and calmed himself down before waving his hand. Hearing Yi Xian's order, Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors were all stunned. However, very quickly, their faces revealed a look of realization. They finally understood why Yi Xian was so furious when he heard the news of the space nomadic army. Without a doubt, this space nomadic army with a bad reputation was obviously related to the demon master. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Zhao Dong and the rest, sighing softly and saying, "You guessed right, the space nomadic army is one of the armies under me, speaking of which, when I first took them in, it was long before you all. Originally, when I left the primordial space, I planned to first take a look at the rising sun Forbidden Land before heading to the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land to pick them up. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The entire space nomadic army's overall strength is too weak compared to the rising sun Forbidden Land you all lead. Back then, when I left, I hadn't even made the level 24 pill needed to break through to Emperor level, hence, the highest commander of the space nomadic army, Green Bull, I only left behind a level 23 Emperor level pill. After so many years, his cultivation must have broken through to the Emperor realm. If there are no accidents, he should be at the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, which is half a step away from the Emperor realm. Even he is only a Great Circle Emperor, not to mention the rest of his subordinates. According to this Star Master's calculations, the entire nomadic army has at most a few dozen emperors. That's right. And now, the situation in this space fragment is so complicated. Even a top-level Forbidden Land with an Emperor level Undying has been taken over. It's easy to imagine how their days are going. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light, and his tone became stern. You must remember that they are your companions. No matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of the nomadic army, and then rescue them with all your might. Yes, Lord Devil Lord. Lord Devil Master's benevolence, we are grateful. We will not disappoint you. These words caused Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors to be moved. Their eyes reddened as they began to tear up. It was simply too touching. For example, today, the demon master was already a half-step desolate venerable. Not to mention emperors, even emperors were inferior to ants in his eyes. But even so, he still remembered the space nomadic army he had taken in. Just this point alone was enough to prove that he was a loyal and righteous person, a person worth risking their lives to follow. After which, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei left. They had to shut themselves away, because the moment news of the space nomadic army got out, they would be the ones to go. Even if Lord Demon Master wanted to go personally, they would recommend themselves. The great beings from the external army, who were not even Universe Knights, were not qualified for Lord Demon Master to personally lead them. Following after Zhao Dong and the other 3 left, the remaining 8 titled emperors, 4 ominous beasts, and 4 remnant experts also took their leave. At the first moment, each of them personally selected a trusted elite team and split up to rush in all directions of the rising sun Forbidden Land. They had to find the whereabouts of the nomadic army as soon as possible and bring back the news. Even though this void fragment was vast and boundless, with 8 emperors going out personally, each in charge of one direction, they would be able to find something in about 10 days. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed, but the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. The fact that those guys from the 3 main planes had forced Green Ox and the others into such a dire situation truly infuriated him. No, the Rotten Emperor dynasty and the demons were on good terms with Yi Xian. They didn't know the relationship between Green Ox and the space nomadic army, so it was inconvenient for them to do anything. Butas for the other powers, such as the slaves of the first universe and the races of the second universe, once Green Ox returned and confirmed that they had done something, Yi Xian would definitely settle the score. According to Zhao Dong's words, the nomadic army had been famous for fleeing in the untainted land fragment for more than 10 years. Just by thinking about it with his heels, Yi Xian could imagine what kind of life the Green Ox and the others had been living for the past 10 years. It was as if they were on the run every single day. Every time he thought of this, his heart would twitch. Good. Now that he had returned, as long as Green Ox and the others hadn't died, all the suffering would end. The only thing Yi Xian was worried about now was how many people were left in the space nomadic army. Back then, the Green Ox, Yu Linglong, the Dragon Centipede, the Gong Jun, the Ferocious Beast Army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff, the tens of millions of remnant experts of the Xianxia immigrant tribe, the Three-Clawed Fled Dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest led by the Three-Clawed Fled Dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest, the hundreds of millions of captive warships of all kinds, and so on. The Starry Sky nomadic army that was jointly established was still very large in scale. It was definitely a fresh force that would cause others to raise their eyebrows. But now, the forbidden land of Phoenix blood had been conquered. The Green Ox had led the entire nomadic army in the Starry Sky to flee in the void of the primordial world fragment for more than 10 years. During this time, they had gone through many life and death battles. It was hard to know how many people were left in the huge army. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian sighed faintly. He looked a little lonely. All this was caused by his negligence. He had been away for too long. 6 The day passed in a flash. During this time, the 8 emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun who had left with their trusted elite teams to search for the whereabouts of the space nomadic army had not returned. Even Zhao Dong's Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were at the peak of the 9th level, had not made any movements after entering seclusion. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, just as Yi Xian was getting impatient, for shocking roars and roars came from 4 different directions of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun almost simultaneously. It was the voices of Zhao Dong and the other 3. We've finally made a breakthrough. From this moment on, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. No, it should be the Magic Hall. From this moment on, the Magic Hall will have 4 powerful universe knights conquering the 4 directions. Hearing the 4 shocking roars, Yi Xian was suddenly invigorated. He muttered softly, and with a flash of his body, he dashed out of the Magic Hall. In the blink of an eye, he was in the space of the Forbidden Land outside the star atmosphere. Xiao, xiao. Xiao, almost at the same time, 4 figures shot over from all directions. They were all universe knights, and they were none other than Zhao Dong and the other 3. Seeing Yi Xian, the 4 immediately clasped their fists and knelt down on one knee in the space. Demon Master, we did not disappoint you and successfully broke through. Now, we are all universe knights. Xiao. Demon Master, we have news of the space nomadic army. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 had just finished their training and broke through to universe knight level. Outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, a beam of light shot towards them. It was one of the 8 emperors in charge of gathering information. Following the arrival of this undying emperor, an elite team in charge of searching closely followed behind him. With extreme speed, they quickly arrived in front of Yi Xian and came to an abrupt stop. There behind them, the hundreds of emperors and emperors immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Facing the Demon Master of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, they didn't even have the right to stand respectfully. Then, their leader, the Emperor, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists. The space nomadic army is a few 100 billion miles to the right of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Right now, they are being chased by 3 teams of outsiders. However, they aren't in any danger yet. Stand up and speak. What teams are chasing them? Yi asked. Xian frowned, and his expression instantly darkened. Of the 3 teams of outsiders, one is from the Blood Wyrm race, one is from the Green Rock race, and the last is from the Warrior Lion race. The Emperor immediately stood up and continued, within the 3 teams, there are 4 or 5 emperors, and even a half-knight at the pinnacle of the Emperor level 9. Hence, to avoid alerting them, I didn't lend a hand. Please forgive me, you did the right thing. As long as they are safe, alright, you can all leave. As for the matter of sending out troops, I have my own plans. Yi Xian nodded. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Zhao Dong and the other 3. The 4 of you, go out and take a walk. Bring back the nomadic army and the 3 pursuing armies. Don't reveal your identities for now. This Star Lord wants to personally meet them. The titled Undying immediately led his subordinates and left. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 followed the order and rushed out of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The 4 of them didn't even bring a single subordinate, let alone an army. They were all universe knights now, And even though they had just broken through, the strongest of the three teams was only at the pinnacle of the Emperor level 9. They were no match for them at all. Tianhua Starfield, this was originally a remnant star area, more than 200 billion miles away from the rising star Forbidden Land. But now, as the major clans and forces of the three main planes of the starry sky swarmed into this fragment of space of the untainted world, the original Tianhua star area had become history. Currently, the tens of thousands of planets in the Tianhua galaxy had become a place where dragons and fishes mixed together. They were divided up by various forces of various sizes. Among these forces, there were outsiders from the three main planes of the starry sky, as well as native living beings in the starry sky fragment of the untainted land, namely the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the survivors of the remote antiquity. However, for the past half a month, the great beings of the various powers who had been hiding in the nearly 10,000 life stars within the Tianhua starfield had all holed up within the stars. Unless there was something important, they wouldn't leave the atmosphere and come to the universe void space outside. This was because during this period of time, it wasn't peaceful here. The infamous space nomadic army that had been fleeing in the void space, yet they were like unkillable cockroaches, had finally come here. Among the powers that occupied the nearly 10,000 life stars in the Tianhua starfield, three armies of outsiders set off immediately and entered the space to intercept and kill them. These three armies were from the Blood Wyrm race, the Green Pung race, and the Warrior Lion race. It was said that they were originally allies, and now, each of the three races had sent out an army with a power level of 10 million to intercept them. This was obviously the result of a secret discussion. Half a month later, in the past few months, the space nomadic army had been fleeing everywhere and had suffered many losses. However, this notorious army had been fleeing in this space fragment for more than 10 years and had accumulated a wealth of experience. Therefore, although this interception had been going on for half a month, the space nomadic army hadn't been stopped. They even found a rare opportunity to escape into the space outside the Tianhua starfield. This was clearly the rhythm of escaping the hunting net of the three races and escaping again. Moo, you bunch of bastards, you won't let me go and chased me for more than 10 years. The head let out a furious roar, and the green bull's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just you wait, I'm not without a backer. When the big boss returns in the future, I'll definitely make you all piss your pants." Roar, roar. Roar, along with the roar of the green ox, countless ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts of the human clan and the three armies behind it seemed to respond as well. They roared and howled fiercely. No matter who it was, they all revealed endless resentment. In the beginning, before the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was conquered, the entire space nomadic army led by the Green Bull could be said to be powerful. There were a total of 3 armies under his command. One was Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, and the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff. There were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the space. The second was Xianxia's immigrant tribe, which had an army of 10 million battleships and more than 50 million survivors of the primordial era. The third was the captive army led by the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others. The members of this army were complicated. There were humans from the third universe, and there were also powerhouses from the second universe such as the Green Pung race and the Warrior Lion race. There were even troops from some slave races from the first universe. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people, but now, after the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was breached, the space nomadic army was scattered in the starry sky and had been fleeing for more than 10 years. The combat power of these 3 armies had been reduced by more than half. Of course, those who were eliminated and killed in the past 10 years were those with weaker cultivation, as well as some ordinary battleships and planetary level and star level battleships that were below the level of space fortresses. The current space nomadic army only had about 20 million ferocious beasts. There were only about 10 million survivors, and the battleships had been reduced to 1 million. The captive army suffered the most damage. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people, but now there were only about 20 million fortresses and strongholds left. The total number of people was only about 500 million, which was only half of the original number. The reason for this was because the captive legions of the 3 legions had been targeted and killed during the 10 years they were on the run. The entire captive army originally came from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. There were humans from the third universe, Green Pung race, Warrior Lion race, and other races from the second universe, and some powerhouses from the slave races from the first universe. When the armies from the three main planes of the starry sky attacked the Phoenix Blood starfield, they originally wanted to rescue them, but they were rejected by Long Shan Tang and the other captive parliament members on the spot. Moo. Guys, let's work harder. There's still another 100 million miles before we reach the edge of a wormhole. As long as we enter the wormhole, we'll be victorious. Moo, rumble. In the void, Green Ox was roaring, revealing a strong sense of excitement. For more than 10 years, he had led the entire nomadic army to escape from powerful enemies. It was not easy for him to survive until now and maintain the current scale of the army that the big boss had given him. Every time he escaped from a crisis, Green Ox would be very excited. But it was not because he had escaped again, but because he had lived up to the big boss's expectations and led the army that the big boss had given him. He could continue to wait and hold on for a while. This time, after the Green Ox's roar sounded, the three great armies following closely behind him didn't respond at all. So, some of them were so excited that their eyes were bloodshot as they stared straight ahead. Void in the sky, there were countless battleships and captives of the survivors, large and small star fortresses, rushing forward at full speed. At this moment, the only thought in their hearts was to escape from this area and rush to the edge of the wormhole 100 million miles ahead. Then, they would enter the wormhole and jump. In this way, they would be able to avoid today's calamity. If, then, they could grit their teeth and hold on for a while longer, and continue to wait for the arrival of hope, in the blink of an eye, the three armies moved forward at full speed under the leadership of Green Ox. In a short period of time, they had rushed out tens of millions of miles, and were only 30 million miles away from the edge of the wormhole ahead. If there were no accidents, the entire nomadic army would reach the edge of the wormhole in 30 minutes. Then, they would rush into the wormhole and escape from danger. But, what a pity, this unexpected turn of events has finally come. Boom. Rumble. In the distance ahead, in the originally empty space of the universe, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. With these roars, a huge fleet of battleships suddenly appeared. Formation it was so powerful that there were hundreds of millions of large and small star-level battleships. Even a 5,000-meter-long star-level battleship was nowhere to be seen. This was definitely an extremely powerful and elite fleet army. They had all activated the concealment formation and closed the kinetic energy cabin, quietly hiding in front of the wormhole. Now, they suddenly appeared and completely blocked the way forward of the nomadic army. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, as this powerful fleet took the initiative to appear, more than 30 figures shot out from the surrounding void, and they were all titled Undying Emperors. Among them, there were blood dragons, green rock, and battle lions. Every one showed their bloodline body, and they were tens of millions of feet in size. They stood in the void, blocking the two flanks of retreat of the nomadic army. Moo. At this scene, Green Bull raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, revealing an intense sense of despair and anger. His enormous body, which was also tens of thousands of meters tall, came to an abrupt halt in the void. The three legions, countless ferocious beasts, battleships, fortresses behind him also came to an abrupt halt helplessly. An aura of despair swiftly spread. Even Green Bull was like this, not to mention the subordinates of the three armies behind him. The entire nomadic army had been fleeing for over a decade, and they had never encountered such a serious situation before. Ignoring the battleship army in front and behind, just the 30 emperors blocking the two flanks were enough to easily annihilate them over 100 times. Even the highest commander of the nomadic army, Green Bull, was only half a step away from being titled emperor. Yet, among these 30 emperors, there were actually 3 half-step knights at the peak of the 9th level. The dragon, green rock and battle lion race had obviously planned this out long ago. They had predicted that they would flee here and had set up an ambush. Now, they were just inviting them into the trap. It was almost as though they could feel the despair of Green Bull and his entire army, and they were obviously treating them like rats stuck in a dead end. They weren't in a rush to kill them. The battleship army in the front didn't open fire, and even the battleship army in the rear stopped tens of millions of miles away. Left. The 30 over-emperors guarding the right wing all laughed coldly, yet no one made a sound. Only a short while later, after a moment of silence, only 3 of the 30 emperors transmitted their voices. They were the 3 powerful half-step knights. 1. A blood dragon, a green rock and a mad lion. 3-clawed flood dragon, dragon mountain tang, and all the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. This old man will give you one last chance today. Come back immediately, bring a bramble, and ask for punishment. As experts of the present age, there is no lack of famous figures and higher-ups of the various clans. After entering the void fragment of the primitive world, they actually betrayed their own clans and submitted to a green ox at the peerless emperor stage. All the clans and powers in the present age have simply lost face because of you. You only have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you repent within 10 breaths, even though you won't be able to escape punishment, at least you'll have a chance to live. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you'll have to bear the consequences. Moo, go to hell. Blood. As soon as the voices of the 3 half-step venerable ones from the Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan's divine senses fell, the Green Bull raised its head and let out an incomparably furious howl. He even cursed on the spot, but his attitude was firm, the same words. How many times have you said them over the past 10 years? What's the point of saying the same old words? Cut the crap, if you want to kill me, I'll die here today. When the big shots return, your fates will be 100 times worse than mine. There's nothing to feel pity about. The 3 half-step knights' expressions changed. Intense killing intent surged from their bodies. Within 100 million miles, the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. As expected, stubborn. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste time with them. Give the order, kill this green bull and all the rebels. Xiao. Xiao. When the 3 of them finished speaking, from the wormhole behind the huge battleship Legion in front of them, there was a faint sound of breaking space. 4 figures rushed out side by side. It was Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. It's really quite lively. But luckily, we're not late. At this moment, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei emerged from the spatial wormhole. They had completely retracted their auras, making it impossible to sense them at all. However, although their voices were not loud, everyone could hear them clearly. Everyone was stunned. Quasi to be more precise, he was stunned by such words. Demon, Master, Magic Hall, he actually wanted everyone here to meet him immediately, and no mistakes were allowed. Those who disobeyed would be beheaded? Brain, these words flashed through the sea. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, because this was too funny. Where did these 4 lunatics come from? Couldn't they see that a huge battle was about to break out? But however, to have both sides, who were about to erupt into a great war, simultaneously present themselves to this demon master that had never been heard of before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Even more, what's more, there were over 30 emperors present, and there were even 3 emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level. Could that so-called demon master be a true universe knight? Nowhere did he get such arrogance from. However, there were only a few universe knights in this fragment of space, and every one of them was superior. Although they usually didn't show up and participate in the battles between the powers under their command, they were all famous figures without exception. If this Lord Demon Master was truly a true universe knight, there was no way he hadn't heard of him before. This didn't make sense at all. In reality, not to mention knights, even amongst the emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level, no one had heard of such a figure. Brain, these thoughts flashed in the ocean, along with the fact that they couldn't sense the energies of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan and the other 3, hence, after being stunned for a few moments, they all subconsciously thought of Zhao Dong and the other 3 as lunatics who came out of nowhere, and they were all crazy people. And this madman was sick of living. He actually dared to appear at such a time and act like a fool in front of over 30 emperors. If he wasn't sick of living, what else could he be? Mel, this is really interesting. I didn't expect to see such a fun scene at such a time. Green laughed. The bull raised his head and let out a long howl. He started to cackle strangely. Hee, that demon master you're talking about is really not an ordinary kind of arrogant. If it was 10 years ago, he could be compared to Old Bull. Perhaps there will be a day when they meet. Unfortunately, old bull, won't be able to see it, presumptuous. What bullsh asterisk T demon master, I've never heard of him. Where did these 4 old bastards come from? How dare they act crazy in front of me? Green roared. Before the bull could finish his words, the one with the most violent temper among the 3 half-step venerables from the opposing camp, the one from the battle lion tribe, immediately roared. Speak. While speaking, he raised his right front paw and pressed towards Zhao Dong and the other 3 from tens of millions of miles away. He was obviously going to kill them on the spot. The faces of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly turned dark. After exchanging glances with one another, the other 3 did not show any reaction. Zhao Dong, on the other hand, let out a cold harumph and immediately made his move. Humph, you're courting death. Boom. Before he finished speaking, his body did not move, and his shoulders did not shake, but his right arm was already raised. It was as if he was slapping. Across tens of millions of miles, he slapped the half-step venerable warrior of the Battle Lion clan. Slap. Boom, the crisp sound of a slap rang out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. 1. It was just a slap in the face, and it came from a distance of tens of millions of miles. However, the irascible half-step venerable of the Battle Lion clan, whose huge body was tens of millions of feet tall, completely exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. Countless gasps sounded out, and even the green ox's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From tens of millions of miles away, a slap killed a half-knight from the great perfection of the 9th level? It was unbelievable. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. In an instant, the vast void within a radius of 100 million miles fell completely into a deathly silence. The atmosphere instantly became heavy and oppressive. However, after a short period of deathly silence, countless cries of surprise rang out like a tide. It was not only the allied army of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were like this. Even the nomadic army behind the Green Ox emitted cries of surprise, revealing an endless sense of shock. What happened? The elder of the Battle Lion race fell? Furthermore, he was killed by a single slap from a distance of tens of millions of miles away. That's definitely the strength of the Great Emperor realm, surpassing the 5 Great Emperors. That's why there's such a huge disparity in strength. That great being from the remnant, could it be a universe knight? See. If that's the case, we're going to be in big trouble today. This isn't just 1 universe knight, but 4. 4 powerful universe knights. How is that possible? In this space fragment of the ancient universe, all the beings above universe knight level are famous, but I've never heard of these 4. Where did they come from? No, I seem to have heard of them. Do you remember the mysterious Forbidden Land of Rising Sun? They've been attacked twice, but they haven't been taken down. It's said that there are a total of 12 emperors within the Forbidden Land, of which the strongest 4 are all at the peak of the 9th level. These 4 before us. Could it be that all 4 of the half-knights in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun have broken through? But how is that possible? It's definitely not easy for a half-knight at the 9th level of the Emperor level to break through smoothly. It's already shocking enough for one to break through, and now all 4 have broken through. What kind of amazing opportunity did they encounter? Damn it, the crown prince of my blood dragon race just arrived not long ago, and he's also heard of this Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and he's preparing to send troops to attack it. Who would have thought that at this time, there would be 4 more powerful universe knights in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun? Indeed, it's infuriating. Even though the crown prince isn't afraid of the 4 universe knights, and he still doesn't take them seriously, if this battle were to really start, the losses would be incomparable to before. That's all for the future. Let's think about how we're going to get through this crisis. The 4 universe knights from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun aren't to be trifled with. Without a word, they slapped the warrior lion ancestor to death. Have you said enough? In the distant void, Zhao Dong sneered, Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. I'll give you 10 more breaths of time. If you don't say anything in 10 breaths of time, I'll attack again and make an example of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone on both sides fell into a dilemma again. They looked at each other speechlessly. This so-called master of the magic hall was really too strange. They had never heard of someone forcing others to meet him. It was simply a joke. Moo. So be it. At most, I'll die. At least I won't die at the hands of these outsiders. The green ox's eyes flickered. After weighing the pros and cons, it was the first to respond. After raising its head and letting out a long roar, it immediately gave the order, "Sons of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army, all move out and rush to the wormhole in front of us, to the forbidden land of rising sun. Hey, hey, guys in front, hurry up and get out of the way. Didn't you hear? This Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. If you continue to block the way, be careful that the four of them will slap you to death." The last sentence was clearly directed at the joint army of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. To the Green Ox, it was already a situation of certain death. Even if it went to the so-called forbidden land of rising sun, the situation could not be worse than now. So after thinking for a while, it simply threw caution to the wind. Even its mentality was relaxed. At this moment, using the terrifying strength of Zhao Dong and the other three to intimidate it was a clear proof. Such words and such an attitude not only made the experts of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans feel angry, even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were speechless. This Green Ox is really too shameless. I'm clearly a captive now, but I'm acting like a victor. We've just met, and it's already like this. When we work together in the future, there will probably be more headaches. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Zhao Dong and the other three subconsciously exchanged a look. All of them felt helpless, and a gloomy light burst out of their eyes. However, their gazes immediately swept towards the Blood Dragon that was blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. The joint army of the three clans. An invisible aura of pressure emitted from their bodies, causing the air within 10 billion kilometers of them suddenly to become colder. Boom! Rumble, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. This was the sound of countless warships activating their kinetic energy cabins. At this moment, the ancestors of the Blood-Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race could no longer remain silent. They immediately ordered their subordinates to temporarily submit and go to the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising sun to take a look. At the very least, it was better than being suppressed now. Killing in this place, after all, each of the three races had at least 2 core elders who were more powerful than universe knights guarding their headquarters in the void space of the fragment of the ancient universe. News of what had happened here would spread very quickly. Once the core patriarchs in the headquarters received the news, they would be furious and would rush to the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately. Perhaps they would still be on their way and would not have reached the forbidden land of the rising sun. Reinforcements had already arrived to rescue them. Then they would conveniently get rid of these 4 powerful universe knights. It was because of this idea that the 3 strongest elders of the Blood-Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race immediately made a decision and ordered all their subordinates and warship armies to follow Green Bull's roar. They would temporarily comply with the other party's request and enter the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. Rumble. Hong, long, long. An earth-shattering roar quickly rang out. Since the ancestor of the race had already given the order, the commanders of the battleships of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race naturally did not dare to delay any further. To them, a universe knight was absolutely like a god. Ordinary beings would have long trembled in fear and wanted to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. Very quickly, the 2 armies of the Blood-Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race, with a total of more than 500 million battleships, all entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun, including the more than 30 undying emperors. No one dared to resist, because the fate of the half-step universe knight ancestor of the Battle Lion race was an example. No one wanted to follow in his footsteps, and among the 2 enormous armies of the Blood-Flood Dragon race, the Azure Bull led the entire nomadic army and also entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. At this moment, whether it was the Azure Bull or the others in the nomadic army, they did not expect that at this very moment, as they were forced to enter the forbidden land of the rising sun, this great escape that had lasted for more than 10 years had officially come to an end. It had come to an end. After more than 10 years, the originally enormous army of the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood was now less than 30% of its peak strength. As for the ferocious beast army, there were only about 100 million ferocious beasts left, including Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, and the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Next was the Xianxia immigrant tribe. Now, there were only about 10 million battleships left, as well as the survivors of the primordial era with varying levels of cultivation. The captive army had the largest formation. Although the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other high-ranking members of the captive parliament were all alive, the members were still complicated. There were humans from the third universe, as well as the Azure Rock race and the Battle Lion race from the second universe. There were also strong beings from the Lion race, and there were even troops from some slave races from the first universe. But now, there were only a few 100 million battleships left in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, and there were less than 10 billion people, if such a scene was seen by Yi Xian, who knew how he would feel. Very quickly, the two enormous armies that were originally confronting each other in this star field and were about to break out into a life-and-death battle entered the wormhole in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei also entered the wormhole in front and behind. After sending everyone forward, they also entered the wormhole in the starry sky. This scene was seen by some ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts from other races and forces on the three main planes of the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Previously, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had all noticed these existences watching from afar, but they did not pay attention to them. They deliberately let them spread the news of what had happened here. After Zhao Dong and the other three escorted the two armies away, the other great beings who were watching from afar were stunned for a while. Finally, they recovered from the shock. In an instant, all sorts of shocked cries resounded like waves, covering the sky and earth. My God, something big has happened. This space is going to have a huge war soon. Within that mysterious Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the four most powerful ninth stage emperors actually broke through at the same time and stepped into the universe night level. This is simply shocking. Magic Hall? Just the name alone sounds domineering, and the way they do things is even more shocking. These four powerful universe knights actually mobilized all of their forces and took away the Space Nomadic Army, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race from both sides. These are four powerful universe knights, said Luo Feng. Where did that mysterious Demon Palace Master come from? What level has his power reached to be able to command such powerful universe knights? I heard that there was an even more powerful being behind the 12 emperors in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, he is temporarily out and not in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Hence, for the past 10 years, the survivors and beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun Forbidden Land haven't moved at all. They didn't take a step out and didn't participate in the conquest of the outside world. They were waiting for the return of the Dominator. Now it seems that this is the case. In the entire untainted land, in such a vast and boundless area, only the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has such a situation where fierce beasts and survivors mix and coexist peacefully. Just from this point alone, we can see that. With the skills of this Demon Palace Master, this person is most likely not a Universe Knight anymore. It is highly possible that he is a Universe Master. Even so what? It's not like there aren't any Universe Masters among the races and powers from the three main Space Masters, and there will be even more powerful beings coming in. That's right. Just within the headquarters of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion race, there are two Universe Masters each. However, these core elders usually don't care about matters of war. Unless there's a huge incident, they won't be alarmed. This time, more than 30 emperors and hundreds of millions of battleships were captured at the same time, which is enough to alarm the core elders of the Universe Master level. The real turmoil will erupt soon. Speaking of the mysterious and powerful Lord Demon Master behind the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, do you still remember that Green Cow of the Space Nomadic Army has been boasting that he has a big boss behind him, and once he returns, he will dominate the entire universe? This void will make all the forces that hunted them pay a heavy price. Do you believe such words? That green bull was only an emperor-level undying. Not to mention the fact that there probably wasn't any big boss behind him. Even if there was, how strong could he be? Ninth Order Peak Stage Monarch realm was already the limit. This kind of cultivation strength was truly in front of universe masters. I'm not even worth a fart. That's true. Soon, as the exclamations gradually stopped, the experts who were watching from afar in the void also left one after another. Everything that had just happened here also happened in this vast space at an outrageous speed. It spread in the void of the primordial world fragment, the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. This was originally a powerful top-tier forbidden land in the starry sky, and there were several powerful emperors guarding it. However, more than 10 years ago, with the invasion of the Starry Sky army into the void of the primordial world fragment, the Blood Dragon clan set their eyes on this top-tier forbidden land. They immediately sent out an army to conquer it, but they still couldn't conquer it after 2 years. That was until a group of great beings from the Starry Sky arrived, including several universe knights from the Blood Dragon clan. As a result, countless space beasts in the Forbidden Land were killed. Since then, this top-notch restricted area had become the base camp of the Blood Wyrm tribe in this void. However, the universe knights who arrived at that time weren't the most powerful beings in the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. In the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan, the one with the highest authority was Crown Prince Dragon. However, Crown Prince Dragon wasn't the most powerful being here. Crown Prince Dragon had reached level 3 Universe Master, and not long ago, there was another Universe Master who came with him from the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe to this void fragment of the primordial world fragment. This person was also a core ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan. His name was Six-Headed Blood Dragon, and his level was at level 9 Complete Universe Master, which was equivalent to a half-supreme at the pinnacle of this realm. However, this Six-Headed Blood Dragon wasn't a direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. Instead, he was a mixed blood descendant, which was why Crown Prince Dragon's father, Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, didn't pay much attention to him. Although he was powerful, he was only a guardian of Crown Prince Dragon. To put it bluntly, he was just an old servant. Crown Prince Dragon had a noble status. He was the bloodline ancestor in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, and he was the direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was a powerful being in the primordial era. If Xian still had an impression of him, he would definitely remember that he had used the rune chains of the underworld furnace to send out some evil poison. Back then, it had poisoned Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, 2 powerful primordial era supreme beings, and they had sent out a body. They had arrived at the source of all evil star domain. Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, had also obtained a drop of evil poison, and half of it had been sent into a huge blood-colored egg. At that time, Crown Prince Dragon had been nurtured in that huge blood-colored egg. It was also because of the influence of that half-drop of evil poison that Crown Prince Dragon's mind was a little abnormal, even though he had a terrifying level of power at the Universe Master level the moment he was born. Sometimes, he was normal, and sometimes, he was crazy. Nine-Headed Blood Dragon had sent Six-Headed Blood Dragon to be his guardian. 2 years ago, he had escorted Crown Prince Dragon here to train. This was one of the reasons. However, even though Crown Prince Dragon was sometimes crazy, he was, after all, a powerful third-stage Eternity Lord. As an Eternity Lord, he still had his pride. Although he had been here for 2 years, he didn't pay much attention to the expeditions of the Blood Dragon clan outside. Yes. This kind of ordinary war wasn't enough to alarm an existence at his level. However, the hundreds of millions of battleships of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had all been captured. Even more than 30 emperors had been taken away. When this news reached the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan, Crown Prince Dragon was instantly enraged. To be able to kill a pinnacle level 9 emperor with one slap, he was definitely a Universe Knight. And to be able to make 4 Universe Knights listen to him, this so-called Demon Master was most likely a Universe Master. Considering all this, the Blood Dragon Crown Prince let out a ferocious roar and rushed out of the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan at the first instance. He led an elite army formed by 10,000 space fortresses and rushed toward the rising sun Forbidden Land. His protector, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon, did not stop him. From his point of view, even if Demon Palace Master had the cultivation level of a Universe Master, he would at most be in the middle stage of this realm. However, he was a half-step Supreme Master who had completed the 9th stage of this realm. Since he was by Crown Prince Blood Dragon's side, there was no possibility of any accidents happening. Li, Hong Long Long, along with Crown Prince's roar, the entire elite army rushed out of the Blood Dragon clan's main camp and headed towards the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Rising Sun Forbidden Land, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land for a day. During this time, Yi Xian didn't do anything else. He was more or less worried and kept waiting. However, just now, he received a message from Zhao Dong saying that Green Bull and his space nomadic army had met up with Zhao Dong. Together, they were successfully rescued. This caused Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief as he felt joy in his heart. In particular, Zhao Dong had mentioned that this time, not only had Qian Nan and the other three rescued Commander Azure Ox's nomadic army, they had even captured an outsider army with hundreds of millions of powerful warships. Among them, there were over 30 emperors from the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan, and now, the four of them were escorting this huge battleship army and space nomadic army back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land at full speed. However, due to the fact that the journey was simply too far, several 100 billion miles away, it was simply too far. Even if they used all the wormholes they encountered along the way, it would take at least 6 to 7 days for such a large army to cross the hundreds of billions of miles of void and reach the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. As for 6 to 7 days? That's a bit long. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian dispersed the ball of light that Zhao Dong sent over with his divine sense. He frowned and muttered to himself, but that's fine as well. Taking advantage of this time, I can try to enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the next level. Although he encountered 2 breakthroughs in a row, it had been a while since that breakthrough. Since returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, Yi Xian hadn't tried to break through in seclusion. He was fully digesting what he had gained from the last breakthrough. Now that everything was over, what he had gained from the previous breakthrough had been completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Hence, the opportunity to break through had arrived. While Zhao Dong and the other 3 were escorting the captive army and the Starry Sky nomadic army that had been rescued, they had yet to arrive at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. It was a good opportunity for him to make another breakthrough and become a supreme level 9 universe master. The great perfection of the order. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After making the decision, he didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the farmer god cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He entered the cauldron and sat cross-legged in the space of the cauldron. In the sky above the mountain. Soon, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Instantly, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid and the 9-colored godly medicine. This time, he had prepared a pot of chaos medicine with a radius of 10,000 feet. After everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach and quickly melted them. Walala, when all this was done, the moment the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. Following the rattling of chains, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in Yi Xian's body. After concentrating, Yi Xian activated the newly formed river of energy in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians. This time, when the river of energy flowed through his meridians, although the pain was still extremely intense, it was much weaker than the previous 2 consecutive breakdowns. In addition, Yi Xian was already used to it, so it didn't affect him at all. This time, there was still no hindrance to the breakthrough. In just 5 days, the river of energy in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. As the river of energy circulated through his meridians again and again, it finally disappeared completely and merged with his soul and physical body. Immediately after, Yi Xian only had to accumulate energy to launch a single attack, and the shackles that appeared this time were broken. The anticipated system notifications soon rang in his mind, and they kept ringing in succession. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the 9th Order Universe supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the Ninth Order Universe Supremacy. Ninth Order Supremacy. This was the pinnacle of the Ninth Order Supremacy. If he took another step forward, Yi Xian would surpass the Supremacy realm and step into the true Primordial Era Supremacy realm. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the Eighth Order Universe Supremacy realm. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the pinnacle of the Ninth Order Supremacy realm. If he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately reach the pinnacle of the Ninth Order Supremacy realm. But in reality, if he took into account the enhancement of his cultivation level due to the majestic blood energy in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a First Order Supremacy realm who had just entered the desolate Venerable realm. This time, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a First Order Supremacy realm after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would reach the First Order Supremacy realm. If he took into account the majestic blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles in size, his battle power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest battle power he could display would reach the unprecedented Second Order Supremacy realm. It could be said that under the Primordial Era Supremacy realm, the current Yi Xian was invincible. Moreover, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian could condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant, and all of them had the terrifying battle power of a Second Order Supremacy realm. Whoosh! Yi Xian leaped out of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron was absorbed into his body. Then, he fell into deep thought. Little after a while, he changed his form from his original human appearance to that of the violent ape of stars, and maintained the state of the 9th transformation of the devil ape. However, his body was affected by the Blood Sea secret technique, so he was only about 10 feet tall. But even so, the cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the First Order Supreme of the Ancients. At with his current height and level, unless it was necessary, he no longer needed to rely on the majestic power of blood and chi in his huge body to enhance his cultivation. Although the huge body of 60 million miles was mighty, it was too big and inconvenient to move. Therefore, Yi Xian now, under normal circumstances, was only about 10 feet tall. Therefore, he decided to change into his current violent ape form instead of his original human appearance because he didn't want to reveal his true identity to the major forces and races of the 3 major planes. In fact, although the green ox and other fierce beasts and the survivors of the ancients had seen his original appearance, the captives of the nomadic star army didn't know. Captive among the senior members of the nomadic star army, only the 3-clawed flood dragon knew this. The others were still in the dark. Yi Xian thought that the time to reveal his true identity had not yet come, so it was obviously the most suitable time to show up in the violent ape form for the time being. Counting the time, at most 1.5 days, it should be time. Murmured. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly entered the demon palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain within his cave. He sat cross-legged on the throne at the head of the main hall and closed his eyes. While he was free, he took advantage of this time to quickly refine the gains he had just obtained from breaking through in his body. A day later, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. Boom! Rumble, earth-shaking roars came from the area outside the rising sun forbidden land, reverberating through the cosmic void tens of billions of miles away. These roars were the convergence of countless starry sky battleships' kinetic energy cabins operating at full speed. This is along the way, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei urged them from time to time. Whether it was the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, or the nomadic star army led by Green Ox, they did not delay at all in the past few days and rushed to the forbidden land of Rising Sun at full speed. After 7 days, the terrifying army that stretched for tens of millions of miles finally arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. Under Zhao Dong's orders, they entered the forbidden land of the Rising Sun anxiously and headed for the central starfield. At this time, all the astral beasts and ancient survivors in the countless inhabited stars in the forbidden land of the rising sun had already rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and arrived in the void of the universe outside the stars. Positive under the lead of the other 8 emperors in the forbidden land, they observed the battle from the left and right. The huge battleship army slowly moved towards the central star field. Along the way, they saw countless powerful star beasts and survivors, which made everyone feel awestruck. Green Old Bull was envious. If Phoenix Blood Star Sector, which he had been in charge of, had such a powerful formation and scale, even if Universe Knights had come later, it would have been difficult to escape the fate of being conquered. However, at least we can fight for more than 10 years and not be in such a miserable state now, where we will soon become captives. Hong. Half a day later, after a few days, the huge army finally arrived at the central region of the forbidden land of rising sun at full speed. There was a huge life star in front of them, which was where Yi Xian's palace was located. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed to the front of the army and stopped abruptly, facing the huge life star in front of them side by side. Follow, the hearts of the blood-fled dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans at the back, as well as the Starry Sky nomadic army led by Green Ox. All of the experts felt their hearts skip a beat. Woo! At this moment, all the great beings held their breaths and focused on the huge life star in front of them. Because, they knew that if there were no accidents, this huge life star should be the ruler of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was also the palace of the leader of the magic hall, the palace of Demon Master. This mysterious being actually had such a powerful forbidden land of rising sun under his command, and he ruled countless powerful space beasts and ancient survivors. Not only did he have 8 undying emperors, but he also had 4 universe knights as his generals. His cultivation level was probably at least that of a universe master. Because, among the hundreds of millions of battleships and the countless great beings of the entire nomadic star army, only a few had seen a universe master before, and they were only able to feel his majesty from afar, separated by the endless void space of the universe. There were even fewer beings who had such an experience at such a close distance. Hence, it was completely understandable that they were so nervous all of a sudden. At this moment, as the army arrived at the central star field of the forbidden land of rising sun, all the battleships stopped and turned off the kinetic energy cabins. Before, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei cupped their fists at the same time and knelt down on one knee in the void space. God, they were extremely respectful. Before Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei could finish their words, Zhao Dong said respectfully, Demon Master, the nomadic star army is here. Besides, when we were rushing there was an army of hundreds of millions of battleships from the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. They were besieging the nomadic star army and were trying to kill them. Now, besides the nomadic star army, the army of the 3 races was also brought here, including the 30-odd undying emperors who were leading the army. Besides the one who was killed at the beginning, the rest were all brought here. Demon Master, please deal with them. The entire army was stunned when they heard those words. From Zhao Dong's words, it seemed that the 4 of them had only headed to that star region for the Starry Sky nomadic army. Until, the alliance of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race was completely unlucky, as they happened to be besieging the nomadic star army and were about to engage in a huge battle. Hence, they were implicated and brought here. At this point, the 30-odd emperors of the 3 races were all stunned for a moment. Their gazes quickly turned to the youth and the nomadic star army that they had besieged, their eyes filled with hatred. What's the situation? These punks are actually innocent bystanders? If that's the case, this magic hall master's target is actually my nomadic star army? Hong. Hong long long. An earth-shaking rumble resounded. Following as soon as Zhao Dong's words fell, the atmosphere in the giant life star in front of him rolled violently. Then, it automatically opened up an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black ray of light expanded rapidly, and in less than a breath's time, it had transformed into an incomparably majestic black palace of at least 10 million li in size. It was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the feeling it gave off was incomparably grand, exuding an unparalleled tyrannical aura. This enormous black hall that was tens of thousands of kilometers long was the main hall of the demon palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he flew out with the entire demon palace. Here at this time, the magic hall towered over 10 million li in size, towering above the atmosphere of the giant life star in front of them. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei immediately stood up and turned to look at the army behind them, their eyes gleaming coldly as they sternly rebuked each other. Lord Demon Master has arrived, what are we waiting for? All existences above Emperor level, come out immediately and form a formation in the void, kowtow to Lord Demon Master. Within 3 breaths, those above Emperor level will be beheaded without mercy. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. As soon as Zhao Dong and the other 3 finished speaking, from the huge army behind them, a large number of faint whistling sounds could be heard. One figure after another rushed out from their respective battleships, arriving behind Zhao Dong and the other 3. Although the expression on their faces was different, no one dared to make a sound. On one hand, it was because the majestic magic hall had descended from the sky, and on the other hand, it was because Zhao Dong's iron-blooded killing of a peak Emperor level 9 from the Battle Lion clan had left a deep impression on them. No one dared to provoke him again. What's more, they were already in the hinterland of the enemy's base camp. There was nowhere to run, so they could only accept their fate. At the very least, they wouldn't have to suffer any losses. In the blink of an eye, 2 groups of people had gathered behind Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Left on the side were the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion armies, of which there were over 30 emperors and 200 emperors. As for the right, it was the Green Ox and the emperors of the nomadic army under its command. Green Ox's cultivation base had long reached the peak of Emperor level 9. He was only a step away from Emperor level. Apart from him, there were many other emperors in the nomadic army. After all, when Green Ox and Yi Xian parted ways, Yi Xian had given Green Ox almost all the level 23 emperor level pills he had. Within the beast army, there was Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun as well as the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Within the Xianxia army, there were 20 emperors, all of which were the elders Yi Xian was familiar with. As for the captive army, with the 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang as the leaders, they had captured dozens of representatives, all of which had reached emperor level, including Green Ox. There were close to 100 emperors in the nomadic army, all of which were at the peak of emperor level 9. It was actually an elite army that had been chased for more than 10 years in the void, not to mention that the Green Ox had taken away a large amount of purple crystal medicine from Yi Xian. Therefore, in the Starry Sky nomadic army, ordinary titled kings would either not break through, or once they broke through to the titled emperor realm, they would grow very quickly in one bloody battle after another. Hence, there was such a strange situation. A group of emperors, without exception, were all at the peak of emperor level 9. In other words, half-step emperors. In fact, if it weren't for these 100 half-step titled martial emperors, the nomadic star army wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships, they were like unkillable cockroaches that couldn't be killed, holding on until now. At this time, within a blink of an eye, over 300 emperors and above appeared behind Zhao Dong and the other 3. As for the emperors and below, Zhao Dong and the other 3 didn't even mention them, as they weren't qualified to greet the demon master. As everyone gathered, Zhao Dong exchanged glances with Qian Nan and the other 2. Their expressions darkened as they reprimanded, "Demon master, since you're already here, why aren't you greeting him?" "What a joke," he said. The moment he finished, without waiting for the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the 3 races to reply, Green Bull couldn't hold it in any longer. His nostrils flared, his chin almost reaching the skies. His tone was firm. "Old Bull and the entire nomadic army have always worshipped the heavens and earth. At most, we'll add that disloyal big brother who hasn't returned from a long journey. The magic hall leader in front is your demon master. He has nothing to do with Old Bull and the nomadic army. Why should we greet him?" These words were firm, but they were also a little pretentious. On the other side, the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race all thought the same. They rolled their eyes and pouted in disdain. On the other hand, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei exchanged glances at this moment. and a wisp of admiration appeared in the depths of their eyes. At this moment, they had completely approved of Green Bull, including the entire nomadic army under him. Even more so, as for the Green Ox, other than acknowledgement, they actually admired it even more because the Green Ox's current strength was inferior to theirs. In fact, it was far inferior. It was not even at the titled Emperor realm. However, if they were in the same position as Green Ox, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Peerless Emperor realm, to lead such a huge nomadic army and escape for more than 10 years in such a complicated situation without being annihilated. Zhao Feng was a genius. He was a genius at the peak of the 9th level of Emperor realm. Zhao Dong and the other 3 knew they definitely couldn't do it. It was even to the extent that if it was the 4 of them in the current situation, they would probably be unable to express themselves so unyieldingly like the Green Ox. Even if they did not kowtow, they would most likely use words to beat around the bush and tactfully smooth things over. Even though their goal was the same, in terms of aura, compared to Green Bull, they were obviously much weaker. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. At this time, as soon as the Green Ox finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the black towering demon hall that stood at the top of the atmosphere of the giant life star. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, their hearts beating wildly. These sounds came from the lofty demon hall up ahead, and it just so happened that the Black Ox had spoken so disrespectfully in front of everyone. As a result, when they turned around, apart from Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other members of the upper echelons of the Forbidden Grounds of Rising Sun, everyone else felt their hearts rise to their throats. They believed that the supreme existence in the demon hall was about to punish them. However, the truth was obviously not so. With the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, streaks of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them and floated in front of the Green Ox and the others. There were 98 level 24 Emperor treasure pills. There were 98 peak stage emperors in the Astral Nomad army led by the Green Ox. At this moment, there was a pill floating in front of each of them, emitting a dense Emperor realm aura. When he saw the Emperor bestowed pellet floating in front of him, the Green Bull's expression changed greatly, and his mind buzzed. Even the 3-clawed fled dragon, Long Shantang, and the rest of the 97 half-step titled emperors had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had all taken a level 23 Emperor treasure pill before, hence, they could recognize what was floating before them. But, how was this possible? 98 Emperor titled treasure pills. This was at least the Emperor blood essence condensed from the blood mist of over 100 Emperor level space. Beasts that were killed. Only then could one refine this many pills. However, now, they were all flying over, each of them having one floating before them. This was obviously a reward. At this moment, the eyes of the 98 half-step titled emperors of the nomadic space army were filled with suspicion. They suspected that the so-called demon lord in the towering demon palace was their boss, the violent star ape. But, how was that possible? It had only been close to 20 years. How could Violent Yuan become so powerful? He even had 4 universe knights under him. What's more, if the devil master of the forbidden land of Rising Sun was Violent Ape, the nomadic army had been living such a miserable life in the past 10 years. They had even been chased by the forbidden land of Rising Sun several times when they passed by the forbidden land of Rising Sun several times. It was impossible for Boss Bao Yuan to not know everything. If it was really him, how could he be indifferent and not help? Merely this was enough to prove that their guesses were wrong. Perhaps, the secret method of refining this kind of heaven-defying treasure pill had already been leaked. Or, in this fragment of the untainted world, this kind of secret method had originally been mastered by other experts. This was definitely possible. At the thought of this, the 98 half-step titled martial emperors of the nomadic star army, including Green Bull, were all disappointed. Their eyes were also filled with disappointment. Such a scene landed in the eyes of the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race, and they all grit their teeth in hatred. Here at this moment, they turned their heads and looked over. Their expressions and eyes were all filled with endless envy and jealousy. Although, of course, they didn't know that this was a level 24 Emperor sealing treasure pill. However, they could clearly sense the incomparably dense Emperor realm aura emitted from the treasure pill. They indeed did not know that this treasure pill could allow an Emperor level 9 pinnacle undying to break through to the Emperor level in such a short time. However, they at least understood that this treasure pill was extremely valuable, and to an Emperor level undying, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, the 98 half-step titled martial emperors from the opposing camp were all rewarded with a supreme treasure pellet. Yet, not only were they not overjoyed, their faces were actually filled with disappointment and disappointment. However, they did not get anything even if they wanted it. They could only stare at it helplessly. Comparing the two and seeing the expressions of these fellows, they were so angry that they could spit out blood on the spot. What made them even more puzzled was that the so-called devil master in the towering magic hall in front of them, for some reason, this green bull had clearly spoken rudely and was intentionally rebutting him. Not only was he not angry, but he even gave out such a treasure pill. And the moment he gave it out equally. Other than Green Bull, the other 97 half-step titled martial emperors who did not make a sound were also given a share. This is simply infuriating. Green Bull, Lord Devil Master appreciates your pride and rewards you with a treasure pill. Why don't you quickly swallow it and break through to the Emperor level? At this moment, as the 98 level 24 Emperor treasure pills shot over from the magic hall in front of them, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly understood Yi Xian's intention. After exchanging glances, the former's expression darkened and he immediately reprimanded Green Bull and the others. Is it really a reward? And it's actually a reward because he appreciates our pride? Green Bull and the other half-step titled martial emperors of the space nomadic army looked at each other, and their expressions became strange. And they actually encountered such a thing? This was simply unheard of. It seemed that the so-called devil master in the towering magic hall in front of them was really a freak. No, this was normal. It was normal for an existence of this level to have a strange temperament. Thinking of this, the Green Bull immediately swallowed the level 24 treasure pellet that was suspended in front of him, directly swallowing it into his stomach. In any case, it was given to him for free, and he was not the one asking for it. This was a level 24 Emperor titled treasure pellet that could help him break through to the Emperor realm. No, it's a waste to not eat it. After this village, there won't be another shop. The old monster's temperament was strange, and he might change his mind in a while. Therefore, while the treasure pill was in front of him, it was better to quickly swallow it and break through his cultivation first. First thinking of this, Green Bull immediately closed his eyes in the void and no longer cared about anything else. He focused his mind and began to refine the majestic energy river formed by the level 24 Emperor treasure pill in his body after it dissolved. On the side, Yu Linglong, Long Xiang, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the elders of the Mulberry Tree Star region, the three-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other captive higher-ups of the parliament. Seeing Green Bull's actions, they exchanged glances and immediately gritted their teeth. They all raised their hands and took the Emperor treasure pill floating in front of them, swallowing it on the spot. However, after which, they sat cross-legged in space and closed their eyes, beginning the refinement. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. When the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race reacted, they were all shocked. At this moment, the 98 half-step titled emperors in the nomadic star army swallowed a level 24 emperor titled treasure pellet each and closed their eyes, starting to break through in front of everyone. On the other side, the 30 over emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion races were all stunned. What was going on? What happened to being captured together? Why did the scene change in the blink of an eye? That guy Blue Ox had even contradicted the so-called Lord Demon Master in front of everyone just now, but not only did he not punish him, he actually bestowed so many so-called precious pills, and actually made Blue Ox and the others swallow them on the spot, saying they would break through in one go, and step into the titled Emperor realm. But how was that possible? Did he really think that this was the genetic cultivation fluid of the human race in the three main planes of space? Did he really think that he would be able to make a breakthrough in a short time by swallowing a tube of it at the peak of the 9th step? Brain. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the nearly 300 experts of the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other two clans were stunned. However, their faces were filled with suspicion. To put it bluntly, they didn't really believe that Green Bull and the rest could break through and become emperor. They were all extremely suspicious. The majestic demonic palace that stood at the peak of the atmosphere of the giant life star remained silent after giving out the 98 level 24 emperor-titled treasure pills. Even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei no longer urged the Blood Flood Dragon clan's upper echelons to pay their respects. They naturally knew that the Demon Master was more concerned about Green Bull and the rest's breakthroughs. Until the close to 300 emperors of the three races weren't in a rush to deal with the hundreds of millions of battleships in the future. They had plenty of time to deal with it. With such thoughts, Zhao Dong and the others didn't even bother with the upper echelons of the three races. Their gazes all turned to Green Bull and the other upper echelons of the nomadic army, paying close attention to their breakthroughs. Same as they were more or less guarding in the dark, time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. During this half a day, the space was extremely quiet. Before Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei didn't dare to make a move since the Devil Master in the Devil Palace didn't make a move. The four of them didn't move. The close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't dare make any moves either. Close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't move. The countless warriors and the hundreds of millions of battleships behind could only hold their breaths in fear, not daring to even breathe. When the atmosphere in the air became extremely oppressive, the green ox suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its head and let out a shocking mooing sound. Almost at the same time, an incomparably powerful pressure emanated from his body. This was obviously the energy of an emperor. In just half a day, after swallowing the level 24 Emperor treasure pill, Green Bull successfully broke through. And now, he was already a newly ascended Emperor level Undying, stepping into the first level of this realm. This move was too sudden. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were already mentally prepared, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were all filled with gratified smiles. Not far away, the 30 emperors of the three races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock and the Mad Lion, as well as the other 200 emperors, were all stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out involuntarily, "What? This Green Bull, he actually broke through? But how is this possible? In just half a day, he actually broke through from the peak of the 9th level to the first level of the Emperor Undying level. Such a fast speed and such shocking effects. Even the current gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp can't do this, right? Besides, the gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp only has medicines below the ordinary Undying level. There's no medicine above the ordinary Undying level. Heaven-defying. It's really heaven-defying. That treasure pill actually allowed a half-step emperor to become a true emperor level 1. Doesn't that mean? That's not possible, right? Could all 98 half-step titled monarchs in the nomadic star army become true titled monarchs? If that's the case, this is clearly a group breakthrough to the emperor level. This is simply unheard of. Hell. Before these exclamations of shock and surprise could be heard, another shocking roar came from the void to the right. This time, it was Gongjun of the Beast Army who broke through. An incomparably dense emperor-level energy emanated from his body. He became the second being to become an emperor-level Undying after the Green Bull. Hell. Before the experts in the void could react, a series of angry roars and vicious howls rang out. Other than the Green Bull and Gongjun, the space nomadic armies Yuling Long, Long Ao, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, the remaining elders of the Mulberry Tree Star Field, the three-clawed Fled Dragon, Long Shan Tang and the other captives, in a short period of 10 minutes, all of them had smoothly broken through the shackles of a realm in succession, and their bodies were suffused with extremely dense Emperor Realm aura. From this moment onwards, they were no longer half-emperors at the peak of the 9th level. Instead, they had stepped into a whole new realm and officially became emperors. Although, they were only Emperor level 1. However, with the mental state foundation that the Green Bull and the others had built up during the 10 years of the Great Void Escape, and with the top-grade training resources given to them by Yi Xian, Phase not long after, these 98 newly ascended titled emperors would all step into the great circle of the ninth stage in succession. In other words, they were the so-called half-step venerable ones. At that time, they would continue to swallow a level 26 night level pill and use it to step into the universe night realm. It would be the time for them to be in the same realm as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, Che. It all happened too quickly. It had only been 10 minutes since the Green Ox and Gong Jun had broken through and raised their heads to roar madly in extreme excitement until now. In such a short period of time, the 98 emperors all broke through to the emperor level one after another. The first thing they did after breaking through was to raise their heads and howl in joy and excitement. During this time, the roars of joy in the forbidden land of the rising sun did not stop for even a moment. At this moment, along with the roars of joy in the forbidden land of rising sun, not far away, close to 300 upper echelons from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were filled with shock, and even their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. After a short moment of daze, over 30 emperors and over 200 emperors, without exception, all of their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled as they exclaimed in shock. For a moment, their voices reverberated like waves. What? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I hallucinating? They broke through. All of them broke through. 98 half-step emperors, in just half a day, all of them successfully broke through and became true emperors. This is unbelievable. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to believe it, even if the so-called treasure pills they just swallowed could really make half-step emperors break through to emperor level in a short time. Isn't the success rate too high? 98 treasure pills, and none of them failed. This is clearly a 100% success rate. See. Opportunity, what a great opportunity. This Daozi is now at the peak of the 9th level conferred emperor realm. Damn it. I should have snatched one just now. That way, this Daozi would have become a conferred emperor realm expert and saved me 100 years of hard work. Maybe, we still have a chance. While the exclamations sounded like waves, on the right side of the void, Green Bull and the rest of the 98 senior members of the Space Nomadic Army, who had successfully stepped into the true emperor level from the emperor level 9 great perfection, quietened down. At this moment, they were naturally extremely excited, but they forcibly suppressed it. Their eyes were filled with determination as they gazed at the towering magic hall that stood at the top of the atmosphere of the giant life star. For a moment, they even began to doubt whether the being in the towering magic hall ahead of them was their boss Bao Yuan. But, thinking back to the many times when they had passed by the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun while escaping, they immediately threw this thought to the back of their minds. Because, why was that absolutely impossible? If it was boss Bao Yuan, how could he not care about their life and death? However, if it wasn't boss Bao Yuan, why would he be so generous? He actually gave him 98 precious level 24 emperor sealing treasure pills the moment they met. The Azure Ox and the others absolutely didn't believe in words like appreciating unyielding character. During this period of over 10 years, they'd been constantly fleeing for their lives in a sorry state in space, and they'd long since seen through too much hypocrisy and falsehood. Such a reason simply could not stand up to scrutiny. If not for the fact that there was nothing on him for the other party to scheme against, they would definitely suspect that the other party had bad intentions and was harboring disloyalty. At this moment, just as the doubts in the hearts of the Green Ox and the others grew thicker and thicker, yet they were unable to think of a reasonable reason, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who secretly heaved a sigh of relief, turned their heads and exchanged glances before speaking again. This time, it was still Zhao Dong who turned his head and looked over. He nodded slightly and swept his gaze toward the Green Ox as he said indifferently, "Fellow Green Ox, all of you have already received your rewards. All of you have broken through and stepped into a brand new great realm from the peak of level 9 Emperor Sealing Realm, becoming true Emperor Sealing Realm. Now, it's time for us to pay our respects to Lord Demon Master, right? After waiting for half a day, you're actually bringing this up again. Looks like your Lord Demon Master really won us over with virtue and is unwilling to give up," Green Ox said. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Yu Ling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the elders of the remnant tribes of Mulberry Ji Star region, the three-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other captive higher-ups of the council. Following that, after that, he continued, unfortunately, it's still not possible. If you want me to lead a group of colleagues and subordinates to pay respects to your Lord Demon Master, you have to at least let him show his face first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about anything. In the end, the reason for this request was clearly because the doubts in his heart were too strong. The Green Ox simply couldn't understand why all of this was happening. Dang, however, at the bottom of his heart, there was still some hope. Although it seemed impossible to him, what if the being in the towering magic hall in front of him was Boss Bao Yuan? No, regardless of whether it was or not, he had to find a way to trick the other party into showing his face first. If it really wasn't Boss Bao Yuan, at least he could cut off the last bit of hope in his heart, so that he wouldn't have to worry and hesitate now. Hearing his words, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already guessed Green Ox's thoughts. The four of them turned their heads and looked at each other. There was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. On the other side, there were more than 30 Undying Emperors and more than 200 Undying Emperors from the Blood-Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. At this moment, without exception, all of them were fuming with anger. As for Green Ox and the others all breaking through to Emperor level, they were naturally extremely envious and shocked. Because now, the Space Nomadic Army had close to 100 Emperors. If they could survive today, they would have more time in the future to let these close to 100 Emperors grow. When that time came, they would be invincible in this space fragment. As long as they didn't meet a powerful knight, no one would dare provoke them in space. Even more, what was infuriating was that these people had gotten such a huge benefit, yet they were still acting cool. They were simply shameless to the point of making one's hair stand on end. However, this matter could be seen from another angle. The being in the towering magic hall ahead, which was the master of the magic hall, was most likely like what Green Ox had said. He had a weird personality and liked to play tricks to win people over. He was truly a hypocrite. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, as Green Ox's words were heard again, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei exchanged glances. They hadn't decided what to do next. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out from within the black, majestic palace that stood at the peak of the atmosphere of the giant life star. In an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention again. Their hearts were beating wildly. Very quickly, as the sharp sound of air being torn apart resounded, beams of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Green Ox and the others, floating right in front of them. Inside then there were another 98 treasure pills. Green Ox and the others each had one floating in front of them, emitting extremely dense energy. Look, when he saw the Emperor-level treasure pills floating in front of him, Green Ox's expression changed greatly. His mind was buzzing. The three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other 97 half-emperors were the same. As the second round of 98 pills shot over, they floated before Green Ox and the others, emitting dense energy. Green Ox's expression changed as his mind boomed. Three-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang and the rest of the 97 half-step emperors reacted the same way. They had already swallowed a level 24 emperor-titled treasure pill earlier, so they could clearly sense the aura of this treasure pill floating in front of them, and judge its grade and effect from this. This was a level 25 knight-ranked pill, and after swallowing it after reaching the Emperor level 9 pinnacle, one would be able to break through to the Universe Knight level in a short amount of time. And such a precious supreme treasure, the being in the Black Magic Hall had casually given them close to 100 of them. This was something that even a Universe Supreme wouldn't be able to do, much less a Universe Master. They didn't have the ability. At this moment, the breathing of the Green Ox and the others quickened, and their hearts raced. A huge question arose in their hearts once more, and they once again started to wonder if the existence within the Black Hall before them was Boss Violent Ape. If it wasn't him, then there was no way to explain what was happening before them. 98 knight-ranked pills weren't something the 98 emperor-ranked pills could compare to. This was already beyond the 5 undying level, and it was definitely a supreme resource. Even in any of the top powers, even one would be a precious treasure, let alone 100 of them. Green Ox and the others, at this moment, the Green Ox and the newly crowned emperors of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army were still in a state of extreme shock when Zhao Dong, who was in the void in front of them, spoke again. Faint he smiled and continued, seems like the Demon Master really appreciates you. You've passed the second round of tests, which is why he's giving you the second round of rewards. These 98 Knight ranked pills have the same effect as the Emperor ranked pill, but they're of a higher level. Every one of them can help a level 9 Pinnacle Emperor to break through to the Universe Knight level in a short amount of time. All of you have just broken through to the First Order Emperor realm. There is no need for you to use this venerable realm treasure pellet. Keep it with you and push your cultivation to the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, swallow this treasure pellet and you will be able to break through to the venerable realm. Whoosh. The moment these words were spoken, the 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race all had a huge change in expression as they went into an uproar. Then, what was that? Over 200 emperors wasn't a big deal. Even the 30 emperors were mostly not at the peak of level 9. However, the Blood Wyrm clan and Green Rock clan had the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of Emperor level 9. They were completely different. Here at this moment, they were so excited that their necks were thick, their cheeks were red, but their eyes were shining with green light, and their bodies were constantly trembling. Rua, if he hadn't forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart, he would have rushed out at the first moment. There were 98 Knight pills in the void space on the right. Any one of them could help him become a Universe Knight in a short time. No one would be able to resist such temptation. Can forcefully suppressing it, these two old fellows were really good at enduring. Here meanwhile, the Azure Ox and the others had finally recovered from their shock, and they glanced at each other before successively making a move. They gritted their teeth and carefully put away the 25 Exalt Realm Treasures pills that floated before them. Green Cow friend, this is already the Demon Master's second wave of rewards. To you all, the meaning is even greater, and the value is even more shocking. Seeing this, Zhao Dong smiled and nodded, following which he said, now, can we pay our respects to the Demon Master? You all have to be grateful. No matter how much we give, this isn't a matter of rewards. The Green Ox's eyes were already wide open, and his expression was somewhat ferocious. He stared fixedly at the Black Devil Hall in front of him and shook his head in a muffled voice. It's fine if you want me to pay my respects. It's still the same as before. Ask your Lord Demon Master to show his face first, Xiao. Xiao. At this moment, within the magic hall in front of them, a large number of sharp sounds broke through the air again. Another 98 fine rays of light shot over at a terrifying speed before finally stopping abruptly. By the time these 98 fine rays of light reached Green Cow and the other 98 Universe Nomadic Undyings of the Universe Army, they had already expanded in the wind and transformed into 98 towering cultivation resources. Within each towering canopy, there was a 9-colored godly medicine with a radius of 50,000 feet, a chaotic medicine with a radius of 20,000 feet, and various other cultivation resources with a radius of 30,000 feet. All of them were top-tier items. Not to mention the emperors, even the great beings of the primordial era would be envious and thirsty upon seeing this. This was obviously Yi Xian's third wave of rewards. Over the past 10 years, whether it was Green Cow, the Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, or the others, they had all gone through hardships. Especially the latter and the others, facing the arrival of the various armies of the three main dimensions of the universe, the pressure they had to bear was even greater. No matter how one looked at it, they were all worthy of the resources Yi Xian was giving them. In fact, it wasn't just them. All the remaining ferocious beasts, survivors, and powerhouses from various races and forces in the Starry Sky Nomadic Army would be given cultivation resources that matched their strength. They would also be given various levels of pellets that were needed for the next few realms. This scene landed on the left side of the space, where the 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans witnessed, immediately causing their expressions to change greatly as they went into an uproar. It wasn't just the Blood Wyrm and the Green Rock that had the highest cultivation level, who had reached the peak of Emperor level 9. Even the 200 emperors and the 30 emperors who hadn't reached the peak of Emperor level 9 were the same. At this moment at this time, they were so excited that their necks had swelled up, their faces flushed red, their eyes glowing green, their bodies shaking intensely. They indeed didn't recognize the 9-colored god medicine, much less the chaos medicine. However, they recognized the other 30,000 zhong worth of resources. The 9-colored God medicine and the chaos medicine were obviously better than the others. The former gave off a terrifying energy, while the latter was more restrained, almost like it had returned to its original state. Again, coupled with the fact that it was the smallest in number and only had a radius of 20,000 feet, anyone could tell that this mysterious resource with a radius of 20,000 feet must be extremely shocking. Most importantly, within a short period of time, the existence in the Black Demonic Palace had given out 2 more rounds of rewards in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was the Venerable One Supreme Pill or the 9,800 and 8,800,000 feet tall top-notch cultivation resources, both were extremely exciting. This Xiao. As the third round of rewards shot out from the Black Magic Hall, Green Bull and the rest of the 98 newly crowned emperors from the Space Nomadic Army stopped abruptly. On the left side of the space, 3 figures rushed out from the group of emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. These 3 figures were all mid-stage emperors, and they had rushed out from the group of over 30 emperors. However, the strongest ones, the Blood Dragon and Green Rock, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of emperor level, didn't rush out. After all, the older the wiser, the patience of these 2 old monsters was still very shocking. What shocked Yi Xian was that he actually recognized these 3 mid-stage emperors who rushed out. They were Jiao Badian from the Blood Dragon race, Peng Jingxiao from the Green Rock race, and Shi Feng from the Battle Lion race. Back then, these 3 fellows weren't very strong, and 2 of them had even been killed by Yi Xian with a single palm strike. Who would have thought that they would actually see each other again, and their cultivation had even broken through to the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor realm? This was simply unbelievable. However, Yi Xian was only slightly startled, and he quickly understood. Now, in the ancestral lands of the various races and top powers in the 3 main dimensions of space, the core ancestors who had been in deep slumber for an eternity had started to wake up one after another. Among them, there were not only Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes, there were even Primordial Great Beings and Primordial Supreme Beings. At least, Yi Xian knew that the Blood Dragon race's ancestor, 9-headed Blood Dragon, was a late-stage Primordial Great Being. Besides, among the ancient beings he had tricked with the poison of all evil in the origin of all evil star field, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Abyss Demon Alligator were 2 powerful Primordial Supreme Beings. At that time, they had even sent out a godly consciousness body due to their heavy injuries. Origin of all evil star field. Since that was the case, the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes of the universe would more or less have some core grand ancestors of their clans. Like the blood-colored Qilin and the 9 Serenities Demon Crocodile, they were also at the level of Primordial Supreme. In fact, if Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Feng were Dao children, even if they died outside, as long as they left a trace of primordial spirit seed in their ancestral land, in that case, as long as the core ancestor of their race had awakened from a deep slumber and had the cultivation level of a Universe Supreme, he could use some secret techniques and methods to help them condense their godly souls, reconstruct their treasured bodies, and revive them. These 3 fellows were all Dao disciples, so there was no need to say more about their talents. Most likely, they were related by blood to the higher-ups of their respective races. Therefore, it was understandable that an existence above the Universe Supreme would spend a certain amount of effort to revive them. Yes, these weren't important. What mattered? What mattered was that these 3 fellows were they? At this moment, as the 3 of them rushed out, Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Feng immediately roared at the top of their lungs. Their expressions were ferocious. Their necks were stiff, their chins were raised to the sky, and their eyes were rolling. They looked insufferably arrogant, as if they were saying that if the heavens were second, they would be first. The guy in the black temple in front, you've been dawdling for so long. Are you done yet? If you're done, quickly let me go back. I don't have time to chat with you here. However, there's no need to say anything about kowtowing. That's impossible. I, Peng Jingxiao, have never bowed to a 4th person. Yes, that's it. You don't have to test us again and again. This is the temperament of us 3 brothers. We are so straightforward. We say whatever we want. Hurry up and do it quickly. Either you kill us with one slap, or you stand up. You want us to kowtow to you? that's just a daydream. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire void fell into a deathly silence. Not only were Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei stunned, but even Green Bull and the rest of the 98 newly crowned emperors opened their mouths wide. No matter what, they would never have thought that there would be 3 such weirdos among the 30-odd undyings of the enemy camp. Don't be fooled by their words. Who here is a fool? With one look, they could tell what they were scheming. They obviously saw that Green Bull and the rest had gotten some benefits, so they wanted to jump out and get some benefits too. When they thought up to this point, the Azure Ox and the others immediately rolled their eyes. They did not say anything else. They waved their hands one after another and stored the cultivation resources that hovered before them into their bodies. At this moment, there was no need to be polite, because it was not only the Green Ox. At this moment, the other 97 newly crowned emperors, including the 3-clawed flood dragon and Long Shantang, were completely certain in their hearts. The demon in the black hall ahead there was no exception. They were 100% sure that the demon was Violent Ape. The Emperor Bestowment Treasure Pill and the Martial Highness Treasure Pill were one thing, but among the 98 10,000 Zhonglong cultivation resources, there was even the legendary 9-colored godly medicine. They had followed Yi Xian for so long, so they naturally knew about Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron and the Shenong strange flame in the cauldron, as well as his attainments in medicine refinement. If there was anyone in this fragment of the universe who could refine the legendary 9-colored godly medicine, other than Violent Ape, it was impossible for there to be anyone else. Besides, other than the 9-colored godly medicine with a radius of 50,000 feet, there were other top-notch cultivation resources with a radius of 30,000 feet, as well as the gray medicine that seemed to be of a higher grade than the 9-colored godly medicine. Such precious top-notch cultivation resources, and such a large amount, plus the Emperor Pill and Night Pill that were given previously. If the existence in the Black Temple in front of them wasn't Violent Ape, Green Bull would dare to pat his chest and say that he had cut off his own ox head and used it as a urinal. However, all of this was well known to the newly crowned emperors on their side, but the people from the enemy camp on the left were not like this. It was natural for Violent Ape to give us precious pills and cultivation resources, but they jumped out at this time to take advantage of the situation. This was simply courting death. How dare you? Sure enough, just as Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng roared at the top of their lungs, Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were in the void in front of them, immediately changed their expressions. This time, it was Sun Shi who made a move. His face darkened as he sternly reprimanded, "How dare you talk back to Lord Demon Lord in public? You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Each of you will be slapped 10,000 times." Before he finished speaking, Sun Shi had already made his move. As he raised his right arm, countless palm shadows covered the sky and earth as they enveloped Jiao Badian and the other two. "How dare you talk back to the Demon Master in public? You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. 10,000 slaps each. Pa. Pa pa pa." Before he finished speaking, Sun Shi had already made his move. As he raised his right arm, countless palm shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Jiao Badian and the other two. For a moment, the deathly silence in the vast void was completely broken. The frequency was extremely fast. Then, the loud slapping sounds that could make one's hair stand on end rang out continuously. Sun Shi was a universe knight, and Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng were only mid-stage emperors. The difference between them was too great. What's more, now that someone had talked back to the Demon Master in public, how could Sun Shi hold back? If not for Yi Xian secretly transmitting to him that he only needed to give a light punishment, he would have smashed Jiao Badian and the other two into a bloody mist on the spot, destroying their bodies and souls. But now, the taste of these 10,000 slaps was obviously not good. Sun Shi was already extremely angry in his heart, and he could not directly slap these three fellows to death, so when he attacked, he naturally would not hold back at all. Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng each received 10,000 slaps. With a powerful being like Sun Shi, it was over in just a few breaths. Pooh. Pooh pu. At this moment, as Sun Shi stopped, Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng all spat out blood. Their cheeks were swollen like pig heads, and even their skulls were cracked. They looked like they were on the verge of death. If not for the emperors, they would have already died. All of this happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned. The 300 emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Pung, and Battle Lion races were all stunned, their faces full of confusion. This series of events had caught them off guard. Their minds were in a daze, and they hadn't recovered yet. Charging at the Demon Master, 10,000 slaps, what kind of logic was this? Didn't that green cow charge at him before? It wasn't just once, it was happening again and again. But why was it that he could get so many rounds of rewards, and why were they all so shocking? But when the same thing happened to his own people, why was the difference in treatment so great? This was too disparaging. It was simply too infuriating. The Demon Master is merciful and spared the three of you. No matter who you are, if you offend him again, you will be beheaded without mercy. At this time, Xianxia spoke again. His words were sharp, and his gaze swept over Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shibafeng. He wished for nothing more than to cut off a piece of flesh from their bodies. No one doubted Xianxia's words. If anyone dared to talk back to the existence in the Black Magic Hall again, he would definitely kill them on the spot. As such a thought flashed through their minds, the close to 300 emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans all went silent. They held their breaths, not daring to take another breath. Swish! Xiao! Several sonic booms resounded as a few people rushed out from the group of over 200 emperors. They braced themselves and rushed to Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao and Shibafeng, helping them back to their own camps. At this time, Zhao Dong had turned his head again and looked at the green ox on the right side of the void. He asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Green Ox, look, the third round of rewards from Lord Demon Master has come down. These are the best cultivation resources. It's time to pay respects to the Demon Master." Upon hearing this, the nearly 300 experts from the Blood-Fled Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan all subconsciously stretched out their necks and looked towards the green ox from afar. He was guessing in his heart that with the example of Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shibafeng, would this bull that loved to show off still dare to be as tough as before? If this was really the case, would the so-called Demon Master in the Black Devil Hall in front of him continue to be as patient as before? Would he be able to convince people with his virtue? Pay respects my ass. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Zhao Dong finished speaking, the green bull rolled its eyes and cursed on the spot. Previously, even though he insisted on not paying respects, his attitude was firm, but at least his words were polite. Now however, he was cursing. Not to mention the close to 300 warriors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans, even Zhao Dong himself was cursing. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei were all caught off guard and were stunned. The reason why the green cow was like this was because he was certain of his guess. If one were to say that when the third round of rewards arrived, he and the upper echelons of the Space Nomadic Army only had a 60% chance of success. Now, with Jiao Badian, Shibafeng and Peng Jingxiao being slapped 10,000 times, they were at least 90% certain of their guess. They were all prisoners who had been brought here together, and they had all contradicted each other. Even if there was a difference in treatment, there was no reason for the difference to be so great. In addition to the 2 treasured pills and the 9-colored divine medicine, all of this was so familiar. All the evidence pointed to the violent ape, so there was no need to doubt the truth. However, it was precisely because of this that the green cow's heart was suddenly filled with resentment and anger. At this moment, after opening his mouth and cursing, his chest was still heaving violently. He rolled his huge eyes and glared fiercely at the Black Magic Hall in front of him. For the past 10 years, a group of old brothers have been wandering in this primordial world fragment. Now, less than 10% of them have died. But he's actually hiding in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to be some Devil Hall master. This kind of heartless and immoral fellow wants this old ox to worship him. Even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, it's absolutely impossible. After saying that, the green cow turned to look at the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shantang, as well as Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff and the others. He continued in a muffled voice, "Old friends, we've been waiting for 10 years, but we didn't expect to see such a result today. It's time to give up, but it doesn't matter. At least we haven't died out. In this void, there will be a day when we can make a name for ourselves." Let's go. The three-clawed flood dragon and the others were stunned, but they did not hesitate too much. They were clearly indignant and resentful. At this moment, they nodded and turned to leave with the green cow. Sigh. You damned cow, I don't believe that you can't guess the reason why I've just returned. It's really you? Seeing Xian appear, the green ox's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and howled, "Moo. You wanted to play with us old brothers, but in the end, you were played by me. If I didn't use this trick, I don't know how long you would have played with me." Obviously, the green ox's grief and indignation just now was clearly faked. With his understanding of Xian, how could he suspect that Xian had been hiding in the forbidden land of rising sun for the past 10 years and coldly watched them flee in the void outside? He deliberately said so in grief and indignation just to provoke Xian to come out. And obviously, he succeeded. Xian was provoked by him because he felt guilty and took the initiative to appear. At this moment, with his appearance, not only the green ox, but also the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shantang, Yu Linglong, Long Xiang, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others, after being slightly stunned, all of them instantly became excited. Their faces were flushed, and they raised their heads and howled wildly, "Roar! Boss Bao Yuan, it's really Boss Bao Yuan. He's finally back. It's been almost 20 years. We've been fleeing in the void for more than 10 years. Now, all of this is finally over. Boss Bao Yuan is back. The day our starry sky nomadic army completely overturns the situation has finally arrived. Roar! Those who had hunted us in the void before, we'll all find them one by one. We'll take revenge on them." Screech, boom. Rumble, with the green ox leading the 98 senior members of the starry sky nomadic army roaring wildly, the countless starry sky ferocious beasts, survivors of the primordial era, and experts of the current era in the void finally understood what was going on. All of them were even more excited. Many survivors and experts of the current era even activated the battleships, forts, and fortresses under their feet and shot them into the sky to celebrate the return of Boss Bao Yuan. All of this happened too quickly. With Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei as the leaders, all the ferocious beasts and survivors of the forbidden land of rising sun nomadic army were already mentally prepared. Naturally, they weren't surprised. At this moment, they were all smiling and quietly watching all of this. Countless great beings of the blood dragon, green rock, and battle lion race on the left and behind, especially the 300 emperors and above, were all dumbfounded at this moment with their mouths wide open. At this moment, they naturally understood what was going on. No wonder the difference in treatment was so great. It turned out that he had been toyed with all along. The starry sky nomadic Yi, they were the ones who were the real captives. This made them feel extremely ashamed and bitter. They were extremely shocked and in disbelief. After all this time, the Demon Palace leader of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was actually the leader of the Space Nomadic Army. Over the past 10 years, the entire nomadic army had been led by Green Cow and the other emperors, fleeing pathetically in space. Even when faced with the most severe situation, they never gave up or lowered their heads. They had been roaring loudly, saying that there was a powerful leader behind them and that he would definitely return in the future. When that time came, it would be the time for the starry sky nomadic army to avenge their humiliation. No one believed such words in the past. Everyone took it as a joke. Who would have thought that all of this was actually true? Behind the green ox and the starry sky nomadic army, there was actually a powerful big shot. Under his command, not only did he have the entire forbidden land of rising sun, such a huge army of ferocious beasts and remnants, he even had 4 Zunyu. Zhou Knight. As for his own strength, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the emperors and emperors of the 3 blood-flood dragon clans were all stunned at the same time. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards Xian in unison. Only at this moment did they suddenly realize that this starry sky ferocious ape that had an extremely inconspicuous figure actually didn't emit the slightest aura of a cultivation. It felt as if he wasn't even a great being of the starry sky. However, the way he had arrived instantly overturned this point. Even the 2 emperors of the blood dragon race and the green rock race couldn't see how he had suddenly appeared in the void space in front of them. Such a technique, not to mention a universe knight, even a universe master wouldn't be able to do it. Could it be this violent ape was actually a powerful universe supreme. As this thought surfaced in their minds, the close to 300 emperors and emperors from the blood dragon race, the green rock race, and the battle lion race were all shocked. Their expressions changed, but their hearts instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. This was because, in this void space fragment of the ancient universe, a universe supreme was currently the most powerful being. In the ancestral lands of the various races and top powers from the three main planes of the starry sky, there were also powerful beings of the primordial era, and some races even had even more powerful primordial era supreme masters. However, they were basically still in a deep sleep and hadn't awakened yet. In fact, among the various races and powers from the three main planes of the starry sky, even the powerful beings of the primordial era hadn't arrived yet. They would arrive later. And now, the most powerful beings in the headquarters of the various races and powers that were guarding this piece of space fragment were mostly universe masters. Only a very small number of races had one or two universe supremes at the beginner level. If this seemingly inconspicuous star-raging ape, which was only about 3 feet tall, was really a universe supreme master, then who would this rising star forbidden land and demon palace belong to in such a short period of time? It was a fact that couldn't be changed. This wasn't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was that they were on the same side as Green Ox and the entire starry sky nomadic army under Green Ox's command. One had to know that within the captive army of the starry sky nomadic army, there were a large number of traitors from the various races and powers from the three main planes of the starry sky. Hence, over the past 10 years or so, they were like street rats in this vast void space. Everyone wanted to beat them up, just like rats crossing the street. Almost all of the various races and powers from the three main planes of the starry sky had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of the starry sky nomadic army. This enmity had been formed long ago, and it was impossible to resolve. Now that Green Ox and the starry sky nomadic army suddenly had a powerful universe supreme master as their backer, the good days of the various races and powers in the headquarters were probably really coming to an end. At the thought of this, the more than 300 emperors and emperors of the three races of the blood-horned dragon clan looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. At this moment, after Green Ox and the other 98 emperors of the starry sky nomadic army had surrounded Xianxia and made a fuss, Green Ox seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic and looked directly at Xianxia. "Boss, what are you now? Cultivation? Why can't I tell at all?" As soon as Xianxia finished his words, the entire rising sun forbidden land fell into a dead silence. Except for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the rising sun forbidden land who already knew about this matter, everyone else, including the great beings of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, as well as the great beings of the space nomadic army such as Green Bull, were all dumbfounded. Ancient Supreme, it was the Supreme Primordial Lord, this was the most powerful being under the Heavenly Path realm. Even the great ancestors of the three great space master planes and the ancient powers might not have such a terrifying level of cultivation. The ancestors of some races were only powerful beings of the ancient supreme level, and most of them were still in deep slumber. Only a few of the most powerful races and ancient powers had ancestors of the ancient supreme level, but without exception, they were all in deep slumber, and they still needed some time to wake up from their slumber. However, in this rising sun forbidden land, there was a rising sun forbidden land. Now, in the forbidden land of Rising Star, there was an extremely powerful supreme master of the remote antiquity. Although he was only at level 1 of the supreme master of the remote antiquity, he was powerful enough to sweep the entire vast void of the fragment of untainted land. By whether it was in the headquarters of the various races and powers from the three main planes of the starry skies, or in the few forbidden lands of ferocious beasts and the remnant star regions, the most powerful beings at the level of a great ancestor were only at the level of a universe supreme. In front of the raging ape, they were not even ants, and he could kill a large number of them with one breath. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 300 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans all trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Especially the 30 over emperors, at this moment, they were all in a state of despair. Previously, when they were forced to follow Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei to the rising sun forbidden land, although they were worried, they were not too worried. Because, in their opinion, the core patriarch of their race would definitely come to their rescue after receiving the news. The three races of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race all had two powerful universe masters in their base camps within this fragment of space. The base camp of the Battle Lion race even had an early-stage universe supreme master who had just arrived. They had originally thought that the master of the magic hall that Zhao Dong had mentioned was at most a 9th-tier complete universe master, which was equivalent to a half-supreme. Such as in this way, even if he was detained here for a period of time, he could still be successfully rescued and returned to the main camp of the tribe. Who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? The master of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun was none other than this ordinary-looking star violent ape that was only 3 meters tall. It was actually a powerful primordial being, although this was only what he said. Even at this moment, this violent ape still did not emit any aura of cultivation, so no one could sense his power. However, this was a powerful being with 4 universe knights as his subordinates. How could he speak carelessly about such things? He said that he was a primordial being, so it must be so. To all the experts of the 3 clans that were captured this time, this undoubtedly represented the end of their path of survival, and they could only dream of escaping in their entire lifetimes. They would either be annihilated or enslaved, and they would never be able to rise up again. This was a completely different matter altogether. On the side, all the great beings and higher-ups of the 3 races of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race were filled with despair, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. On the right side of the void space, Green Ox, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Yu Ling Long, Long Li, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the rest of the 98 emperors of the Space Nomadic Army finally regained their senses after a short period of shock and blankness. In the next instant, the roars and howls that shook the heavens resounded once more like a tide. Everyone was so moved that tears flowed down their cheeks. Hell! Li, Supreme Primordial Lord, my boss is Supreme Primordial Lord. We have turned the tables. Our Space Nomadic Army has finally turned the tables. We have been chased around by those guys in the void space of the primordial world fragment for more than 10 years, and now, less than 10% of our brothers have died. This day has finally come. Revenge. We must take revenge. All the races and powers that have chased us in the void space before, whether they are native beasts, survivors, or those outsiders, we must deal with them one by one. We must find them and beat them until they piss their pants. Hell. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. While the upper echelons of the nomadic star army led by Green Ox roared wildly, the countless ferocious star beasts, survivors of the primordial era, and experts of the current era cheered and roared again. Thunderous sounds rang out, and the entire void space was boiling. Every member of the Space Nomadic Army was extremely excited. Many survivors and great beings of the Space Nomadic Army activated the battleships and fortresses under their feet again and again. They kept shooting in the sky to vent the endless resentment that had been suppressed in their hearts for more than 10 years and the indescribable emotions that filled their chests at this moment. And, at the same time, in the universe space 10 billion miles away from the edge of rising sun forbidden land, a fleet that wasn't very large but was extremely elite was moving at extreme speed toward this direction. This fleet came from the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. There were 10,000 ships in total, and all of them were fortresses of different sizes with diameters of 50,000 to 100,000 meters. The commander of this elite fortress army was the 4th stage universe master, Crown Prince Flood Dragon. His protector had reached the 9th stage pinnacle of the universe master level, which was equivalent to the half-supreme level, 6-headed Blood Dragon. In fact, with the power of Crown Prince Flood Dragon and the 6-headed Blood Dragon universe master, even if they received the news a little later, if they wanted to, they could still catch up with Zhao Dong and the other 3 captives and the Space Nomadic Army before they arrived at Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, Crown Prince Flood Dragon was eccentric, and he seemed to be sure that there would be no problem with him taking action, so he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, this was the first time he made a public appearance outside after arriving at the void space fragment of this universe, so he definitely couldn't avoid the extravagance that he should have. That was why he ordered an elite fortress army to catch up with them unhurriedly as if they were patrolling, for fortresses of different sizes with diameters of 50,000 to 100,000 meters, the distance of about 10 billion miles in the void space couldn't be covered in an instant, but if they ran at full speed, it wouldn't take much time. Also all the strongholds, listen to my order. Activate the cannons immediately and fire 3 waves at the same time. Let those guys inside know that the third prince has arrived. As soon as the elite stronghold fleet rushed to the edge of the forbidden land of Rising, Crown Prince Jiao, who was in the central control room on the top floor of the main flagship stronghold, gave an order. Listen. Hearing these words, the 6-headed blood dragon, who had transformed into his human form and was wearing a grey robe, frowned. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, but in the end, he remained silent and didn't say anything. Although his cultivation was stronger, his status in the Blood Dragon clan was not as high as Crown Prince Jiao. Even in front of the 9-headed blood dragon, he wasn't liked at all. After all, he was only a mixed-blood descendant. If not for the core ancestors of the Blood Dragon clan, who were universe supreme beings, who hadn't woken up yet, the 6-headed blood dragon wouldn't have been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility to be Crown Prince Jiao's protector and come to this fragment void of the universe with him. In fact, he was well aware of his own situation. With his status in Crown Prince Jiao's heart, even if he raised a different opinion now, it wouldn't be accepted. He would most likely be reprimanded in public. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Long, just as the 6-headed blood dragon was slightly distracted, the 10,000 strongholds of the elite army had already fired 3 waves of cannons at Crown Prince Jiao's order. The sound was earth-shattering. Because the 3 waves of cannons were only used to create momentum and not to kill the enemy, the energy of the ship cannons wasn't the black antimatter energy cannons. Instead, it was an ordinary burning light beam. Therefore, the vast expanse of space in front of them was incomparably bright, and a corner of the forbidden land of Rising Sun was completely illuminated by the light. Let's go. Show your face with me. 3 waves of cannons. Crown Prince Jiao must have felt that this was enough. At this time, he slowly got up with a proud face and nodded. As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. He appeared high in the sky above the entire fortress army. With his hands behind his back, he quickly moved forward with the fortress army. Although his temperament was disagreeable, there was nothing wrong with his brain. Although his actions were arrogant and high-profile, he did not forget to be cautious. As he rushed out of the flagship fortress and arrived high above the elite fortress, Crown Prince Jiao immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and extended it toward the depths of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. He was probing the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun to see what exactly was going on. If there was a powerful universe supreme being lying dormant here, he would not hesitate at all. He would immediately order the 6-headed blood-horned dragon to cover for him. As for himself, he would turn around at the first instant and leave quietly before he was discovered. When he extended his divine sense to its fullest, the 6-headed blood-flood dragon, who had followed him out of the main flagship fortress, also thought of this. At this moment, the light in the 6-headed blood-horned dragon's eyes dimmed, and a hint of resentment quickly flashed past. However, in the end, it only sighed secretly and did not show it. In fact, he was well aware that his so-called Tao protector was just a scapegoat for Crown Prince Jiao at the most critical moment. However, it was one thing to know, but when everything in front of him revealed such clues and was seen and felt by him with his own eyes, it was another thing altogether. However, no matter how indignant and resentful he felt, there was nothing he could do. In the blood-horned dragon clan, because of his identity as a mixed-blood descendant, he was destined to not be able to cause any trouble, and he would never be valued by the bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed blood-horned dragon. The only thing he could do was to tuck his tail between his legs, resign himself to fate, and be an honest person. At this moment, as Crown Prince Jiao fully activated his divine sense and extended it forward at an extremely fast speed, everything in the void space of the central star domain in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was instantly reflected in his mind. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent ape, was surrounded by 98 emperors from the star domain nomadic army, including Green Bull. Because he was relatively small, only about 3 feet tall, and there was no aura of cultivation emanating from his body, he was unknowingly overlooked by Crown Prince Jiao. At this moment, in his divine sense, in the central star domain of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land 100 billion miles in front of him, the most powerful beings were clearly only 4 universe knights, and they were only first-stage knights who had just stepped into this realm. Other than that, he couldn't detect any more powerful beings. this result immediately reassured Crown Prince Jiao. However, while a smile appeared on his face, out of caution, he pushed his divine sense to the limit once more. He carefully searched the central star field before him, as well as the surrounding areas to the left, right, and even deeper areas. He carefully searched the central star field again. Indeed, there was no difference at all. In this huge rising sun forbidden land, there wasn't even a single universe master, let alone a universe supreme. Even the 4 universe knights, who were the most powerful, were only at the first stage of this realm. To Crown Prince Jiao, who had long become a mid-stage universe master, they were like real ants, and he could crush one of them with one finger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Crown Prince Jiao immediately calmed down, and the expression on his face unconsciously became more indifferent and arrogant. His divine sense at this moment, a voice full of arrogance spread out and resounded in the void space. All the survivors of the rising sun forbidden land in front, listen up. I am Crown Prince Jiao of the Blood Dragon clan. All the higher-ups above the level of Emperor, get your ass over here immediately and kowtow to me. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Once 10 breaths are up, those who don't kneel before me, will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, 6-headed blood dragon, who was standing behind him, frowned again. Almost instinctively, he raised his head and glanced at the central star domain 100 billion miles in front of him. He quietly extended his divine sense, but he found nothing, too. This result made him even more uneasy. The powerful divine sense of a half-supreme told him that there seemed to be danger here, and it was extremely dangerous. At the same time, in the central star domain of the rising sun forbidden land 100 billion miles in front of him. Early when the elite stronghold army under Crown Prince Jiao's command charged in from the edge of the forbidden area and drove straight in, Xian already had an incomparably clear feeling. He didn't even need to activate his divine sense to investigate. With just a thought, he knew everything about the entire elite fortress army. At this moment, the enemy was recklessly provoking him in such a high-profile manner. Xian was slightly dazed, and anger rose in his heart. Hearing Xian sigh, Green Bull, 3-clawed dragon, and the other undying emperors from the space nomadic army all looked dejected. They clenched their fists. Although they had just broken through a level of cultivation and were now titled emperors, they were still too far away from the Eternity Lord realm. Even if they didn't fear death and charged forward, they would only be casually killed by the Eternity Lord, losing face for the ferocious ape. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei looked even more embarrassed. Xiang compared to the upper echelons of the starry sky nomadic army that had separated from Xian nearly 20 years ago, the time they had been separated from Xian was even shorter. It had only been a dozen years, and before Xian left the rising forbidden area and entered the primordial chaos void, he had even given them the Emperor's sealing pill. But even so, they hadn't been able to break through again after becoming emperors. They had been stuck at this level for so many years, wasting a lot of time. Straight until Demon Master came again and gave them a level 25 night treasure pill, they finally broke through the stagnant state they had been in for so many years. Even so, their current cultivation level was only at the first level of Universe Knights. Not to mention Universe Masters, even if they were to encounter a middle-level knight above the 3rd level of this realm, they would probably have to return in low spirits. Similarly, they weren't afraid of death, but the key was that they weren't strong enough. If they rushed forward and got killed, it would be a disgrace to Demon Master. Demon Master was a dignified Supreme Desolate Master, yet at this moment, he was being provoked by 2 Universe Masters who were as insignificant as ants. He had rushed deep into his territory to roar loudly and taunt, yet there was not even a single general who could be of use to him. This was simply too insignificant. How could this be just embarrassing? It was simply tragic. Thinking about this, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei's faces turned red. After exchanging glances, they clenched their teeth and stepped forward to ask Xian for a battle. Demon Master, the 4 of us ask for a battle. That's right. Although they have 2 Universe Masters, the 4 of us are Universe Knights, after all. If we charge forward and self-destruct at the same time, even if we can't kill them, we can at least seriously injure one of them. Even if the other party is only heavily injured and we die, this matter will not lose face for Lord Devil Master. After all, the fact is that the 4 of us are weaker than him by a large realm. Lord Devil Master, please grant the battle." As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of gasps could be heard in the surrounding void. Xian the three-clawed serpent dragon, Longshan Tang, Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Roaring Moon Mastiff, and the rest of the 98 martial monarchs of the nomadic army were dumbfounded after a brief moment of astonishment. But soon, they exchanged glances and nodded in secret. This is at this moment, Green Ox and the others unknowingly accepted and acknowledged Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the countless beasts and remnant great beings of the entire forbidden land of rising sun that were under their command. At such a moment, he actually disregarded his life and death and took the initiative to volunteer to fight for the sake of Bao Yuan's face. He used the method of self-destruction to win the dignity that he should have as a general under Bao Yuan's command. This was originally enough to cause others to be moved. Until, in the left void, the more than 200 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race were obviously more shocked. All of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the resolute and determined expressions of Zhao Dong and the other three. Instantly, endless confusion appeared in their minds. They didn't understand. This seemingly inconspicuous space violent ape before them was only about 3 feet tall. Although his cultivation was terrifying, this was without a doubt. But, what exactly did he rely on to make all the subordinates under him trust him so wholeheartedly? Because, needless to say, there was no need to mention the Green Ox and the entire Starry Sky nomadic army in front of him. They had been hunted for more than 10 years in this chaotic world fragment void as if they had lost everything. The entire enormous army had been killed until only a tenth of them remained, but they had never given in. At the most difficult moment, they still chose to believe in their boss, the violent ape, who would definitely return one day. As for the 4 universe knights in the forbidden land of rising sun, for the sake of the dignity of this violent ape's subordinates as a supreme desolate knight, they actually took the initiative to ask for a battle, not hesitating to self-destruct and fight to the death. These were universe knights. To be able to cultivate to such a level, which of them hadn't gone through endless hardships and tribulations, and now, in order to protect the dignity of this violent ape, they were willing to self-destruct and seriously injure the enemy before dying. All of this, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Are you guys stupid? In fact, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei's request for a battle shocked even Yi Xian. However, it was also because of this that the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. That damned crown prince of the Blood Dragon clan had forced the generals under his command to such an extent. This was unforgivable. At the thought of this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately glared at Zhao Dong and the other three. He scolded, "Look at you guys. They're just 2 universe masters. Are they qualified to make you self-destruct? Don't be fooled by the fact that you're only universe knights now. In the near future, not to mention universe masters, even universe supremes may grovel at your feet." As he spoke, Violent Ape's eyes glinted coldly. He turned his head and looked at the elite fortress army that was rumbling toward them from 100 billion miles away. "Cold," he said faintly, 2 universe masters. One of them is at the 4th level of the middle stage, and the other is at the 9th level of the pinnacle. The one who provoked us just now was the former. As for the latter, he seems to have accumulated a lot of grievances in his heart. In this case, the problem that this Star Lord was troubled by just now seems to be easily solved. So what if I don't have any universe knights under me for the time being? If worst comes to worst, I can make one on the spot and use it for the time being. That's fine too. As for that bull*** T-crown prince of the middle stage, his cultivation is too weak. He's a complete piece of trash. There's no value in keeping him. I can use him to vent my anger and kill him with one slap." After he finished speaking, Violent Ape's eyes glinted coldly again. He didn't see how he did it, but in the void space 100 billion miles away, there was suddenly a crisp and loud slap sound. Pa! Crown Prince of the Blood Dragon clan, who was standing proudly in the sky above the elite fortress army, suddenly had a hairy ape palm appear in front of him without warning. It slapped him, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body exploded. Unexpectedly. Everything happened so fast that everyone was caught off guard. When they finally reacted, Crown Prince Jiao had already turned into a bloody mist and spread out. Small, It was just a small universe master. Yi Xian wasn't even interested in putting away the blood mist that was formed after his body exploded. He didn't even care about it. 1. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a breath's time, a powerful universe master had been annihilated just like that. Both his body and soul had been annihilated. It was so shocking that everyone who had witnessed it with their own eyes held their breaths subconsciously. Their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. On the left side of the void space, that undying emperor of the Blood Dragon clan had bloodshot eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "Crown Prince!" An exclamation broke the dead silence in the void space, and all the great beings who were in a daze due to extreme shock finally came back to their senses after their bodies shook violently. For a moment, there were sounds of gasps and cries of surprise that sounded like a tidal wave from all over the place. What? Crown Prince Jiao died just like that? This is the core ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan. Not long ago, he had just arrived in the void fragment of the untainted land from the 3 main planes of the universe. He had never fought before. I didn't expect that his first expedition would end up like this. The Blood Dragon clan has lost a lot of face this time. It's a total loss of face. Besides, this Crown Prince Jiao is said to be the son of the bloodline ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan, 9-headed Blood Dragon. Now that he was slapped to death, whether it's for public or private reasons, 9-headed Blood Dragon will be furious when he hears about this. Something big is going to happen. I don't think so. So what if it's 9-headed Blood Dragon? Legend has it that his power is only at the primordial great being level. Facing an extremely powerful desolate master, does he have the right to be furious? In my opinion, he will most likely tuck his tail between his legs and swallow his anger. The magic hall is not something he can afford to provoke. A supreme desolate sovereign is enough to sweep through the void of this chaos world fragment. No one can match her. That might not be the case. Legend has it that the 9-headed Blood Dragon was already at the 8th stage of the primordial era since countless years ago. It was at the peak of the 8th stage of the primordial era and was only one step away from reaching the 9th stage of perfection. Although the 9-headed Blood Dragon suffered serious injuries in the primordial war that destroyed the entire untainted world, so many years have passed. Now that the end of the untainted world is coming, the 9-headed Blood Dragon's injuries have mostly recovered. Therefore, it is not completely impossible for it to make further progress. If he has already reached the primordial great being level, he will be at the same level as the supreme demon of the magic hall. They are both at the initial stage of the desolate master level. If they really fight, it will be hard to predict who will win. After all, the 9-headed Blood Dragon is an ancient late-stage great being who has lived from the primordial era until now. However, the master of the magic hall has never been heard of before. Obviously, he did not live from the primordial era until now. Instead, he is a supreme desolate sovereign who was born in the current era. There is still a gap between the two. Along with the exclamations, the 300 emperors and emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans finally became completely obedient. The last trace of hope in their hearts was extinguished. Their eyes flickered from time to time as they began to think about their escape route. After all, even the Crown Prince of the Blood Wyrm clan had been slapped to death with a single slap. In that case, there was clearly no expert of the current era that possessed the ability to rescue them from this fragment of space. If they wanted to survive, then they could only rely on themselves. Boom, hung. Long. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the universe void 100 billion miles ahead. Everyone, subconsciously, they looked toward the source of the sound, and their expressions could not help but become strange. Gaze in the line of sight, the elite fortress army that had followed the Blood Dragon Crown Prince into the forbidden land of Rising Sun was now retreating. The commanders of the 10,000 fortresses, big and small, gave the order at the same time. The kinetic energy cabins were fully opened, and they fled quickly along the path they came from. Same as at the same time, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, who was in the sky above the elite fortress army, also retreated rapidly. At this time, he was still in his human form. He did not even have time to show his battle state before the battle was over. Or it could be said that it never really started at all. At this moment, the 6-headed Blood Dragon was feeling extremely complicated. Regarding the death of the Blood Dragon Crown Prince, he naturally did not feel any grief or anger in his heart, let alone anger. However, it was inevitable that he was worried and frightened. He was the Tao protector of the Blood Dragon Crown Prince. However, the Blood Dragon Crown Prince was now dead, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. As a Tao protector, he was unharmed. No matter where he put it, this matter could not be justified. Without a doubt, he definitely could not return to the Blood Dragon clan. Once he returned, the monstrous anger of the nine-headed blood dragon would undoubtedly pour out on him. At that time, he would become a scapegoat and a punching bag for the nine-headed blood dragon to vent his anger. As a result, he would be buried with the Blood Dragon Crown Prince. That guy's death was purely his own fault. The six-headed blood dragon felt that it was not worth it to be buried with such a person. It was precisely because of this that when the Blood Dragon Crown Prince was slapped to death by the terrifying ape in front of him, he did not even have the slightest intention of making a move. Of course, even if he made a move, he was not the ape's match at all. In the end, he would end up like the Blood Dragon Crown Prince and be easily slapped to death by the ape. As far as he was concerned, as long as he could escape smoothly and leave this terrifying rising sun forbidden area, it would be the greatest fortune of all. After leaving, it was impossible for him to return to the Blood Dragon clan. He could not even casually show up in public anymore. The nine-headed blood dragon would not let him go. He was only a ninth-stage universe master at the pinnacle level, not even a universe supreme master. Faced with the pursuit of a primordial great being, his only choice was to choose a remote place to hide and spend the rest of his life in seclusion. This was very sullen, and it made him very unwilling. However, in order to survive, this was the only choice. In fact, even this kind of helpless choice might not really be realized at the moment. It was very likely that it would be a laughable extravagant delusion. Because the six-headed blood dragon understood that although the terrifying ape in front of him was still 100 billion miles away, if the ape wanted to, he could instantly turn him into ashes with just a thought. Because the so-called escape was the deciding factor, and it depended on whether the ape had the intention of letting him go. Just as these thoughts surfaced in his mind, the space-violent ape, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly turned its head and looked in this direction. Its eyes met the six-headed blood dragon's, and the corners of its mouth twitched. Then, its voice came from afar. "You still want to escape at this point? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Since we are all on the same side, let's just stick together." Xiao. Rumble. As Yi Xian's voice sounded out, the violent ape suddenly waved its hand. In an instant, a terrifying, invisible force shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in the distant void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. With a deafening boom, the 10,000 kinetic energy cabins, which were retreating at full speed, were instantly wrapped up by a terrifying force and shot back from hundreds of billions of miles away, stopping abruptly at the edge of the hundreds of millions of battleships of the Blood-Flood Dragon race, Azure Rock race, and Battle Lion race. Luo. At the same time, the 6 Blood-Flood Dragons were forcefully pulled over by Yi Xian from the distant void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, landing in front of the 300 emperors and emperors of the Blood-Flood Dragon clan. "All emperors and above, come out immediately. Whoever dares to hide will be killed immediately." The target of this voice was none other than the 10,000 fortresses of various sizes that had just been teleported over from afar. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. Very quickly, silhouettes rushed out from the 10,000 strongholds. Their bodies trembled as they retreated towards the area where the close to 300 emperors and emperors from the 3 blood dragon clans were. As expected of the elite army chosen by the Crown Prince. Just from the 10,000 strongholds, close to 100 emperors and emperors rushed out. After entering the space on the left, close to 400 emperors and emperors were captives. Among them, the strongest of them all was the 6-headed blood dragon. Even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were far from him. 6. The blood-horned dragon's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Universe Master Realm, which was half a step into the Supreme Realm. In the vast and boundless universe void of the rising sun forbidden area, it was definitely the most powerful existence besides Yi Xian. But unfortunately, when facing Bao Yuan, a supreme desolate venerable with terrifying cultivation, even he was no different from an ant. He might even be inferior to an ant. However, to Xian, the six-headed blood dragon was obviously valuable. The key was that he didn't have a single supreme-level master with him. The moment he met a slightly stronger opponent, he had to fight personally. It was really annoying. Even more. Moreover, this six-headed blood-flood dragon seems to have a deep grudge against the flood dragon crown prince that I slapped to death earlier. Therefore, after subduing it, there shouldn't be a problem in terms of loyalty, Xiao. Old man, what's your relationship with the little loach that I just slapped to death? A weak sound broke through the air. Violent Yuan moved his body and appeared before the six-headed blood dragon in the blink of an eye. He grinned and asked with a playful expression. Here. Although he was in the form of Violent Yuan, the language of the human race came out of his mouth. He didn't disguise his voice because there was no need to. Therefore, upon hearing his voice, Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng, who were not far away, were startled at first, then turned their heads and exchanged glances. Soon, a trace of suspicion gradually surfaced on their faces. Previously, they were punished by Sun Shi. Each of them was given 10,000 big ear brackets. Their faces were slapped until they looked like pig heads, and they were even seriously injured. However, they were, after all, Dao sons who were valued by their respective races. They carried many healing pills with them. Besides, their cultivation was originally at the level of a middle-stage undying emperor, so they weren't considered weak. Hence, after swallowing the healing pills that they carried with them, their injuries were already healed. But, the reason why a suspicious expression appeared on their faces at this moment was because the voice that came from the mouth of this ferocious ape with a terrifying cultivation was truly too familiar. They had all dealt with Xian before. Naturally, they were quite familiar with the freak who was one of the 7 great evildoers. Although more than 10 years ago, when the great races and the top forces of the 3 main planes of the universe entered the void of this fragment of the untainted land from the Shadow Devil star field of the second universe, some people found that Xian, the star master of the Sky River star, seemed to have set off as well. The entire Sky River star was almost empty. The Violent Yuan in front of them was clearly a powerful supreme desolate master. Even if the star master of the Sky River star, Xian, was a freak, how could he grow to such a height in less than 20 years after entering the void of this fragment of the untainted land? This was absolutely impossible. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Badian Jiao, Peng Jingxiao and Shi Bafeng exchanged glances again. They shook their heads and threw this outrageous guess to the back of their minds. The universe was so vast, and there were many people who looked exactly the same, not to mention that they only had the same voice. He was really thinking too much. This old man is his Dao protector. The 6-headed blood dragon naturally did not dare to ignore the inquiry of a supreme desolate master. Although he was not very interested in the identity of a protector, and even felt a little disgusted, at this moment, he still answered truthfully. However, the expression on his face was clearly a little helpless, and there was a strong sense of indignation in the helplessness. Because this so-called protector, in the eyes of Crown Prince Jiao and the 6-headed blood dragon, was actually a one-time substitute that could be sacrificed at any time. Bull *T protector. The Violent Yuan immediately rolled his eyes, curled his lips and said, now that the little loach is dead, but your protector is still alive. Can you still return to the Blood Dragon clan? The 6-headed blood dragon was at a loss for words, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. Because in his opinion, the supreme desolate master in front of him, whose cultivation was so terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end, should not consider this problem, unless, thinking of this, the 6-headed blood dragon's eyes suddenly burst out with a glimmer of light, and his breathing became a little hurried. His chest rose and fell, but he did not dare to ask. He was afraid that this was just wishful thinking. That would be too embarrassing. It seems that you are not stupid. You have understood this Star Lord's meaning. Seeing the 6-headed blood dragon's expression, Xian naturally understood what he was thinking. He immediately nodded and said, let's be frank. The cultivation of this Star Lord's confidants is still weak. Otherwise, that little loach is really not worthy of this Star Lord to personally deal with, sitting on countless subordinates, but no general to use. This is indeed awkward. This Star Lord sees that you don't seem to be doing well in the Blood Dragon clan. You must be quite suppressed. Since that's the case, why don't you give up the darkness and join the Star Lord's magic hall? At this point, Yi Xian's words suddenly paused. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the six-headed blood dragon and hung in front of him. It was a level 27 supreme treasure pill, emitting an extremely strong supreme realm aura. Alright, don't rush to make a decision. I have plenty of time. Let's swallow it first, he said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the level 27 supreme treasure pill in front of the six-headed blood dragon. This scene was too unexpected. Everyone in the surrounding void was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Soon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the other 8 emperors from the Rising Dawn Forbidden Land, were the first to react. They all looked upset. Naturally, they could tell that this was a level 27 supreme treasure pill. It was too precious, and it should have belonged to one of them. However, as the demon master had no generals to use, he could only let the six-headed blood dragon have it. Following this, the blue ox, the three-clawed serpent dragon, Long Shantang, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the rest of the 98 martial monarchs of the Star Nomadic Army were left speechless after a brief moment of astonishment. Seeing such a precious level 27 supreme being pellet being taken away by the six-headed blood Jiao, they felt extremely pained. However, what Raging Ape said was the truth. He had no generals under his command, and he couldn't just randomly find a universe master, or even a middle or late-stage universe knight, and ask him to personally deal with him, right? The Rising Dawn Forbidden Land needed a universe supreme master, and he didn't have one on his side. He could only take one from the outside. But, although the six-headed blood-flood dragon was from the enemy camp, Bao Yuan did not say anything. He clearly did not have a good time in the blood-flood dragon clan and was not loyal to them. He was the most suitable candidate to be absorbed. As for the close to 400 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race, including Jiao Badian, Peng Jingxiao and Shi Bafeng, they were all stunned. Their expressions quickly turned weird. He was a human. They couldn't figure out what this starry sky berserk ape with a terrifying cultivation base was going to do. First, I'd been played for a fool by him earlier. He was clearly on the same side as the Azure Ox and the nomadic army under his command, yet he put on an act and said he admired the Azure Ox's unyielding character, and he even rewarded him successively. They were all tempted. Badian Jiao, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng were so excited that they jumped out, wanting to take advantage of him. They didn't expect to be beaten into a pig's head. Now that they thought about it, their eyes were still filled with tears. Everything was still in front of him. Now, after this ferocious ape slapped the Blood Wyrm clan's crown prince into a bloody mist from 100 billion miles away, he actually turned around and gave such a precious treasure pill to his guardian, the six-headed Blood Wyrm clan's crown prince. His way of doing things was simply too mysterious and unfathomable. It was simply impossible to figure out what he was thinking. This is, for me, the six-headed blood dragon race. The six-headed blood dragon was completely dumbfounded. He hesitantly raised his hand and pointed at the level 27 supreme treasure pill floating in front of him. He looked at Yi Xian with uncertainty, his face full of suspicion. Although he didn't know what the pill was, he could clearly feel the strong aura of a universe knight. Vaguely, the six-headed blood-horned dragon even had a strong and instinctive desire to swallow the pill because it was certain that the pill meant a lot to it. However, this was too strange. Even if this terrifying space ape wanted to take him as his subordinate, there was no need for him to give him such a precious treasure pill, right? With his power, did he have any room to resist? How could he? He could only obey. Just swallow it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The ape rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. I'll give you half a day to refine and break through. I won't wait for you if you miss it. Half a day? Refine, break through? The six-headed blood dragon race asked. The six-headed blood dragon was shocked. He didn't understand what the ape wanted him to break through. Was it the level of a universe supreme? Just this pill, and it only took half a day. How was this possible? Although he had doubts in his heart, the six-headed blood dragon did not dare to ask again. The violent ape of the starry sky was famous among the starry sky ferocious beasts. The one in front of him was the extremely powerful supreme desolate sovereign. It was already impatient now. If he dilly-dallied and provoked it, it could slap him to death. Although the treasure pill floating in front of him couldn't help him break through the level of a universe supreme in half a day, from the strong aura it emitted, there would be no harm in swallowing it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Just like what the ape said, he would just swallow it first. Thinking of this, the six-headed blood dragon didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately opened his mouth and sucked the pill into his stomach. Tight, then, he sat down cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and started to refine. Xian did not leave, so no one in the surrounding space dared to leave. They could leave now. For a time, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including Zhao Dong and the green ox, had their hearts in their throats. Their gazes were focused on the six-headed blood wyrm that was being refined with its eyes closed. This was the level of a universe supreme, second only to the ancient desolate era supreme beings. Could he really break through in half a day with a small pill? This, even Zhao Dong, green ox, and the others who had swallowed other treasured pills of different levels couldn't figure it out. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, almost half a day had passed. Hiss, at this moment, the six-headed blood dragon, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed and refining the energy of the treasure pill in his body, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering hiss. Along with the hiss, an extremely powerful aura spread out from his body. He was a level 1 universe supreme. I broke through. I finally broke through. Hiss, as the roar faded away, the six-headed blood dragon's face was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. He roared endlessly. From this moment onwards, I, the six-headed blood dragon, have become the supreme being of the universe. I am invincible in this world. I no longer have to suffer that vexation in the blood dragon clan. Hiss, bah. Before he could finish his words, Bao Yuan rolled his eyes and spat lightly. Only then did he continue, aren't you a little too excited? Aren't you just a universe supreme? Invincible. Are you out of your mind? Besides, you're just a universe supreme. Is there a need to be so excited after breaking through? When you break through to the ancient desolate era supreme being and become a being on the same level as the nine-headed blood dragon, can you yell at the top of your lungs? You're one level weaker than me, and you're already yelling like this. You're embarrassing me. As he calmed down from his excitement, six-headed blood dragon calmed himself down. In the void space, he immediately turned over and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Six-headed blood dragon. Greetings, master. This was clearly the rhythm of complete submission. Not only was it because of the level 27 sovereign treasure pill, but it was also because Yi Xian had given him a new life, given him the ability to hold his head high, and no longer be vexed by the blood-fled dragon clan. There was no doubt that from now on, six-headed blood dragon would become a trusted general of Yi Xian. He would be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities. There would be absolutely no problem with his loyalty. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. At least, within a short period of time, he finally had a universe supreme under his command. The awkward situation of not having a general to rely on had finally become history. Xiao, while he was thinking, Bao Yuan waved his hand again. In an instant, a fine ray of light shot out and hung in front of six-headed blood dragon. Although it had a circumference of 100,000 feet, it was only 9-colored godly medicine. There was no great medicine of chaos. It was not that Yi Xian did not trust him, but six-headed blood dragon was, after all, a newcomer. In this aspect, if he immediately agreed with Green Bull when he had not made any contributions in the slightest in this situation, he would immediately agree with Green Bull. It would be unfair to treat Bull and the rest of the old fellows equally. Anyway, for six-headed blood dragon, who had never swallowed any great medicine of flesh, just this 9-colored godly medicine of 100,000 feet in size was enough to make his cultivation level break through to the late stage of level 7 or level 8 universe supreme. In a short period of time, it was enough. It was enough for him to use. Thank you, master. Xiao, since he had already surrendered, six-headed blood dragon naturally would not hesitate anymore. He immediately thanked Bao Yuan and generously waved his hand to put away the 9-colored godly medicine. Naturally, he could see that this cultivation resource, which he had never seen before, was extraordinary. Its degree of preciousness was probably no less than that of the magical supreme treasure pill earlier. At this moment, he was full of joy and secretly felt lucky. This 9-colored godly medicine can help you break through to the advanced stage of Universe Supreme Level 7 or 8. Nodding slightly, Yi Xian continued, once you've finished using them, I'll naturally return them to you. Record them down first, and use them as a deduction for future battle achievements. Go, find yourself a planet with life and use it as your abode. You can enter seclusion and peace and stabilize the realm you just broke through. Right now, you're only at the first level of this realm, so you're still a bit weak. However, with the war at hand, there's not much time for you to continue breaking through. But don't worry, once the war is over, I'll give you some time to cultivate in seclusion. Try to become a pinnacle 9th Order Universe Supremacy as soon as possible, and I'll give you another Supreme Treasure Pill, just like the Supreme Treasure Pill just now. Then, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and smoothly break through to the primordial realm. Hiss. So that pill is called the Supreme Treasure Pill, and in the hands of the Demon Master, there is actually an almighty treasure pill? Hearing this, Six-Headed Blood Dragon trembled violently, and he exclaimed in shock, but how is that possible? With just one treasure pill, you can break through the bottleneck of a major realm in such a short time and smoothly break through. This is simply unbelievable. Why is it impossible? Didn't you just swallow a supreme treasure pill yourself? Pursing his lips, Bao Yuan pointed at Green Ox and the rest of the upper echelons of the nomadic army. Before you arrived, all 98 of them had just consumed an emperor sealing pill and successfully broke through. Then he turned his right arm and pointed at Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Not long ago, the 4 of them also swallowed a supreme treasure pill, which is why they successfully broke through to the Universe Supremacy realm. Besides, there are also Eternal Lord treasure pills, Almighty treasure pills, and even Desolate Supreme treasure pills. In short, from Marquis Undying to Primordial Supreme level, I have a treasure pill for every major realm. As long as your power reaches the pinnacle 9th order of the previous level, after swallowing it, you'll be able to smoothly break through in a short time. Breakthrough. Of course, all the treasure pills, including the huge 9-colored godly medicine that I just gave you, are the most top-tier cultivation resources. It's impossible to give them away for free. Even the subordinates under my command have to exchange for them with battle credits. Of course, if you don't have enough battle credits, but you're in urgent need of treasure pills and godly medicines, you can record it first and use your battle credits to pay for it later. For example, you are in such a situation now. I understand. Only now did the 6-headed blood dragon recover from its extreme shock. It took a deep breath, then immediately knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xian and bowed, "My lord, don't worry. After this subordinate stabilizes his cultivation, he will immediately come out of seclusion and fight for my lord. Just so I can accumulate battle credits." Xiao. After that, 6-headed blood dragon didn't waste any more time. With a flash of his body, he shot toward a life star in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Demon Master, these guys. How should we deal with them? At this moment, Zhao Dong had already taken a step forward and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. This allied army comes from the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. In the past 10 years or so, these 3 clans have all chased after Brother Azure Ox's nomadic army, and more than one at that. This time it's really detestable. How about? Then, Zhao Dong raised his right hand and made a chopping gesture. Nearly 400 emperors and emperors from the Blood Dragon clan, who were waiting in the distance, were all scared out of their wits. Their faces immediately turned pale. Plop, plop. Plop. Before Yi Xian could reply, a series of plop sounds came from the void on his left. Turning around, the nearly 400 emperors and emperors of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Peng, and Battle Lion clans, without exception, all followed the example of the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon and knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xian to pay their respects. The reason for this was because they were frightened by Zhao Dong's words of wanting to kill them all. These fellows were all experts at the emperor level or above, and it was not easy for them to obtain such a powerful cultivation. They had just arrived in this vast prehistoric heaven. They hadn't had time to show their talents in the fragment void. Who would be willing to die so easily? Of course, the more important reason was because of Xian's words just now. In his hands, he actually had precious pills of all levels from the Marquis Undying to the Primordial Supreme. As long as one reached the 9th level of perfection of any level, after swallowing the precious pill of the next level, one would be able to break through the level within a short period of time. Breaking through the bottleneck of the world. This was definitely a temptation that no great warrior in the universe could resist. If they didn't know about this, it would have been fine. However, now that they knew about it, especially after seeing Green Ox and the other upper echelons of the nomadic army, as well as six-headed blood dragon, they were all extremely fast. After this breakthrough. You all, what is the meaning of this? Turning around, he saw the close to 400 emperors and undyings from the blood dragon, green rock and battle lion race all kneeling on one knee in the space. None of them dared to step forward. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the berserk ape, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Are you begging for mercy? I can't make the decision on this matter. In the past 10 years, the ones you bullied, are them. As he spoke, Bao Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Azure Ox and the rest of the 98 nomadic emperors in the void to his right. Xian really didn't put these fellows in his eyes. At most, he could just kill them all. If they died, there would be at least hundreds of millions of battleships that could be used as battle prowess. It would be enough to replenish the severely depleted nomadic army, hence, Xian didn't plan on making the decision on whether these fellows lived or died. Everything would be left to Green Bull and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army. These fellows obviously saw that Xian wasn't joking, and their expressions changed. However, there was still hope in their hearts. As they exchanged glances, among the over 60 emperors of the 3 blood dragon clans, a few of the strongest ones began to speak out. Demon Master, in the past 10 years, we have indeed hunted down Green Bull and his space nomadic army many times. However, this is just a matter of perspective. If we really want to talk about it, there's actually no right or wrong. After all, the space nomadic army has warriors from the 3 main planes. This is a fact. If it were any of the upper echelons of any race, they wouldn't have done anything. We can't just sit by and do nothing. We're just following orders. But now, the reason why we're kneeling and begging Demon Master to take us in is because we want to live, but more importantly, we want to fight for opportunities. Demon Master, you've said before that we should abandon the darkness and join the light. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a matter of wanting to climb higher? We came from the 3 main planes of the starry skies to this strange void fragment of the untainted land in order to seize the opportunity to break through and improve our cultivation. This is not wrong in the first place. Every expert in the starry skies has this kind of obsession. But now, we have seen the bright future of the Devil Palace with our own eyes. We yearn for it and are willing to surrender wholeheartedly. In the future, we will fight for the Devil Lord and accumulate battle merits in exchange for our own cultivation. What's wrong with a chance to raise our strength? Demon Master, please take pity on us and give us a chance, after which, the 400 emperors and emperors from the 3 races clasped their fists again. Their gazes were firm as they locked onto Xian's face, full of expectation. These words were very pertinent, and there was not the slightest bit of exaggeration. It had to be said that even Xian was a little moved. However, he still could not make a decision on this matter, so he did not express his opinion. Instead, he turned to look at Green Ox and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army. These guys were also in a dilemma. On the one hand, they had deep resentment toward the 3 races of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion. On the other hand, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was in need of people now. This time, there were many captives from the 3 races of the Blood Flood Dragon, and they seemed to be sincere in surrendering. If they were to take them in, it would be of great significance. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Green Ox, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses to discuss. Xian did not rush them. He stood aside with a smile and waited for the final result. No matter what decision Green Ox and the others made, he would support them. Soon, the final result was out. Green Ox and the upper echelons of Sang Ji's tribe did not speak, but 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other upper echelons of the captive parliament stood up and spoke one after another. We can take you in, but you can only be a captive army. We will observe and keep you. And the head of our old captive army will be taken off from today onwards. In addition, all the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters in your hands will be contributed as compensation. From now on, all the battleships of our old captive army will be large fortresses. We won't even want the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. We'll treat you accordingly. There's nothing else. In any case, if you want to get benefits, you'll have to rely on your battle achievements to offset it in the future. This point, you can't fool anyone. These words were not said to the upper echelons of the three races of the blood-flood dragon, but to Xianxia. He naturally understood the meaning behind it. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, this matter is settled. Today, the captives of the three races and all the battleships will be organized into a captive army. The old captive army and the space nomadic army will be disbanded. In addition, today, the large fortresses of the captive army will be handed over to the old captive army to use. From now on, under the magic hall, there will be 4 major armies. They are the Ferocious Beast Army, the Remnant Army, the Nomadic Army, and the Captive Army." While speaking, Xian immediately explained the details of the division of the major armies under his command. In short, the Space Nomadic Army, the Space Beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, the Desolation Survivors, and the Captive Army of the three races of the Blood-Flood Dragon were all mixed up. Then, according to his division rules, they were divided into 4 major armies. The first was the Ferocious Beast Army, which was formed by the space beasts that originally lived in the void of the Desolation World Fragment. This included the Ferocious Beast Army in the original Space Nomadic Army and the Space Beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other Undying Emperors in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were a total of more than 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels in the army, there were about 100 million of them. The second was the Remnant Army, which was formed by the Xianxia tribe and the remnant tribes in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The current commanders were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 Universe Knights, as well as more than 20 Undying Emperors from the Xianxia tribe. The total number of survivors in the army was also about 100 million, and there were 10 million different types of battleships. The third was the Nomadic Army, which was actually the captive army from before. However, now that they had passed the final test, they were no longer captive army. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of great beings from the 3 main planes of the universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as great beings from the original Wanluo Federation. The current commanders were the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives from the captive parliament. There were a total of 60 of them, and they were all Undying Emperors. The number of soldiers in the army was the largest, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were a total of 20 million battleships. The fourth was the captive army, which was made up of the Blood-Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race captives. The division of the 4 armies was quickly completed. From then on, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race captured a few 100 million battleships, close to 10 billion soldiers, along with over 60 emperors and over 300 emperors. They formed an army, becoming the 4th army of the Magic Hall, Captive Army. Although they would be on the same side from now on, and they truly desired a level 25 venerable pellet, the 2 immortal emperors of the Blood-Flood Dragon and the War Lion race were too embarrassed to open their mouths and ask Xian. They requested. After all, they had just been captured, and they felt awkward. It was indeed hard for them to ask. Xiao. Xiao. Just as the 2 of them were in a dilemma, 2 rays of light shot toward them and stopped abruptly in front of them. When they looked at them carefully, they saw that they were 2 precious pills, and they were emitting extremely strong Universe Knight auras. The expressions of the 2 half-step venerable ones who had just been captured changed drastically, and they gasped, "Even though the 2 of you haven't made any contributions, you will still be under observation." At this time, Yi Xian's voice sounded out, "But now that we are in need of people, the captive army does indeed need 2 powerful Universe Knights to oversee it. These 2 Universe Knights will be given to you first, and in the future, your battle merits will be deducted." When they heard this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. They immediately waved their hands and carefully put away the treasured pills that were suspended in front of them. After that, they repeatedly kowtowed and expressed their thanks. "Take care of yourselves," Yi Xian nodded and waved his hand, letting them head to their assigned areas. He chatted with Green Ox and the others for a while before finally turning around and entering the magic hall. Rumble, with a thought, the black demonic palace suspended above the atmosphere of the cavern star slowly descended. Soon, it entered the atmosphere and sat firmly on the peak of the most majestic peak. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron, suspending it behind the peak. With a flash of his body, he stepped into the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist, entering the space within the cauldron. He crossed his legs and sat within the cauldron. In the air above the mountain. Previously, he was pressed for time, which was why he didn't break through consecutively. But now that everything was settled, it was finally time for him to consume a level 28 supreme pellet and break through to the true primordial realm. Swish! Swish, 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 as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. This included the all-evil origin elixir and the 9-colored divine medicine. There was even a canopy of chaos-grade herbs with a radius of 10,000 feet. When everything was in place, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the fist-sized bead and quickly dissolved it. Walala, as soon as all this was done, when the energy ball that had been compressed to the size of an infant fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier were instantly dissolved. In the blink of an eye, a majestic energy river appeared in Yi Xian's body. With rapt attention, Yi Xian activated the large river of energy that had just been formed in his body. He continuously circulated it through his 100 meridians with all his might. This time, he was trying to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, so when the energy river in his body flowed through his meridians, the pain was incomparably intense. However, Yi Xian was already used to it, so he completely ignored it and gritted his teeth to bear with it. Because he was trying to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, the breakthrough this time was slightly hindered. It took him a full 8 days to completely refine the energy river that had formed in his body. As the great river of energy circulated through his meridians time and time again, it finally completely disappeared and merged into his soul and body. Yi Xian had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already broken. The anticipated system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 1 of the powerful beings of the primordial era. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the vital energy and blood. Current realm, level 1 of the powerful beings of the primordial era. A successful breakthrough. After entering this void fragment of the primordial era for dozens of years, Yi Xian's cultivation level had finally officially broken through and entered the powerful beings of the primordial era. Previously, his original body's cultivation level was at the peak of the 9th level of the universe supreme level. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 1st level of the powerful beings of the primordial era. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 1st level of the supreme level of the primordial era. If he took into account the enhancement of his cultivation level due to the vital energy and blood in his body, his actual combat power would be comparable to a 2nd level desolate venerable. However, after swallowing a level 28 supreme level pellet, Yi Xian officially broke through to the 1st level of the supreme level of the primordial era. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, his combat power would instantly reach the 2nd level of the supreme level of the primordial era. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the 2nd level of the supreme level of the universe. In addition, if he took into account the tremendous vital energy and blood in his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest combat power he could display would reach the unprecedented level of the 3rd level of the Desolate Venerable. This was already the peak of the initial level. It could be said that below the middle level of the supreme level of the primordial era, the current Yixian was absolutely invincible. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, Yixian could instantly condense 3 Blood Sea avatars, each of which had the terrifying combat power of a 3rd level supreme level of the primordial era. Under the situation of 3 against 1, if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even if he encountered a 4th level Desolate Venerable, it was not impossible to kill him. His strongest battle prowess has already reached the 3rd order of the ancient Desolate Realm, and he can only have 3 Blood Sea clones of the same battle prowess. He subconsciously clenched his fists. At this moment, Yixian's emotions were unprecedentedly agitated. As he muttered softly, he was filled with heroism. In this way, I can already fight any existence below the middle stage of the Desolate Realm head-on. Slay them. Not to mention the void fragment of this world, even on the 2 sides of the primordial void, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I can do whatever I want, but now is not the time to return with the army under my command, enter the primordial void, and gather at the Source Nest headquarters. Xiao, with a wave of his hand, the Shenong treasured cauldron turned into a beam of light and entered Yixian's body, disappearing. Right now, he was still in his violent star ape form, but the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability in his body had reached the 9th transformation. Therefore, the aura exuding from his body right now was equivalent to that of a 2nd-order Venerable Desolate Ancestor. With a flash, Yixian stepped out of the atmosphere of the cave star. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. Greetings, Demon Master. As soon as Yixian's figure appeared, he heard a wave of shouts. His tone was incomparably respectful, revealing excitement and excitement. Zhao Dong, Jian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei weren't there. Even Green Bull and the others weren't there. They were probably all in seclusion to make breakthroughs. The fact that Yixian didn't have any generals under his command was a huge blow to them. They would definitely cultivate with all their might during this time. After all, as long as they reached the 9th level of Pinnacle, they would be able to make breakthroughs in a short time after swallowing the next level of treasure pill. At this moment, the ones waiting outside Yixian's cave were the 6 blood flood dragons and the upper echelons of the captive army, including the 2 half-step venerables from the Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Rock clan. Of course, 8 days had passed, and they had all successfully made breakthroughs after swallowing a level 25 night treasure pill. All of them were powerful universe knights. As for the 6-headed blood dragon, needless to say, he had already become a universe supreme knight and was now a powerful first-stage supreme knight. In just a few days, the 3 of them had changed so much. All of this made the other 60-odd emperors and 300-odd emperors of the captive army envious of them. Now, these guys were all waiting outside the atmosphere of Yixian's cave-dwelling star. Obviously, they wanted to get some information from Yixian and see when there was going to be a battle so that they could accumulate battle merits and exchange them for top-tier cultivation resources and the most important thing, the various levels of treasure pills. Among the 60-odd emperors present, although there was no one at the 9th level of Pinnacle, there were still more than a dozen of them among the 300-odd emperors. Xiao. Yixian's gaze swept across the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a weak sound of something tearing through the air rang out. In an instant, a dozen or so level 24 emperor bestowed pellets shot out, abruptly stopping in front of these dozen or so emperor realm experts. Your cultivations have already reached the great perfection of the 9th step. If you don't have a treasure pellet, you won't be able to advance any further. Therefore, the Emperor Sealing Pellet that can advance to the next great realm will be given to you first. In the future, your battle achievements will be deducted. Nodding his head, Yixian turned to look at the others and continued, it's the same for all of you. After your cultivation reaches the great perfection of the 9th step, even if you don't have any battle achievements, you can still apply to the 6-headed blood dragon. The treasure pills will be given the corresponding treasure pills in advance. However, with the way you've been cultivating in the past, isn't it too slow to reach the great circle of the 9th step? Xiao. As he spoke, Yixian waved his hand again. This time, hundreds of purple crystal precious medicines, 9 colored divine medicines, and some other top-grade cultivation resources were sent out by him. They abruptly stopped in front of everyone present. These purple crystal elixirs and 9-colored divine elixirs can increase your cultivation speed by several times, and not just by 1 or 2 times. Although I don't have any battle merits at the moment, I can still distribute them first. When the battle merits are accumulated, I can deduct them. After saying that, he waved his hand. Except for the 6-headed blood dragon, the rest of you put away the cultivation resources and elixirs that were distributed and disperse. Immediately return to your respective cave stars to cultivate in seclusion. The next battle will be against the blood dragon, green rock, and war lion. The main camp of the human race. You don't have to participate. Hearing these words, the 400 peerless sovereigns and titled emperors from the 3 races were stunned for a moment, but they soon reacted, excitement and gratitude shining in their eyes. They immediately made their moves and kept the treasures and resources in front of them carefully. After bowing once more, they turned and left. After the upper echelons of the captive army left, Xian immediately sent out a voice transmission that enveloped the entire forbidden area of Rising Sunday. The upper echelons of the 3 great armies, the Emperor level and above, quickly come and see me. The first battle of the Magic Hall expedition is about to begin. Hell. Li, xiao. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, in the distance around the huge rising sun forbidden land, inside the life stars of various sizes, figures instantly shot out one after another. In a short period of time, these 3 armies' upper echelons had all gathered in the space not far from Yixian. The Ferocious Beast Army's commander, Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff and the other emperors from the Forbidden Land, a total of over 40 of them had all arrived. The Survivor Army's commander, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei and the other knights, as well as the over 20 emperors from the Xianxia tribe, were all present. There was also the Nomadic Army's commander, the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang and the other representatives of the Army Council, a total of over 60 of them, all at Emperor level. Today, the Magic Hall has officially taken over the world. There should have been a sacrificial battle. After everyone had arrived, Yixian turned around and gazed at them. He smiled and nodded, after which he continued, coincidentally, the Nomadic Army has returned. Over the past 10 years, Green Ox and his nomadic army have been in this universe. They have been bullied in the universe. This matter can't just end here. Today, the Magic Hall will begin its expedition. Our target is the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock and the Battle Lion race. Our only request is to completely destroy the headquarters of these 3 races in this space, as a sacrifice to the reputation of the Magic Hall. Speaking to this point, Yixian's eyes gleamed coldly. For this battle, the Ferocious Beast Army, the Survivor Army and the Nomadic Army will all be mobilized. Half of their regular forces will be left behind in the Forbidden Land. The 3 armies' joint commanders will be Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei, as well as the 6 blood dragons. Besides, even though I'm in the Magic Hall, my undying consciousness will always be on guard. Even if I meet a Universe Supreme at the middle or late stage, or even a great being from the ancient era, there's no need to be afraid. At the crucial moment, I'll make a move. Go, lead your army and set off immediately. Speaking to the end, Yixian waved his hand and turned around, entering the cave star behind him and disappearing. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. An earth-shattering roar resounded from every corner of the rising sun forbidden land. It was as though a giant beast had woken up from its slumber. A formless killing aura spread out. According to Yixian's instructions, half of the 3 armies, Ferocious Beast, Remnant, and Nomadic, were mobilized. All the higher-ups above the Emperor level were mobilized. As such, the number of troops deployed by the Devil Hall in this expedition was truly astonishing. The largest formation was the Ferocious Beast Army. Even if half of them were mobilized, there would still be 50 million ferocious beasts. The Remnant Army, on the other hand, consisted of all kinds of remnant battleships. Although the number was not large, they were all elite battleships that had survived the 10 years of space escape. Each of them was extremely huge, more than 100,000 meters in diameter. Huge fortresses. As for the Nomadic Army, half of them were mobilized, which meant 10 million huge fortresses. These 3 armies did not seem to be as large as 100 million battleships, but they were all elite forces. An opponent like the captive army, not to mention 500 million battleships, even if they were doubled to 1 billion, they would still be defeated. They were no match for them. And this was only the conventional forces. As for the high-end forces, there were more than 40 high-level ferocious beasts like Green Cow and Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and more than 20 emperors from the remnant race of the Xianxia tribe, as well as the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and more than 60 nomadic warriors. As for the members of the Council of the Nomadic Army, they were all emperors. There were more than 130 of them, and they were all emperors. It was shocking to see so many of them. Besides, there were also 4 universe knights like Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the strongest one, the 6-headed blood dragon, who was a universe supreme. It was enough to run amok in the void of the primordial world fragment, of course, in the base camps of the various races and top powers from the 3 main planes of the current era. There were also universe supremes, and there were even powerful beings in the middle and later stages of the universe supremes. However, that was not a problem. If these old monsters dared to make a move, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the forbidden land of rising sun but was paying close attention to this battle, could make a move at any time. Like crushing an ant, he could instantly kill them. Boom! Rumble! In just half a day, the 3 legions were ready. The punitive army gathered at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun was immediately launched. An earth-shattering roar sounded. Immediately, the Green Ox, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, Xiao Dong, and the other 6 supreme commanders pointed at them. With that order, they left the forbidden land of rising Sunday roar. Roar! Screech, rumble. At this moment, the forbidden land of the rising sun was filled with countless roars and howls. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the rising sun were roaring. The captive army that did not participate in the battle to avoid suspicion fired their cannons in unison. For more than 10 days, the Blood Flood Dragon clan's base camp in the void of the primordial world fragment was deathly silent. Vaguely, there was an extremely uneasy and oppressive atmosphere that slowly spread throughout the star field. The general situation of the star field was getting more and more oppressive. The 2 most powerful beings guarding the star field of headquarters, Crown Prince Jiao and 6-headed blood dragon, who were both universe masters, led an elite fleet of strongholds and left for Rising Sun Forbidden Land more than 10 days ago. Calculating the time, it should have been close to 10 days since the fleet arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. However, during these 10 days, there was still no news from them. The entire elite fleet, Crown Prince Flood Dragon, and his protector, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, were like a stone that had sunk into the ocean. This situation was obviously abnormal. It was eerie and unsettling. Currently, the most powerful beings in the base camp of the Blood Flood Dragon clan were the 4 universe knights who were half-step eternity lords. They were all core elders of the clan and had lived for a very long time. Naturally, they had a very keen sense of smell. Because of this, as time passed, the 4 of them felt more and more uneasy. A few days ago, they had even sent a few undying emperors to the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun to spy from afar. However, they didn't get any news at all. It was said that the forbidden land of rising sun was completely silent, and it didn't seem like a large-scale battle had broken out at all. Something was very wrong. The moment the news was reported, the 4 half-step eternity lords panicked. They were almost certain that something had happened to Crown Prince Flood Dragon. However, he was originally a mid-stage eternity lord, and there was another half-step eternity lord beside him, who was also a half-step eternity lord. If even they couldn't return from the forbidden land of rising sun, these 4 old fellows, who were only half-step eternity lords, wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if they went there. Hence, the 4 of them didn't dare to go there at all. Instead, they went to the base camp of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan. This time, the 4 universe knights from the forbidden land of rising sun didn't just rob the fleet of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. There was a total fleet of close to 500 million battleships, and among the more than 30 undying emperors, the Blood Flood Dragon clan only accounted for 1/3 of them. The other 2/3 were from the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan. Even before that huge combined fleet was robbed by the 4 universe knights from the forbidden land of rising sun, the Battle Lion clan had a half-step knight core ancestor who was an undying emperor at level 9, and he was smashed into minced meat in front of everyone in the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It could be said that this wasn't just a matter of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. The Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan were also involved. Now, the two universe masters guarding the base camp of the Blood Flood Dragon clan had been dispatched, but there seemed to be an accident. There hadn't been any news back for more than 10 days. Apart from asking for help from the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan, the four of them couldn't think of a better way to deal with this. There was a way. Within the base camp of the two clans, there were also two powerful universe masters guarding it. Other than the two Eternity Lords, there was also a powerful Universe Supreme. Judging from the current situation, the Demon Palace Master in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land most likely had the power of a Universe Supreme. After all, Six-Headed Blood Dragon was a half-step supreme at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. If even he was trapped, it was enough to say. The problem was obvious. If that was really the case, in order to rescue the Crown Prince, they had to ask for help from the two Supreme Masters guarding the base camp of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan. These two old fellows were both mid-stage Universe Supreme Masters at level 4, and if they worked together, they would definitely be able to solve the problem. However, what disappointed the four of them was that the Supreme Masters of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan were all in seclusion. As for the four Universe Masters guarding the base camp of the two clans, when they heard that the Crown Prince and the Six-Headed Blood Flood Dragon were trapped, they were shocked. However, they weren't able to solve the problem immediately. They had to wait for the Supreme Ancestors of the Green Rock and Battle Lion races to come out of seclusion before they could get a definite answer. Such an outcome made the four half-step Universe Lords in the Blood Wyrm clan's main camp, who were originally worried about the safety of the Crown Prince, extremely depressed. However, there was nothing they could do. These four half-step Eternity Lords were in charge of the Blood Wyrm clan's headquarters. They were called Jiao Tian, Jiao Di, Jiao Xian, and Jiao Huang. At this moment, they were gathered in a palace on Jiao Tian's abode star, discussing how to deal with the situation with worried expressions. At this time, an emperor rushed over from outside the planet. He rushed into Jiao Tian's palace and reported, "Ancestors, Six-Head Blood Dragon is here." Jiao Tian and the other three were startled when they heard this. Then, they were overjoyed. They had even overlooked the fact that this undying emperor was calling out the name of a half-step supreme. Their eyes glowed, and they smiled. Jiao Tian and the other three immediately stood up and laughed heartily. "It's good that you're back. After all this fuss, it was just a false alarm. Since the Crown Prince is back, the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun must have been wiped out." "That's right. We've never heard of the Master of the Magic Hall before. How could he be a supreme being? Right, where is the Crown Prince now? We have to go and welcome him immediately. Send down the order to celebrate for him for 10 days. After that, the four were about to fly up. Seeing this, along with the words of the four, the Undying who had just rushed into the palace to report was so anxious he was about to cry. With a long face and a sorrowful expression, he said bitterly, "It's not like that, for ancestors. The 6 Blood Flood Dragons are back, but the Crown Prince is nowhere to be seen. The Devil Palace army from the Forbidden Land of Rising Star is here." Jiao Tian was shocked, and his expression changed. "The army of the Magic Hall from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun is here? Who's leading them?" "It's the 4 first-stage knights and Green Bull from the Space Nomadic Army. This damned Green Bull, he was chased by us in the void for more than 10 years, and has always been very unyielding. I never thought that he would actually join the Demon Palace." At the side, Jiao Di continued the conversation, and halfway through, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "However, the Green Bull is only half a step away from being titled Emperor, and those 4 old fellows are only First-Order Venerables. Even if they come, they will only be sending themselves to their deaths. Return. It's not like that." This time, the reporting emperor was truly crying. His voice was choking. "For elders, Green Cow is already an emperor now, and those 4 old fogies, even though they are only at first-level monarch level, but he is still a monarch. Our commander is a Tier 1 supreme, we are definitely not his match." Jiao Xian was shocked and cried out, "What? Magic Hall Master? He's actually a supreme? It's not like that." This emperor was so anxious that he started foaming at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't the Magic Hall Master say it earlier? It's the 6-headed blood dragon. He's also one of the 6 commanders of the Magic Hall army, and he's the leader. His strength has already broken through to become a first-stage knight. Hearing this, Jiao Tian and the other 3 trembled. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they exclaimed, 6-headed blood dragon? Didn't he escape back? How did he become the commander of the Magic Hall army? He actually made a breakthrough in his cultivation and stepped into the supremacy realm. How many days has it been? How can he be so fast? Damn it, the 6-headed blood-flood dragon actually betrayed the clan. That Devil Palace Master is truly capable. He subdued the tough green ox and the nomadic army under him, and even the 6-headed blood-flood dragon betrayed him. But, where's our crown prince? See. The 6-headed blood dragon is already a first-stage knight, but he was still forced to betray us. Doesn't this mean that the mysterious master of the Magic Hall is at least a middle-stage supreme knight? This isn't good. Hong. Hong, Hong, Hong. Before the 4 of them could finish their exclamations, the star under their feet suddenly shook violently. The rumbling of thunder shook the heavens and earth. This scene was as if the entire star was about to collapse. The truth was not far from that. Hundreds of black death ray beams with a diameter of 30,000 feet rushed through the atmosphere of the star and smashed into the surface of the star. Although they didn't directly penetrate this life star, they created dozens of cracks that seemed like they were like a huge crack in the sky. A gigantic fissure that was like a natural chasm. Such a scene was practically no different from a true collapse of the heavens and the earth. Hong, long, long, roar. Jiao Tian, Jiao Di, 4 old fellows, come out and die immediately. Almost in the next instant, along with the loud rumbling sound, an incomparably huge blood-red figure smashed the star's atmosphere with a palm and roared as it rushed into the star. It was the bloodline true body that had already appeared. At this moment, its size was 10 million feet. It was a 6-headed blood dragon that was 10 feet tall. The cultivation aura that was emitted from its body was that of a first-stage supreme knight. This scene caused Jiao Tian and the others to tremble violently. Their faces were filled with shock and despair that couldn't be dispersed. Old ox, I was relentlessly chased by you in the void for more than 10 years. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei followed closely behind the 6-headed blood dragon with their hands behind their backs. Walking side by side with the 4 of them was a huge green bull that was completely different in size. It was at least 10,000 feet tall, but it also walked on its hind legs. Its pair of front hooves were also like Xiaodong and the others, and it was carried on its back. A low, muffled voice came from its mouth. At that time, I once said that one day, when the big boss of this old bull returns, it will be the time for you to pay the price. Now, the big boss has descended and become the master of the Magic Hall. I have always taken revenge. My words back then should come true today. Boom. Hong, long, long. At the end of its sentence, a cold light flashed in the green bull's eyes, and it suddenly raised its hooves. He did not make a move because he was not a match for the 6-headed blood dragon at all. However, the 6-headed blood dragon suddenly threw out a punch at this moment. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying invisible force blasted out and arrived at the palace below in the blink of an eye. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire palace collapsed with a bang, turning into dust that drifted away. Jiao Tian and the others, who were originally standing in front of the palace, were caught off guard and were hit head-on. If you knew this would happen, why did you do what you did? As for the 6-headed blood-flood dragon and the flood dragon crown prince, they only arrived recently. However, in the past 10 years or so, the strongest people guarding the blood-flood dragon clan's headquarters have always been you 4 old fellows. The fall of the regiment, the fall of countless experts, is related to you all. As Jiao Tian and the other 3 were heavily injured, Green Ox flew out and stomped down with his front hooves. Today, it's time for you to pay the price. Pung pung pung, 4 explosions rang out. Jiao Tian and the others, who were already heavily injured and on the verge of death, had no strength to fight back at all. They didn't even have the strength to resist, let alone escape. With unwillingness, the bodies of the 4 people were trampled by the front hooves of the green bull. With a boom, they exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist that scattered. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. The green ox wasn't Yi Xian. He was only an undying emperor, so his horizons weren't that high. Before him was a boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of 4 half-step eternity lords. Not only was it beneficial to his own cultivation, but it could also be given to Xian to refine. A level 26 universe lord level pill was for the use of the beast army, so he naturally couldn't waste it. As he raised his hooves again, an invisible force spread out. The blood mist formed by the explosion of Jiao Tian and the others was instantly wrapped up. After being compressed, it turned into 4 blood beads that were 3 feet wide and were absorbed by the green ox. At this point, the Blood Wyrm clan's main camp had completely fallen. There was no more suspense. Jiao Tian's group of 4 were all half-step universe lords, yet they had all been killed. Although there were still a large number of blood-fled dragon clansmen in the star field where the base was located, and there were even quite a few emperors, at least 30 to 40 of them, they were still alive. Couldn't cause any more trouble, moo. Jiao Tian and the rest have all been killed. In the next moment, the green ox rushed out of the star under its feet and arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. It raised its head and roared. The voice of its divine sense instantly spread out and enveloped the entire star region. Everyone in the Blood Dragon's base camp, listen up. Kill all those who resist. For those who surrender voluntarily, the engine of the warship will be extinguished. All personnel will leave the warship and line up in the void on the right side of the warship, waiting to be incorporated. Anyone who disobeys orders and acts rashly will be killed immediately. Rumble, rumble. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, an earth-shattering rumble could be heard several tens of millions of kilometers to the right in front of him. When he turned around, he saw a group of elite stronghold troops firing at him. This army had a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters and a large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was a total of 200,000. Other than that, there wasn't even a single large stronghold with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Obviously, such a luxurious elite fortress army definitely didn't belong to anyone else. It was most likely the private army of Crown Prince Jiao, who had long since fallen. These people were mostly loyal to Crown Prince Jiao and wouldn't surrender. In truth, even if they did, Green Ox wouldn't take them in, as there were too many uncertainties. However, the Flood Dragon Prince's trusted aides in the stronghold could be killed, but the 200,000 plus strongholds of various sizes could not be destroyed just like that. They were all true elites, and the 100,000 large strongholds could be handed over to the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others to expand the nomadic army. The army's strength. The remaining 100,000 plus small strongholds would definitely be welcomed by the captive army. Even at such a time, you still dare to resist? You're all courting death, moo. Raising his head and roaring, Green Ox shrunk to a size of 300 m and transformed into a beam of green light, shooting towards the space tens of millions of miles away. Don't destroy the strongholds. Seeing this, Long Shan Tang immediately reminded. The moment he finished, the dozens of emperors and emperors of the nomadic army all rushed into space and shot towards that direction. For the sake of not destroying the 200,000 strongholds, Long Shan Tang and the 3-clawed dragon and the others gave it their all. The dozens of emperors personally made a move, instantly scaring the blood dragons out of their wits. Even though there were emperors within the 200,000 elite army, there were only about 10 of them. With over 40 emperors surrounding them, it was obvious that they were going to surround them and torture them to death. Xiao. Without hesitation, the 10 or so titled emperors of the elite stronghold army immediately rushed out of their respective strongholds and scattered, fleeing to the back. They were after all emperors. As long as they didn't have the ships to drag them down, they would have a chance of escaping. Humph. Even at such a time, you still want to escape? What wishful thinking. In the distance, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who had been standing in space with the 6 blood dragons and hadn't made a move yet, all of a sudden had their expressions sunk. They snorted coldly and made a move. These were 4 powerful knights. In such a short distance of tens of millions of miles, they didn't even need to move their bodies. Their shoulders didn't even shake, they just waved their hands. Pung, pung pung pung. Tens of millions of miles away, a huge explosion resounded. The dozens of emperors who had just rushed out of their own strongholds only made it 20 to 30 million miles before their bodies exploded. They became a bloody mist and dispersed. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. The bloody mist from an Emperor-level Undying's body can at least be used to make a level 25 night pill. The beast army is huge, the demand isn't small. We can't waste it like this, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green ox muttered softly in a muffled voice. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he had already arrived in the distant void. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so majestic blood mist that had spread out were instantly wrapped up by him and compressed into drops of blood that were about 10 feet in size. After the blood droplets were absorbed into his body immediately, rumble. Rumble, on this side, there was no more suspense for the 200,000 elite strongholds of the Crown Prince. Basically, all of them had been killed, leaving only the strongholds as spoils of war. As for the other regions, there were still rumbling sounds coming from them. Within the huge Blood Dragon's base star field, although many battleships had already closed their kinetic energy cabins, the people inside gave up on the battle and walked out of the battleships, lining up in space. They were waiting to be absorbed, but similarly, there were some battleships and even small army-level units that were still resisting stubbornly. Within a day, the battle ended, and the Blood-Flood Dragon clan's base camp fell completely. In this battle, countless Blood-Flood Dragon clan warriors were killed, and a shocking number of battleships were destroyed. Not only the Blood-Flood Dragon clan, but even the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall suffered losses. However, the losses were negligible. Yes. After the battle ended, as far as the eye could see, the vast starfield occupied by the Blood-Flood Dragon clan's base camp was bleak. Some of the destroyed battleships were still burning, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood and burnt flesh. Although the battle only lasted for a day, the post-battle inventory clearly took more time. Although more than 60% of the Blood-Flood Dragon clan warriors chose to stubbornly resist, close to 40% of them chose to abandon the battle and surrender. Of course, not all of the 40% who abandoned the battle survived. This kind of large-scale interstellar battle that involved the entire star field was far too chaotic. Many prisoners of war were accidentally injured by the cannons of both sides during the chaotic battle, and they were unwilling to die just like that. After spending an entire 3 days, the post-battle inventory was finally completed. In this battle, more than 100 million battleships were captured, and more than 1 billion Blood-Flood Dragon clan warriors were captured. Among them, there were close to 100 Undying Emperors and over 20 Undying Emperors. After the 3 great legions returned victorious, these forces would be incorporated into the captive legion that hadn't set off yet. However, right now, these 100 million Blood-Flood Dragon clan battleships would follow behind the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall and fight in the second battle of this expedition. Their first target was the Green Rock clan's base camp. Set off. Hong Long Long, under Green Ox's command, a shocking rumble sounded in the air. The 3 great legions of the Magic Hall, the ferocious beasts, the remnant survivors, and the nomads, along with the 100 million-plus battleships of the captive legion of the Blood-Flood Dragon clan, set off toward the distant space. In the distant space, some battleships, ferocious beasts, and battleships could be faintly seen. They didn't dare to get too close and stayed in an extremely distant area, peeping in this direction. These were clearly scouts from the other forces and clans that had entered this void fragment of the untainted world from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. There were also some that came from the Forbidden Lands and the remnant star areas that still existed in the void of the untainted land. The commotion caused by the battle in the Blood Wyrm clan's headquarters was simply too shocking. The flames of war spread throughout the vast star region, and naturally attracted endless attention. In fact, long before the arrival of the 3 legions of the Magic Hall, a large number of small battleships, ferocious beasts, and scouts from the remnant star field had been paying close attention to this place. The time could even be traced back to more than 10 days ago. At that time, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had walked out of the forbidden area of Sunrise and captured the Bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans as well as the Starry Sky Nomad army. This matter had already alarmed countless powers. After that, the Crown Prince of the Blood-Flood Dragon clan set off in anger. Although there were only 10,000 large fortresses in the elite army, it was extremely ostentatious and attracted the attention of all parties. Even so, the great powers in the current era, as well as the upper echelons of the ferocious beast forbidden area and the remnant star region, still did not expect that the power of the Magic Hall would be so amazing. Not only did it kill the crown prince of the Flood Dragon clan, but it also subdued him. With the help of the six-headed blood dragon and the green ox, even the star region where the Blood Wyrm clan was based was completely destroyed by them in a short period of one day. At that moment, as the three armies of the Magic Hall led the captive Blood Wyrm army towards the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy, where the headquarters of the Cyan Rock clan was located, everything that happened there rapidly spread into the surroundings with a terrifying speed. Go! In an instant, cries of alarm that were filled with endless shock sounded out from all over the void of the great desolate world. What happened? Crown Prince Flood Dragon has only been in the Forbidden Land of Rising Dawn for a little more than 10 days, yet a mid-universe lord was killed just like that. What is he? The six-headed Blood Dragon clan was a half-step supreme being who was a universe master at the 9th stage of perfection, but wasn't he still subdued by the master of the Magic Hall? It seems that the mysterious master of the Magic Hall is at least a mid-stage supreme being. What's even more surprising is that the master of the Magic Hall is actually the big boss behind the scenes that the Green Ox has been talking about. This person's identity is too mysterious. The Space Nomadic Army and the Forbidden Land of Rising Dawn are actually secretly controlled by him, but I've never heard of this person before. Where did such a person come from? It's only been a month, and such a shocking change happened. The headquarters of the Blood Wyrm clan was destroyed, and 4 powerful half-step supreme beings fell. This is simply unprecedented. Unfortunately, the armies of the Magic Hall were too confident. After destroying the headquarters of the Blood Wyrm clan, they actually immediately went to attack the headquarters of the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy of the Cyan Rock clan. This is simply asking for humiliation. Indeed, the headquarters of the Cyan Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan are not comparable to the Blood Wyrm clan. These two clans already have a powerful mid-stage supreme being in this void space. Even the master of the Magic Hall only has a cultivation level around that of a mid-stage supreme being. If he personally went to the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy, there would still be hope of a triumphant return. Now that the six-headed Blood Dragon clan is leading the army, the result of this battle is already obvious. The six-headed Blood Dragon clan has just become a universe supreme, and he's only at the first level of this realm, yet he dares to lead an army to the Cyan Rainbow Forbidden Land where a mid-stage supreme being is guarding. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from, as the waves of exclamations resounded in the void space of this fragment of the ancient universe. Various large clans and powers, as well as the various forbidden lands of ferocious beasts and the remnant star fields, continued to send out troops of different sizes and camps. They gathered from all directions and rushed toward the headquarters of the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy of the Cyan Rock clan. The lineup was extremely shocking, and there was even going to be an earth-shattering battle at the level of universe supreme beings. In this grand space, even if one could only watch from afar, as long as one could seize this opportunity, no one would be willing to miss it. 10 days later, the 3 armies of the Magic Hall and the Blood Wyrm captive army arrived at the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy and formed a formation in the void space 20 million miles away from the galaxy. Hong, long, hell. Cyan Rock clan, all the old fogies at the level of Universe Knights and above, come out now and accept your death. With a loud rumble, Green Ox, the 6-headed Blood Dragon clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses and came to the forefront. The Green Ox walked on its hind legs with a pair of front hooves behind its back. Its expression was extraordinary and revealed disdain. From its mouth, a low and muffled voice came out, Azure Rock clan, this old ox was chased down by you in the void for 10 years without mercy. My remaining years. Moo. After today's battle, the Green Rainbow Star Field is destined to be completely destroyed, just like the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. However, I will only kill the culprit today. In the void of the universe, Green Ox raised his head and roared. The voice of his divine sense instantly spread out and swept toward the Qinghong Galaxy in front of him. Everyone in the Qinghong Galaxy, listen up. If you are below the level of Venerable, as long as you surrender, you will not be implicated. Those who refuse to realize their mistakes and resist stubbornly, will be killed without mercy. Those who give up and surrender, turn off the engine of the battleship. All personnel will leave the battleship and form an array in the void space on the right side of the battleship, waiting to be recruited. Those who refuse to listen to the order and act rashly will be killed immediately. Hong. Long. Long. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, an earth-shattering rumble came from the Cyan Rainbow Star region 20 million kilometers away. How dare a mere titled emperor behave so atrociously in the green rainbow star field where I am guarding? Green Bull, have you eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Along with the roar, a huge figure quickly appeared in the depths of the green rainbow star field. A moment ago, it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already at the edge of the star field. It was a green rock. At this time it had already revealed its bloodline true body. Its wingspan was 30 million feet, and with a flap of its wings, it was tens of millions of miles away. Its speed was absolutely astonishing. Even great beings of the other races of the same level were no match for it. As for his cultivation level, he had already reached the fourth order universe supremacy. Although he had just stepped into the middle stage of this realm, this level of cultivation was an existence that was absolutely impossible to surpass for the three great armies of the Demon Palace who were courting death by provoking them. Among the three great legions of the Magic Hall, the strongest one, the six-headed blood dragon, was only at the first level of Universe Supreme and had just entered the initial stage of this level. If they were to fight this green rock head-on, they would most likely be killed within a few breaths of time. There was no suspense at all, this was obvious to everyone. Hence, at this moment, as this green rock appeared, a large number of great beings and battleships of the green rock race came rumbling from behind and sailed toward the edge of the star field. The scouts of various forces, ferocious beasts, and survivors who were watching from a distance in the void in the distance immediately sighed. Some of them could vaguely hear through their divine senses. Green Rock Supreme has never shown himself before, and the outside world has only heard rumors of his cultivation level. Today, I see that he has indeed reached the fourth level of the Universe Supreme. That's a powerful middle stage Supreme Being. The Master of the Magic Hall is truly muddle-headed. I'm afraid that the three legions of the Magic Hall will be completely wiped out in today's battle. What do you mean by afraid? This is clearly a done deal, and there's no suspense at all. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, the Azure Rock Sovereign and the Battle Lion Clan's Battle Lion Sovereign would charge into the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and kill the Master of the Magic Hall in one fell swoop. Indeed, there's such a possibility. Previously, the Green Rock Race and the Battle Lion Clan didn't make any moves only because the Supreme Ancestor in their base camp was still in seclusion. But now, the Green Rock Sovereign of the Green Rock Race has already come out of seclusion. If the Battle Lion Clan's Battle Lion Sovereign is the same, the two of them will definitely join forces and charge into the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. Is a fourth-level Universe Supreme very powerful? As the discussions in the distant void sounded faintly, Green Ox, Six-Headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, and Qian Nan, who were at the forefront of the three legions of the Magic Hall, the strongest of the Six-Headed Blood Dragon, dashed forward. At this moment, his voice rang out, spreading close to 10 billion miles of void space and was heard by all the great beings who were hibernating in the distance. The aura emanating from your body is somewhat unstable. This is clearly a sign that you've just made a breakthrough, and it seems that you're in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Green Rock, you've just forcefully broken through, and it's likely that you've already caused a backlash in your body. Now, instead of going into seclusion to consolidate your realm and eliminate the hidden dangers, you actually dare to fight with me. In my opinion, in your current state, as long as the power in your body is slightly agitated, the backlash will most likely come immediately. At that time, your cultivation will plummet, and you won't be able to avoid it. At this point, Six-Headed Blood Dragon curled his lips and waved his right claw. With a look of disdain, he continued, "Scram back into seclusion. If you're defeated by me in this state, it'll be an unfair victory. It'll be a disgrace." Screech, Bull *T. Just as Six-Headed Blood Dragon finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from the edge of the Cyan Rainbow Star field ahead. Green Rock Sovereign had indeed just made a breakthrough. Previously, it was rumored that he had been a fourth-level Supreme for a long time. In fact, it was slightly exaggerated. His true cultivation was only at third-level Universe Supreme, which was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. The reason why he had gone into seclusion previously was to make a breakthrough. For this, he had been preparing for many years. Now, although he had just come out of seclusion, he had successfully broken through to fourth-level Universe Supreme. He was a genuine middle-level supreme, and his cultivation base had long been consolidated. It was not like what six-headed blood dragon had said, that his realm was unstable. This guy was simply slandering him. A mere first-level supreme dared to provoke and ridicule him like this. This made Green Rock Sovereign, who was a fourth-level supreme being, fly into a rage, screech. "You damned blood-fled dragon. This sovereign must tear apart your bones and skin you alive today to vent the hatred in my heart." Green Rock Sovereign raised his head and roared again. His gigantic body suddenly turned into a beam of green light and shot out from the edge of the cyan rainbow forbidden land in front of him. Kacha, kacha. However, at this moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from his gigantic body without any warning. It was incomparably clear. Even the scouts from the various races and forces who were watching from afar in the void hundreds of millions of miles away heard it. The great beings also heard it clearly. This was clearly the sound of bones shattering. Pooh. Just as everyone was shocked and uncertain, Green Rock Sovereign's figure, which was originally shooting over at an extremely fast speed, came to an abrupt halt in the void at this moment. He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. It was like a heavy rain, sprinkling down in the void. His huge wings, which were originally stretched out, suddenly drooped down weakly as the blood arrow spurted out. It was as if his wings had been broken. In the blink of an eye, Green Rock Sovereign fell into a dispirited state. The cultivation aura emanating from his body had dropped by a few levels, and he had already fallen to the first-level Universe Supreme level. He was even weaker than six-headed blood dragon. See, I was right, wasn't I? In your current state, your realm is unstable. If you force yourself to attack, even your wings will be broken. Why bother? Show. In the void, an incomparably sharp sound pierced through the air. The six-headed blood dragon, who had made up his mind, turned into a ray of bloody light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xianxia. His body came to an abrupt halt, and his state instantly weakened. His cultivation level dropped to First Supreme. The second stage Azure Rock Prime was approaching. There was naturally a reason for such an unexpected turn of events. All of this was done secretly by Xianxia. The current Xianxia, in his ninth transformation state, was already at the second stage of the primordial sovereign realm, even if he ignored the fact that the boundless blood and chi energy within his enormous body had increased his cultivation by 10%. It was naturally not difficult to injure a Universe Supreme in secret. It was no exaggeration to say that it was no more difficult than stretching out a finger and crushing an ant to death. In fact, Xianxia's original body was not here at all. He was still in the magic hall of the Rising Sun Forbidden Zone's cavern star. Even though he was so far away in the starry sky, Xianxia could easily do all this. Of course, if there was a powerful primordial supreme here, even a late-stage primordial supreme would be able to more or less see something fishy. Unfortunately, the strongest existence in this star field was only the Azure Rock Sovereign. Even he himself did not understand why he had suddenly lost his wings and his cultivation had plummeted. As for the others, they naturally did not understand. It was impossible for them to see any clues. However, the six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were naturally well aware of it, but they would not point out the truth. The six-headed blood dragon had deliberately slandered Azure Rock Prime because he had just broken through and his cultivation level was not stable. In fact, he had a motive. Logically speaking, he was only a first-order supreme. Obviously, it was impossible for him to be Azure Rock Prime's opponent. He was not the only one who knew this. The Demon Master was also well aware of this. Therefore, the six-headed blood dragon was sure that Xianxia would definitely make a move, and he would do it secretly. The reason he said such words earlier was to give Xianxia a reason to secretly make a move. Otherwise, if the old lion in the War Lion race's base camp, who was also at the middle stage of the Universe Sovereign Realm, realized that something was amiss, he would have immediately fled far away. Even if he went to the War Lion race's base camp, the final result would only be pouncing. Empty air. Hiss, rumble, poo. At this moment, as the six-headed blood serpent shot over, it arrived before the Azure Rock Sovereign in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed through its eyes. Without any hesitation, it extended its claws and swiped viciously. The extremely clear sound of fabric tearing rang out. At this moment, the Azure Rock Sovereign was still in a state of extreme shock and shock. He did not understand why his wings had suddenly snapped under an invisible but terrifying force. The confusion and fear in his heart made his reaction extremely slow. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level had plummeted, he was already weaker than the six-headed blood dragon. Therefore, Sovereign Azure Rock did not have the time to react to the sudden approach of the six-headed blood Wyrm as if it was a sneak attack. His dangling left wing was directly torn off by the six-headed blood flood dragon's claws, and it was thrown into the universe's void on the right. The power of this claw was too strong. After all, the six-headed blood flood dragon had been accumulating its power to begin with. After losing an entire left wing, the Azure Rock Sovereign's body shook violently. Not only did the blood from his broken wing spray into the sky, he even opened his mouth and spat out another arrow of blood. This attack made his already serious injuries even worse. When this arrow of blood was spat out from his mouth like a rainstorm, the cultivation aura emitted from the Azure Rock Sovereign's body plummeted once again. In less than half a breath, it had already fallen. Between the 9th stage pinnacle of the Universe Master level and the 1st stage Universe Supreme level, he could fall to the Supreme level at any time. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a breath's time. Not only was Azure Rock Prime unable to react, but the great beings from the various races and powers who were watching from afar in the void hundreds of millions of miles away were all in the same state. From this moment on, the entire vast and boundless void fell into a dead silence. Everywhere, all the great beings in the starry sky subconsciously gasped, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a full 2 seconds, cries of astonishment came from all directions like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth. What? Azure Rock Prime is going to fall to the next level? How is this possible? Just a while ago, he was an extremely powerful middle stage supreme, and now he is going to fall to the level of a universe master? This is unbelievable. It's like a dream. It seems that what six-headed blood dragon said was right. Azure Rock Prime did just break through and come out of seclusion. The reason why there was no movement from Green Rainbow Forbidden Land was that he was still in seclusion to break through. He was too impatient and overconfident. He just broke through and didn't even have a solid foundation for his level, but he immediately went out to meet the enemy. And the enemy is a Universe Supreme who is at the same level as him. There is almost no suspense about the result. Maybe he just wanted to scare six-headed blood dragon, but in the end, he miscalculated and was seen through by the enemy. This guy is also a troublemaker. He is not to be trifled with. He didn't care whether Azure Rock Prime did it on purpose or not. He actually dashed forward. In the end, six-headed blood dragon made the right bet. This battle has just begun, and there is already such a bloody scene. The final result is needless to say. It is really shocking. Green Rainbow Star Zone, the headquarters of the Green Rock race, is going to be finished. I didn't expect such a result in the end. Both six-headed blood dragon and the mysterious master of Magic Hall are too lucky. They even encountered such an almost impossible accident. Screech, damn you, blood dragon, you must be the one behind this. Here, before the waves of exclamations and sighs from the void space in the distance died down, Azure Rock Prime's earth-shattering screech came from the edge of Green Rainbow Star Zone in front of him again. At this very moment, his heart was on the verge of collapse, but his mind was extremely clear. He knew that he had been tricked. What shocked him even more was that he was about to fall from a great realm, but he didn't even know the identity of the existence that had been lurking in the dark and plotting against him. He didn't know. This was simply too terrifying, and it made Azure Rock Prime's godly soul tremble. As the screech that was full of unwillingness and anger rang out, he, who only had one wing left, didn't move forward. Instead, he retreated. His huge body turned into a beam of green light and retreated toward Green Rainbow Star Zone at an extremely fast speed. I told you to leave just now, but you didn't. Now that things have come to this, you're retreating. Who do you think I am? Seeing that Green Rock Prime was about to escape, the six-headed blood dragon's eyes glinted coldly. He dashed forward and chased after Green Rock Prime, Sela, Hung Long Long, Pooh. In the blink of an eye, the six-headed blood dragon shot forward and reached Green Rock Prime's side in half a breath's time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he extended his claws again without hesitation and swiped at Green Rock Prime, who was escaping at high speed. Another clear sound rang out. At this moment, Autarch Azure Rock's mind was still shrouded in confusion and fear. He had been in a hurry to flee, so his reaction was slow. Coupled with the fact that his current cultivation base had fallen to the level of a half-step Autarch, he still didn't have time to react to the sudden attack from the six-headed blood dragon. This time, the six-headed blood dragon aimed at his wings, which were dangling weakly as well. When the six-headed blood dragon swiped at them with its claws, Qi Jian tore them off in the blink of an eye and threw them into the distant void of the universe. The power of this swipe was stronger than the previous one. The six-headed blood dragon was full of satisfaction, and his combat power soared. On the other hand, Azure Rock Sovereign had already lost an entire left wing. Now that he was caught off guard, his right wing was torn apart again. His body trembled violently as blood sprayed out from his broken wing. His expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His injuries were already extremely severe to begin with, and now, they had clearly worsened. When he spat out this arrow of blood, the aura of cultivation that radiated from Prime Azure Rock's body finally dropped by an entire realm. A few moments ago, he was still a powerful middle-stage supreme, but now, he had fallen to the level of a ninth-stage complete universe master. Even if he struggled, there was no chance for him to survive. He was definitely no match for the six-headed blood dragon at its peak state. There was no suspense in what happened next. In the void space, an earth-shattering battle broke out, but the battle was completely one-sided. The six-headed blood dragon was completely abusing his opponent. A first-stage universe supreme being was abusing a fourth-stage intermediate supreme being. Screech, bang. In the end, the Azure Rock Prime raised his head and let out an extremely shrill roar. It was filled with endless anger and reluctance. Afterwards, his entire body was smashed to a pulp by a single punch from the six-headed blood serpent. He turned into a bloody mist that dispersed into the air. He was indeed unwilling to accept this. His fall today was a little unclear. If the twin G hadn't been broken when he flapped his wings and rushed out earlier, causing his cultivation level to plummet to level 1 Universe Supreme, how could he have been defeated by the six-headed blood dragon with his original cultivation level of level 4 Intermediate Universe Supreme? This was an incomparably deep and monstrous resentment. Sovereign Azure Rock was unable to figure out what had gone wrong before his death. Just who was behind all of this? Bang bang, Xiao. After ending all of this, the six-headed blood dragon waved his hand. The two huge wings of the Green Rock Supreme that he had torn off in the distant void instantly shot over and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Immediately after, along with the majestic bloody mist that had exploded from Sovereign Azure Rock's body, it was swept up by the six-headed blood dragon with a wave of his hand and compressed into a blood bead that was about 3 feet in radius. After all, this was the majestic bloody mist that had been formed after the body of a Universe Supreme exploded. Naturally, it couldn't be wasted so easily. Run. Run. Everything that had happened before had taken a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Sovereign Azure Rock appeared and rushed out from the depths of the Cyan Rainbow Star Field to the moment when his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that was taken away by the six-headed blood dragon, from the beginning to the end, it had only been 10 breaths. Within a short span of 10 breaths, a powerful mid-fourth order supreme being was completely annihilated, and the one who killed him was merely a first-order universe supreme being. All of this was like a dream. Countless great beings of the Green Rock race and the Cyan Rainbow Star Field couldn't come back to their senses at all. All of them were petrified and in a daze. At this moment, the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of Sovereign Azure Rock's body had been compressed into a blood bead and then taken away by the six-headed blood dragon. Only then did they come back to their senses. The entire Cyan Rainbow Star Field in front of them trembled completely at this moment. The expressions of countless great beings of the Green Rock race changed drastically. They cried out involuntarily and scattered in all directions. Moo. The 3 major armies and the captive army of the Blood Dragon race, all of you, move out and stop all the battleships and great beings of the Green Rock race. At this moment, Green Ox was full of pride. He raised his head and mooed again. The voice of his spirit consciousness reverberated throughout the vast void space of the Cyan Rainbow Star Field. Everyone in the Cyan Rainbow Star Field, listen up. Those with cultivation bases below universe supremacy will not be implicated as long as they surrender. If they refuse to realize their mistakes and resist stubbornly, kill them all. Those who voluntarily give up and surrender, turn off the engine of the battleship. All personnel will leave the battleship and form an array in the void space on the right side of the battleship. Wait to be taken in. Those who don't listen to orders and act rashly will be killed immediately. Hong. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the three major armies and the captive army of the blood dragon race behind him, as well as countless experts, battleships, all rushed out and entered the Cyan Rainbow Star Field. The great battle began in an instant. The vast void of the universe within a radius of tens of billions of kilometers had turned into a battlefield of iron and blood. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds had not stopped since this moment. In the distant void, the scouts from the various clans and forces were all petrified. After a long time, the battle in the Cyan Rainbow Star Field gradually intensified. Only then did one sigh after another resound in the surrounding void of the universe. It continued, "This is truly too surprising. I didn't expect the final result of this battle to be like this. The powerful Green Rock race's base camp was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye, just like the Blood Dragon race. This is simply... everything is like a dream. If there are no accidents, with the fall of the Green Rock Star Field, the next target of the Magic Hall's army will most likely be the Forbidden Land of Tyrannical Blood, where the base camp of the Battle Lion race is located. Their self-confidence has already swelled to the extreme, so it's naturally impossible for them to stop here. If they do, they will undoubtedly be laughed at by the various clans and forces. If that's really the case, the six-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Ox will undoubtedly be digging their own graves. Green Rock Supreme was just unlucky. He had just made a breakthrough, and before he could stabilize his realm, he encountered the three major armies of the Magic Hall. The problem is that he is unwilling to die. But the Battle Lion Supreme guarding the Forbidden Land of Tyrannical Blood is not the same. He has already shown his face in the void space of this fragment of the universe, and his strength has already stabilized at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme, and there is still a certain distance between him and the 5th level of the Universe Supreme. Rumble. Rumble. In the Cyan Rainbow Starfield ahead, the earth-shaking rumbles lasted for an entire day before the battle finally ended. However, the post-battle counting obviously took a lot more time. In this battle, there were still many warriors from the Cyan Rock race that chose to stubbornly resist. However, there were also many who chose to give up and surrender. Of course, it was impossible for all of these deserters to survive. This interstellar war affected the entire star field. It was too chaotic. Many prisoners of war were accidentally injured by the cannons of both sides during the chaotic battle. They were unwilling to die. The following post-battle counting took a few days. The final statistics were very pleasing. There were close to 200 million captured battleships and over 1 billion blood WYRM warriors. Among them, there were over 100 emperors and over 30 emperors. After the 3 legions returned victorious, these forces would be incorporated into the captive legions that had yet to be deployed, along with the Blood Flood Dragon clan captives. Set off. Rumble. After everything was settled, the Green Ox gave the order, and an earth-shattering roar resounded in the void. The 3 armies of the Magic Hall, the Ferocious Beasts, the Survivors and the Nomads, along with the Blood WYRM and the Green Rock Race's army of close to 300 million battleships, set off towards the distant space. The third target was the Battle Lion Race's main camp, the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Ground. In the distant space, the scout battleships, ferocious beasts and battleships from the various races and powers could still be faintly seen. They had never left, but in these few days, they didn't dare to get too close. They stayed in an extremely distant region and looked over. They watched from afar. They weren't sure if the 3 armies of the Magic Hall would head towards the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Ground. Hence, they had to stay and wait for the situation to change. At this moment, the captive army of the 3 armies set off from the Cyan Rainbow Starfield and headed towards the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Ground under the Green Bull's order. The distant scout battleships and ferocious beasts of the various powers, as well as the warriors on the battleships, all exclaimed in shock. Exclamations of surprise followed closely behind, trailing behind from a distance. At the same time, everything that happened here spread to other areas of the void of the fragment of untainted land at an astounding speed. the entire vast and boundless void was boiling. The gazes of countless experts converged on them. 7 days later, the 3 legions of the Magic Hall and the captive legion made up of the captives from the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan finally arrived at the edge of the Blood Tyrant Forbidden Land. They slowly stopped in the void outside the Blood Tyrant Forbidden Land from 100 million kilometers away. At the edge of the Forbidden Land of tyrannical blood ahead, a huge fleet of battleships could be seen. There were not many battleships, far less than the Blood Wyrm clan and Cyan Rock clan's headquarters that had already been destroyed. At a glance, the War Lion clan's army, which was already in formation, only had about 200 million battleships in total. However, they were all large and small fortresses and strongholds, belonging to the elite army. If nothing unexpected happened, the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Land behind them was most likely empty. All the battleships in the War Lion race's base camp had already been set off. This was clearly the rhythm of a decisive battle. Swish! Swish, 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 as the huge fleet of battleships stopped, a few faint sounds of breaking through the void could be heard very quickly. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 6-headed Blood Wyrm, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed out from their respective flagship strongholds and arrived in front of the Magic Hall's army. Their expressions were disdainful as they looked at the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Land in front of them. "Where's that old mad lion? Hurry up and come out to die." Although Green Ox's cultivation was the weakest, he was still the commander of this Magic Hall's army. After all, he was an old man by Yi Xian's side. Zhao Dong and the other 3, as well as the 6-headed Blood Wyrm, had no choice but to accept this point. Roar! Swish! Just as he finished speaking, a shocking roar resounded from the depths of the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Land in front of them, and a figure swept out. It was actually a mighty lion whose entire body was as red as blood. The cultivation aura emitted from its body was clearly that of a 4th-level Universe Supreme, which was the middle stage of this realm. It was incomparably powerful. However, his body was only around 10 feet tall. It did not seem to match his cultivation at all. A mere 1st-level titled emperor actually dares to assume the majesty of a tiger. You're simply courting death. This mighty lion whose entire body was as red as blood was the strongest being in charge of the Battle Lion clan's main camp, Mad Lion Supreme. At this moment, he also glanced at Green Ox, 6-headed Blood Wyrm, and the others with disdain, and a sinister voice was instantly transmitted. "In today's battle, my Battle Lion clan won't move a single soldier or ship. Just this body alone is enough to kill all of you. Kill all of you here." As soon as these words were spoken, private discussions instantly broke out in the void. Everyone was moved, but the expressions on their faces clearly revealed disbelief. After all, the 3 armies of the Magic Hall and the captives of the Blood Wyrm and Green Rock clans were too large. Even if they weren't a match for Mad Lion Supreme, if he wanted to rely on his own strength to stop the entire Magic Hall's army, the Battle Lion clan behind him would be able to fight against him. For an army to not move a single soldier or ship, this was somewhat inconceivable. However, in reality, Mad Lion Supreme's words weren't an exaggeration. Even though he only had the strength of a 4th-level Universe Supreme, in reality, he alone was absolutely enough to completely annihilate the entire Magic Hall's army. This was because he could still use the bloodline ability of the Mad Lion. And he could already use it up to the 7th transformation. With every transformation, his strength would increase by 1 small level. 7 transformations, his body would continuously expand by 10 times 7 times. Every time his body expanded, his strength would also increase by 7 small levels. Currently, he was a 4th-level Universe Supreme, but when he reached the 7th transformation, his strength would reach the level of a 2nd-level Primordial Great Being. Level, that was the legendary Great Being of the Primordial Great Being, who was strong enough to sweep through the void fragment of this universe. This was also the reason why the scale of the battleship army in the main camp of the Battle Lion clan was so inconspicuous. It was because they didn't need to rely on the power of the battleship army to stand firmly in this void without falling. 9 Mad Lion transformations. First transformation. At this moment, Mad Lion Supreme raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Following that roar, in the next instant, his body, which was only 30 meters tall, suddenly increased in size. An indescribable bloodline energy immediately surged within his body, converging into a similar wave of energy. A tidal wave of energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy and blood within Mad Lion Supreme's body increased tremendously, and his body, which was only 30 meters tall, directly soared to a height of 300 meters. His strength also increased by one level, reaching the 5th level Universe Supreme. 9 Mad Lion transformations, second transformation. But it wasn't over yet. Following that, a second roar rang out. This time, the energy and blood within Mad Lion Supreme's body surged once more, and the extent of it surpassed the first transformation. Roar. 9 changes of the Mad Lion. Third change. Before anyone could react, Mad Lion Supreme raised his head and roared again. At this moment, as the third transformation was activated, the surging chi and blood in his body surged again. It was like a roaring river, directly causing his body to expand rapidly like a balloon. From the original height of 3,000 feet, it quickly grew to 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, until the final height of 30,000 feet. As for the cultivation aura in his body, it soared to the 7th level of the Universe Supreme. In less than 3 breaths' time, Supreme Wild Lion let out 3 roars and activated the bloodline ability of the Wild Lion. Even though he had only activated the bloodline ability to the 3rd transformation, his body instantly grew to over 10,000 zhong tall. His cultivation also increased by 3 minor ranks. From the previous intermediate level of the 4th level to the current advanced level of the 7th level, all of this was too shocking, and it happened too quickly. Everyone was caught off guard, and all of them opened their mouths wide, completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they even forgot to cry out in alarm. However, all of this was clearly far from the end. This Wild Lion Sovereign was an ancestor of the War Lion race, and the bloodline ability of the 9 Berserk Lion transformations. Even if he had yet to comprehend the 9th transformation to perfection, it was impossible for him to just stop at the 9th level. 3 changes. 9 changes of the Mad Lion. 4th change. In an instant, another roar was heard, and the sound shook the surroundings. The 30,000-foot-tall Mad Lion Supreme raised his head and roared, and this corner of the void trembled slightly. Then, his bloodline true body, which was already 10,000 feet tall, expanded 10 times again like a balloon, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet in an instant. As for the cultivation aura in his body, it soared to the 8th level of the Universe Supreme. It still wasn't over. Following that, a series of roars were heard, and the entire void trembled. 9 changes of the Mad Lion. 5th change. 9 changes of the Mad Lion. 6th change. 9 changes of the Mad Lion. 7th change. Roar. Roar. In the blink of an eye, as these furious roars rang out, the Wild Lion Supremacy's body began to swell. In just 3 breaths of time, he had grown from 100,000 zhong in size to 100 million zhong in size. 100 million feet, which was equivalent to 600,000 miles, was like a small star, incomparably terrifying. As for the cultivation aura emanating from his body, it had increased by another 3 small levels. Previously, it was at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme level. Now, it had reached the 2nd level of the Primordial Great Power. This was the legendary Primordial Age Supreme Being. Furthermore, this was not the first time he had entered this realm. Instead, he had already stabilized himself in the initial stage of the Supreme Being and had reached the 2nd stage of this realm. Not to mention crushing the Magic Hall Legion in front of them. To exaggerate, if the other mighty figures or desolate supremacies did not appear, just the Wild Lion Supreme alone was enough to sweep through the void fragment of the Chaos World. All of this happened too quickly, and it was too shocking. As the person involved, Wild Lion Supreme felt extremely agitated. Although this wasn't the first time he had experienced this, he still couldn't calm down. It was even more so for the scouts from the various clans and forces who were watching from afar. At this moment, their expressions had changed drastically, and even their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. 10 breaths ago, Wild Lion Supreme Being's cultivation level was merely at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme level. Then, a few breaths ago, when he activated the bloodline in his body and executed the 3rd transformation of the 9 changes of the Wild Lion Supreme Being, his cultivation level soared to the 8th level of the advanced stage of the 8th level of the Universe Supreme level. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, he roared 3 more times. In just a few breaths' time, as the 7th transformation of the Wild Lion Supreme Being was executed, his cultivation level soared by another 3 levels, and he had crossed a large realm and directly charged to the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme level. Today, he was at the 2nd level of the primordial great power. All of this was simply unimaginable, and the scouts from the various clans and forces in the distance were dumbfounded. Those beings from the 3 main starry skies of the current era were one thing. Although they had never seen anyone execute the 7th transformation of the 9 changes of the Wild Lion Supreme Being with their own eyes, and it was based on their own cultivation level, they were originally at the level of the Universe Supreme level. Under the circumstances of the Universe Supreme level. However, they were, after all, from the 3 main starry skies of the current era, and they had more or less heard of such a heaven-defying bloodline ability of the Warrior Lion Supreme Being of the 2nd universe. However, the scouts of the indigenous fierce beasts and remnant forces who originally belonged to the void fragment of the primitive world had never heard of this before. Now that they suddenly saw it, their hearts had already trembled, and their entire minds were buzzing. Rang. After a large number of gasps of cold air, a wave of exclamations instantly filled the air. What? A 2nd level of the primordial great power? This is the rhythm of sweeping through the space? No wonder the Warrior Lion Supreme Being of the 2nd universe sent so few battleships to this fragment of the universe. All of them are elites, and they are simply walking the path of high-quality goods. Battleships seek quality and not quantity, because they already have a powerful desolation great power. There is no need to rely on such a conventional power like the battleship army. The 3 legions of the Magic Hall have really kicked a hard iron plate this time. Although the 3 legions and the captive army are huge in scale, the existence with the strongest individual combat power is only at the 1st level of the Universe Supreme level, and the opponent is a powerful 2nd level Supreme Being. He is not even comparable to an ant, and he can crush him to death with just one finger. The outcome of this battle is already without suspense. What the Warrior Lion Supreme Being of the Warrior Lion Supreme Being said was right. Previously, he was not speaking arrogantly. Facing the 3 legions of the Magic Hall who came to provoke him, even if he only relied on his own strength, he could easily destroy the enemy. As for the Warrior Lion Supreme Army, there is no need to send out a single soldier or ship. Sigh, a good show is about to end. Until the last sigh came, Green Ox, 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei trembled and recovered from their absent-minded state. The scene that just happened in front of them was too shocking. They were indeed not very interested in the Wild Lion Supreme Being who was only a 2nd-order Supreme Expert. After all, their own Lord Demon Lord was already a remote ancient Supreme Being. Compared to him, this War Lion race compared to the Warrior Lion Supreme Being of the Warrior Lion Supreme Being, Wild Lion Supreme Being was not much different from an ant. However, the Warrior Lion Supreme Being of the 4th level had transformed into a 2nd-level Supreme Being within a short period of time. The whole process was extremely shocking. Even Green Ox, 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were extremely shocked because of this. However, it was only shock, and it was far from enough to reach the level of shock. The scene before their eyes was too strange. After everyone saw it, they were all stunned at the same time. Puzzled expressions appeared on their faces, and their heads were filled with fog. In front of them, Wild Lion Supreme from Tyrant Blood Forbidden Land performed the bloodline technique of 9 changes of Wild Lion, and his cultivation level and physique skyrocketed. In a short span of a dozen breaths, his original strength of a 4th-order universe supremacy had skyrocketed to a 2nd-order primordial era great being, and in the 3 great armies of the Magic Hall, the strongest one, 6-headed blood dragon, was only at level 1 of the universe supremes. As for the other 5 great armies, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were only at level 1 of the Universe Supremes. The last one, Green Bull, was only at level 1 of the Undying Emperors. Such a lineup was not even comparable to ants in front of the Primordial Era's 2nd-order Wild Lion Supreme. He only needed to stretch out a finger to crush all of them in the void. It could be said that the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was so great that it could not be described as outrageous. However, in such a bad situation, not only were the 6 great commanders of the 3 great armies of the Magic Hall not shocked, but they also did not escape in horror. Instead, after exchanging glances, they all grinned at each other. Their bodies were as steady as Mount Tai, and their knees did not tremble. They were very confident, as if they did not care about the powerful level 2 of the universe supremes in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. Such a scene stunned everyone. Then, after a short period of silence, the scouts from the various races and powers who were hibernating in the void behind shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, it seems that the green ox and the six-headed blood-flood dragon have been scared out of their wits by the terrifying scene in front of them. This is clearly the rhythm of a mental breakdown. Even if the War Lion clan's Wild Lion Supreme doesn't make a move, they'll be crippled today. Their minds will collapse. It is as if they have gone mad and are ruined. This is how it should be. After all, even six-headed blood dragon, a level 1 of the universe supremes, is no different from an ant in the eyes of Wild Lion Supreme, especially that green bull, who is only at level 1 of the Undying Emperors. Standing at the forefront of the battle line between the two armies is a huge joke. It is too dazzling, let's retreat. There is no more suspense. The battleship army of the warrior lion race will not even be mobilized. Wild Lion Supreme alone can destroy the entire army of the Magic Hall in a short period of time. That's right, the current Wild Lion Supreme is already a powerful second-stage desolate ancient. I am lying dormant in the distant void, spying on him from afar. To him, it is actually a great disrespect. If he is angry because of this, no matter how far away he is, he can instantly. He will kill us in an instant. For the sake of our little lives, it's better to tactfully flee far away before the battle begins. As these sighs and whispers sounded, the scouts of the major clans and forces who were lying dormant in the distant void and looking at the battlefield from afar, whether it was the ferocious beasts, the survivors, the battleships, or the battleships, all of them were watching and spying. All of them started to slowly retreat at the same time. The scale of the battle today had exceeded their expectations. No one dared to offend a powerful level 2 of the universe supremes. That was tantamount to courting death. Besides, the final result of the battle was no longer suspenseful. Hence, there was no need for them to stay here. Ants, this sovereign will give you one last chance. At this time, as the scouts of the various powers who were hiding in the distance slowly retreated, Wild Lion Supreme, who was at the edge of the blood tyrant forbidden land, transmitted his voice again. It was filled with endless disdain and arrogance. The 6 of you, kneel down and beg for mercy in half an hour. If you can move me, today, I will leave you a complete corpse. Roar. At this moment, Wild Lion Supreme, whose cultivation had reached the second order of the primordial era, was simply complacent. Halfway through his words, he raised his head and let out a wild roar. Following that, the voice of his divine sense resounded throughout the vast void of the entire star field. Everyone could hear it clearly. As for the subordinates of the Magic Hall Legion at the back, whether it is the beasts, the survivors, or the experts from the various races of the 3 great starry skies, no matter what their cultivation is, as long as they surrender, I will not implicate them. If they refuse to realize their mistakes and resist stubbornly, kill them all. Those who surrender voluntarily, the warship's kinetic energy cabin will be turned off. The personnel will leave the warship and line up in the void on the right side of the warship, waiting to be incorporated. Anyone who refuses to listen to orders and acts rashly will be killed immediately. Roar. After finishing his last sentence, Wild Lion Supreme once again raised his head and let out a wild roar, his arrogant and domineering aura unfurling without a doubt. These words were the words roared out by Azure Ox when the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall Legion were attacking the headquarters of the Blood Flood Dragon and Azure Rock clans. Now, coming from the mouth of Wild Lion Supreme of the Battle Lion clan, the target was the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall Legion. This was clearly intentional, a blatant humiliation and ridicule. Unfortunately, after Wild Lion Supreme's divine sense voice faded away, the countless battleships in the void in front of him didn't react in the slightest. Perhaps the captives of the Blood Flood Dragon and Azure Rock clans were already moved, but there was no need for them to come out of the warships and surrender. Because these 2 clans and the Battle Lion clan were on good terms, even if Wild Lion Supreme of the 2 clans made a move, he would not implicate them. As for the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall Legion, it was even more impossible for anyone to be moved. At this moment, whether it was the beasts of the 3 great legions, the survivors of the primordial era, or the experts of the 3 great starry skies in the Nomad Legion, the way they looked at Wild Lion Supreme was as if they were looking at a fool. At the very front of the legion, the smiles on the faces of the six-headed blood-fled dragon, Azure Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei became even more brilliant. At this moment, they were indeed very happy. The more arrogant Wild Lion Supreme was, the more interesting this scene would be in their eyes. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After waiting for a few breaths, there was no movement at all. On the contrary, the six-headed blood-fled dragon, Azure Ox, and the others at the front of the opposing camp were even happier. When this scene fell into the eyes of Wild Lion Supreme, he immediately felt that it was boring. As a cold snort came out from his nose, his expression darkened, and the aura of cultivation in his body suddenly condensed. This was the rhythm of him immediately making a move. You are publicly calling for this Star Lord's subordinates and generals to surrender. Do you think this Star Lord is a decoration? Right at this moment, Yi Xian's voice sounded in the void without any warning. It was impossible to know where it came from. In the void, Yi Xian's voice suddenly rang out without any warning, "Si la." Immediately after, almost in the next instant, a crack appeared in the void far above Wild Lion Supreme's head. An incomparably huge black club, like a giant pillar that could pierce through the sky, stretched out from the crack and smashed down on Wild Lion Supreme's head. See, at this moment, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surfaced in Wild Lion Supreme's heart. Almost subconsciously, he immediately raised his head to look at the distant sky above his head. Along with a clear gasp of cold air from his mouth, Wild Lion Supreme's expression instantly changed, and his body trembled violently as he exclaimed in shock, "Stage 2 Desolate Master? This is impossible." Pung! Without waiting for him to finish his exclamation of shock, the black club that stretched out from the crack in the sky had already smashed down with a loud bang, landing on Wild Lion Supreme's head. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, reverberating throughout the entire void. Wild Lion Supreme's huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist under this attack, spreading out just like that, until death. He couldn't even finish his exclamation of shock. It could be said that he died in an incomparably sullen manner, although Wild Lion Supreme's true cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme. The current him, under the 7th transformation of the 9 changes of the Wild Lion bloodline ability, his true combat power was that of a true Stage 2 Supreme being. A powerful Stage 2 Supreme being was actually smashed to death by a black club. His entire huge body turned into a cloud of blood mist, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. He didn't even have time to finish his words. This was simply the most cowardly supreme being of the primordial era in history. Of course, this time, Yi Xian's true body actually didn't come to take action. He was still in the magic hall of the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground, only sending a projection over with a black club. Even so, it was completely enough to kill a Stage 2 Supreme being. It could be said that it was incomparably easy. Of course, he had also deliberately made some changes to the big-headed black stick. Although the general shape was similar, it was still an incomparably ferocious big stick. However, it had already turned into the shape of a club. It was still different from the original big-headed black stick. After all, in this void fragment of the void, there were too many supreme beings from the 3 main starry skies of the current era, from the various races and top powers of the 3 main starry skies of the current era. If he directly showed the black club to others, he was afraid that he would be instantly exposed. Yi Xian currently didn't intend to do so, so he could only do so. Fortunately, although the shape had changed, the power was still the same, and was still ferocious, overflowing with the sky. Xiao, almost in the next moment, the sound of a faint sound of breaking the void, the black club, from the void fragment of the void, in the sky, the black, from the void, in the sky, the void, from the crack in the void fragment of the void space. This was a violent ape. Its body was only about 10 feet tall, but its eyes were filled with a fierce light. At this moment, it had already put away its black club. Its hands were behind its back, and the expression on its face was calm. It was as if what it had just done was just a small matter that was not worth mentioning. The violent ape was Yi Xian. Of course, it was not his original body, but a projection clone sent over by a great divine ability. Even so, in the eyes of the 6-headed blood-fled dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, he was still their demon master. Even the green ox, who was extremely familiar with Yi Xian, could tell that after this fellow sent a projection clone over and killed the Berserk Lion Supreme of the Battle Lion race with a huge club, he did not leave. Instead, he walked out of the void fragment and even posed. He clearly wanted to take the opportunity to show off. Therefore, although the Green Ox was rather speechless, at such a critical moment and in public, it would not embarrass Xian. Welcome, Demon Master. Demon Master is mighty. After being stunned for a moment, the six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei all knelt down on one knee in the void and called out to the Demon Lord. In the void of the universe behind the six of them, in the three legions of the Demon Palace, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky, the survivors, and the current experts of the various races and forces of the nomadic army, regardless of whether they were in the void or on the battleship. Within the battleship, all of them knelt down without exception. As for the captives of the Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Rock race that had just been recruited recently, although they had never seen the so-called Demon Master, after being stunned for a moment, no one dared to delay. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they all knelt down on one knee. Go down and call out to the Demon Master. In an instant, the vast expanse of heaven and earth was filled with the sound of worship and respect. Even the void trembled slightly. All of this had happened too quickly and too quickly. From the moment Wild Lion Sovereign subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above his head until now, his entire body had disappeared. However, endless sounds of worship resounded in the void. From beginning to end, it had only been 4 or 5 breaths of time. Whether it was the Battle Lion race's 200 million battleship army or the various large races that were retreating in the distance, none of them had the time to react. However, without exception, their bodies all froze on the spot. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their eyes were wide open, and their expressions were as if they had just been struck by lightning. Then, in a short 2 to 3 breaths, these fellows finally recovered from the indescribable shock that enveloped their hearts. As their bodies shook violently, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they subconsciously cried out in alarm. For a moment, the sound was like a tide, and in the void, it was as if a great earthquake had broken out. Heavens, Lord Wild Lion Sovereign, actually fell? How is this possible? Right now, he is an incomparably powerful second stage almighty in the 7th transformation of the Berserk Lion. It's over. Even Lord Wild Lion Sovereign was instantly killed. Countless clansmen in my Battle Lion race's base camp will probably not be able to escape today. Hiss. What happened? That second stage almighty of the Battle Lion race actually died? He was smashed into a bloody mist by a staff and dispersed with a loud bang? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Demon Master? That Astral Berserk Ape is actually the legendary master of the Magic Hall. It's too powerful. Just a projection avatar that descended could easily insta-kill Wild Lion Sovereign of the Battle Lion race, blasting him to the point of exploding. This is definitely the cultivation level of a primordial supreme, the strongest supreme existence below the heavenly Tao realm. At this time, along with a wave of exclamations in the surrounding void, the starry sky berserk ape that stepped out of the void crack high in the sky had already turned its head to look at the 200 million Battle Lion race army outside the Tyrant Blood Forbidden area. His eyes gleamed coldly as he snorted, "That old lion has already fallen, why aren't you all kneeling? What are you all trying to do?" Pung. Pung pung, almost in the next instant, 4 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters exploded in this Battle Lion race elite army of 200 million. It was extremely thorough, not even having the chance to become a huge fireball, as they were all annihilated in space. Other than Mad Lion Supreme, within the main camp of the Battle Lion race within the Forbidden Land, there were 4 other beings that exceeded the Emperor level. These 4 elders were all Universe Knights, similar to Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Now, these 4 old fellows, along with the great stronghold that they were in, had all been turned into ashes. However, the starry sky berserk ape, who had done all of this, didn't even raise a finger. With just a thought, it had already been completed. Previously, the Green Ox and the nomadic army under its command had fled for more than 10 years in the void of the great desolate world. It could be said that they had been bullied to the extreme. This time, Yi Xian mobilized the Demon Palace's army to take revenge and place the Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion in the ranks of the 3 races. In order to strike at the target, He could ignore the beings below the night level, but as the true upper echelon of the night level who gave the orders, he wouldn't let any of them go. Only then could the other races and powers feel the determination of the magic hall. In the future, if anyone dared to provoke them, they would fight to the death, and everyone would have to consider carefully. Plop. Plop. At this moment, as the four venerables of the warring lion race, along with the large fortress they were in, were completely turned into ashes in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Within the army of 200 million warships of the warring lion race, countless thumping sounds could be heard as they knelt down. The sound of kneeling could be heard. A large number of lion race clansmen who had been standing in the void of the universe outside the battleship were the same. Their bodies went limp as they knelt down in the void, their bodies trembling. Moo. What are you waiting for? Immediately take them in. Seeing this, Green Cow raised his head and roared, announcing the fate of all the warriors within the main camp. This battle was too shocking, a normal battle had ended before it even started. After doing all of this, Xian didn't stay here at all. He turned his head around and swept his gaze across the distant void. With a cold snort, he stepped into the spatial crack that had always existed and returned, disappearing without a trace. The scouts from the various clans and forces in the distant void all felt chills run down their spines as if they had fallen into an ice cave after being swept by his gaze. They knew that the last glance was a silent warning from the master of the magic hall. An expert of this level didn't need to use words to express anything. A glance was enough to suppress everything. With endless fear and trepidation, these scouts from the various races didn't dare to stay here any longer. They all quietly left this place. And with their departure, everything that had just happened here would definitely spread through the void of this primordial world fragment at the fastest speed. The mysterious master of the magic hall, who was also the boss behind the scenes that Green Cow of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army had been thinking about for more than 10 years, was actually an extremely powerful second-order desolate supremacy. Once this news spread, the entire void would probably fall silent. Who knew how many people would be scared out of their wits? In the past 10 years, in this primordial world fragment, the races and powers that had bullied Green Cow and his Starry Sky Nomadic Army were not few in number. Although he had only taken the lead and dealt with the Blood-Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans for the time being, if they met again in the future, as long as the Green Ox made a ruckus, the clans that had once bullied him would probably not have a good time. This time, the post-battle inventory of the Battle Lion race's headquarters in the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Ground only took a day. Green Cow also took this opportunity to gather the captives and battleships of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race. The final statistics were pleasing. After this battle, the three races had captured close to 600 million battleships of various types, and close to 10 billion strong warriors of the three races. Among them, there were more than 300 emperors and over 100 emperors. These powers, when the three armies returned victorious, would all be included in the captive army that hadn't been sent out yet. From then on, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion races' powers in this primordial world fragment would be completely removed. Gathering together, they would become one of the four armies of the Magic Hall, the Captive Army. The original Captive Army was made up of the captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race. Now, with the addition of the captives from the three races, the higher-ups of this army, the emperors, would reach over 200. The original 300 emperors would reach over 600. Their total military strength was over 20 billion. There were all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The total number of fortresses was over 1 billion. This time, the Blood-Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion tribes had captured over 30 million fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After they returned, these 20 million fortresses would all be taken out and provided to the elites who walked the path of travel. Nomad Army. The nomadic army under the Devil Hall originally had 20 million large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. After receiving these supplies, they would have an astonishing 50 million fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. 50 million, and all 100,000-meter large fortresses, this was definitely a terrifying number. If they were all fired at once, 50 million antimatter energy cannons with a diameter of 30,000-40,000 m would envelop an entire star field, Even a primordial ancient would be afraid. Even he would have to retreat in fear. Once everything was done, under the Azure Ox's orders, the three armies of the demonic hall took the captives from the Bloodline Serpent, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans and set off on their triumphant return to the Forbidden Land of Sunrise. Very quickly, the space around the Tyrant Blood Forbidden Land went completely silent. As they left, the entire vast space of the primordial world fragment began to boil. Everyone was shocked and kept quiet out of fear. At the same time, within the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon race of the Second Universe, the Blood Flood Dragon clan was currently one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe of the three main planes of the universe. However, the truth was that even in the ancient era, the Blood Wyrm clan was extremely famous in the endless starry sky. The current Blood Flood Dragon clan was the bloodline descendants of the nine-headed Blood Flood Dragon of the primordial era. The bloodline ancestor of the nine-headed Blood Flood Dragon was the legendary Blood Sea Demon Flood Dragon of the primordial era. The first ancestor of the Blood Flood Dragon clan was already a primordial era almighty existence at the end of the primordial era. He had even caught up with the tail end of the primordial era's great battle that caused chaos in the primordial era. He was not injured in the battle and died after that. For countless years, in a secret realm in the depths of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's ancestral land, there had always been a boundless blood cloud that was thousands of miles wide that rolled endlessly in the void. This blood cloud had a majestic aura that stretched for thousands of miles. Within the blood cloud, one could vaguely see a 10,000-foot-long nine-headed blood flood dragon swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. Its aura was not as strong as primordial supreme beings like the Golden Divine Dragon or the primordial Xianxia, but it was not as strong as primordial supreme beings like the Void Ladle. It was not weak. This nine-headed blood flood dragon was clearly heavily injured. He was the first ancestor of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the nine-headed Blood Flood Dragon. At the end of the primordial era's great battle, only 3 of the 9 heads of the nine-headed Blood Flood Dragon were left. His body was also covered in wounds. He belonged to the primeval Heaven's Eye faction. While he was hiding in the deepest part of the Blood Flood Dragon race's ancestral land and healing his wounds in secret, there was always a chain about 3 meters long that suddenly dropped down from the sky above the nine-headed Blood Flood Dragon's head. It was the Netherworld Furnace's runic lotus that delivered the all-evil origin liquid to him. In the past, before the changes in the origin of all-evil star region occurred, a drop of origin liquid of all evil would drip from the end of the chain every year. However, the nine-headed blood serpent would not use up all of it. The nine-headed blood Wyrm would only absorb about 3/4 of the evil origin elixir that was produced every year to repair itself. As for the remaining quarter, he would inject it into the giant crimson egg that was surging up and down in the blood cloud central domain. The blood-colored egg was his direct descendant, and it could be said that he was the second-generation ancestor of the Blood Wyrm tribe. Once they were born, they would possess the cultivation of the universe realm, and their future would be limitless. In fact, the blood-colored egg was the Crown Prince Jiao. Back when Yi Xian was in the deepest part of the root of all evil, he had borrowed the power of the headless corpses to enter the netherworld cauldron and secretly concoct some abominable venom. At that time, a drop of it followed the rune chains of the netherworld furnace and was transported to the deepest part of the Blood Wyrm clan's ancestral land, where it was obtained by the nine-headed Blood Wyrm. It was also at that time that the nine-headed blood-horned dragon was almost poisoned to death. Even the horned dragon Crown Prince, which had been in gestation, was injured because of this. After waiting for a year, this was the result. The nine-headed Blood Wyrm was furious, but because his injuries were too severe, he couldn't tear through the void space to search for the horned dragon Crown Prince. At that moment, he could only vent his anger by roaring like thunder. At that time, all the members of the Blood Wyrm clan outside the secret region, including the leader, were prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened in the secret region of the ancestral land to make the bloodline ancestor so angry. Later, the one drop of all evil origin liquid that the netherworld furnace produced every year suddenly doubled. For a few years, 2 drops were delivered every year. Because of this, the injuries of the nine-headed Blood Wyrm healed quickly, and the Crown Prince Jiao was born because of this. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince Jiao's foundation was damaged by the all-evil origin liquid during the gestation process, so he was congenitally deficient. Because of this, the nine-headed blood Wyrm doted on the Crown Prince Jiao a lot. After Yi Xian entered the void space fragment of the Chaos Era from the Yin Demon clan in the second universe, the nine-headed blood Wyrm tried his best to nurture the Crown Prince Jiao. After dozens of years, the power of the Crown Prince Jiao was raised to the middle stage of the Universe Master level. At that moment, among the ancestors in the ancestral land of the blood Wyrm clan, a six-headed blood Wyrm woke up. He was a Universe Master at the pinnacle of the ninth stage. For the sake of training, the Crown Prince Jiao took the initiative to enter the void space fragment of the Chaos Era. The nine-headed blood Wyrm doted on him and didn't stop him. He ordered the six-headed blood Wyrm to be his protector. As for himself, after the Crown Prince Jiao and the six-headed blood Wyrm left, he entered his final sleep. Before this sleep, the nine blood-colored heads of the nine-headed blood Wyrm had all grown out, and he recovered to the pinnacle of the ninth stage of the Desolation Era. He was only one step away from becoming a Desolation Era Supreme. His goal in this last slumber was to break through to the desolate supremacy realm and break through the strongest state in his previous life. Then, he would lead the entire Blood Dragon tribe to the primordial world fragment void and wait for the primordial world to fully descend. The battle was about to begin. The Chaos Era, the Chaos Era, the Chaos Era. It had been several years since the Crown Prince Jiao and the nine-headed blood Wyrm clan left with the elites of the blood Wyrm clan and entered the huge void space crack of the Yin Demon clan. They were heading toward the vast void space fragment of the Chaos Era. After using up all the top-tier cultivation resources he had collected and accumulated, as well as the all-evil origin liquid he had slowly accumulated over the years, and the accumulation he had accumulated over the years from the end of the Chaos Era to the present, the nine-headed blood Wyrm clan finally broke through the Chaos Era. He successfully broke through and became a Desolation Master. Roar! Roar! At that moment, in the secret region in the ancestral land of the blood Wyrm clan, the vast blood-colored cloud suddenly surged violently. 9 cheers filled with endless joy came from the blood-colored cloud. The 9 heads of the nine-headed blood Wyrm clan roared toward the sky at the same time. At that moment, he was too excited. He had been severely injured since the end of the Chaos Era. 6 of his 9 heads had exploded, and only 3 were left. Now, after countless years, he had finally recovered from his injuries. He had even broken through the peak state of the past and finally achieved his wish of becoming a Desolation Era Supreme. Jiaoer, wait for me. I will join you soon. In this life, I will definitely help you become a Supreme Desolation Master. After a long time, the nine-headed blood Wyrm clan's excitement gradually calmed down. As he muttered softly, he subconsciously sensed the divine sense imprint that he had left in the Crown Prince Jiao's body. Screech! How dare you! You merely used a secret technique to become a Desolation Master and deceived the world. How dare you kill my Jiaoer? I will fight you to the death. Because the imprint didn't have any offensive power and was extremely weak, the information it could transmit was limited. Only the nine-headed blood dragon, who had a supreme bloodline relationship with Crown Prince Flood Dragon, could sense it. That was why even remote Ancient Supreme couldn't sense its existence when he killed Crown Prince Flood Dragon. The reason was that the nine-headed blood dragon valued his only direct bloodline descendant too much. Even if he died accidentally, the nine-headed blood dragon wouldn't let it go easily. No matter what, he had to know who the attacker was. Only then could he wait for an opportunity to report. This was originally a trick he had done on the spur of the moment. Who would have thought that the trick he had left behind would come true when he had just broken through and awakened in an unprecedentedly powerful state? At this moment, the nine-headed blood dragon was furious. As he roared, the secret region in the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan trembled violently. Such an accident was unprecedented for the Blood Dragon clan. Outside the secret region, within the vast ancestral land of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan, all the members of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan were frightened out of their wits, including the leader of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan, whose power had skyrocketed over the past few years. Now, he had just broken through to become a universe master, and he was prostrating himself on the ground. He was trembling. In fact, even the ancestors of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan who were originally still in deep slumber in the depths of the ancestral land of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan woke up one after another due to this earth-shattering commotion. There were quite a few of them. They had accumulated from the end of the Ancient Era until now, and there were thousands of them, all of whom were Universe Knights or above. Among them, there were even a dozen ancient blood dragons who had just become powerful beings of the Ancient Era. They belonged to the same era as the six-headed blood dragon and had been in deep sleep since the Ancient Era. After the end of the Ancient Era, originally, it wasn't time for them to wake up. They were going to sleep for a while and wake up at the last moment before the end of the Ancient Era. But now, because of the roaring of the nine-headed blood dragon, they were all disturbed and woke up in advance. Congratulations, Ancestor, for becoming a desolate master. Very soon, the ancestors of the Blood Wyrm clan who had just woken up discovered that their nine-headed Blood Wyrm was now a powerful primordial supreme. Overjoyed, they all knelt on one knee and congratulated him. There's nothing to congratulate me for. I'm not in a good mood right now. The 6 blood flood dragons have betrayed me, and Jiaoer has been killed. Amidst the rolling blood clouds, the nine-headed blood flood dragon, which had gradually calmed down, emitted the voice of his divine sense, revealing an endless chill, passed down the order. The blood flood dragon clan will migrate and enter the void fragment of the great desolate world in advance. I'll take my leave first. I'll tear open the void and leave. All of you, take all of the blood Wyrm tribe members and migrate afterward. Also, after the sovereign leaves, remember to inform the Old Rock and the Old Lion. Tell them that the vanguard army of the Blood Wyrm clan has most likely been completely annihilated. The vanguard army of the Azure Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan is most likely the same. It's up to them to decide. Roar. Hiss. After he finished his last sentence, the nine-headed blood dragon raised his head and roared again. The majestic blood cloud in the deepest part of the Blood Dragon clan's ancestral land suddenly shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a faint blood-colored light that directly tore through the void. It disappeared just like that. This news was too shocking. All the patriarchs of the various eras in the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan were shocked. However, no one dared to disobey the orders of the nine-headed Blood Dragon clan. Very soon, the patriarchs of the various eras who had awakened in advance all moved out. Some went to the Azure Rock clan, some went to the Battle Lion clan, but most of them stayed behind. Come, order the entire clan to pack up immediately and prepare to rush to the void fragment of the great desolate world, the ancestral land of the Azure Rock clan. It was said that the Azure Rock clan was the descendant of the Azure Sky Rock of the Ancient Era, and the bloodline ancestor of the Azure Sky Rock was the legendary Kuan Pung of the Primordial Era. The Kuan Pung was the same as the Netherworld Emperor. In the Primordial Era, it was a supreme existence that was comparable to the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Tortoise. Back then, the nine-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring War Lion all joined the camp of the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way of Untainted Land at the end of the Great War in the Untainted Land. They participated in the destructive war that destroyed the Untainted Land. At that time, among the 3 old fellows, the nine-headed Blood Dragon clan and the Azure Sky Rock were already at the great perfection of the Primordial Era's rank 9, which was equivalent to the half-step desolate supremacy. The blood-devouring Battle Lion was even stronger. Although it was only at the rank 1 Primordial Era, with the support of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, it had the terrifying battle strength of a rank 1 desolate supremacy. However, after that battle, the 3 old fellows were all seriously injured. After the great desolate world collapsed, they left their bloodlines and multiplied into the Blood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The 3 old fellows were hibernating in the depths of the ancestral land of the 3 clans, recovering from their injuries. Now, countless years had passed. The great desolate era that had disappeared in the long river of history was about to descend again in the form of an apocalyptic world. The nine-headed Blood Dragon clan was not the only one who knew this. The Azure Sky Rock and the blood-devouring Battle Lion were also well aware of this. As powerful generals in the Primeval Heaven's Eye camp, they still had certain channels to obtain news from the Primeval Heaven's Eye and knew some of the arrangements made. Now, the nine-headed Blood Dragon clan had already recovered and advanced further, stepping into the unprecedented desolate supremacy realm. The Azure Sky Rock and the blood-devouring Battle Lion, who were originally at the same cultivation level as him and had even suffered lighter injuries, were obviously close to breaking through. At this time, a primordial-era ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan came to the ancestral land of the Azure Rock clan. Under the guidance of the Azure Rock clan ancestor, he entered the deepest secret realm of the ancestral land of the Azure Rock clan. Soon, the Azure Sky Rock knew everything about the Blood Dragon clan, as well as the general situation that happened in the void of the Great Desolate World Fragment. Screech, an earth-shattering screech sounded from the secret realm of the Azure Rock clan's ancestral land. Following that, a powerful oppressive aura that belonged to a primordial supreme swept out from the secret realm. Congratulations, ancestor. You've finally broken through. At this moment, the Azure Rock clan ancestor was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and congratulated loudly. Whoosh whoosh. There was no response, but the sound of wings flapping faintly came from the depths of the secret realm of the Azure Rock clan's ancestral land. The entire void that was shrouded in green fog trembled slightly. Then, countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers fluttering in the wind, covering the sky and the sun, covering a part of the sky. This was one of the most powerful killing techniques of the Azure Sky Rock lineage, demonic rock sealing the heavens. Whoosh, 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 countless arrows that were in the shape of feathers appeared in space, and they fluttered like azure-colored snow that blotted out the sky and covered the heavens and the earth. The voice of the Azure Sky Rock's divine sense sounded out at this moment, and it revealed boundless ghastly coldness. The three clans are united. The old blood dragon went to that void alone. I can't sit by and do nothing, so I'll rush there immediately. Pass down the order. The Azure Sky Rock clan will also migrate and enter that void fragment in advance. After I leave, wake up all the slumbering elders in the ancestral land. Then, take all the clansmen and set off with the Blood Dragon and Battle Lion clans to migrate. Roar. Screech. After the last sentence, the overwhelming green feathers that shrouded the sky suddenly condensed into a green light. In the blink of an eye, it tore through the void and disappeared. The Battle Lion clan was naturally warlike, and their bloodline was extremely powerful. Among the clans of the Second Universe Federation, they were ranked third. Even the other clans of the top 10 clans were not willing to provoke them easily, because all the clansmen of this clan were too warlike. They would either not fight, or fight to the death, and they would only stop when one side fell. It was said that the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion clan was the bloodthirsty lion of the primordial era. Its 9 changes of the wild lion was extremely powerful, and it had once shown in the battle of the primordial era. At the end of the battle of the primordial era, the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the bloodthirsty lion, belonged to the camp of the Heavenly Eye. He had once fought side by side with the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. After that battle, the three of them were seriously injured at the same time and went into hibernation to recover from their injuries. At that time, the bloodthirsty lion of the Battle Lion clan was the weakest among the three of them. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were already at the first level of the primordial era, half-step desolate masters. The bloodthirsty lion was only at the first level of the primordial era. But in fact, his real combat power was the strongest among the three of them. Even the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were not as good as him. They could only admit defeat. This was because the bloodline of the blood-devouring ferocious lion came from the blood-slaughtering ferocious lion that had already shaken the Great Desolate World during the early days of the Great Desolate Era. The bloodthirst lion was the same as the bloodthirst serpent dragon and the Kuan Pung. It was one of the most powerful existences in the primordial era. It was on the same level as the void tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the primordial Xianxia. The bloodlust lion had an extremely powerful bloodline ability that was no weaker than the primordial Xianxia's most powerful ability, the heaven-falling bow. That was the 9 berserk lion transformations. With each transformation, his body would expand by 10 times, and his cultivation would increase by 1 level. With the 9 transformations, one's cultivation base would be raised by a whole realm. During the Desolate Era, even though the Bloodslaughter Lion was merely a third-order Venerable Realm expert, after executing the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, even the Void Tortoise, Golden Divine Dragon, and Desolate Ancient Xianxia were only half of a 9th-order Venerable Realm expert. Even Butian Dao was extremely fearful of him. Once he fought with him, unless he used a powerful ability like the heaven-falling bow, he was almost no match for him. However, the blood-slaughter lion was the same as the bloodthirst serpent dragon and the Kuan Pung. Before the end of the Great War of the Desolate Era, he had disappeared. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. In fact, except for the Void Tortoise, when the Great War of the Desolate Era first broke out, almost all the powerful desolate supremacies of both sides were in the same situation. All of them had disappeared, and there was no news of them. Perhaps they had gone into hibernation, healing their injuries, or breaking through. Perhaps they had really fallen. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the Battle Lion tribe, one of the top 10 tribes in the second universe, a blood-flood dragon tribe ancestor had just arrived. The blood-flood dragon tribe ancestor had explained everything that had happened to the blood-flood dragon tribe, as well as the general situation of the unexpected changes in the void fragment of the Desolate Era to the Battle Lion tribe patriarch. The two of them had just entered the deepest part of the Battle Lion tribe's ancestral land when they stopped outside a secret realm with a violent aura. The secret realm in front of them was the place where the Battle Lion tribe ancestor, the blood-devouring lion, was recuperating in seclusion, since the blood-flood dragon tribe and the Green Rock tribe have decided to enter the void fragment of the Desolate Era in advance. After a short silence, the blood-devouring lion's divine sense voice came from the secret realm in front of them, revealing an endless chilling intent. Our three tribes were originally of the same breath and branch. The old blood-flood dragon tribe and the old rock tribe ancestor went to that void. Now that they have broken through to the desolate supremacy realm, even if they encounter a powerful existence, they will be fine. Pass down the order. The Battle Lion tribe will also migrate and enter the void fragment of the Desolate Era in advance, wake up all the slumbering elders in the ancestral land, then lead all the tribe members and set off together with the blood-flood dragon tribe and the Green Rock tribe to migrate, but this venerable one will continue to stay here. Now, although this venerable one has recovered to the peak of the Desolate Era's first level of cultivation, even so, under the use of the 9 changes of the Wild Lion bloodline ability, the strongest combat strength that can be achieved is only the first level of the Desolate Supremacy, although the peak combat strength of the Old Blood-Flood Dragon and the Old Rock is also the same. This venerable one is different from them. They have already stepped into the Desolate Supremacy realm. Even if they break through one level of cultivation, it will take a long time before they can break through again. However, this venerable one's true cultivation realm is only the first level of the Almighty Realm, and the space for a breakthrough is even greater. Taking advantage of the fact that the Desolate Era has yet to descend, this venerable one must seize the time and try to break through a few levels as much as possible. Only then will my combat strength be stronger. Go, when you see the old blood-flood dragon and the old rock, convey this venerable one's intentions. Tell them that this venerable one will descend at the critical moment. Roar. Screech. At the end of his speech, a shocking roar and violent howl came from the secret realm in front of him. Then, it returned to silence, and there was no more movement. The blood-flood dragon tribe's almighty ancestor and the war lion tribe's patriarch exchanged glances. They did not dare to continue to disturb him. Soon, they left the war lion tribe's ancestral land. For a time, the blood-flood dragon tribe, the Green Rock tribe, and the war lion tribe in the second universe mobilized and hurriedly prepared. Soon, the 3 tribes would migrate and leave. Desolate world fragment void. Hiss. Hiss. In an incomparably quiet universe void, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly rang out. 2 huge black cracks were torn open in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. 2 figures walked out of it one after another. The cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was actually the terrifying first level of the Desolate Supremacy. In the forbidden land of Rising Sun, in the black magic hall that stood at the peak of the giant mountain in Yixian's cave-dwelling star, at this moment, Yixian was sitting cross-legged on the throne in the magic hall, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. The expedition of the 3 legions of the magic hall had ended 2 months ago, and all 3 legions had returned. Now, whether it was the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, or the others, in short, almost all of the high-ranking commanders of the 4 legions under the command of the Magic Hall were in seclusion. Over the past 2 months, the entire vast and boundless fragment of the untainted land seemed to be extremely quiet. Previously, there were battles of various sizes that broke out, and the situation that seemed to be noisy temporarily disappeared. After all, there was originally no supreme master of the ancients here, at least he had not officially appeared. But now, the master of the magic hall had appeared out of nowhere, and was extremely domineering. Moreover, his old subordinates, the Green Ox and the entire Starry Sky nomadic army, had more or less been bullied by various large clans and forces in the past 10 years. For this matter, the 3 legions of the Magic Hall were deployed, and with an iron-blooded momentum, they destroyed the headquarters of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion clans in the blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, the other clans and forces naturally did not dare to make any moves. Recently, they had all quieted down, and were on tenterhooks. Xian did not pay attention to this. In the past 2 months, he had been in seclusion in the Magic Hall, but it was not to break through his cultivation, but to consolidate his state of mind. Now, as he opened his eyes, some of the hidden dangers of his unstable state of mind due to his previous breakthroughs had been completely smoothed out. In other words, the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Rumble. With a thought, Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, which hung behind the giant peak. Then, with a flash of his body, he immediately stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. From there, he entered the space inside the cauldron and sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Whoosh! Swish, 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 as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. This included the all-evil origin elixir, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was even a canopy of chaos great medicines that spanned over 10,000 feet. After preparing everything, Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, Xian swallowed the fist-sized bead and quickly dissolved it. Walala, the energy ball, which had been compressed to the size of a nascent soul's fist, melted as soon as it entered his mouth. At the same time, the sound of rattling chains rang out from Xian's body. All the resources he had swallowed earlier had transformed into a mighty river of energy. Everything was a walk in the park. Xian activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his 100 meridians with all his might. This time, the breakthrough was slightly hindered. It took him a full 6 days to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his meridians. As the energy river circulated through his meridians again and again, it finally disappeared completely and merged with his soul and physical body. Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, Second Order Primordial God. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, Second Order Primordial God. Second Order Primordial God. Previously, his original body's strength had been at the First Order Primordial God level. After activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly rise to the Second Order Primordial God level. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reach the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the Second Order Primordial God level. If he were to take into account the 1-level bonus from the boundless energy in his body, his combat power would be comparable to a 3rd Order Desolate Master, but now, with his breakthrough, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 3rd Order Primordial God level after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and enter the 9th transformation, his combat power would be comparable to a 3rd Order Universe Supreme. In addition, if he were to take into account the 1-level bonus from the boundless energy in his body that was 60 million miles long, his combat power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest battle strength that he could display would reach an unprecedented level that was comparable to a 4th-ranked Desolate Sovereign. This was already the middle stage of the Supreme Being level. In other words, Xian could easily suppress anyone below the middle stage of the Supreme Being level by himself. However, the Supreme Being level was not to be underestimated. Suppressing him was one thing, but seriously injuring him was another. As for completely killing him, it was almost impossible to use conventional means in a big battle. It was only possible if he were to use a supreme ability like the fallen sky bow. In fact, Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to a desolate sovereign of the 4th step. In the situation of 3 against 1, even if he were to encounter a 5th order or 6th order primordial god, he could guarantee his victory. If he were to use a supreme ability like the fallen sky bow, even a 4th order desolate master would be killed by 1 arrow if he was caught off guard. His strongest battle prowess has already reached the 4th order of the desolate ancient sovereign, and he can have at most 3 Blood Sea clones with the same battle prowess. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's emotions were unprecedentedly agitated. After calming down slightly, he took a deep breath and once again muttered softly, "A 2nd order Almighty is the great desolate ancient realm that one must reach before consuming a level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pill." To be able to reach the 9th order perfection, there are only 7 small breakthroughs left. It seems that the refining of the level 29 Desolate Master Supreme Pill can no longer be delayed. In the near future, this matter will have to be implemented. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed again, but he no longer spoke and fell into deep thought. He had already successfully deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Desolate Master Supreme Pill. Now, the devouring system in his body was deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. In fact, he had already accumulated 10 of the Supreme Expert's blood essence that was used to refine the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pellet. 10 blood essences, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, according to his deduction, he could probably refine 6 to 7 Desolate Master Supreme Pills. The reason why he had not started refining was because he was not satisfied with this amount. After all, this was the Desolate Master Supreme Pill, which required the blood essences as the main raw material to refine. Once the furnace was opened, at least 5 blood essences were needed. Every time he added 1 blood essence, he would be able to refine 1 more Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Forget it, it's only 6 or 7, it's still too little. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally shook his head, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, there are still 7 small stages of breakthrough before reaching the 9th order great perfection, so it's not like there's no time. I'll go back and collect some blood essence before making a decision. After saying that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Just as he was about to get up, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head and subconsciously looked into the distance. A murmur came out of his mouth like he was sleep-talking. Supreme Ancient Desolation? There are actually 2 Supreme Ancient Desolations. I wonder who is descending. Xiao. In the next moment, with a faint sound of breaking air, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before disappearing, although he was only in the form of a violent ape, the 9 devil ape transformation in his body had been activated and maintained in the state of the 9th transformation. Therefore, at this moment, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was at the peak of the 3rd order Great Desolation realm. Xiao. Whoosh. In the void, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light displayed extreme speed, streaking across the void of this piece of untainted land fragment. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura of cultivation that permeated the light was incomparably terrifying. It was clearly from the desolate antiquity. 1st order Great Perfection realm, one of the 2 streaks of light was blood red, while the other was cyan. They were none other than the 1st generation ancestor of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon clan, and the 1st generation ancestor of the Green Rock clan, the Azure Sky Rock clan. The previous battle of the Magic Hall had already ended 2 months ago. Although they had only arrived now, in fact, they had not delayed on the way. After receiving the news, they had rushed over at full speed. After all, when Crown Prince Jiao was killed, it would take time for the divine consciousness that was left in his body to transmit a message across the barriers of space and reach the secret realm of the Blood Wyrm clan's ancestral land in the 2nd universe. Moreover, no one knew how long it took. It took a full 1.5 months. After that, although the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock who received the news rushed over as soon as possible, even they could not arrive immediately after crossing such a long distance in the void. moreover, they were not in the same void. Half a month was also spent on the journey. Because of this, after the nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock arrived at the void fragment of the untainted world, they did not delay at all. The nine-headed blood dragon used the bloodline aura in its body to sense the location and determine the specific location of the Crown Prince Jiao's death. After giving up on the coordinates, the two of them immediately rushed over to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. This time, the nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock had come in anger. In addition, since the two of them were seriously injured at the end of the distant untainted world, they had been hiding in the deepest secret realms of their respective clans' ancestral lands and had never appeared outside. Over the endless years, they had gritted their teeth and tried their best to recover. They had long been bored out of their wits. However, when the two of them recovered from their injuries and made a breakthrough in their cultivation, reaching the first-order remote ancient supreme realm that they had never reached before, suddenly came the news that Crown Prince Jiao was killed. The Blood Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans entered this untainted world and shattered it. The news that all the vanguard forces in this void had been captured. Under the fury in his heart, all the grievances and suffocation that had accumulated over the years in seclusion and recuperation seemed to have found a way to vent in an instant. It was as if a dam had burst open, and all the grievances and suffocation instantly gushed out, at this moment, as the two of them flew toward the forbidden land of Rising Sun at extreme speed. Along the way, countless powerhouses from all sides were alarmed in the forbidden land of stars and the remnant star fields, as well as the headquarters of the major clans and forces in the world. After a short period of silence, the overwhelming exclamations resounded through the entire void. Immediately afterward, countless figures gathered from all directions, not daring to get too close. There was no way to catch up at all. Their speed could not be compared. Although these experts could only follow behind the nine-headed blood dragon and azure sky rock from afar, they did not disperse. Instead, more and more of them gathered, and gradually, they almost covered the sky and earth as they followed them towards the forbidden land of Rising Sun. At this moment, they all understood what was going on. This was the revenge of the ancestors of the Blood Wyrm clan and Cyan Rock clan. Perhaps soon, the ancestor of the Battle Lion clan would also come. Even in front of them, there were already two powerful remote ancient supremes. Once they arrived at the forbidden land of Rising Sun, these two desolate supremes would definitely engage in a shocking battle with the mysterious master of the magic hall. The result was hard to predict, but there was no doubt that this untainted world fragment void was definitely going to change again. Half a day later, outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun, whoosh! With a faint air-breaking sound, a figure rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. He was alone, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the void hundreds of millions of miles away from the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. It was Xianxia in the form of a violent ape. At this moment, hundreds of millions of miles away, there were two streaks of light, one red and one green, shooting toward him from the left and right at an extremely fast speed. Screech! Roar! In the distance, a rock's cry and a Wyrm's roar sounded at the same time. After arriving here and seeing the figure of the violent ape, the Cyan Rock and the nine-headed blood Wyrm attacked immediately. A large amount of green mist gushed out of the Cyan Rock's body, and the wind and clouds rolled, covering a corner of the void, trapping the entire battlefield. The sound of flapping wings filled the sky, and the entire void that was shrouded in green mist began to tremble slightly. Then, countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers floating in the air, covering the sky and the sun, covering a part of the sky. In the blink of an eye, the rules of the void of this battlefield seemed to be affected by something. It was beneficial to the Cyan Rock, causing its aura to soar by a large margin, while the power of the others was suppressed. At the same time, in another direction, the nine-headed blood Wyrm, who was only about 10,000 feet tall, threw a punch as it stretched out its claws. Then, an energy blood Wyrm that was more than 10,000 times larger and connected the sky to the earth roared out, shaking the heavens and the earth. His furious roar caused even a corner of the void to collapse from the tremors. Roar! Roar! Although this energy blood Wyrm was the same size as the nine-headed blood Wyrm, it also had 9 ferocious Wyrm heads. Each of them spat out fire, water, and smoke. It also covered a small area of the void, covering the entire body of the violent ape. These were two extremely powerful bloodline abilities. Just like the bloodline ability of the Battle Lion clan, which originated from the Blood Slaughter Lion clan, the 9 changes of the Wild Lion, it belonged to the Cyan Rock clan and the Blood Wyrm clan. The innate ability of the Cyan Rock lineage, demonic rock sealing the heavens. Screech. Roar, along with the earth-shattering screech and roar, this vast corner of the void was shaken. The two supreme masters of the ancients attacked at the same time, and the scene was too shocking. In this fragment of the void, no one had seen such a shocking scene for a very long time. On the left side, the azure sky rock was billions of feet long, and a large amount of green mist gushed out of its body. The wind and clouds rolled and covered this corner of the void, trapping the entire battlefield. The soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the sky, and the entire void that was shrouded in green mist trembled slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers drifting in the air, blotting out the sun and covering a part of the firmament. On the right side, the 9-headed blood dragon, who was only 10,000 feet long, punched out as it stretched out its claws. It seemed to be very simple, but it was the full blow of the supreme master of the ancients. As he made his move, an energy blood dragon that was more than 10,000 times larger and connected the sky to the earth roared out. Even a corner of the void collapsed due to its earth-shattering roar. Demonic rock seals the sky, demonic blood dragon fist. At this moment, the strongest bloodline divine ability of the Azure Rock clan and Bloodworm clan were executed at the same time, and they attacked the Starsky ferocious ape from the left and right respectively. Yi Xian had seen these two bloodline powers. Back then, when he fought with the Taoists of the Blood Flood Dragon and Azure Rock clans, he'd felt the powerful might of these two bloodline abilities. Unfortunately, although they were strong, they weren't affected by Yi Xian at all. Now, although the same bloodline power was displayed by the supreme master of the ancients, it was far more powerful than when the Taoists of the two clans used it. But at the same time, Yi Xian was no longer the Yi Xian of the past. At this moment, although he was facing two powerful supreme masters of the ancients at the same time, he was not surprised at all. Both the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were only at the first order of the ancients. Although his realm had stabilized, he had only just entered this realm. But it was different for Yi Xian. With the 9th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability, his battle prowess had reached the 3rd order venerable Huang realm. And this was without taking into account the 60 million mile long body's boundless energy and blood, which boosted his battle prowess by 1 level. If Yi Xian withdrew the Blood Sea secret technique and revealed his 60 million li long true body, his battle prowess would rise to the 4th order venerable desolate realm, and he would be even stronger after stepping into the 4th order venerable desolate realm. However, that was completely unnecessary. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that even if he possessed the battle strength of a mid-stage 4th order desolate venerable, and used the Blood Sea mystic technique to create 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the terrifying battle strength of a 4th order desolate venerable, he would still not be able to do so. However, in a 3 versus 2 situation, he was still unable to kill the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock today. Desolate venerables were not so easy to kill. When one's cultivation reached this level, there were too many life-saving methods. Unless it was a late-stage 7th order desolate venerable, otherwise, even a mid-stage 7th order desolate venerable would not be able to kill an early-stage desolate venerable. There was no possibility of killing them. That was why so many primordial supremes and even primordial supremes were only seriously injured instead of dying in the Great War that destroyed the untainted world. That was the reason why so many primordial supremes and even primordial supremes had survived and remained dormant until now. Of course, if Yi Xian really wanted to kill the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock, he could still use the fallen skybow to do so. However, to use it, he would need to use his full strength. In this way, he only had one chance to attack. Even if he succeeded in killing one opponent, the remaining one would be a huge problem. Instead, it would cause Yi Xian himself to fall into a difficult situation. That would be unwise. Anyway, these two guys could not do anything to him. In the future, there would be opportunities to kill them when they were alone. Therefore, Yi Xian was not in a hurry today. What's more, if he killed the 9-headed blood dragon or the azure sky great rock in public, the fallen sky bow in his hand would be exposed. This was not what Yixian wanted to see. There were two aspects. First, when Yixian was in the three main planes of the starry sky, Yixian had used the fallen skybow before. Although this was not his unique secret skill, it originated from the desolate ancient Xianxia. However, if Yixian used it in public now, it would most likely attract suspicion. Heart. He did not want to expose his identity now, so it was best not to do so. Second, as the end of the desolate world approached, those desolate venerables who had been dormant would probably appear more and more. Previously, there was the void giant tortoise. Now, there was the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock. This was evidence. It could be imagined that in the near future, whether it was in this fragment of the desolate world or in the wider primordial world, there would definitely be more and more desolate venerables. With Yixian's style of doing things and the huge lineup of the magic hall, whether it was active or passive, Yixian would inevitably interact with these powerful desolate venerables in the near future, and even conflict would break out. Under such circumstances, he obviously should not reveal all of his trump cards now. As a supreme killing ability, the fallen sky bow could be used as a trump card and would be used at the most critical moment in the future, but today, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock had taken the initiative to kill him. This was a serious provocation to the dignity of the magic hall. Although there was no way to kill these two old fellows here for the time being, they could avoid death, but they could not escape punishment. It just so happened that Yixian had just broken through once, so he could use these two old fellows as whetstones to practice with. He could quickly integrate the gains from his previous breakthrough into his own body. Since that was the case, then there was no need to use the big-headed black stick again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately waved his hand, swish, boom. With his terrifying strength as a third-stage desolate venerable, he seemed to have casually waved his hand, but in fact, he had fully activated the power in his body. As an invisible majestic force surged out, the green energy feathers that covered the sky and earth from the left side of the void instantly collapsed. He did this to resolve the crisis of the forbidden land of rising sun behind him. Otherwise, if the azure sky great rock was allowed to attack, the terrifying power of the demonic rock sealing the heavens would definitely sweep in and affect countless stars in the forbidden land of rising Sunday disastrous. Bang! The speed of a third-stage desolate venerable was naturally so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Not to mention the countless experts from various clans and forces who were watching from afar, even the azure sky rock, who was also a supreme desolate venerable, was caught off guard. It avoided the attack of the violent ape. An earth-shattering bang was heard. The terrifying figure of the azure sky rock, which was hundreds of millions of feet long, seemed to have been hit head-on by a piece of heaven and earth. Its momentum came to an abrupt halt, and after a sudden pause, it immediately flew backwards. This scene was too strange. Everyone who saw it had a strange expression on their faces. On one side was the azure sky rock, which was hundreds of millions of feet long. Although it could not be compared to the terrifying figure of Yixian's ninth transformation of 60 million miles long, nor could it be compared to the giant void tortoise, it was still large enough. On the other side, it was only a violent ape of stars that was only about 10 feet tall. When the two figures were compared, it was like the difference between a towering mountain and a speck of dust. However, at this moment, when the two figures came into contact, the violent ape of stars that was as small as a speck of dust seemed to be completely fine. As for the azure sky rock that was as large as a towering mountain, its entire body flew backwards uncontrollably in the blink of an eye. Out. Yixian had used all his strength in this attack. The full-strength attack of a third-stage desolate venerable was not that easy to bear. The azure sky rock opened its mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. It sprinkled in the void, and along the way, there was a rain of blood. At this moment, the entire void was silent. Then, at the end of the void in the distance, among the experts from various clans and forces who were watching the battle, some figures flew out. It was said that the timid would starve to death, and the bold would be stuffed to death. These figures that flew out were obviously the latter. And the reason why they rushed out was none other than to collect the majestic rain of blood that was scattered along the way when the azure sky rock flew backwards. This was the precious blood of the supreme desolate venerable. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of stars or the survivors of the desolate venerable, it was a supreme treasure. Similarly, it was the same for the experts from the three main planes of the starry sky. They could be used to refine some elixirs. This was a rare opportunity because normally, not to mention the precious blood of the Desolate Supreme, not even the shadow of the Desolate Supreme could be seen. Even in the first universe's root of all evil star domain, as well as in the abyss of sin and the chaos world fragment void, there would occasionally be ancient desolate supremacy remains in remote areas. However, those corpses had either died a long time ago, causing the energy in their precious blood and flesh to dissipate, making it meaningless, or because their bloodline was special. Even if they died, the energy in their bodies would not dissipate, and the pressure would be too strong, making it impossible to receive. Close. How could there be such a good thing like this? There was no need to pay such a high price. As long as they had the courage to charge out, they would be able to grab the supreme blood from the void. Of course, this kind of action was undoubtedly a rude offense to the owner of the blood, the Azure Sky Rock. If it was any other time, no one would dare to do this. Even if it was the blood arrow spat out by the Azure Sky Rock, it was still related to the existence of the desolate supreme level. Naturally, it was not something that any ant could touch. But now, the Azure Sky Rock was too busy to care about anything else. The nine-headed blood flood dragon and the ferocious master of the magic hall were even more so. The opportunity could be said to be fleeting. After this village, there would be no such shop. For a moment, there was a trace of chaos in the void. A large number of starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors rushed out, collecting the desolate supreme blood that was scattered in the void at the edge of the battlefield. The scene was extremely lively for a moment. Everyone expected that the Azure Sky Rock would not care about this matter for the time being. They were fighting for opportunities. In reality, this was indeed the case. In just a few breaths of time, the precious blood sprinkling down from the sky was completely absorbed. Although the Azure Sky Great Pung only spat out a single blood arrow, its body was now millions of zhang long. It was like a star, so even if it was only a single blood arrow, even if it was just a blood arrow, it was enough to benefit many starry sky experts. There were at least tens of thousands of such bold fellows, and more or less, all of them had gained something. After a few breaths of time, all the starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors who had attacked all returned to the crowd, unharmed. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other existences, in an instant, even more people were moved. Those fellows who had missed the opportunity were all breathing rapidly. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyes were faintly emitting a green light. Their faces were filled with expressions. Their expressions were even more expectant. They were all waiting for the next round of blood rain to fall, roar. At this time, the nine-headed blood flood dragon had already arrived at Yixian's side. It raised its head and roared. Its body was only about 3,000 feet long, and it walked forward with a punch, although its body was not big. In fact, behind the nine-headed blood flood dragon's head, there was a huge blood flood dragon phantom. It was the same as the Azure Sky Rock, hundreds of millions of feet long. As the nine-headed blood flood dragon punched out, the huge blood flood dragon phantom behind its head also opened its 9 heads at the same time, biting towards Yixian. At this time, the violent ape was only about 10 feet tall. The dragon scale on the 9 heads of the blood flood dragon phantom was countless times larger than him. The 9 huge flood dragon heads came at the same time. In the blink of an eye, one of them swallowed the violent ape whole. This scene was so shocking that it fell into the eyes of the starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors who were watching the battle from afar in the surrounding void. Everyone was stunned at the same time. Then, under the great change of expression, countless exclamations instantly surged like a tide. What? The master of the magic hall was swallowed in one gulp? This is the strongest magical power of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, called the Blood Flood Dragon Demonic Fist. With a punch, the power of the bloodline evolves into a terrifying Blood Flood Dragon. The 9 heads control 9 different types of energy, and its power is extremely powerful. Now that the master of the magic hall has been swallowed by one of the heads, it is obviously not good. He must have been ravaged by the corresponding type of energy. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured. Even if he is only seriously injured, for the significance of this battle, what is the difference between being killed on the spot and being killed on the spot? Don't forget, he is facing two powerful primordial sovereigns this time. Although their cultivation is not as good as him, after all, they came from a long time ago. They are ancient existences who have lived from the end of the desolate era to the present. Their foundation is too deep. On the other hand, this violent ape has never been heard of in the distant desolate era. He must be a powerhouse born in the present era. Although his talent is heaven-defying and he has cultivated to the third-order desolate realm, his foundation is too weak after all. He doesn't have enough battle experience, so he underestimated the enemy for a while. As expected, what bullsh** T desolate venerable? This guy is simply a fake. Although he does have the terrifying combat strength of a third-order desolate venerable, it was raised by a secret technique. His temperament and experience are not enough to support this level of power. A small mistake and he will lose his footing in an instant. Along with the exclamations in the distant void, the nine-headed blood dragon, who had swallowed the violent ape with the giant flood dragon phantom behind his head, had a complacent look on his face. His divine sense voice sounded out, full of disdain and ridicule. This kind of flashy but impractical existence, not to mention one-on-one, this senior can fight 3 or 5 of him and kill them all. Bam! Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Behind the nine-headed blood dragon's head, the blood dragon's phantom, which was the same size as the azure sky rock's body, was like a star. The existence in the middle of the 9 heads, which was the one that swallowed the violent ape in one gulp, suddenly exploded without any warning. This was not the 9-headed blood dragon's main body. It was just a phantom, but it was condensed from the 9-headed blood dragon's bloodline talent. At this moment, one of the 9 heads exploded, instantly affecting the 9-headed blood dragon's body, causing his body to tremble violently. As his expression changed drastically, the middle of the 9 heads of his main body instantly spat out a blood arrow, shooting forward. It shot forward, 9 heads and 9 mouths. No wonder he's so good at bragging. At practically the exact same moment, the ferocious ape that was swallowed earlier walked out in an extremely leisurely manner from the head of this phantom that had exploded apart, and the voice of his divine sense resounded out, revealing undisguised ridicule. Bang! Before the 9-headed blood dragon could react, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. He suddenly threw a punch and ruthlessly smashed below one of the 9 heads of the 9-headed blood dragon. A woo! Pft! A long, mournful howl sounded like a wolf's howl. The 9-headed blood dragon's body, which was only about 10,000 feet long, instantly turned into a bloody light and blasted toward the direction where the azure rock flew backward. Xianxia had also used all his strength in this punch. Although he did not directly explode the head of the 9-headed blood dragon, a huge bump appeared on its head. As his body flew backward, the 9-headed blood dragon, who was howling miserably, spat out another arrow of blood. All of this had been planned out by Xianxia. At this moment, as the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon were sent flying by his punch one after another, these two old fellows were already tens of billions of miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. With a shake of its shoulders, it instantly rushed towards that area. That was where he had chosen for the upcoming battle. Due to the distance, no matter how intense the battle was, the aftermath of the battle would not affect the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time that Xianxia rushed towards the area where the azure rock and the 9-headed blood dragon were flying backward, in the surrounding void, those starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who were watching the battle from afar instantly appeared one after another. Then, a figure rushed out. Just now, the 9-headed blood dragon spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession. This was also the precious blood of the desolate venerable. All the starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out were here to collect the precious blood. Unfortunately, although the 9-headed blood dragon spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession, in order to make it more convenient for him to use the bloodline ability of the blood dragon demon fist, his current body size was not too big, only about 10,000 feet. His entire body size was only 10,000 feet, and his head was at most a few hundred feet. How big was the blood arrow that he spat out, not to mention pouring down like rain in the void? If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to find the scattered traces of the precious blood in such a long distance in such a vast void. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out. Compared to the number of people who were alarmed when the azure rock spat out a blood arrow and turned into a rain of blood that scattered over a large area of the void, it was nearly 10 times more. This kind of scene could not be described by the words "too many monks and too little porridge." It was so embarrassing that it made people speechless. In the void, these starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out were squeezing their heads in order to compete for the precious blood of the desolate venerable. Their eyes emitted green light, and they quickly fought. In an instant, angry roars and roars sounded like a tide, and there were even some existences who were cursing loudly. The object of their curses was clearly the precious blood of the desolate venerable who spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession and left in the void. However, it was far inferior to the azure rock. Tian Duping's 9-headed blood dragon. Although he was a powerful primordial supreme, he was now entangled with the master of the magic hall. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage, so he had no time to pay attention to this side. In addition, there were so many people talking, so it was difficult to distinguish who was cursing loudly in a short time. Curse, this kind of opportunity was rare. Although he did not have the strength to fight with the 9-headed blood dragon, it was naturally an extremely satisfying thing to curse a powerful primordial supreme in public. It was also not to be missed. Roar! Roar! Screech! At this moment, the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon, who were sent flying by Yixian's punch, were barely able to disperse the majestic power of this punch, and their bodies stabilized in the void. The azure sky rock was fine when he suddenly heard the curses, but the 9-headed blood dragon was so angry that his body trembled. As he raised his head and roared, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood again. At this moment, his entire mind was a little muddled. He did not understand what was going on in this era. He was a powerful desolate venerable who had lived from the end of the desolate era to the current era. He was the dignified ancestor of the blood dragon clan, but now, he was being attacked by a group of ants who were not even at the level of the desolate era. He cursed loudly. And it was not just 1 or 2. Listening to this sound, it was clearly a tide of curses. For the sake of a mouthful of old blood, these guys. Did they all want to die? Roar! Awesome! But this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. 2 consecutive punches had sent 2 powerful primordial sovereigns flying. Even for Yixian, such a battle record and experience was unprecedented. At this moment, his heart was surging with emotions, and a sense of heroism roared and surged in his chest. As he turned into a ray of light and shot over, he closed in on the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon that had just stabilized their bodies. The voice of Yixian's divine sense sounded again, invisibly enveloping the entire vast and boundless void. Come, come, come. Cut the crap. Let's fight again. 300 rounds. Those 2 punches just now were just a warm-up for me. It's not easy to find 2 tough guys who can take a beating. Today, I must play to my heart's content. Don't be too weak. You must hold on for a while longer. Boom. Rumble, bang. In the void, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The violent ape punched the 9-headed blood serpent's abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. One of the serpent's heads suddenly opened and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was a supreme primordial, he was only at the first stage of the supreme primordial realm. Facing a powerful 3rd stage desolate venerable, it was expected that he would be crushed. At this moment, the 9-headed blood serpent's heart was completely broken. Previously, the reason why he decided to rush to this void fragment immediately was partly because his only direct descendant, the Crown Prince Serpent, had been killed, and he was furious. But on the other hand, it was also because after the Crown Prince Serpent was killed, the divine soul mark he left in his body contained some information about the attacker. From that information, the 9-headed blood serpent analyzed that the starry sky violent ape that killed the Crown Prince Serpent was not a supreme primordial at all. Its desolate venerable cultivation was increased by some kind of bloodline secret technique. Therefore, although the starry sky violent ape had the battle strength of a 2nd stage supreme primordial realm when it killed the Crown Prince Serpent, the 9-headed blood serpent still did not take it seriously. In his opinion, this kind of bloodline secret technique that was used to increase one's cultivation strength had a certain time limit or flaw. For example, the Battle Lion clan's 9 changes of the Wild Lion bloodline ability could increase one's cultivation strength by 9 small stages under the 9th change, but this kind of increase also had a certain time limit. As an ally of the blood-devouring Battle Lion for many years, the 9-headed blood serpent was naturally very clear about this. In this case, even if he was alone, it was enough to deal with the Starry Sky Violent Ape, let alone with the help of the Azure Sky Rock. It could be said that before seeing the Starry Sky Violent Ape and starting this battle, both the 9-headed blood serpent and the Azure Sky Rock were extremely confident that they could kill the Starry Sky Violent Ape in this battle. After all, as long as the time limit of the opponent's bloodline secret technique was over, the Starry Sky Violent Ape's cultivation strength would plummet. At most, it would be at the Supreme Primordial Realm. Either one of them could easily kill it, however, reality was often not what one wanted. It was impossible for them to know about the bloodline ability of the War Lion race's 9 Berserk Lion transformations. After Xian changed it into the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he had already perfectly mended all the flaws in this bloodline ability. The time limit for increasing one's strength only existed in the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. This problem did not exist in the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Moreover, none of them had expected that Bao Yuan, who was originally a 2nd-order Venerable Realm expert, would actually break through to the 3rd-order Venerable Realm in a short span of 3 months. In this way, the gap in strength between them and the violent ape was instantly widened. This resulted in the two of them being brutally beaten by the other party even though they had joined hands. They could only defend and did not have the ability to retaliate. Bao Yuan, this sovereign does not believe that the desolate supremacy cultivation you raised using a secret technique can be maintained like this. It must have a certain time limit. Who knows, it might be the next second. Die. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as the 9-headed blood-flood dragon was once again blasted flying by Xian's punch and retreated 5 billion kilometers, the Azure Sky Rock that was hundreds of millions of meters in size also fell into a frenzy. It raised its head and let out a violent roar. The voice of its divine sense was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, a large amount of green mist gushed out from its huge body. The wind and clouds rolled, covering a corner of the void, trapping the entire battlefield, covering tens of billions of miles. At this moment, the soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the air, and the entire area shrouded in green mist began to tremble slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers fluttering in the air, covering the sky and the sun. They all blasted toward the violent ape. This kind of scattered attack is useful against existences weaker than you. Unfortunately, this king doesn't care about it at all. Facing the overwhelming green feather phantasms, the violent ape curled its lips. As the voice of divine sense was transmitted, it shook its shoulder, stretched its right arm, and instantly blasted toward the Azure Rock. When the Azure Rock used this bloodline ability, the reason why Xian blocked it was because the battlefield at that time was too close to the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. He was a little worried that the residual power of the demonic rock sealing the heavens bloodline ability would affect his subordinates in the rising sun forbidden land. But now, the battlefield of the 3 of them was more than 50 billion miles away from the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. There was no need to worry about this at all. With the strength of the physical body of the violent ape, its cultivation strength was not as good as his Azure Rocks. He could almost ignore some of the power bombardment. Now, this kind of scattered attack was naturally even more meaningless. Puff. Puff puff puff, and that was indeed the case. At this moment, as the countless green feather phantasms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot over, the violent ape completely ignored them. As he swung his fist, it was unknown how many feather phantasms landed on his body. The muffled sound was like raindrops, resounding endlessly. However, the violent ape's figure was not affected at all. To him, these green feather phantasms could not break through his defense at all. They could not even scratch off a piece of his skin. At most, they could only cut off some of his ape hair. Boom. Bam. Pfft. Almost in the next moment, the violent ape, who had shot out at an extremely fast speed, had already arrived in front of the Great Azure Sky Rock. With a punch, it instantly sent the Great Azure Sky Rock flying backwards once again. This attack used all of its strength. The Azure Rock that was sent flying opened its mouth and spat out another blood arrow. It was like a heavy rain that sprinkled in the void. In the distance, the eyes of the various experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who had just finished snatching the small amount of desolate venerable's blood that was scattered by the 2 blood arrows spat out by the 9-headed blood dragon instantly turned green when they saw the scene. Unfortunately, this bloody battlefield was now enveloped by the endless green energy feathers formed by the demonic rock sealing the Heaven's Bloodline ability that the Azure Rock had previously used. It was too dangerous. They didn't dare to approach at all. They could only stay in the distant void and watch as the precious blood rained down from the sky. Their faces were pained as they wrung their wrists and stomped their feet. Huh? Roar. Screech. Almost as soon as Xian turned his head, a unicorn's roar and a demon crocodile's roar resounded through the sky, shaking this vast and boundless untainted land fragment void. Then, 2 clear and crisp sounds came from the end of the void in front of them on the right. Hiss. Hiss. In an incomparably quiet void of the universe, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came. 2 huge black cracks were torn open in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. 2 figures stepped out of them one after another, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was actually at the terrifying primordial supreme realm. This scene was seen by the experts, the ferocious beasts of the universe, and the survivors of the primordial era on the distant battleships. In an instant, a large wave of gasps was heard. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds were buzzing. They were completely frightened. The figures that rushed out of these 2 void cracks were all ferocious beasts of the universe, and they were ancient legendary existences. One was a blood-red unicorn, and the other was a 9-secret demon crocodile. Their bodies were tens of millions of feet long. Although they were not too big and looked smaller than the Xianxia rock, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was definitely not something that the Xianxia rock and the 9-headed blood dragon could compare to. Compared to, these 2 powerful primordial supreme masters were actually at level 3 of the primordial era, which was the same cultivation as the master of the magic hall who was beating the Xianxia rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. In fact, it wasn't just the other people watching from afar. Even Xian had an expression of shock on his face when he saw these 2 fellows appear. He naturally knew these 2 blood-red unicorn and 9-secret demon crocodile. Back in the origin of all-evil star area of the first universe, Xian had used the all-evil poison to harm several existences at the other end of the netherworld furnace rune chain, including them. At that time, the 9-headed blood dragon had also been harmed. Because his cultivation was only at the remote antiquity realm, no matter how angry he was, he had no choice but to go to the source of all-evil star area. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 serenities demon crocodile each sent out an energy clone, which descended on the netherworld cauldron's rune chains. At that time, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had transformed into a corpse lantern tattoo and attached to Xian's left chest releasing a wisp of heat that concealed Xian's figure and aura, he would have suffered a tragic fate. Later on, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile's energy clones searched for a while but to no avail. They vented their frustrations in the root of all evil star field and left. Since then, Xian had never seen them again. Who would have thought that they would suddenly meet again in the void of this fragment of the untainted world? These 2 old guys, like the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, were ancient existences that had lived from the distant untainted world to the present. However, when the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock participated in the untainted world war, it was already the end of the untainted world. The war was almost over. Moreover, at that time, they were only at the late antiquity realm and were not the main battle force of that untainted world war. They didn't even participate in the real core battle. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile were different. Xian vaguely remembered that there was information related to them in the inherited images of the fallen sky bow and other bloodline abilities. In the images of that untainted world war, he had seen the bloody unicorn in the enemy camp. At that time, it was fighting with the giant golden dragon. As for the 9 gloom demon crocodile, he didn't pay attention to it. However, judging from the attitude of these 2 old guys, the 9 gloom demon crocodile was obviously not weaker than the bloody unicorn. In other words, these 2 were terrifying existences that could be evenly matched with the golden divine dragon. If their cultivation strength was restored to its peak state, they could definitely destroy this entire star field with a thought. After all, the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, the desolate Xianxia, and so on were all existences at the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. These two bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile could fight with existences at the level of the golden divine dragon. If their peak cultivation had not reached the peak of the 9th order of the ancients, they would definitely be desolate masters at the 7th or 8th order of the ancients. Xian definitely could not deal with existences at this level. Even if he only encountered one of them, he could only immediately turn around and flee. Unfortunately, the wounds left by the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile in that untainted world war had obviously not healed yet. This was what it was supposed to be. Even the void tortoise, which was known for its amazing defensive power, had only recovered to the 7th or 8th order of the Desolate Master when it appeared in the untainted world war. The injuries suffered by the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile were obviously more serious. It was precisely because of this that the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was only at the 3rd order of the ancients, which was the peak of the early Desolate Master stage. Since this was the case, for Xian, even if these two powerful ancient existences descended at the same time, he had nothing to fear. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile had no enmity with him. Even if Xian had used the rune chains of the netherworld furnace to harm them in the source of all evil star field, these two old guys did not know about it. Therefore, although they didn't know why they'd suddenly descended into this void fragment of the great desolate world, if it wasn't necessary, Xian didn't want to take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, he was not afraid of them, but after all, he had the forbidden land of rising behind him. Now, in this untainted world fragment void, he already had two desolate master opponents, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. There was really no need to make another strong enemy. Unfortunately, although he did not want to provoke the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile, others obviously did not think so. At this time, as the figure completely descended into this untainted world fragment void, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile at the end of the untainted world fragment void in front of the left side of the untainted world fragment void, actually turned their heads to look at the place where the battle was taking place. Under the bloody light bursting out of their eyes, two incomparably deep divine sense voices came instantly, revealing an endless murderous aura, instantly enveloping the endless vast void. I accidentally passed by, because I sensed the aura of the battle between the desolate masters. Out of curiosity, I temporarily stopped and descended here. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. Those two little guys, I seem to have seen them at the end of the battle. I didn't expect that after countless years, they had also broken through to the desolate master stage, which is very gratifying. I just happened to pass by, but I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. Those two little fellows, I seem to have seen them at the end of that big battle back then. They actually broke through to the desolate supremacy realm. Unfortunately, although their luck is not bad, their fighting strength is really speechless. Two real primordial supremes are being beaten up by a mighty violent ape who has been raised to this level by a secret technique. Forget it, forget it. Since we are on the same side, I will help you today. I will kill this ape, along the way. Following the arrival, the crimson unicorn and the 9 phantom demon crocodile's voice sounded at this moment, revealing an endless sense of disdain. They did not put Xian in their eyes at all. Even killing him was said to be a matter of convenience. This wasn't just an ordinary level of arrogance. He was relying too much on his seniority, and was even a little brainless. It was as if he'd forgotten that their current cultivation was only at the same level as Xian, who was at the 3rd level of the Desolate Sovereign. At this moment, with these extremely unfriendly, or even extremely rude, voice of the consciousness, the ape's face instantly darkened. Under the flash of the crimson light in his eyes, an extremely strong killing intent burst out from his body. Aren't they just two 3rd-order desolate masters? As long as he used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, even if he could not suppress them, it would not be a problem for him to fight evenly with them head-on. In fact, as long as Xian was willing to pay the price and use the Heavenly Fallen Bow and other supreme divine abilities, or the divine known 9-colored flames, he would be able to heavily injure or even kill these two old fellows who relied on their seniority. Of course, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, Xian wouldn't have made such a decision. At his current level, no matter how angry he was, his emotions wouldn't be in chaos. He still had to preserve the trump cards that he should preserve. It's actually Lord Blood Unicorn and Lord Demon Crocodile. At the end of the great battle in the Desolate Era, the two of us were only powerful people in the Desolate Era. Across the distant void, we have seen the two Lords Supreme Grace, at this moment, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who had been sent flying over 10 billion miles away by Yi Xian's punch, had already stabilized themselves in the void. After calming down the surging qi and blood in their hearts, the two of them subconsciously turned to look at the void behind them. When they saw that the people who suddenly appeared here were actually the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, the two were stunned at the same time. Then, their faces showed excitement, and their voices were instantly heard. "Two lords, please take action. There is something strange about this violent ape. It is only a desolate ancient almighty, but it has used some kind of secret technique to forcefully raise its combat strength to rank 3 desolate sovereign. The crux of the matter is that this secret technique doesn't seem to have a time limit. In addition, the two of us just broke through not too long ago. That's why such an awkward situation has occurred. Fortunately, both of you unexpectedly descended here. This is Bao Yuan's bad luck, and he's bound to perish here today." As these voices were heard, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the void on the right in front of them all stood up and respectfully bowed to the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile at the end of the void on the left. Although they had now stepped into the desolate sovereign realm, they were self-aware. In front of the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, they didn't dare to have the self-esteem of peers. After all, when they were still in the late stage of the Desolate Era, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile were already generals under the heavenly Dao Qingyan. Their cultivation strength had reached rank 8 Desolate Sovereign, and they could fight against the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Tortoise in the enemy camp. A few of the most powerful existences such as the Desolate Ancient Xianxia fought head-on. Even if he was suppressed and couldn't gain the slightest advantage, to the extent that he could only parry and was unable to fight back, it was still a head-on battle after all. The same scene, if it were them even now, they were far from being able to do it. Moreover, although the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile had not recovered to the peak of rank 8 Desolate Sovereign Realm, they were at least rank 3 Desolate Sovereign Realm. It was far from what they could compare to. This was a real rank 3 Desolate Sovereign Realm, and it had existed longer than the two of them. It was definitely from the early middle of the Desolate Era to the current era. Even though they were only at the Third Order Desolate Realm, if they were to really fight, taking into account their battle experience and rich foundation, their real battle strength was probably not even the monstrous Star Violent Apes match. Not to mention, although they were only at the Third Order Desolate Realm now, the increase in the strength of the others' cultivation was merely a recovery, but if they wanted to increase their strength again, they would have to rely on the accumulation of cultivation bit by bit. The speed of the two was completely different. Maybe the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile would soon recover to the peak of rank 8 Desolate Sovereign Realm, while they were still rank 1 Desolate Sovereigns. All of this together was enough to clear their minds and make them consider themselves as juniors. And this attitude was obviously very useful to the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile. The two old guys showed a satisfied smile on their faces. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, their shoulders shook, and they immediately rushed toward the void where the violent ape was standing. At the same time, there was also their divine sense voice full of endless disdain. "Little guy, I'll give you a chance. If you surrender and hand over the secret technique, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, when the two of us join forces, we'll definitely annihilate you in an instant, leaving only a strand of your soul for us to search. The secret technique in your hands won't be able to escape, and will fall into our hands." Seeing this scene, the experts, countless space beasts, and the survivors of the desolate ancient era who were watching the battle from afar all changed their expressions wildly. As they gasped, a series of exclamations filled with endless horror sounded like a tide. "Rise, hiss." Two powerful rank 3 desolate sovereigns actually attacked at the same time. This time, the master of the magic hall is clearly going to have a tragic ending. Indeed, there is no suspense. Not to mention that his current rank 3 desolate sovereign cultivation strength is very likely to be like what the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock said, forcefully raised by some kind of secret technique. Even if that's not the case, with 1 against 1. Under the two of them, the master of the magic hall is definitely not a match for these two ancient existences. That's right, back then, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile were both rank 8 desolate sovereigns. Even if they haven't recovered to their peak cultivation, their battle experience and foundation are still there. In the void, as the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile rushed towards the violent ape, exclamations sounded like a tide. The Starry Sky powerhouses, space beasts, and Desolation survivors were all shocked. None of them were optimistic about Xian, and they were certain that he would meet a tragic end today. In order to avoid being caught in the crossfire, these powerhouses who were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated amidst the tide of exclamations. They couldn't wait to leave this place as soon as possible. All of this, Xian didn't care at all. At this time, he was still tens of billions of miles away from the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, but he didn't immediately jump up to meet them. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back, waiting for them to exhaust themselves. When the two old guys were more than 10 billion miles away, Xian activated the power in his body. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time, the sound of breaking air rang out, and the violent ape's entire body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a large area of the void. Roar. Roar. Screech. Immediately after, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. In the boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. This time, they were no longer 10 feet tall, but 60 million miles long. Each of them was comparable to a giant star. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, but they were not merged together, but separated. In this way, there was no need to worry about the experts from the 3 main starry sky planes noticing the clues and becoming suspicious. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The second was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The third was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, looking very strange. In just a few breaths' time, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were formed. The aura emitting from their bodies indicated that they were all third-order venerables. However, his true battle strength was augmented by the boundless chi and blood in his huge body, allowing him to reach the level of a 4th-stage desolate supremacy. This scene fell into the eyes of the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, causing the 2 old fellows to gasp and cry out involuntarily. Blood Sea secret technique? Wasn't this the bloodline ability of the Blood Sea Demon Lord? Why would it appear on this starry sky violent ape? Furthermore, he has even condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, each of which has the same strength as his original cultivation. This clearly shows that he has long completely comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones. This is definitely not an incomplete secret technique that has been lost to the outside world, but a complete one. It's simply unimaginable. Not only does he have the Blood Sea secret technique, but he also has a secret technique similar to the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion to increase his strength. What is the origin of this violent ape? These are all the most powerful secret techniques of the Desolate Era. Even if you master one of them, you can enjoy it endlessly after comprehending it thoroughly. This violent ape has 2 of them by himself. The crux of the matter is that these 2 top-rate divine abilities and secret techniques originally didn't belong to the Starsky ferocious ape race, and they were in the possession of extremely formidable existences that weren't inferior to you and me. How could this ferocious ape obtain such important secret techniques from them? Roar. Before the cries of the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile fell, the 3 Blood Sea avatars in the vast sea of blood more than 10 billion miles away had already raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar. Immediately after, the voice of Xian's divine sense resounded throughout the entire space. So what if there are 2 more desolate supremacies? Come, I will fight the 4 of you alone. Under the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, even if it is only 3 against 4, I can still defeat you. Roar. Too arrogant, too domineering. When these 2 voices were heard, the experts, the starry sky beasts, and the survivors of the Desolate Era who were retreating in a hurry immediately stopped retreating as if it was a conditioned reflex. They turned their heads and looked at each other. They were shocked. Immediately after, everyone who finally regained their senses suddenly exclaimed, "What happened? Why is there suddenly such a vast and endless sea of blood?" The Blood Sea secret technique. This is the Blood Sea secret technique. Legend has it that in the distant Desolate Era, there was a powerful Desolate Era Supreme called the Blood Sea Demon Monarch. The Blood Sea secret technique was his strongest ability. It is said that he could change the size of the Blood Sea Demon Monarch as he wished. It was a terrifying sea of blood. It was so small that it could condense into a weak blood light, and no matter how big or small it was, it would not affect one's cultivation strength, and it could change in myriad ways. What's even more heaven-defying is that the Blood Sea secret technique has a layer of doppelganger power. If you comprehend it thoroughly, you can condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers in the Blood Sea. Each doppelganger has the same cultivation strength as the original. It's like one splitting into 3. A certain powerful existence's 1 chi into 3 pure one's ability is equally matched. So that's how it is. It seems that the final result of this battle is difficult to predict in an instant. That's right, the Master of the Magic Hall can split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which have the terrifying battle strength of a third-order Desolate Era Supreme. And the Blood Unicorn and the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile that came here with a domineering aura are only third-order Desolate Supremacies. Even with the addition of the 9-Headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, the 4 of them fighting against the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall, I'm afraid they won't have much of an advantage. Just now, it was a crushing situation, but in an instant, it became an evenly matched situation. All of this is simply like a dream, full of ups and downs, making one's heart surge. Has the Master of the Magic Hall become so powerful? To be able to fight against 4 desolate supremacies by himself, this is definitely a heaven-defying rhythm. In this vast and boundless void fragment of the Desolate Era, who can be his opponent? That's not important. For us, the most important thing is that since the battle strength of both sides has reached a roughly equal state, then there's no need to continue escaping. That's right, when the battle strength is equal, both sides will have no time to care about us. This is a chaotic battle between 7 powerful ancient supremacies. Even if we collect a little desolate supremacy's blood in the outermost area, it will be enough. Roar. Screech, as waves of exclamations came from all directions, tens of billions of kilometers away, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, who were shocked by the scene in front of them, finally regained their senses. Roar. Roar. Ruthless, an earth-shattering roar and ferocious howl suddenly rang out. The 9-Headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock roared as they charged towards the Blood Sea from the left side of the void. On the right side of the Blood Sea, the Blood Unicorn and the 9-Hell Demon Crocodile were approaching together. Hiss, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same time, the originally vast and boundless sea of blood suddenly divided into 3 parts without any warning. In the center of each sea, there was a Blood Sea avatar. After the 3 seas of blood split apart, they instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, they became as vast as before. However, during this process, the 3 blood seas shot out at the same time and rushed in different directions. One wrapped around the Blood Unicorn, and the Blood Sea avatar standing in the center of the Blood Sea was the Black Fog avatar. At this time, as the Blood Sea shot out, the Blood Unicorn that was rushing towards it was sucked into the Blood Sea in the blink of an eye, and an earth-shattering battle began in an instant. Roar. Boom, the Blood Unicorn raised its head and roared, and a huge thunderball rushed out of its mouth. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the Black Fog avatar's chest. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The thunderball exploded, and the void shattered inch by inch. The huge body of the Black Fog avatar also spread out at this moment, but it was not injured at all. In less than a tenth of an instant, the Black Fog avatar that had collapsed before the thunderball exploded had already condensed again, and it was beside the Blood Unicorn. At this moment, his right fist turned from a black fog to an incomparably solid state in the blink of an eye, and he punched out fiercely. Bang! A woo, the loud sound was earth-shattering, and the Blood Unicorn's mighty figure was bent over, and an incomparably mournful howl came out of its mouth. It was like a wolf's howl, and it could make anyone who heard it cry. Even though he was an ancient desolate venerable, he had yet to fully recover his strength. He was merely a third-order desolate venerable. Although the Black Fog avatar only had the cultivation level of a Stage 3 desolate supremacy, its true combat strength was comparable to a Stage 4 desolate supremacy. Furthermore, although Yi Xian was not an old monster that had lived from the primordial era to the present, his combat experience was so varied that it made one's hair stand on end. Weaker than Scarlet Unicorn. With all these factors added together, it was completely understandable that the Bloody Unicorn would be in such an awkward situation after just one exchange of blows with the Black Fog doppelganger. However, although he was at a disadvantage after one round, the Scarlet Unicorn was a powerful third-grade Desolate Sovereign after all. He was not much weaker than the Black Fog Avatar. Therefore, in the battle between the two of them, it was inevitable that he would be beaten up, but it was unlikely that he would be heavily injured. As for being killed, that was completely impossible. In another direction, the second Blood Sea shot out and rushed towards the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. The Blood Sea doppelganger that stood in the middle of the Blood Sea was the skeleton doppelganger. There was no flesh on its body, and it was all purple gold bones. It looked even more ferocious and powerful, which made people look askance, roar. The 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile was extremely violent. Although he felt that the skeleton doppelganger was not to be trifled with, the purple gold body that looked like a mysterious pure gold must be extremely tough. However, he still raised his head and roared. He opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed the skeleton doppelganger that was coming towards him. He was a desolate supremacy, an ancient desolate supremacy that had lived from the primordial era to the present. He was definitely not in existence like the violent ape, who had obtained a great opportunity in the present era and was lucky enough to reach this step by luck. Even if he were to fight the Starry Sky violent ape head-on, he would feel that he had lost face, not to mention that this was only one of his 3 Blood Sea doppelganger. However, the cultivation strength displayed by the other party was not the slightest bit weaker than his own. This made the 9U Demon Crocodile feel resentful and humiliated, and the anger in his heart had already risen. Facing all of this, the skeleton clone acted as if he did not see it at all, allowing the 9U Demon Crocodile to open its bloody mouth and bite towards him. At the same time, he also moved his body, his eyes shining with a cold light, his right fist raised high, and also aimed towards 9U. The demon crocodile rushed forward, the two of them collided head-on with each other in an instant. The skeleton doppelganger was 60 million kilometers in size, while the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile was 2 times smaller. In this situation, although he had already opened his bloody mouth to the limit and wanted to directly swallow the skeleton doppelganger, he couldn't do it at all. He did it. In the end, he only gnawed on the left thigh of the skeleton doppelganger. There was no meat there, only the purple gold bones that looked like mysterious pure gold, emitting a dense treasure light, clang, crack. With a bite, a loud sound like that of metal clashing could be heard, followed by a crisp cracking sound. The left thigh of the skeleton doppelganger was not damaged at all. Not a single bite mark was left, but 3 of the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile's ferocious teeth were broken in an instant. Oh woo, the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile raised his head and let out a mournful howl. He had only lost 3 big teeth, and although it was not a serious injury, it was not even a light injury. However, the heart-wrenching pain was truly intoxicating and indescribable. Along with the miserable howl, the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not an internal injury to his internal organs, but the blood that flowed out of his mouth because of the 3 broken teeth. However, to the experts, space beasts, and survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar, there was no difference at all. The blood that flowed out of the Desolate Sovereign's teeth was also the blood of the Desolate Sovereign. Moreover, this 9 Netherworld demon crocodile was a 3rd-stage Desolate Sovereign. Its cultivation strength was far superior to the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock. The power and medicinal effect of its blood were naturally the same. At this moment, all the spectators in the distance were breathing rapidly. Their eyes shone with a green light. They almost couldn't hold back and rushed down, wanting to collect the blood as soon as possible. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse, and no one rushed out. Everyone, whether it was the masters of the Starry Sky from the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky, or those who originally lived in this fragment of the untainted world. The space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era all sighed regretfully, bang. Almost in the next moment, before the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile's miserable howl because of the 3 broken teeth in his mouth faded away, the skeleton doppelganger, who had been bitten by him on the purple gold skeleton on his left thigh, but was not damaged at all, raised its right fist high. At this moment, it fiercely smashed down. It smashed down from top to bottom, right on the back of the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile. Awoo. Boom. Bang, ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. On this side, the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar of the three Blood Sea Avatars respectively fought against the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Alligator. Two vast and boundless seas of blood enveloped their bodies, preventing them from escaping. As the battle unfolded, earth-shattering booms continued without end, and wild roars and ruthless howls filled the sky. From the beginning of the battle, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Alligator were at a disadvantage. They were almost abused, and most of the time, they could only parry. Occasionally, they would take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, at the same time on the left side of the other side. The third sea of blood shot out, and now, it had crossed more than 20 billion miles of the void and arrived in front of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. The figure standing in the center of this sea of blood was the flesh body of the three Blood Sea Avatars, which was the violent ape of starry sky. Although the boundless sea of blood under his feet was vast and boundless, and the violent ape stood in it, it only occupied a small corner of the sea of blood, but it looked extremely powerful and eye-catching. At this time, the size of the violent ape had already reached 60 million miles. Although the cultivation aura emitted from its body was the same as before, still at the third-rank Desolate Venerable, its real battle strength had reached the level of a fourth-rank Desolate Venerable. Previously, without the support of the boundless chi and blood in its huge body, the violent ape could already easily beat up the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Now, as its size had increased to 60 million miles, the boundless chi and blood in its huge body had increased its battle strength by another level. Now that the violent ape had become even more powerful, it was obvious that the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock would be even more powerful if they fought against it. It was even more miserable. The two of them were well aware of this, but there was nothing they could do. The Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Alligator were being brutally beaten up. If the two of them, the main characters, were to escape, they would definitely not have a good ending. This was the rhythm of forcing ducks to a perch. When they thought of the violent beating that they would suffer next, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were on the verge of collapse. However, this also ignited the anger in their hearts. In any case, no matter how powerful the violent ape was, it was impossible for it to truly kill them in a battle of this level. It was even impossible for it to heavily injure them. At most, it would only be light injuries. Since that was the case, it was impossible to avoid a beating. So, he might as well throw caution to the wind. No matter what, he had to grit his teeth and persevere, striving to teach the other party a lesson as well. Swish. Walala. When this thought flashed through the minds of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock, and their expressions gradually became ferocious, the violent ape stepped on the vast and boundless sea of blood and finally came close. An extremely sharp air-breaking sound rang out, accompanied by endless splashing sounds. The sea of blood swept over, covering the sky and the earth. It replaced the sky and the surrounding void of the universe. In an instant, it enveloped the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock and pulled them into nothingness. In the sea of blood, it was also at this instant that the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood wyrm finally launched an attack at the same time. Even though they knew that the effect wasn't great, they still exerted all their strength and executed their strongest bloodline divine abilities and secret techniques with the sole intention of making the other party suffer a little. Swish, 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 an extremely sharp air-breaking sound rang out. A large amount of green mist gushed out from the huge body of the azure sky great rock in an instant. The wind and clouds swirled, covering a corner of the void in the sea of blood. The momentum was astonishing. At this moment, the soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the sky and the earth. This corner of the sea of blood that was covered by the green mist trembled slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the sea of blood. They were like green goose feathers drifting in the air, covering the sky and the sun. All of them shot toward the violent ape. Roar. At the same time, the 9-headed blood dragon's figure flashed and arrived beside the violent ape. It raised its head and roared. Its figure, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, stood on its hind legs and waved its hand. Although its body wasn't big, in fact, there was a huge phantom of a blood dragon behind the 9-headed blood dragon's head. It was as big as the azure sky great rock, hundreds of millions of feet tall. As the 9-headed blood dragon punched out, the huge phantom of the blood dragon behind its head also opened its 9 heads at the same time and bit toward the violent ape. He had used this move before. At that time, the violent ape was only about 10 feet tall. A single scale on the 9 heads of the phantom of the blood dragon was countless times bigger than him. The 9 huge heads came at the same time. In the blink of an eye, one of them swallowed the violent ape at that time. But now, it was obviously impossible for such a scene to happen again because the size of the violent ape had already reached 60 million miles while the bloody flood dragon's shadow behind the 9-headed bloody flood dragon's head was only about 10 million miles. It was much smaller than before. Didn't you use the same move before? You didn't get the slightest advantage. Instead, you suffered a lot. Seeing these two guys attacking angrily, but still using the same old moves, Bao Yuan grinned. The voice of divine sense immediately came out. It seems that you guys are clearly not satisfied with being beaten up. Your skin is still itching, so you guys are taking the initiative to ask for a beating. If that's the case, I will do as you wish. Boom. Boom. Before the voice of the divine sense fell, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. With a step, the terrifying figure of 60 million miles had already arrived in front of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock. With a wave of his hand, the cyan feather phantoms that originally filled this corner of the sea of blood completely collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Then, the violent ape attacked with lightning speed. 2 consecutive punches landed on the chests of the azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. Puff. Puff. After the shocking bang, 2 muffled puffs sounded. The azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon couldn't resist at all. They opened their mouths and spat out a blood arrow. Their bodies flew backward at an extremely fast speed, looking extremely miserable. Point. After sending these 2 guys flying with one blow, the violent ape didn't stop there, as if it felt that it wasn't enough. With a grin, the violent ape's incomparably huge body took a big step forward and chased after the azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. The vast sea of blood under its feet was like a shadow, tightly enveloping the flying great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. This was clearly going to continue. However, this was not the end of the torment. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seas of blood and the 3 places of battle were all displayed. Boom. Rumble. In the void, the roar was so loud that it reverberated through hundreds of billions of miles of the vast void. 3 blood seas spread out in the void. In each of the blood seas, there was an earth-shattering battle going on. On this side, the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar of the 3 Blood Seas avatars were fighting against the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile respectively. 2 boundlessly vast seas of blood enveloped their figures, causing them to be unable to escape in the slightest. Moreover, as the battle unfolded, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth continued without end, and there were even violent roars and howls that covered the heavens and the earth. From the beginning of the battle, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile were at a disadvantage. They were almost being abused. Most of the time, they could only parry, and occasionally, they would take the opportunity to counterattack. As for the left side of the void on the other side, the situation was obviously worse. The violent ape avatar of the 3 Blood Seas avatars was fighting against the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock alone. These 2 guys were only Stage 1 Baron Supremes, but the violent ape avatar of the Starry Sky Realm had a terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a Stage 4 Baron Supremacy. The battle was absolutely one-sided. The 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock did not have the slightest ability to parry. In a short period of time, they were beaten to the point that they lost their temper. At this very moment, the 2 of them had completely collapsed. If they had known that the violent ape was so fierce, and that there was no time limit for the Baron Supremacy's cultivation that was raised by some kind of secret technique, and that it even mastered the Blood Sea Demon Supremacy's Blood Sea secret technique, moreover, it had already comprehended it. If it could condense 3 Blood Seas avatars that had the same battle strength as the original body, they would not have come to provoke it at this time. Now, the result was such. Not only did they fail to provoke it, but they were also beaten up by the enemy. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. What was even more depressing was that they were obviously not the violent ape's opponent. Now that they had understood this point, they wanted to leave, but they could not. If that was really the case, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who were unintentionally involved in this matter, would definitely break their bones. This was simply asking for it. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Roar! Bang bang! Right at this moment, the violent ape let out a furious roar, and its figure chased over swiftly. It brought along the vast sea of blood beneath its feet as it traversed a distance of a few 100 million kilometers, and it arrived before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. With two simple punches, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock couldn't dodge at all. They were all smashed into pieces. Pooh! Pooh! After a loud bang, the two old men opened their mouths at almost the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their figures even took advantage of the momentum to fly backwards and finally moved hundreds of millions of miles away. When this scene entered into the eyes of the experts, space beasts, and survivors of the primordial era that were watching the battle from afar, their eyes instantly turned crimson red while their breathing became rapid once more. Many people even had pained expressions on their faces as they heaved long sighs. What a waste of God's gift, what a waste of God's gift, this is the precious blood of the desolate sovereign. Now that it's spraying out in the void like it doesn't care about its life, we can't get close to it. A rare opportunity and fortune is right in front of us, but we can only watch helplessly. It's simply too torturous. From the looks of it, the master of the magic hall is clearly going to suppress all the heroes today. This is good too. With his status, I'm sure he won't bother to clean up the battlefield and collect that little bit of blood. I only hope that this battle will end as soon as possible. Just a little bit more will be lost. Pfft. Pfft. Hearing these words, especially hearing that the blood they spat out was actually called broken blood by a certain fellow, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were enraged. As they flew backwards, they actually opened their mouths and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, they were truly on the verge of going berserk. It was one thing to be brutally abused by the violent ape, but in the surrounding void, there was actually a group of fellows who were inferior to ants commenting on them. As the patriarch of a clan, the supreme existence of the primordial era, they couldn't bear it any longer. Unfortunately, even if they went berserk, it was obvious that they couldn't resolve the sad and embarrassing situation in front of them. The only way was to first persuade the bloody unicorn and the 9 demon crocodile, who were unintentionally involved, to leave. Only when the two of them left first would they dare to escape. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their faces turned blue. They really couldn't say such words. It was too king embarrassing. Roar. Rumble. Just as they were hesitating, the violent ape in front of them had already raised its head and roared. It waved its giant fist that was even larger than a meteor and flew over again. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were so scared that their faces turned green. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at the other two seas of blood. The voice of divine sense was instantly transmitted. Two lords, why don't we stop here today? If we really want to talk about it. It was just a misunderstanding before. Yes, yes, yes. We're all desolate supremes. There's no need to fight and kill. If there's any misunderstanding, we can find a time to sit down together and talk about it. We accidentally dragged the two lords into this. We're all terrified. The two lords seemed to have said before that you were just passing by this place. I think you must have something important to do. Why don't you leave us alone so as not to delay your business? That would be a real sin. When these words were heard, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock's faces turned green. It was too embarrassing. It was obvious that they couldn't beat the other party, so they took the initiative to admit defeat and prepared to settle the matter peacefully. The ants in the distance were probably looking down on them. Today, they were actually looked down upon by a group of ants. It was simply maddening. The key was that they could have turned around and escaped. Although the violent ape was fierce, its combat power was only comparable to a fourth-rank desolate supremacy. Although they couldn't beat it, they couldn't stop the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock if they wanted to leave. Although that would be embarrassing, it was better than the current situation where they had to put down their pride and take the initiative to show weakness in order to escape. They had to beg the scarlet unicorn and the 9 demon alligator to leave first before they could escape. In short, today's matter was simply disheartening. They had never been so humiliated. Fortunately, their painstaking efforts finally paid off. In the other two blood seas far away in the void, after hearing their words, the eyes of the blood Qilin and the 9U demon crocodile lit up instantly. Then, they each raised their heads and roared wildly. Their voices were heard, roar. Screech, if the two of you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. The reason why I'm traveling with the demon alligator is because there's a very important matter that needs to be dealt with. It's extremely urgent. Roar. Screech, violent ape, let's end the battle here today. Wait for me and fellow blood unicorn to finish our business, then I will come to find you for a battle. It's really a pity. I just got excited and didn't have enough fun. Now I have to stop the battle. It's really disappointing. In the other two blood seas far away in the void, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator were down the slope. After hearing the words of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure rock, their eyes lit up. Then they each raised their heads and roared, sending out the voice of divine sense. When these words were said, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator's old faces were also hot, but they knew that if they didn't seize this opportunity to withdraw and leave this place, they would definitely lose even more face later. In order to save as much face as possible, they could only brace themselves and be shameless for once. With this thought flashing through their minds, the two of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they immediately pushed the strength in their bodies to the limit. They gritted their teeth and endured the blow. Finally, in the time it took for them to leave the vast area where they were respectively, they rushed out of the sea of blood. Hiss. Gotcha. After escaping, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator did not hesitate at all. They immediately rushed to the sky. With a wave of their claws, they directly tore a crack in the void and shot out. After all, these two old fellows were rank 3 desolate venerables. If they wanted to escape, unless Yi Xian used the fallen sky bow and other powerful magical powers, or used the 9-colored flame sea to trap them, it was impossible to stop them. However, he didn't want to expose these trump cards now. At least, he couldn't expose them so easily. Therefore, although he was unwilling, he could only let them leave. In the blink of an eye, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator had already rushed to the crack in the void that they tore with their claws. Their hearts immediately calmed down. Their figures suddenly paused, and the two old men immediately turned their heads, sweeping their gazes over Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and before they left, they did not forget to say a few harsh words to save some face. Bao Yuan, take good care of yourself. You must not die prematurely. The battle between you and I today has yet to come to an end. Once we're done with proper business, I'll definitely come for your little life. When the time comes, I'll definitely skin you alive, break your bones, refine your soul. If you're scared, it's best that you find a place to hide. Otherwise, the day I return will be the day you die. Roar. Screech. After that, the two old guys raised their heads and let out a final roar and howl. Without hesitation, they turned around and rushed into the void crack in front of them, disappearing. Seeing the two of them leave, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were so excited that they almost burst into tears on the spot. If he had known that these two lords were so easy to talk to, why would he have waited until now? I should have spoken up a long time ago. I spat out so much blood for nothing. Just as he was feeling emotional, the mocking voices of the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar could be heard from afar. Is this the so-called Supreme Primordial Master? It's really an eye-opener. He doesn't have any other abilities, but he's the best at bragging. Oh right, his skin is so thick that no one can match him. The two of you spoke so confidently just now, and actually took the initiative to send those two old fellows away. From the looks of it, could it be that you plan to fight 2 against 3 and have a good bloody battle with my 3 great clones? Come. Since you guys are in such a good mood, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Don't worry, none of the 3 great clones will leave. I'll stay and accompany you to the end. Swish. Swish, as these mocking voices sounded, the 2 vast seas of blood in the distant void instantly shot over. Above the sea of blood, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone stood proudly. Their gigantic figures, which were 60 million kilometers tall, were so majestic that one could only look up at them with bated breath. In the blink of an eye, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the two vast seas of blood had already arrived in front of them. The three seas of blood instantly merged into one. At this moment, the violent ape avatar, the black fog avatar, and the skeleton avatar were like three legs of a tripod, each occupying one side, standing in the triangle of the blood sea, surrounding the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the middle. They were glaring at each other covetously, their eyes bursting with a fierce light, as if they could attack at any moment. The brazen manner of his attack. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they felt their faces burning. Even a fool could tell that they were being mocked. The dignified ancestor of a clan, a supreme existence who had stepped into the desolate venerable realm, had suffered such humiliation in public today. The key was that they were powerless to refute, and they didn't even dare to refute. Today, they had completely lost their face. However, no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to answer Xianxia's words. Previously, just the violent ape clone alone had already tortured them to the point where they wanted to die. Now, there were two more clones with the same cultivation base as the Black Fog clone and the Skeleton clone. If the three of them really joined forces, it was not entirely impossible for the other party to force them to stay. Even if they couldn't do it, it wouldn't be difficult for them to strike quickly and seriously injure them before they successfully escaped. Thinking of this, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock's hearts trembled. After exchanging a look, they raised their heads and let out a fierce roar, screech. Screech. At this moment, the two of them activated the bloodline power in their bodies to the extreme and used their strongest escape techniques at all costs. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock's incomparably huge bodies turned into two streaks of light, one red and one green. They tore through the void and shot away, disappearing. You two are really decisive. You just ran away. Seeing the two of them disappear, even Xian was quite surprised. He originally thought that the two of them would say a few harsh words, but he didn't expect them to be so straightforward. He was caught off guard and ran away in an instant. And this scene fell into the eyes of the experts, the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The entire void was dead silent for a moment. Then, overwhelming exclamations came like a tide. It swept over, and there was an uproar. What? They all ran away? Isn't the change too fast? The four powerful supreme masters of the primordial era actually ran away in the blink of an eye. They all abandoned the battle and ran away. If this news spread, countless eyeballs would fall out of this void. The point is that before they left, the two powerful existences actually said such words. It's simply too surprising. It overturns the transcendent image of the supreme masters of the primordial era in our hearts. It's over. At the beginning of this battle, who would have thought that in the end, it would have such an ending? Walala, a crashing sound came like a tide, covering the sky and earth. As the black mist avatar and the skeleton avatar collapsed in an instant, they turned into a rain of blood and merged into the sea of blood under their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a weak light that shot into the forehead of the violent ape, turning his head to look at the powerhouses from all sides. The star beasts and the survivors of the remote antiquity glanced around. The figure of the violent ape quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to its original height of about 10 meters. But the aura of cultivation emitted from its body was still that of a third-order desolate venerable. At this time, the exclamations in the surrounding void were still resounding, but Xian completely ignored them. His figure flickered, and a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. His figure turned into a light, and blasted away at a speed far faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the end of the sky, rushing into the rising sun-forbidden land and disappearing. In an instant, this void battlefield, which was originally hundreds of billions of miles, was completely empty, and not a single soul could be seen. But in the void, there were still some blood beads floating, big and small. These were left behind by the four desolate venerables, the bloody unicorn, the nine-hell demon crocodile, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. If it was a majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of a supreme desolate venerable's body, Xian naturally wouldn't waste it, but it was just blood spurted out from a serious injury, so he didn't care about it at all. If he really took it away, it would be too degrading, and the illustrious reputation of the master of the magic hall would be affected because of this. However, what he looked down upon was a rare treasure for the experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar. At this moment, with Yi Xian's departure, the surrounding void suddenly became quiet, and then countless figures rushed out, rushing to the vast space where the battle took place to collect the blood of the desolate venerables. The vast void that had just quieted down instantly became lively again, and some people even started fighting because of this. However, Yi Xian couldn't see all of this, and he wasn't interested in it at all. At this time, he had already returned to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land and returned to the Magic Hall. This battle didn't last long. Although the subordinates of the Rising Forbidden Land were alarmed, because the Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the Six Blood Dragon were all in seclusion, from the beginning to the end. Not a single figure rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Now, after returning to the Demon Palace, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately broke through. This time, it could be said that he had fought to his heart's content. The gains from the previous breakthrough had already been completely integrated into his divine soul and body, and the opportunity for another breakthrough had also arrived because of this. Rumble. With that thought, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron. It floated in the air behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, a large number of weak sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and floated in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to use for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was even 1,000 feet of chaos medicine. Everything was ready. Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, this nascent fist-sized bead was swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach and quickly melted. Walala, rumble, the energy bead melted as soon as it entered Yi Xian's mouth. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from within his body, accompanied by the sound of thunder. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier turned into a majestic energy river. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. He activated the energy river that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it in his meridians until it was completely refined. As the great river of energy completely disappeared and merged with his soul and body, Yi Xian only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles were broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3. Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3 was already the peak of the initial stage. With one more breakthrough, Yi Xian would be able to enter the middle stage of the Great Figure level. But in fact, he already had the battle power of a middle stage Primordial Era Supreme and was not far from the late stage. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the second stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. After activating the bloodline of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the third stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. After using the 9 demon ape transformations and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the third stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. If the majestic energy and blood of his physical body were included, his true battle power would be comparable to a 4th stage Desolate Master, but now, as he broke through again, after activating the bloodline of the ancient demon ape in Yi Xian's body, he would instantly have the strength of a 4th stage Primordial Era Supreme. Once he used the bloodline of the 9 demon ape and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 4th stage Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the tremendous power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle strength that he could display would reach an unprecedented rank 5 Desolate Supremacy level. He would only be one stage away from the peak of the middle stage Desolate Master, but in fact, Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea secret technique, once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a rank 5 Desolate supremacy. In the situation of 3 against 1, even a 6th stage Desolate Master would not be his match. It could be said that even if they were to engage in a normal battle, below the late-stage Desolate Master, the current Yixian was already invincible. And if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even a 7th stage Desolate Master in the late-stage Desolate Master would be killed by one arrow if he was caught off guard, and he would die. My strongest battle power has reached the 5th stage Primordial Era Supreme, and I can have at most 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same battle power. After the breakthrough, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of light. The breakthrough this time actually took 3 months. After calming down, Yixian calculated the time with his fingers, and his expression changed slightly. He felt that the breakthrough this time was extremely smooth, and he did not encounter any special obstacles at all. The entire process of seclusion was like this. In this case, under such circumstances, he would be able to smoothly break through within 10 days at most. This matter, in fact, the last time he broke through to the 2nd level of the Desolate Era, it only took Yixian 7 days. But now, it took him an entire 3 months to break through from the 2nd level of the Desolate Era to the 3rd level. That was 90 days, which was more than 10 times the time. This really caught him off guard. However, after thinking about it for a while, he quickly came to a realization. It seemed that starting from the peak of the early stage of the Almighty, the time taken for each subsequent breakthrough would probably increase as well. This made him feel a little helpless, but after thinking about it carefully, it was also reasonable. From now on, he could be considered to be close to the middle stage of the Desolate Era. He was not far from officially stepping into the Desolate Venerable realm. Just think about the other Desolate Venerable experts. Which one of them did not experience endless years of accumulation and precipitation before they had the opportunity to break through in one day? Just like that, for example, although the 2 old fellows, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, had lived from the end of the Desolate Era to the present world, their cultivation strength had only finally broken through now and stepped into the Desolate Venerable realm in one fell swoop. Of course, a large part of the reason was that they had been seriously injured in the great battle that had collapsed the Desolate Era. Their recovery was too slow and took a long time. However, just based on this matter, from a side view, it could also prove how difficult it was to break through to the Desolate Venerable realm. Although Xian had the Chaos Medicine, after entering the middle stage of the Desolate Era, it was impossible for every small breakthrough to be completed in just a few days. That was simply unreasonable. This matter, in fact, if he could still make breakthroughs like this after he entered the middle stage of the Primordial Era, it would only take him 3 to 4 months to break through each minor stage. If word got out, even the Void Tortoise would be envious. Thinking with this in mind, he no longer felt conflicted. Although every small breakthrough in the future would take a long time, he was now a rank 3 Almighty. With only 6 small breakthroughs, he could consume a level 29 Sovereign Treasure Pill and enter the Desolate Realm. It was only 6 small stages. Even if each breakthrough took a long time, it wouldn't be a big deal. Swish! After adjusting his mood, Yixian immediately stood up and stepped out of the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then, he waved his hand. Sway with a faint whistling sound, the Shenong treasured cauldron instantly turned into a dazzling ray of light and shot into his glabella, disappearing. Rumble. In an instant, Yixian's figure darted out and disappeared into the magic hall in the blink of an eye. He sat on the black throne at the top of the hall. With a thought, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. The huge magic hall, which originally stood at the peak of the tallest mountain in the inner part of the star, rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the star's atmosphere and hung above it. Such a movement naturally alarmed all the subordinates of the magic hall in the rising star Forbidden Land. Excluding the higher-ups who were in seclusion, the rest of the undying emperors and above all rushed over. To Yixian's surprise, 6-headed Blood Dragon actually came out of seclusion. His original cultivation level was only at rank 1 Universe Supreme, but now, after more than 3 months of seclusion, his cultivation level had risen by 2 small stages. Now, he was already at the pinnacle of rank 3 Universe Supreme. Except, Because of him, the 6 universe knights under the magic hall also came out of seclusion. At this moment, they arrived and stood behind 6-headed blood dragon. The 6 of them were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 2 universe knights from the captive army who had just broken through 3 months ago. They were from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan respectively. 3 months ago, these 6 old men had only been universe knights at level 1. However, now that they had not seen each other for 3 months, they, like 6-headed blood dragon, had successfully broken through to rank 3 universe knight, regardless of whether it was the 6 of them or the 6-headed blood-fled dragon with the strongest cultivation. The reason why they were able to reap such benefits in such a short period of 3 months was obviously related to the chaos medicine that Yixian had given them. One had to know that even supreme beings of the primordial era like 9-headed blood dragon and Xianxia rock didn't even have a violet medicine, let alone a chaos medicine. It could be said that 6-headed blood dragon and the others were only at the level of universe knight and universe supreme. Under the premise of swallowing violet medicine and chaos medicine, it was natural for them to break through consecutively in such a short period of time, other than 6-headed blood dragon and Zhao Dong. At this moment, after hearing the movement here, the higher-ups of the 4 armies of the magic hall who were above the level of emperor rushed over. Almost all of them were present: Green Ox and Yu Ling Long from the Beast Army, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other Undying Emperors from the Rising Star Forbidden Land, a total of more than 40 Undying Emperors. Remnant among the civil army, there were the Xianxia tribe, and more than 20 Undying Emperors from the Rising Star Forbidden Land. Also there were the members of the nomadic army, including 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang, and more than 60 Undying Emperors. Also finally, there were more than 200 Undying Emperors in the captive army formed by Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion. A total of more than 400 Undying Emperors were all gathered here. Greetings, Demon Master. When everyone was present, they all clasped their fists and greeted Yixian respectfully. Originally when Zhao Dong and the others saw Yixian, they all knelt down on one knee and bowed deeply. However, they were all stopped by Yixian. They were all family, so there was no need to bend their knees so easily. Clasping their fists was enough. This made him even more popular. Now that the 4 armies of the magic hall were all united, they were like an iron bucket that couldn't be broken through. Since you've already come out of seclusion, I'm sure you all know about the previous battle. Yixian nodded and transmitted his voice. Now that the magic hall is so powerful, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to provoke us in this space fragment, but this is just a facade. Don't forget that as the end of the primeval age draws closer and closer, more powerful figures and supreme masters of the primeval age who have been dormant will show up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even though the magic hall is powerful, it's still unknown whether it can survive the apocalypse. Soon, I'll lead you all into the Hongmeng space. However, before that, you all have to raise your strength as much as possible. Other than that, it's time to clean up the various powers in this space fragment. After all, before we enter the Hongmeng space, the magic hall needs to be strengthened as much as possible. At this point, Yixian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his tone faintly revealed a sinister coldness. Pass down the order, all the core members of the upper echelons of all the powers in this great desolate world fragment, whether they are from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, or the fierce beasts and survivors that originally lived here. In 3 months, all of them will come to see me. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. At this moment, Yixian, as the master of the magic hall, gave out the first order to all the powers in this fragment of space. He requested for the higher-ups of these powers, whether they were from the 3 space masters, or the beasts and survivors that originally lived here, to meet him in 3 months. After the order was given, all the generals at the front all clasped their fists and bowed. After which, they dispersed and headed to different races and powers, giving out the order to the magic hall. This fragment of the untainted universe was too vast. There were space beasts, desolation survivors, and the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Each of them took up a position and gathered into a group. 6-headed blood dragon elder, Green Rock elder, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other universe knights and universe supremes led Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and Su Xing. The other emperors of the Forbidden Land. The surviving members of the Xianxia tribe in the army of remnant survivors and the over 20 immortal emperors from the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were also present. There were also the 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang from the nomadic army, 60+ emperors. And finally, there were the 200+ emperors of Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion from the captive army. This meant that there were over 400 emperors under Demon Palace. They were split into 7 small teams, each in charge of one direction, rushing out of Rising Sun Forbidden Land and into the distance. These 400+ emperors and above were now the messengers of the Master of the Magic Hall. They would spread out and pass down the order given by Xian to every power. Without a doubt, as the Demon Master's order was spread out, the hearts of the people in this fragment of the Eldritch world would be shaken. In the previous battle, the Master of the Magic Hall fought the 4 desolate knights alone. They were all beings that had lived for a very long time, yet none of them were his match. They all fled. This kind of heaven-defying combat strength had already shocked the world. In the entire untainted world fragment void, no force dared to stand out and openly oppose the demonic hall at this moment. However, the Master of the Magic Hall had always been domineering. Now that he had given such an order, he wanted all the upper echelons of the powers to gather in the Forbidden Land of the Xuxiang Forbidden Land to meet the Demon Master. No one knew exactly what they were up to, and it was precisely because of this that they felt uneasy and fearful. In a corner of the fragment of space. This was originally a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. However, it had long fallen and become the base camp of the greedy wolf race from the 3rd Space Master of the Second Universe. The greedy wolf race was one of the top 10 races of the Second Universe. However, they were ranked behind the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion races. The strongest in the base camp of the greedy wolf race was a core ancestor, who had just awoken not long ago. He was a level 3 universe master of the universe. Other than that, under this greedy wolf universe lord, there were 4 knights and over 20 emperors. They were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, to the current Demon Hall, which was at the peak of its power, this bit of strength was nothing in its eyes. It was nothing. Of the over 20 emperors in the base camp of the greedy wolf race, Lang Ganglai was one of them. He had long since submitted to Xian. Back then, he had been released by Xian and returned to his race. Over the years, he had been valued by his race. Along with the awakening of a few core ancestors and the nurturing of them, Lang Ganglai was able to reach his current level of emperor. If Xian saw that he was already an emperor, he would be shocked. Even though his training speed couldn't compare to Xian's, it was still shocking enough. In truth, other than Lang Ganglai, the others released by Xian back then, like the young leader of the Yingji race Ji Jinghong, the young leader of the barbarian bull race Ri Tian, the young leader of the golden eagle race Jin Haoyan, the little princess of the colored python race Medusa etc. Now, they were all in the void of the primordial world fragment. They were all resting in their own camps, their levels of power were all extraordinary. If they weren't late emperor level, then they were emperor level. However, they'd almost completely forgotten about Xian. After all, many years had passed, and the situation in the universe had changed greatly. The 3 main planes of the starry skies had already become the backlands that no one cared about. Xiao, in the distant space outside the greedy wolf race camp, 10,000-meter wide strongholds transformed into beams of light and shot over. The surface of these 10 strongholds were all painted pitch black. On top of them was a blood-colored palace. It was exactly the same as the magic hall on the majestic peak of Xian's cave world. This palace represented the magic hall. Seeing the logo painted on the hull of the ship, anyone could instantly understand who had come. Now, in this primordial world fragment void, the name of the Demon Hall was already known to everyone, and it was like thunder in one's ears. These 10 strongholds were one of the teams from the Magic Hall that had rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun a few days ago. The 7 Universe Knights and above under the Magic Hall each led their own teams and were in charge of one direction. This direction was led by Zhao Dong, and he led many more teams. Now, within the team heading towards the greedy wolf race, there were 2 Emperor-level Undyings in charge of the Magic Hall. They were the 3-clawed dragon and Yuling Long, Xiao. Xiao. At this time, as they got closer, these 10,000-meter wide strongholds suddenly stopped 10 million miles away from the greedy wolf race camp. Following which, a sharp piercing sound resounded. One figure after another rushed out from the 10 fortresses. Leading them were the 3-clawed dragon and Yu Ling Long. Other than them, there were a few Emperor-level Undyings and Emperor-level Undyings. At this time, the upper echelons of the greedy wolf race had already rushed out of the star field and stood at the edge of the space. Their eyes were filled with tension and vigilance as they looked over. The one leading them was Greedy Wolf Universe Master, and behind him were 4 Greedy Wolf Knights. Behind them were 20 Emperor-level Undyings of the Greedy Wolf race, and Lang Ganglai was one of them. Where is the leader of the Greedy Wolf race? The 3-clawed dragon raised his chin and glanced at the upper echelons of the Greedy Wolf race 10 million miles away. His gaze finally landed on Greed Wolf, who was leading the group. He nodded and waved his hand, sending a ray of light over. This is an imperial decree. Lord Demon Master has issued an order for all the core members of the various races and forces, including those who are titled emperors and above, whether they are from the 3 main star planes of the universe, the beasts that originally lived here, or the survivors. In 3 months, they are to come and pay their respects. See. Now, the order has been issued for 6 days, and there are less than 3 months left, so please prepare early. Otherwise, if you are absent, you will be infuriated by Lord Demon Master. You will bear the consequences. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book. Hong. Hong Long Long, the rumbling of the battleship resounded. After giving out Yi Xian's order, the 3-clawed flood dragon and Yu Ling Long immediately turned around and led the group of emperors and emperors back to their respective strongholds. Very quickly, the 10 strongholds changed directions and rumbled away. The greedy wolf race wasn't the only race they were responsible for informing. There were other races waiting to be notified, so they didn't have time to waste here. The breakthrough came and left decisively, displaying unparalleled dominance. This scene made the universe lord-level ancestor of the greedy wolf race so angry that his body started to tremble. 2 puny emperors had actually led a group of emperors and emperors to show off in front of him. They had been so arrogant from the start, and after giving out the order, they didn't even exchange a few pleasantries before turning around and leaving. This really made him feel stifled and resentful. After all, he was a universe master, a core ancestor of the greedy wolf race, and he had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, even the 4 universe knights of the greedy wolf race behind him were so angry that they started to tremble. Before them, even emperors were like ants. But now, these 2 ants were leading a group of fellows that weren't even ants, and they were acting so arrogantly in front of him. This was simply too arrogant. However, even though the 3-clawed flood dragon and Yu Ling Long weren't very strong, they were the emissaries of the master of the magic hall. Now that the magic hall was like the sun in the sky in the space fragment, it wasn't something the greedy wolf race could afford to provoke. That would definitely be a calamity. The Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races were all examples of what would happen to them. The 4 universe knights from the greedy wolf race exchanged glances and spoke one after another, filled with resentment and unwillingness to accept the outcome. This Demon Hall Master is so ambitious. He just destroyed the headquarters of the Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion clans. Now, he's summoning us and saying that we'll have an audience. Does he think that he's the supreme overlord of this void? That does seem to be the case. Don't forget that he fought 4 primordial supremes by himself, and the 4 of them fled miserably one after another. Among them, not only does it include the 1st generation of the Blood Dragon clan, the 1st generation of the Blood Dragon clan, and the 1st generation of the Cyan Sky Great Ping from the Green Rock clan, there are even 2 desolate supremacies from the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile and the Blood Unicorn. They are definitely invincible. Although this desolate world fragment is vast, I'm afraid we won't be able to find an existence that can contend against them. Even if our greedy wolf clan's 1st generation ancestor wakes up from his deep slumber and descends here, he won't be able to do anything. He is an opponent. But are we, the greedy wolf clan, supposed to be controlled by the magic hall? I really can't accept this. There's no need to rush this matter. This time, the mysterious Demon Hall Master has issued this edict to all the races and factions in this fragment of the great desolate world to present themselves before him, not only us, but also the various clans and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, including the ferocious beasts and the survivors of the primordial era who originally lived here. In the past, we have fought many times with these ferocious beasts and the survivors of the primordial era. They are not masters who will bow their heads casually. If there are no accidents, most of the ferocious beasts in this desolate world fragment will be able to form an alliance. It's the same for the survivors of the primordial era. And the only way for us, the various clans and forces from the three main planes of the starry sky, to not be enslaved by the magic hall is to band together and seek shelter. The two camps of the human clan have always been on good terms with the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. Now that the headquarters of these three forces are in the same star field, they will most likely become the representatives of the third universe and gather the rogue cultivators of the other third universes to form an alliance of forces. As for the slave races in the first universe, their base camps are not far from each other. They are guarding each other. In the face of this crisis, they will most likely form an alliance. Except for the demon kin, who will not participate, I guess the other races in the first universe will all participate. The rest of the clans will join the new alliance. They have been enslaved by the Tianji clan for countless years. They are more aware of the humiliation and pain of being enslaved than any other clan. This time, they will definitely not bow their heads so easily. As for our greedy wolf clan, we can raise our arms and shout loudly, gathering the headquarters of the clans of the second universe and forming an alliance with the top 10 clans of the second universe as the leader. In my opinion, let's call it the Star Alliance. Among the top 10 clans of the second universe, although the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan have fallen, there are still a large number of clansmen in their ancestral land. Now that the first-generation ancestors of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan have arrived first, the follow-up will definitely move the entire clan. Although the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Xianxia Rock clan are not opponents of the mysterious master of the Magic Hall, they are still primordial sovereigns after all. The previous battle will definitely be unreconciled and damage the reputation of the desolate sovereigns. As long as we and the other clans of the second universe unite and ask for orders from the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Xianxia Rock clan, and let these two desolate sovereigns take charge of the overall situation, they only need to release a message. Of course, the Dark Turtle clan, who has always been at odds with us, probably has no hope. Their current Milky Way star master, Xian, is very close. Even the headquarters of the clan is in a star field occupied by Xian's victorious legion. The edge, including the demon dwellers, are the same. So, if there are no accidents, the Dark Turtle clan of the second universe and the demon dwellers of the first universe will most likely form another alliance with Xian's Milky Way star cluster and the victorious legion of Milky Way star master. If this is the case, we can report to the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Xianxia Rock clan to expel the Dark Turtle clan from the ranks of the clans of the second universe. At this point, the 4 universe knights of the Greedy Wolf clan stopped talking. After exchanging a look, they all looked at the Greedy Wolf universe master in front of them. Their faces were full of anticipation. Obviously, they were waiting for his reply to make the final decision. Star Alliance? That's quite a grand name. Indeed. After hearing these words, Universe Master of the Greedy Wolf clan fell into deep thought. His eyes flashed from time to time, and he kept muttering to himself, among the top 10 clans of the second universe, other than the Blood Dragon clan and the Dark Turtle clan, there is also the Inji clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Colorful Python clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. Like my Greedy Wolf clan, each of the 5 major clans has 1 or 2 universe lords. It's the same for the other smaller clans. Even if they don't have universe masters, they basically have 1 or 2 universe knights. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. It's the same for the other smaller races. Even if they don't have a universe master, they still have 1 or 2 universe knights. The eyes of the Greedy Wolf clan's old monster Ian Lord suddenly burst forth with a bright light, and even his breathing became faintly hurried. If that's the case, then there are hundreds of races in the second universe, big and small, in this space fragment of the ancient universe. Although there are only 9-headed blood dragons and Xianxia rocks for remote ancient supreme, there aren't any universe supremes. However, there are at least 30 universe masters and at least 200 universe knights. Luo Feng murmured. This is an extremely large amount of power. If we can combine them together, At this point, the old monster from the greedy wolf tribe, Ian Lord, trembled slightly. Although the Demon Hall Master is powerful, the subordinates under him are only SOSO after all. There's only one six-headed blood dragons as a universe supreme, and there's not a single universe master. There are only 6 universe knights. No matter how strong he is just one person. If all the races in the second universe unite and form a power, then with the alliance formed by the other races, with all of them working together, how can he fight in all directions alone? That's right, Hansen said. Even if he has the power of the Blood Sea technique, he can only split himself into 3, which is far from enough to suppress all 8 of them at once. Once he dares to make a move, the alliance forces targeted by his 3 avatars will be unlucky. However, the other alliance forces can take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out all the members of the Devil Palace in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in one go. Just this point alone is enough to make him hesitate. Thinking of this, the old monster Ian Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan no longer hesitated. He turned around and swept a glance at the upper echelons of the Greedy Wolf clan behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "The few of you, guard the base camp. This old man will personally deal with this matter. Persuade the Silver G race, the Gold Eagle race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Colored Python race, and the Tree Spirit race." After persuading Universe Master, who is guarding the headquarters of the 5 races, will go with them to where the 9-headed blood dragons and Xianxia rocks are hiding. No matter what, we have to persuade them to show up and carry the flag of the Star Alliance. Swish. After he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and instantly flashed to the void on the right. That was the base camp of the Inji clan in this piece of untainted land. Similar scenes were playing out one after another in this vast and boundless fragment of untainted land. Along with Yi Xian's order, the 6 blood dragons, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Ping Ancestor, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei led all the emperors of the Magic Hall, splitting into small teams and heading to the various races and powers. In Li's base camp, the Devil Lord's decree would be issued in 3 months. Then, they immediately turned around and left, heading to the base camp of the next race. However, all the races that were notified by them, whether it was the races and forces from the 3 main planes of the current starry sky, or the ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era who originally lived in the void of the primordial world fragment, almost all of them were present. They were extremely indignant about this. No one was willing to easily bow their heads and submit to being ordered around. The development of the situation was similar to what the 4 universe knights of the Greedy Wolf race had predicted and estimated. It was developing in this direction. Following the departure of the voracious wolf faction's old monster Ian Lord, only 3 days later, the other 5 races of the top 10 races of the second universe, namely the Silver Owl race, the Golden Eagle race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Colorful Python race, and the Tree Spirit race, finally arrived. They were persuaded. Very quickly, including the old monster Ian Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan, a total of 9 old monsters from the 6 great clans came together to a relatively remote star domain. This was the place that the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock had chosen after the battle not long ago. The place of hibernation. In the previous battle, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock had both been injured, but their injuries were not serious. Although only 10 days had passed, they had completely recovered. After recovering, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock were in a dilemma. They were hesitating whether to immediately return to the nest of their race in the second universe and plan for the long term, or to choose to stay in this void fragment of the original universe and think of a way to take revenge. Although they were not a match for the Master of the Magic Hall, the Master of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land had a large number of subordinates. Could they still hide in the Forbidden Land star domain forever and never come out? With such a large number of subordinates, it was impossible for him to follow them all the time and take care of them in every way. Although it was a little shameless to do so, he could do it secretly. That way, no one would know, and at least he could vent his anger. Besides, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Crocodile had now arrived in this void fragment of the original universe. Although they had previously found an excuse to leave, they were not willing to accept it and would definitely come back. Moreover, these 2 old fellows were already powerful existences in the late stage of the primordial era when they were in the early stage of the primordial era. Although they were not as powerful as the Golden Divine Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia, they were not that far off. However, they were only one or two small stages apart. Now that they had suddenly suffered such a great humiliation, they would definitely recover at full speed. As long as they reached the 7th or 8th stage Desolate Master level, even one of them would be enough to crush that arrogant ape. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock had basically decided to stay. If they were not angry, they would not be willing to leave just like that. Coincidentally, the 9 universe masters of the top 10 races in the second universe, including the Greedy Wolf race, the Silver G race, the Golden Eagle race, the Raging Bull race, the Colorful Python race, and the Tree Spirit race, arrived at the same time. They proposed to call on the great beings of the various races in the second universe to gather and form the Star Alliance. Then they would unite with the other powers of the Alliance to fight against the Magic Hall together. This proposal immediately brightened the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock. In the second universe, hundreds of races, big and small, had established their headquarters in this fragment of space of the original universe. If they could gather together, there would be at least 30 universe masters and 200 universe knights. This was an extremely powerful force. If they could gather together, and with the 2 powerful early-stage Desolate Masters carrying the flag, they would definitely become a powerful alliance that could contend against the Magic Hall. More importantly, the Star Alliance was not the only alliance that had such power. There were at least 4 or 5 other similar alliances. If the strong were to combine, no matter how powerful the Magic Hall was, it would be difficult for them to do anything alone. They would definitely not be able to achieve anything great. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were instantly excited. They raised their heads and let out a roar, "Hell, hell! Pass down my order. All the higher-ups of the races in the second universe, big and small, are to come and meet us." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. This fragment of the untainted land was extremely vast. Countless ominous beast forbidden lands and remnant star regions originally lived in various areas. But, later, with the arrival of the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, some of the weaker ominous beast forbidden lands and remnant star regions fell one after another. The original living places became the headquarters of the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Now, a few powerful vicious beasts gathered together in a forbidden area, concentrating on occupying a certain area. It was the same for the remnant star regions. The more powerful remnant star regions that had not fallen gathered together one after another to help each other and defend against foreign enemies. But, the other, more vast areas were divided up by the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Among them, there were 4 large areas, 1 small area, and 4 large areas. The first large area was occupied by the slave clans from the first universe. The base camps of the slave clans from the first universe were not too far apart from each other. The second large area was dotted with a large number of headquarters of various races from the second universe. There were hundreds of them in total. And, the 3 large areas belonged to the 2 camps of the human clan, the technology camp and the cultivation camp, as well as the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. Dang, however, the current Wanluo Federation only existed in name, but it had always had a close relationship with the 2 camps of the human clan. Even in this vast fragment of the untainted land, they still gathered together. The last small area could be said to be a remote corner. There lived the Demon Clan from the first universe, the Dark Turtle Clan from the second universe, and the Victorious Legion and the Heavenly River Army of the Sky River planet Lord Yixian. And, this force could be said to be the weakest of the 4 large areas occupied by the 3 main planes of the starry sky. But, although the Milky Way star Lord Yixian hadn't shown himself and all the matters were handled by his chief steward, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, he still had a good relationship with the giant ferocious race of the first universe, as well as the humans of the third universe. And, in addition, the Netherworld Turtle Clan and the Demon Tribe were not to be trifled with. The area that they and the Heavenly River Territory Lord, Yixian, occupied was in a corner. Therefore, in all these years, there weren't any races or powers that deliberately came to provoke them. And they had been obediently holed up in the remote area and had never expanded. Therefore, all these years, they had been living in peace. Now, with the appearance of the Magic Hall, the mysterious master of the Magic Hall had defeated the 9-headed blood dragon, the Sky Rock, the Blood Unicorn, and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, and the 9 Abyss Demon Crocodile Lord, the 9 Demon Crocodile, and the 9. This shocked Untainted Land. Immediately after that, the Demon Palace Master sent an order to all the powers and races, requesting all the higher-ups above the level of Undying Emperors to head to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon and gather at the Demon Palace for an audience. And after a few days of deathly silence, the chaotic void of the Untainted Land fragment began to seethe in an instant. Faced with the power of the Magic Hall, no power or race was willing to submit and be enslaved. Regardless of whether it was the races and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe or the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era, they were all like this. The first to react was the second of the 4 regions occupied by the major clans and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. In this region, there were a large number of headquarters of the races from the second universe. There were hundreds of them. These hundreds of races were originally the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race. After all, among the top 10 races in the second universe, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race were the top 3. Besides, the second-generation ancestor of the Blood Dragon race, Crown Prince Dragon, had already arrived. His status was too high, and there was also a Universe Master at the peak of the 9th stage, the 6-headed Blood Dragon. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Dragon was too disappointing. He died tragically in his first battle in this space. The 9-headed Blood Dragon was even more shameless. He defected to the enemy and became the loyal lackey of the Master of the Magic Hall. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe were all extremely dejected. At this moment, the first-generation ancestor of the Blood Dragon race and the Green Rock race, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock, suddenly arrived. This gave them a boost of confidence. After all, these were 2 supreme masters of the primordial era. However, before they could recover, the news of the Master of the Magic Hall defeating the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock by himself, as well as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, suddenly came. The higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe were all caught off guard. They almost couldn't believe this fact. It was too difficult to accept. Just as they were feeling extremely dejected and anxious about the order of the Master of the Magic Hall, suddenly, another piece of news came. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock jointly issued an order, gathering all the higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe. All of them were to rush to the Greedy Wolf Star area where the Greedy Wolf race was located. Listen, when they heard this news, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races were instantly refreshed. They were in a panic and didn't know how to deal with it. Now that there were 2 powerful supreme masters of the primordial era taking the lead, naturally, everyone instantly had a backbone. Although, it was said that the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock were no match for the Master of the Magic Hall. In the previous battle, even if they joined forces with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, they were still defeated and fled. But, didn't they not die? They weren't even seriously injured. Otherwise, why would they appear in public again after only 10 days of this battle? Or, perhaps, these 2 powerful supreme masters of the primordial era only took the initiative to retreat, and that battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was just to test the strength of the Master of the Magic Hall. More people were willing to believe that this was the truth. After all, no one was willing to accept the fact that the Demon Hall Master was so powerful that he had to fight 4 primordial supremes by himself. With joy and encouragement, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races all left the bases of their races and gathered in the Greedy Wolf Star area a few days later. No one. Some people knew what they secretly discussed, but the next day, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock suddenly announced to the public that the Star Alliance was officially established, consisting of hundreds of races from the second universe. Joint, the 2 of them would be the commanders of the alliance. In addition, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, nearly 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors under their command, as well as countless battleships of various levels. The area where the Star Alliance was stationed was originally the second largest area occupied by the top powers of the 3 main space planes. From this moment on, this area belonged to the Star Alliance, and no powers outside the Alliance were allowed to enter without permission. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. This was the first large area that was occupied by the top powers of the three main space planes. This area was occupied by the slave clans from the first universe. The base camps of the slave clans from the first universe were not too far away from each other. This included the Hell Ant race, Space Rat race, Ferocious race, Heavenly Centipede race, Horned Cow race, Mysterious Crystal race, Slime race, and so on. There were more than 100 slave races in the first universe, big and small. Among these 100 slave races, a third of them had universe masters, and a small number of them had universe supreme masters. There were even more universe knights and emperors. In general, among these 100 slave races, there were 4 universe supremes, 32 universe masters, over 100 universe knights, over 800 undying emperors, and countless ordinary forces below emperor level and warship level. Now, the 4 universe supreme beings, 32 universe masters, and more than 100 universe knights were gathered in Hell Ant Star Sector, the headquarters of the Hell Ant clan. They were discussing something in secret. In fact, many of these upper echelons were old acquaintances of Xian. Back then, during the chaos of the 3 main space planes, Xian had secretly established a nameless alliance. Of course, it was left unsettled. That nameless alliance had 9 Sector Lord level Gold Elders, such as Demon Emperor Mo Zhu Tian, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Mosquito Butcher, Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Teeth, Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant, Ferocious Beast Race Sector Lord Ferocious Beast, and so on. Now that the 3 main space planes were no longer the mainstream and had become the backlands of the various races and powers, the nameless alliance no longer existed, and it was meaningless to mention it again. However, among the upper echelons of the slave races in the first universe, there were a few old fellows, and they were the Gold Elders of the Nameless Alliance. For example, Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Teeth, Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant, and Ferocious Race Sector Lord whose name Xian couldn't even remember, and so on. The 3 of them were all Sector Lords back then, but now, they had all become Universe Supremes. This was most likely due to the awakening of the first or second generation ancestor in their ancestral land, who had used a secret technique to raise their cultivation base. Among the more than 100 slave races in the first universe, there were a total of 4 universe supreme beings, all of whom were at the early stage of this level. Other than these 3 old men, there was another one from the Heavenly Centipede race, who was at the early stage of the second level of Universe Supreme. Now, the 4 Universe Supremes were gathering 32 Universe Masters and more than 100 Universe Knights in the headquarters of the slave clans of more than 100 first universes to discuss important matters. Not long ago, they had heard that the races of the second universe had formed the Star Alliance and were working together to fight against the Magic Hall. They couldn't sit still, obviously having the same idea. Unfortunately, after a series of discussions, there was still no final result. The hall fell into a short silence. Then, the higher-ups of the various clans sighed and spoke one after another. In terms of overall power, we aren't weaker than the races of the second universe, the emperors and emperors below the level of emperor, as well as the battleships and other forces. Even though we have fewer than them, including the emperors, we have 300 to 400 less. However, we have 4 Universe Supremes, while they don't even have one. Comparing the 2, our overall power is about the same. What a pity. They have the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, 2 powerful primordial supreme beings, who are enough to hold up the flag of the Star Alliance. However, our strongest beings are only 4 Universe Supremes. We don't even have a primordial supreme being, let alone a primordial supreme being. There's nothing we can do about it. The first-generation ancestor of our race is still sleeping. I'm afraid he won't be able to come to this fragment of space for the time being. Without a primordial supreme being, we don't have any top-tier power. Facing the powerful master of the Magic Hall, we don't have any confidence at all. It seems that our alliance of 10,000 races won't be able to be formed here, at least for now. I can't accept this. Are we going to be enslaved by the master of the Magic Hall? I don't see any hope. At this point, the group of high-ranking officials of the first universe shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Hung Long Long, Si La, right at this moment, in the space not far from the base camp of the Hell Ant clan, there was an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, there were two clear and crisp sounds. The group of high-ranking officials of various races were stunned. Their faces were filled with vigilance, and they all turned around subconsciously. In their line of sight, two huge space cracks appeared out of nowhere. Two figures that had shrunk to about 30,000 feet walked out of them. They were none other than the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator. At this moment, as soon as they arrived, the godly consciousness of the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator rang out. The voice resounded, and it enveloped the entire hellish and stellar region. Everyone heard it clearly. An alliance of 10,000 races? That sounds good. I'm a little interested. What you lack is a commander with peak combat strength, but what we lack is subordinates. Why don't we join forces for the time being? The two of us will join forces with more than 100 races to form this alliance of 10,000 races. Although the two of us aren't from the races of the first universe, we're only temporarily joining forces. At least it's better than you being enslaved by the Magic Hall, right? In the future, when the first-generation ancestor of your race descends to this fragment of the primordial world, the two of us can negotiate with them and continue to work together. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. If you're not interested, seeing that you're also enemies of the Magic Hall, the two of us won't make things difficult for you. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. At most, we can recruit other races and forces as our subordinates. This void is so vast, there's no lack of these. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the first universe who were in the midst of a secret discussion were all startled. They looked at each other, but their eyes were clearly showing signs of interest. The 4 universe supremes, Big Teeth Golden Rat of the Space Rat race, Bloody Ant of the Hell Ant race, the leader of the Giant Ferocious race, and the ancestor of the Sky Centipede race, immediately exchanged glances and started a secret discussion with their godly consciousnesses. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, their discussion came to a conclusion. The 4 universe supremes, 32 universe masters, and more than 100 universe knights stood up almost at the same time. They cupped their fists and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Desolate Knight Alliance leader." Half a day later, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator suddenly announced to the public that the alliance of 10,000 races formed by more than 100 races of various sizes in the first universe was officially established. The two of them would be the commanders of the alliance. Other than that, there were 4 universe supremes, more than 30 universe masters, and more than 100 universe knights under their command, and the area where the alliance of 10,000 races was stationed was originally the second largest area. From this moment on, this area belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races, and no powers outside the alliance could enter without permission. The announcement of the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile immediately caused an uproar in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Out of the 4 territories occupied by the major races and factions of the 3 main planes of the starry sky, 2 of them had already formed the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Not only did these 2 alliances have a large lineup, but they were also led by 2 powerful primordial supremes. On the surface, their overall strength surpassed that of the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Of course, this was without taking into account the freakish strength of the Master of the Magic Hall. Moreover, whether it was the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, they were all arch-enemies of the Master of the Magic Hall. Therefore, when these 2 alliances were formed, the other major powers were well aware of it. If the Magic Hall made any major moves, they would definitely join forces to resist the Magic Hall. When they realized this, the other races and factions immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, the Magic Hall was the only major power in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Moreover, it had issued an edict to the other races and factions, requesting for their leaders to meet with the Master of the Chaos Fragment. In the face of the Magic Hall, the other races and factions were terrified and didn't know what to do. But now that the Star Alliance and the Alliance of all races had appeared out of nowhere, they didn't have to worry. Even if they didn't meet with the Demon Hall Master, the Demon Hall Master would be enraged. When the time came, the Demon Hall Master would definitely seek out the Star Alliance and Alliance of all races first. However, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races were equally powerful. This made the other races and factions more vigilant, because they might become the second or third magic hall in the future. In order to survive in this situation, a sheet of loose sand wasn't enough. They had to rely on the path of a strong alliance. This was especially true for the ferocious beasts and primordial survivors who originally lived in the void of the Chaos Fragment. After all, although the magic hall was powerful and arrogant, it was still a hodgepodge. There were races and factions from the three main planes of the starry sky, but there were also ferocious beasts and tribes that originally lived in the void of the Chaos Fragment. However, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races were different. They were purely from the three main planes of the starry sky and were the archenemies of all ferocious beasts and tribes. Under such circumstances, after a short silence for a day, an important piece of news suddenly came. The ferocious beasts. Of the ferocious beasts. Of ferocious beasts. Alliance. Of the ferocious alliance. From. Although the current beast alliance didn't have a supreme of the ancients, in order to carry this banner, the higher-ups of one of the top forbidden zones gritted their teeth and paid a certain price to awaken a slumbering supreme of the great beasts in advance. This powerful ancient ferocious beast was at the late stage of the primordial era. Although he was not a primordial era supreme, it was said that he had a secret technique that allowed him to have a terrifying combat power comparable to a primordial era supreme for a short time. In addition, the Ferocious Beast Alliance had 18 Universe Supremes, more than 50 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, more than 1,000 Undying Emperors, and countless ferocious beasts of all levels. Except for the absence of a Primordial Era Supreme, the overall strength of the Ferocious Beast Alliance surpassed that of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Once the news spread, the primordial survivors, who gathered in the other corner of the void of the Chaos Fragment, couldn't sit still. Like the Ferocious Beast Alliance, they were also indigenous people of the void of the Chaos Fragment. But in fact, the ferocious beasts and the primordial survivors were natural enemies. Now that the ominous beasts had formed an alliance, coupled with the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance from the three main planes of the starry skies, the survivors felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Because these three powerful alliances were all their enemies, so, after another day, another piece of news came from the other corner of the void where the primordial survivors gathered. From this moment on, the remaining 100 or so tribes of the primordial survivors would gather together and form the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors. Similarly, the Alliance of the Primordial Era Supreme didn't exist. But with the Ferocious Beast Alliance as an example, in order to carry the banner of the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors, one of the higher-ups of the Primordial Survivors gritted his teeth and, after paying a certain price, woke up a powerful being of the Primordial Survivors in advance. This powerful being of the Primordial Survivors was also at the late stage of the Primordial Era Supreme Being. Although he wasn't a Primordial Era Supreme Being, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique that allowed him to have a terrifying combat power comparable to that of a Primordial Era Supreme Being for a short period of time. This was obviously a serious competition with the Ferocious Beast Alliance, but there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors also had a high level of combat power. There were 20 Universe Supremes, more than 60 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, more than 1,000 Undying Emperors, and countless powerful beings of various levels of battleships and survivors. There was no doubt that, except for the absence of a Primordial Era Supreme Being, the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors had surpassed the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races in all aspects. Even the newly formed Ferocious Beast Alliance was slightly inferior to the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors. As soon as the news of the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors spread out, the boundless void of the Primordial Survivors was thoroughly stirred up. It had only been half a month since the Master of the Magic Hall issued the summons, but the forces of the Primordial Survivors, which were originally a sheet of loose sand, had unexpectedly formed four powerful alliances one after another. The Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Ferocious Beast Alliance, and the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors, all of this took people by surprise, but after the initial shock, the great beings of the various forces and races were all jubilant. This was because the emergence of such a general trend represented that the voices against the Magic Hall were so unanimous. Although the Master of the Magic Hall had a heaven-defying combat power, after the emergence of the four alliances, the situation of the magic hall being the sole dominant force was obviously no longer possible. Moreover, the emergence of the four alliances in such a short period of time was obviously not the end. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that a fifth or sixth powerful alliance would appear later. This was because, of the four areas occupied by the forces of the three main planes of the primordial survivors, there were still two areas, one large and one small, that had not shown any signs of activity. One was occupied by the Dark Turtle Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Sky River Horde leaders Sky River Legion and the Victorious Return Legion, which only occupied a small area in a corner. The other was one of the three large areas occupied by the two camps of the Human Clan and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. At this moment, after the emergence of the four alliances in such a short period of time, the great beings of the primordial survivors immediately turned their eyes to the two areas, one large and one small. The Human Clan of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation were the first to enter this void fragment of the primitive world. Now that decades had passed, the Human Clan's development in this void fragment of the primitive world had become extremely impressive. Of the four regions occupied by the various races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies, the Human Clan's two camps and the Myriad Sifting Federation occupied the largest region. It was located in the southern region of the entire void. In this area, the Human Clan's Science and Technology Camp, the Cultivation Camp, and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation formed a tripartite balance of power. They supported each other and guarded each other. Over the past decades, the various forces and major races in this void fragment of the primitive world did not dare to provoke this star field in the southern part of the primitive world. Here, the Human Clan's Science and Technology Camp had countless battleships. In addition to the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, even the superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters had been developed and mass-produced. Now, there were more than 1 million of them. Every single one of these ships was comparable to a small planet. What's more, Dr. the state preceptor of the Human Clan's Science and Technology Camp, had come here in person. Dr's mechanical clan came with him. Although they were dormant and rarely showed up, they were a deterrent. This was only one of the two camps of the Human Clan. The other camp of the Cultivation Camp was also extremely powerful and had super battleships with a diameter of more than 1 million meters. The mysterious Heaven Palace of the 10 Palaces also appeared this time and sent a high-level leader to guard this place. In addition, there was also the even more mysterious Wan Luo Federation. Although they had been keeping a low profile, it was said that among the elders of the headquarters of the Federation, there was a Supreme Federation elder whose cultivation was second only to Supreme Primordial. For this reason, over the past few decades, no matter whether it was the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area, the tribes of the survivors, or the other tribes and forces from the three main planes of the starry sky, they did not dare to provoke them easily. But now, the four alliances had appeared out of nowhere. Even the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance each had a late-stage Supreme Primordial. The alliance of 10,000 races formed by the races of the First Universe and the Star Alliance formed by the races of the Second Universe each had two primordial supremes. On top of that, the Master of the Magic Hall, who was extremely powerful, and the Magic Hall under his command. It could be said that the loose alliance formed by the two human factions and the Myriad Luo Federation had instantly lost its advantage in terms of combat strength. In the face of the current situation, if they still did not express their stance and work closely together, as time slowly passed, they would most likely be left further and further behind by the Demon Hall and the four great alliances. The upper echelons of the two human factions and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation were clearly aware of this situation. Currently, the core higher-ups of the three parties had already gathered at the border of the three camps, and were discussing this matter in secret. The place where they were discussing this matter was a giant life star. This star was full of vitality. Currently, the upper echelons of the three human factions, as well as the upper echelons of the smaller human factions, were all gathered here. Among them, Imperial Elder Long Ziwen and the others from the Human Clan's Undying Dynasty, as well as Hui Dongzi and the others from the Myriad Luo Federation, could be seen. However, they weren't the core higher-ups. However, their cultivation bases and strength were far from what they used to be. They were either undying emperors, or emperors. Even at the periphery, some of the younger generation supreme talents of the various factions could be seen, including Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Zi, Fairy Xianxia, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the others. They had many interactions with Yi Xian back then. Some belonged to the Cultivation camp, while others followed the general trend and joined the Human Clan Science and Technology camp or the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Among them, there were even a few fellows who had the Devouring system in their bodies. Of course, in the competition for the title of the system, they lost to Yi Xian. Therefore, the Devouring system they possessed could only be considered as a vassal of the Devouring system in Yi Xian's body. The core area was located at the peak of a giant mountain on the star. There weren't many people here, only 11 of them. However, all of them were the core higher-ups of the Human Clan's two major factions and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. For the Human Clan's two major factions, the Undying Emperors had yet to descend upon this void fragment of the universe. The person in charge here was Imperial Tutor Di'er. Beside Di'er sat 3 Imperial Elders. Yi Xian hadn't seen them before. They were all supreme beings of the primordial era, but now, they were accompanying Di'er. Based on this fact alone, Di'er, whose cultivation base and strength couldn't be discerned, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. As for the cultivation camp, the person in charge here was an elder of the Tianjue Palace. He had long eyebrows and cheeks, and his cultivation base and strength had reached the 6th level of the supreme being of the primordial era, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. In addition, there were 2 elders of the Tianjue Palace to his left and right. One was in a white robe, while the other was in a black robe. Their cultivation base and strength were also of the supreme being of the primordial era. However, they were at the first and second stage of this realm, which was the initial stage. Just from the 2 major factions of the Human Clan, there were 7 supreme beings of the primordial era. In fact, there were 4 people sitting in the other corner. They were all from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Although these 4 people were also in human form, in fact, 2 of them had the bloodline of ferocious beasts. Similarly, these 4 people were also supreme beings of the primordial era. One of them was at the 8th level of this realm, while the other 3 were at the initial stage. The 11 people sitting on the peak were all supreme beings of the primordial era. If this scene were to spread, even the higher-ups of the 4 major alliances would be shocked. In fact, other than these 11 supreme beings of the primordial era, the 2 major factions of the Human Clan and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation had a total of 36 universe supreme beings, over 100 universe masters, over 300 universe knights, and over 2,000 undying emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships below the level of emperors. After exchanging pleasantries, the 11 supreme beings of the primordial era changed the topic and started to talk about serious matters. The first to speak was Di'er, the imperial preceptor of the human tribe's everlasting dynasty. He turned around and glanced at the crowd with a solemn expression. Then, he said, "Fellow Taoists, the general situation of the void in the untainted land has changed. What do you think?" The other 10 supreme beings of the primordial era exchanged glances and nodded, speaking one after another. The races of the first universe and the second universe of the 3 space masters have formed a new alliance. This is the general trend. We should go with it, that's right. In this area, besides the 3 of us, there are also a large number of small human clan forces and sections. They usually do their own thing and haven't joined forces. Now, it's time to form an alliance and incorporate them. In my opinion, this alliance should be called the Human Federation. I believe all the powers and sects of the Human Clan, as well as the races that still have feelings for the original Myriad Luo Federation, will gather here. End of chapter 47:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.